Chapter 1. Birth, the coffin emerges. March 11th. Bing Zeus Proverb. Planting 1,000 trees on a day of E yields no growth. Digging a well on a day of Mao brings no sweet water. Ah, old man, you must brace yourselves mentally. Grandma's son said gravely before retreating into the house. The sky was heavily overcast, and torrential rain fell in sheets, as if the heavens had burst their dam, showing no signs of respite until nightfall. The river swelled dangerously, its furious currents roaring like a wild beast later. I heard Grandma mention that the tumultuous sound of the rushing water could be clearly heard within the house, akin to the roar of a monstrous creature, instilling fear in the hearts of all. In the delivery room, anguished groans pierced the air, and from the afternoon until 10 o'clock at night, I delayed my entrance into this world. Father and grandfather paced anxiously outside the door, their footsteps heavy and frantic, beads of sweat mingling with the rain cascading down their brows, indistinguishable from each other. The midwife, Grandma's son, who had been summoned from the neighboring village, wore a grave expression, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with deep concern. The clock ticked steadily, its hands moving slowly, yet resolutely, striking midnight. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the silence, as if to rend the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic sound erupted from the back mountain, the rumble of boulders tumbling, echoing through the valley, reminiscent of an earth-shattering collapse. In that fleeting moment, I made my entrance into the world with a resounding wail. Grandma's son screamed in terror, her voice slicing through the tension in the atmosphere. Grandfather and father hurried into the room, their gazes fraught with urgency and worry. There I lay, barely breathing at the edge of the bed, silent and still, a quietness that was unnerving. Grandfather, in a frenzy, paced back and forth, muttering incoherently, his words laced with anxiety and fervent supplication. Grandma, on the other hand, wept bitterly, her hands pounding her thighs as she lamented, "Heaven is unjust." Her cries were imbued with despair and helplessness. Father chain-smoked, his eyes bloodshot, a dazed expression on his face, the swirling smoke a manifestation of his unutterable sorrow. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Grandfather hastily snipped a few strands of my umbilical hair and carefully collected some of my birth blood, donning a raincoat before dashing towards the back mountain. The raincoat flapped wildly in the wind, and Grandfather's figure quickly vanished into the dark curtain of rain. The following dawn, Grandfather returned, his steps unsteady, his visage haggard. In his hand, he held a silk pouch, which he threaded with red string and hung around my neck. Moments later, I let out a loud and vigorous cry, the sound resonating through the air, allowing the family's anxious hearts to gradually find solace. Grandfather, bearing the weight of fatigue, exited the room, his silhouette appearing as though it had been bent by the passage of time, imbued with an air of profound weariness. From that day forth, Grandfather named me Fu Xian, wishing for my future to be flawless and safe. On the 15th of each month, Grandfather would draw blood from my middle finger and head to the back mountain. Though I harbored some doubts, I never dared to question him. He would only return home after nightfall, his figure shrouded in an aura of mystery against the backdrop of the night. According to the villagers, Grandfather would stealthily enter a cave atop the mountain, where a mysterious crystal coffin was said to be kept, containing a woman. I could not discern the truth from fiction, yet each time I heard such rumors, my heart brimmed with anger and confusion. Thereafter, whispers circulated in the village, claiming I was born under an ominous star and had entered the world at a cursed time, destined to marry a ghostly bride, a harbinger of calamity. These rumors spread like a plague, causing many to shun me. As a result, numerous village children banded together to bully me, refusing to play with me. I recall an incident when several children tricked me into the shade of a willow tree at the village's edge, binding me tightly to the trunk. They smeared me with muddy muck, adorned my face with colorful scribbles, and even resorted to hitting me. Fortunately, Aunt Lee Eyre returned from the market with her little daughter, and, upon witnessing my plight, chased the group away and brought me back home. Aunt Lee Eyre was the kindest, gentlest soul in the village, showering me with affection, which forged a special bond between us. Back home, I collapsed into grandfather's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, my cries filled with injustice and anguish. Grandfather gently stroked my head and said, "Xiaolan, do not cry, I shall seek justice for you." The next day, inexplicably, all the children who had tormented me fell gravely ill, their conditions so dire that no treatment seemed effective at the hospital. Their parents, aware of grandfather's abilities, came to our door seeking forgiveness. Initially, grandfather rebuffed them, his expression dark, eyes aflame with fury. However, as more and more people came to plead, he eventually relented. After returning from the back mountain, grandfather declared, "This matter is settled, you may all return. Should anyone dare to bully my grandson again, I shall show no mercy." The villagers dispersed, and the children's ailments gradually subsided. From that point onward, apart from Aunt Li Air's little daughter and my good friend He Long, no other children would play with me. In our solitude, we kept each other company and spent many moments together. Alas, after my 12th year, He Long's family moved away from the village. Our family also grew, increasingly estranged from the villagers. Their indifferent gazes and deliberate avoidance left us feeling profoundly isolated and despondent. Grandma often berated grandfather, lamenting that his obsession with the supernatural had disrupted the peace of our home. Originally, grandfather and grandma were small merchants, though not wealthy. We lived comfortably. However, after their business faltered, grandfather became a farmer. At some point, grandfather became enamored with feng shui, often carrying a compass and spending his days selecting burial sites for others. Yet, when he frequently encountered setbacks, his focus shifted to our family. Since then, my second uncle left home and scarcely returned. It was only after mother became pregnant that grandfather underwent a drastic transformation, ceasing to venture out and devoting himself to divination, claiming he would change the fate of our Fu family. The Fu surname boasts a long lineage, derived from the Ji clan, tracing back to the progenitor of the Zhou dynasty, Hou Ji, adopting the official title as their name. According to the Yuan Xingzuan, it is recorded, Lu Qinggong's grandson Gongyu became the Qin Fu Shi Ling, thus adopting the surname. Moreover, the surname rescue manual states, Fu, the grandson of Lu Qinggong, was appointed as the Qin Fu Ling, hence the surname. It is noteworthy that the Fu surname historically belonged to emperors. After my birth, grandfather sought an oracle from me, revealing that I was the master of my destiny, an embodiment of the sun, destined for greatness, and of the wood element. Grandfather exclaimed joyfully, "Heaven has eyes, my Fu family shall rise." Strangely enough, throughout my childhood, I consistently excelled academically, robust in health, seldom falling ill. Yet, during nighttime walks, I often felt as though unseen eyes were watching me, an unsettling sensation. Grandfather advised me that should I ever feel such a presence, I should take out the silk pouch from around my neck. Remarkably, as soon as the pouch was retrieved, the feeling of being watched would vanish instantly. Moreover, I would occasionally dream of a woman. She always wore a veil, with enchanting phoenix eyes and willow leaf brows, appearing in my dreams to share stories and keep me company. Through her gaze, I sensed something extraordinary, though at that time, I could not articulate what it was. However, I was certain that if she were to unveil her face, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful woman in the world. I often fantasized about having such a bride, even if it meant a shorter life. It would be worth it. Yet, on the cusp of my 12th year, a monumental upheaval descended upon me, irrevocably altering the course of my life. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Woman in White. I was 12 years old, an age marked as my pivotal year. "Sean, what are you staring at over there? Hurry up!" The voice belonged to one of my few good friends in the village, He Long. I stood there, entranced, gazing at a cliff as if something there held an irresistible allure. It was an unbearably sweltering summer, and the village children had planned a nocturnal expedition to the river to catch fish and crabs. That night, nearly all the children gathered together, chattering excitedly, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Initially, they hadn't intended to invite me, viewing me as an outlier due to the numerous restrictions my grandfather imposed on me. I had no desire to join, as grandfather rarely permitted me to venture out at night. However, he long insisted and dragged me along, leaving me no choice but to comply. We followed the river upstream to the back mountain, where a reservoir lay. At that time, the water level was low due to the recent release of the sluice gate. Around 11 o'clock at night, we joyfully made our way down the mountain, our bags filled to the brim. Moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the path home. Laughter and playful banter echoed as we walked, and occasionally someone would shout, "There's a ghost! Run!" Then everyone would dash ahead in a frenzy. Only He Long and I remained calm, appearing markedly unfazed. With a blade of grass in my mouth, I nonchalantly remarked, "If you haven't done anything wrong, why fear a ghost? Why run? You've watched too many horror movies, there are no ghosts." He Long, however, disagreed, frowning as he retorted, "Don't speak carelessly whether you believe it or not. Respect is due." Though brave, Before he could finish, I interrupted with a dismissive scoff. "Oh, please, you brave?" I curled my lip and quickened my pace. Thus, as Xiao Long and I ran and chatted, we caught up with the group and squeezed into the midst of it. Upon leaping down a dirt embankment, I tilted my head and glanced to the right, where a precipice loomed precisely the one I had glimpsed upon entering the back mountain. This cliff, known as the Hanging Water Cliff by the villagers, was said to be a place where the remains of deceased pigs and dogs were discarded, and even unfortunate infants who had passed away were cast down. It could be said that this location represented a shadow for every child in the village. Just approaching, it would earn one a thorough reprimand upon returning home. At that moment, I unexpectedly spotted a vague, white object atop the cliff. In the moonlight, the white figure floated ethereally, resembling a piece of white clothing. I mused to myself, could it be that I've truly encountered a ghost? A shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't help but quicken my pace, and soon we had all descended the mountain. Upon reaching the road, everyone began to divide the spoils, and once that was done, we each returned to our respective homes. Xiao Long and I walked together, the night breeze brushing against me, sending a chill down my back, as if someone were watching me. I recalled my grandfather's words and hastily retrieved the talisman, yet that unsettling feeling persisted, tightening my heart with anxiety. With a slight tremor in my voice, I asked Xiao Long, "Did you see anything when we came down the mountain?" "I think I saw something in white." Xiao Long's eyes widened in fear as he replied, "No, don't scare me like that, especially at this hour. Perhaps I misjudged. You claim to be so brave. Yet this is quite amusing," I replied while running, attempting to mask my inner trepidation with humor. Xiao Long chased after me, exclaiming, "If you dare to deceive me, just wait until I catch up to you, I'll give you a good kick." As I continued running, I arrived at my doorstep and turned to Xiao Long, saying, "Let's leave your things here for now, I'll come back for them tomorrow, or else I'll be in big trouble with my grandfather." All right, you're truly something," Xiao Long grumbled as he reluctantly took the bag from my hands. I then said, without looking back, "I'm heading off now, remember to come find me tomorrow." I stealthily slipped into my home, tiptoeing up to my bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. That night, my sleep was anything but peaceful, as if I were enveloped by an unseen force. I lost track of time, only to remember that I dreamed of that fateful night on the mountain. In my dream, the scene of us fishing and catching crabs replayed vividly, everything felt so real, and the sounds of laughter echoed in my ears. Until the moment I leapt down that dirt embankment, I clearly saw the scene before me, and my heart tightened, leaving me speechless. A woman clad in white stood with her back to me, her hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Suddenly, she turned her head, though her body remained still, revealing a ghostly pale face, devoid of color, with hollow eyes and a vacant gaze, blood slowly trickling down her neck, staining her white garment red. With an eerie tone, she uttered, You belong to me?" At that moment, the woman from my dream appeared. Coldly, she commanded, "Get lost." The white-clad specter vanished in an instant, and the woman approached me, embracing me and gently patting my back. "Xiaoan, don't be afraid. Xiaoan, don't be afraid." I glanced up at her, catching a glimpse of her strange smile through her veil. Suddenly, I jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, feeling dazed and utterly drained. In my hazy state, I saw several shadowy figures, and then I heard my mother's anxious voice nearby. "Xiaoan is awake. You've been asleep for 3 days. We were so worried." Her tone quivered with a hint of tears, her eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this, my grandfather rushed to my bedside, his face darkened with anger. "You little rascal, where have you been for the past few days? What happened to you? You nearly scared us to death." His expression was grim, brows furrowed tightly. I weakly recounted the entire tale to my grandfather. Upon hearing it, his face flushed with rage as he stood up, saying, "I told you not to go to the back mountain, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened." He paced back and forth in the room, his agitation palpable. Then, he pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and instructed my mother to bring a bowl of water. He ignited the talisman, allowing it to turn to ash, which he then submerged in the water for me to drink. Miraculously, after consuming that concoction, I felt a significant improvement. My grandfather admonished my father to keep a close watch on me, forbidding me from stepping outside until his return. No matter who knocked on the door, I was not to open it. With that, he hurriedly left the room. Before departing, my grandfather captured a large rooster and sprinkled its blood at the entrance of the yard. The pungent scent filled the air, and he quickly exited. I clutched the talisman tightly, remaining in my room, only emerging for meals and the restroom, as I spent most of my time sleeping. The room was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of my own breathing breaking the stillness. As night fell, the village was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Even the usual chirping of insects had vanished. This was the first time in my life that I felt such profound unease, as if the entire world was shrouded in an unsettling silence. Lying on my bed, I stared fixedly at the ceiling, my thoughts consumed by that dreamed a woman in white, her smile, her gaze, all sending chills down my spine. I couldn't help but recall my grandfather's warnings, filled with regret, yet I firmly believed he would find a solution. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, their sound piercing through the stillness of the night, growing ever closer until they halted right outside my door. My heart leapt to my throat. Could it be the woman in white returning? However, the door remained shut, and the footsteps gradually faded away. I sighed in relief, yet my anxiety deepened. By midnight, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep as the image of that terrifying female ghost haunted my mind. I curled up under the covers, scarcely daring to breathe. Then came a knock at the door. Could it be my grandfather returning? Chapter 3: The Ghostly Visitor. Knock, knock, knock. The muffled yet rhythmic sound of knocking reverberated abruptly through the stillness of the night. I in the courtyard. The darkness enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, while a half-moon hung in the sky, casting a cold and silvery light that trickled down like water, rendering the courtyard faintly illuminated amidst the shadows, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The entire village was shrouded in an oppressive silence, devoid even of a single dog's bark, making the knocking sound all the more pronounced and chilling. I lay in my room. The knocking sent my heart racing, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over me. However, reassured that it must be my grandfather returning, I hurriedly dashed out of the room. Standing before the door, my hands involuntarily trembled slightly. Just as I was about to open the door, I felt a sudden warmth emanating from the charm around my neck. This warmth jolted my senses back, clearing the fog in my mind. Hesitantly, I called out, "Who is it?" A frail voice responded from outside. "Shaolin, quickly open the door for Grandpa," he asked back. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt ignited within me, and I furrowed my brows. "Grandpa, just let yourself in. You have the key, don't you?" "The key is lost. Shaolin, hurry and open the door. Grandpa is exhausted," the voice outside insisted, tinged with an undertone of fatigue. Panic surged within me. The gate to our courtyard operated with a latch and did not require a key. "You are not my grandfather. The gate does not need a key." I exclaimed loudly that I felt fortunate that the charm had cautioned me. Otherwise, I might have fallen prey to this sinister entity's trickery. Steeling myself, I took a deep breath and mustered the courage to peer through the crack of the door. As my eyes approached the gap, my palms were slick with sweat, and my heart raced uncontrollably. I swallowed hard. In an instant, a hollow eye appeared before me. This eye bore no sign of life, resembling two bottomless, desolate wells, emanating an aura of infinite dread. The skin around the eye was an eerie grayish hue, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures. A ghastly wound marred the corner of its mouth, extending all the way to the earlobe. I stumbled back in shock, letting out a cry that shattered the night's silence. My parents rushed from their room, faces etched with astonishment and concern, their eyes fixated warily on the outside. Shaolin? What is happening? Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept through, laden with an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury, violently battering against the courtyard door. The door shook violently in the tempest, creaking ominously as if it might be torn from its hinges at any moment. Suddenly, a ghastly crimson light flickered on the door, pulsating as if it possessed a life of its own, defiantly resisting the frigid wind. After a moment, the blood-red glow intensified, and a cry echoed from beyond the door. I was bewildered by the unfolding events, but recalled my grandfather's peculiar behavior before he left, as well as some of the things he had told me. Could it be that the female ghost from my dreams had truly come knocking? Following that ominous cry, the wind gradually subsided, plunging the courtyard into a brief silence. The ghostly figure seemed enraged, bellowing, "Fu Shiran, you can evade the 1st of the month, but not the 15th. I shall return." Why did she know my name? After what felt like an eternity, calm finally returned outside. I stood foolishly in the courtyard, drenched in cold sweat, my clothes clinging uncomfortably to my skin, my heart continued to pound violently. My mind grew heavy, my breathing labored, and the world around me began to blur, as if everything was spinning. Ultimately, I could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed in the courtyard. Chapter for the paper substitute. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in my bed, surrounded by the familiar confines of my room. My parents were at my bedside, their faces etched with worry. "Shaolin, you're awake at last. How do you feel?" My mother asked, her hand clasping mine with concern. I nodded absently, recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, still shaken. Just then, my grandfather hurried into the room, his steps unsteady and his face drawn with fatigue. In his arms, he cradled a paper figure, roughly my height, which bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Strangely, the paper figure's eyes were dotted, giving it an eerily lifelike quality. It is a taboo to dot the eyes of a paper figure, for it is said to bring it to life. Why would my grandfather do such a thing? Was he planning to use this paper figure against the ghost? After hearing our account of last night's events, my grandfather's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Tonight is the full moon. The ghost will undoubtedly return." He retrieved a piece of yellow paper, inscribing my birth details, then plucked a strand of my hair to affix to the paper figure's head, and finally smeared a drop of blood from my middle finger onto its lips. In an instant, the paper figure appeared animated, emanating vitality, and I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Once this was done, my grandfather gravely instructed me, "Shaolin, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Tonight, you must remain hidden in your wardrobe, no matter what you hear or see, do not make a sound." I nodded anxiously, my heart brimming with terror and uncertainty, yet I had no choice but to comply with my grandfather's directive. Night fell swiftly, the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a cold glow. The atmosphere in the house grew tense, every individual on edge, my mother's worried gaze fixed upon me. Following my grandfather's advice, I concealed myself in the wardrobe, while he placed the paper figure on my bed. Initially, I curled up in a corner of the wardrobe, my heart racing, straining to hear any sound from outside. Time passed, and the silence grew oppressive. Even the usual chirping of insects had vanished, drowsiness began to creep in, and as I stifled a yawn, I prepared to succumb to sleep. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, fluttering the curtains, which danced like the skirts of a ghost. The sudden chill banished my drowsiness. A gust of wind howled, causing the window to rattle violently. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the darkness, almost ethereal, not resembling human footsteps at all. Then came the sound of a woman weeping, a sorrowful and haunting cry. Cold sweat trickled down my back, soaking my shirt. The weeping grew closer, as if it were wandering within the room. I squeezed my eyes shut, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. After a while, the room fell silent, and I cautiously opened my eyes, peering through the crack in the wardrobe. The room was empty. The paper figure lay motionless on the bed. Tick, tick, a faint sound broke the stillness, and I watched in horror as damp footprints appeared on the cement floor. Resembling human tracks one by one, the footprints made their way toward the bed, and I stared wide-eyed, covering my mouth tightly, terrified to make a sound. Upon reaching the bed, the footprints hesitated, and then, to my astonishment, the paper figure levitated into the air, gradually gliding toward the door, its form fading into the darkness. The room plunged back into silence, and I dared not breathe, my heart still racing. After what felt like an eternity, I heard my mother softly calling my name. "Shaun, come out, it's all right now." I hesitated briefly before slowly pushing open the wardrobe door, my legs trembling as I stepped out while my grandfather sat in a chair. His face pale, eyes weary, my father stood nearby, his brow furrowed. An expression of seriousness etched upon his features. "Grandpa, has the ghost left?" I asked, my voice trembling. My grandfather nodded slightly. "Yes, it has departed, taking the paper figure with it. It should not return for the time being." I exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground as if all my strength had been drained. My mother rushed over, enveloping me in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, my child, you have no idea how worried I was." My father approached as well, gently patting my shoulder. "It's all right now. You're safe." Yet, just as we believed the ghost had truly left, an eerie laughter echoed from outside. She has returned." Chapter 5: The Reckoning. The Taoist, our faces turned ashen, fear once again enveloping the entire room. "Ha ha ha! Did you think such petty tricks could deceive me?" The ghost's voice resounded, brimming with rage and malice. We stared in horror at the door, watching as the ghost floated back, clutching the paper figure in her grasp. Now, I could clearly see her visage. She appeared less horrifying than in my dreams, instead possessing a certain delicate beauty. My grandfather bellowed furiously. "What do you want?" The ghost in white pointed at me and declared, "Him," with gritted teeth. My grandfather replied, "Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to take my grandson." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, grandfather let out a thunderous roar, brandishing a peachwood sword that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. He charged forward, only for the female ghost to shatter the paper effigy with a single strike. With her hands outstretched, she advanced towards him, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. Grandfather muttered an incantation, and the peachwood sword began to radiate a series of brilliant lights. The ghost shrieked and was momentarily pushed back by the brilliance, yet she was undeterred, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes before she vanished without a trace. Grandfather furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I, filled with trepidation, hid behind my mother, clutching her garment tightly. At that moment, a droplet of water fell onto my nape, sending a shiver down my spine. "Beware behind you!" Grandfather shouted. I spun around abruptly, only to find the ghost had materialized behind me, her claws extended, lunging towards me, and my mother attempted to shield me, but it was too late. Just as the peril became imminent, a flash of white light emanated from the talisman on my person, forcefully repelling the ghost. The specter glared at me with evident confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Grandfather rushed to my side, exclaiming, "You wretched being! Do not harm my grandson." The ghost, pressured by the radiant light, staggered backward, her face contorted in anguish, yet she remained resolute in her intent. "You cannot escape," she bellowed. Grandfather, steadfastly guarding me, declared, "As long as I am here, you shall not harm my family." The ghost let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Humph, you all shall perish with that." A wave of dark mist enveloped her, and ghostly wails echoed from within its depths. Grandfather's expression grew grave as he pushed me behind him, urging, "Shaun, keep your distance." He gripped the peachwood sword tightly, swinging it forcefully towards the ghost and the encroaching black mist. The ghost struggled within the light, and the mist began to dissipate. Just as we believed the specter was on the brink of defeat, she suddenly broke through the radiance and lunged at Grandfather. He was caught off guard. Struck down to the ground, "Grandfather!" I cried, rushing towards him. Before I could react, the ghost seized my throat and dashed towards the exit. I fought desperately against her grip, but to no avail. My parents pursued us with frantic urgency. Just as we were about to burst out of the courtyard, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt at once!" A beam of golden light erupted from the front, hurtling towards the ghost in white. She let out a piercing scream, her shrill voice echoing as she relinquished her grip on my throat. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air. "Wretched being, retreat at once." A stern voice resonated throughout the courtyard, a Taoist priest appeared, clad in a green robe, standing resolutely at the entrance. The ghost slowly rose, her gaze fixated on him. Before I could comprehend, he stepped forward, seemingly teleporting to my side. With a single hand, he lifted me, gently patting my head and urging me to return to my room. I fled to my parents' side, hastily shutting the door behind me. The sounds of battle outside intensified, a cacophony of dazzling lights and reverberating noises intertwined. Unable to contain my curiosity, I approached the window, gripping the frame tightly, my knuckles turning white-eye in the darkness. A pale figure flickered in and out of view, the Taoist radiating streams of golden light that created ripples in the air. The ghost stared intently in my direction, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Yearning to breach my sanctuary, I recoiled in terror, my heart racing as if it might leap from my chest. A flash of golden light surged forth, and the ghost howled in fury, her form becoming indistinct under the illumination, akin to smoke. She cast one last begrudging glance at me before dissipating into a wisp of green mist. At that moment, the door swung open with a force, startling me into a scream. Chapter 6. Destiny unveiled. It was the Taoist priest who entered. Without uttering a word, he inspected grandfather's injuries. Subsequently, he turned to me, his tone gentle as he said, "Your grandfather sent me. We shall discuss everything once he awakens." Thus, the Taoist spent the night at our home. That evening, I slept soundly, free from the dread that had plagued me before, and nightmares eluded me. The following day, my mother prepared an elaborate feast. Grandfather appeared somewhat unwell, presenting the Taoist with a red envelope, cheerfully stating, "Taoist Zhang, having traveled from afar, please accept this small token of respect." Until now, I had not closely observed the Taoist, but as I scrutinized him, I noted his serious demeanor, akin to an unyielding statue. His tightly knitted brows seemed to carry a multitude of worries, and his gaze was resolute, particularly accentuated by his prominent mustache, which exuded an air of righteousness. He slowly accepted the envelope, speaking humbly, "I am unworthy of such generosity. Yesterday's events were merely my duty. How could I dare to seek reward?" Despite his words, his body conveyed a different sincerity. Grandfather smiled faintly, shaking his head, his words earnest and heartfelt. "Taoist Zhang, you are too modest. Were it not for your timely assistance, our family might have faced dire consequences. You truly deserve this token of esteem." My mother approached, bowing deeply to Taoist Zhang, expressing her gratitude. "Taoist, you not only saved our family but also rescued Xiao, and we are at a loss for how to repay this kindness." Taoist Zhang waved his hand lightly, a smile gracing his lips yet maintaining an air of seriousness. "Madam, you overstate the matter. I merely fulfilled my obligations. Moreover, I perceive that Xiaoan is no ordinary child. He is destined for greatness." Hearing Taoist Zhang's words, warmth surged within me. Accompanied by curiosity, I stepped forward and asked, "Taoist Zhang, you say I am extraordinary. What do you mean?" My voice brimmed with confusion, and my eyes sparkled with anticipation for an answer. Taoist Zhang regarded me thoughtfully, his fingers twitching slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his gaze. "Xiaoan, you possess a pure yang energy, a quality absent in most. If I am not mistaken, you belong to the Yimu Fate." "Yimu Fate?" I echoed in bewilderment, entirely unfamiliar with the term. Taoist Zhang nodded, elaborating, "Those of Yimu Fate are born in spring, thrive in summer, flourish with water, and prosper with fire. You were born in the season of Yimu, precisely at the cusp of late spring and early summer. When the wood energy is at its zenith, Yimu symbolizes growth, development, and hope. Individuals with this fate often exhibit remarkable potential and adaptability. The pure yang energy you possess is an exceptional trait of Yimu Fate, signifying an unyielding spirit and a vibrant life force, making you an excellent candidate for cultivation. However, you are still young, and it is likely that you will encounter more incidents akin to today." Upon hearing Taoist Zhang's words, anxiety gripped me, my heart leaping into my throat. Grandfather also furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face as he inquired, "Taoist Zhang, do you mean to say that Xiaoan will face similar dangers in the future?" Taoist Zhang nodded slightly, his demeanor turning grave, reminiscent of a sky laden with storm clouds. "Though Yimu Fate is favorable, it also attracts trouble. The pure yang energy within Xiaoan naturally draws malevolent entities. As he matures, this trait will become increasingly pronounced, likely drawing even more complications. Grandfather pondered for a long while, as if arriving at a resolution. He addressed Daoist Zhang. I have a request. Daoist Zhang nodded, encouraging him to continue. Grandfather inhaled deeply before speaking. I wish to ask you to take Shaoan as your disciple, to teach him the ways of Taoism and its arts, enabling him to better protect himself and assist others. Daoist Zhang appeared somewhat taken aback by this request, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He regarded me, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his gaze, as if weighing something. I understood that this was a significant decision, one that could not only shape my future but potentially alter the course of my entire life. Shaoan, do you wish for this? Daoist Zhang finally inquired, his gaze penetrating mine, seemingly seeking to unveil my innermost thoughts. His stare pierced my soul like two sharp blades. A strong desire surged within me. I yearned to grow stronger, not solely for myself, but also to safeguard those I cherished. I nodded resolutely, declaring, I am willing. My voice rang clear and unwavering. Daoist Zhang nodded, appearing satisfied with my response. Very well, since you are willing, I shall accept you as my disciple. However, you must remember that the path of cultivation is arduous. You will need to exert more effort and perseverance than others. Remember to seek me out at Qingcheng Temple upon turning 18. Daoist Zhang's words were solemn and weighty, filled with expectations and requirements. 18? But I am only 12 now. What shall I do for the next 6 years? I queried, confusion and anxiety flooding my mind. Daoist Zhang cast a glance at grandfather, remarking, given your grandfather's capabilities, he has surely arranged everything for you. So you need not worry. Grandfather glanced at Daoist Zhang, smiling wryly. Indeed, nothing escapes Daoist Zhang's notice. Daoist Zhang offered a faint smile, saying, then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. He turned away, his silhouette gradually fading in the afterglow of the setting sun. At the moment of parting, Zhang Daoshang whispered to his grandfather, you must provide me with a good incantation. Although his voice was low, it carried a hint of helplessness and sentiment. The grandfather chuckled softly, saying nothing in response. After sending Zhang Daoshang out the door, he gazed at the distant figure for a long time, lost in thought. His eyes were profound and distant, as if they transcended time and space. And he glanced back at the mountains behind. I rushed to my grandfather's side and asked, Grandfather, what are you looking at? I tugged at his hand, attempting to gain his attention. Only then did he come back to his senses. His voice deep and mysterious. Shaoan, you should return and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you to do something significant. Why curiosity piqued. I pressed on, Grandfather, what important matter are we to attend to? My voice brimmed with eagerness and longing. The grandfather smiled enigmatically, saying, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. You will know tomorrow. What cannot be avoided remains unavoidable. Oh well, perhaps it is indeed fate. The initial promise must be fulfilled. Reluctantly, I returned to my room, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. What promise? Why am I unaware of it? My mind was flooded with images of my grandfather's mysterious smile and the scenery of the mountains behind. I thought to myself, surely, grandfather harbors some secret. Could it be related to the mountains behind? Is that not merely a rumor? Could it be true? My thoughts were tangled like a mess of threads. Becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 7. The interception. Early the next morning, grandfather, with his small cloth bag slung over his shoulder, led me out the door. We ascended the narrow path up the mountain. In my memory, grandfather's small cloth bag seemed to possess boundless utility, containing everything one could imagine. He pulled out a piece of candy and handed it to me. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, Grandfather, where are we going? He pointed ahead, saying, do you see that mountain? We are heading there. I looked in the direction he indicated. It was Diashui Cliff. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, grandfather took out 3 incense sticks from his small bag. His movements gentle and reverent, he beckoned me to follow him, and we arrived at a clearing carpeted with fallen leaves. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a slight chill. Grandfather crouched down, using a small stick to carve a small pit in the ground, then inserted the 3 incense sticks into the pit, arranging them in a triangular formation. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to light the incense. The flames danced upon the incense tips, releasing a faint, fragrant smoke. Grandfather softly said, Shaoan, the incense represents our respect and wishes. Today, we ascend the mountain to attend to important matters, so we must seek the mountain god's counsel. However, halfway through the incense burning, it suddenly extinguished. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle rustling of the wind through the trees. Grandfather's expression grew grave as he relit the incense, only for it to extinguish once more. "This is not a good omen," he murmured as he tried again. But this time the 3 sticks snapped in half. Frowning, he declared, "Humph! Burning incense for you is a courtesy. If you dare obstruct me, we shall see what happens." "Shaoan, we are going up the mountain." At that moment, an eerie laughter seemed to echo through the forest, sending chills down my spine. "Who is it?" I asked nervously. Grandfather grasped my hand, whispering, "Do not be afraid. Shaoan, stay close to me." Following him, I trailed closely behind, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes, sending a wave of cold sweat over me. Yet, the sound quickly faded, and silence returned. As we continued forward, an icy sensation enveloped me. I looked down to see a bony, pale hand clutching my pant leg. Though I had mentally prepared myself after encountering that female ghost, the sudden appearance of this bony hand truly startled me. I let out a scream, hastily lifting my foot to shake it off. However, no matter what I did, I could not rid myself of that hand. Grandfather hurriedly calmed my nerves and took out some vermilion powder from his bag. Sprinkling it over the bone, which emitted puffs of white smoke before turning to dust, I exhaled heavily, my legs trembling slightly. Grandfather then reassured me, "Shaoan, this journey may not be peaceful, but do not worry too much. As long as I am here, even the King of Heaven cannot harm you." I stayed close to Grandfather, though fear lingered in my heart, his words providing a measure of comfort. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted past. Startled, I quickly tugged at Grandfather's sleeve. He gestured for me to remain silent, then took out a talisman. This talisman was likely left for him by Zhang Daoshang when he departed. We quietly approached. Discovering it was a yellow weasel, squatting in the middle of the path, its eyes fixed on us. This was a weasel spirit, known for blocking travelers and demanding a title if the traveler complied. It could transform, but even then, retaliation was likely, for they were notorious for holding grudges. If the traveler refused, it could lead to a significant loss of its powers, resulting in revenge. Grandfather slowly approached the weasel spirit, which remained motionless, its eyes locked onto Grandfather, chanting, "Do I look like a human or a deity to you?" After a moment, Grandfather halted. Taking a deep breath, he stared at the weasel spirit and declared loudly, "If you know what is good for you, step aside quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." His voice resonated with firmness and authority. Before he finished speaking, the weasel spirit suddenly leaped up, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at Grandfather. Swiftly, Grandfather dodged the attack, simultaneously launching the talisman, which struck the weasel spirit accurately. He let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Grandfather stepped forward, pinning the weasel spirit down to prevent it from rising again. He then withdrew a sharp dagger from his bag, preparing to end the weasel spirit's life. However, at that critical moment, the weasel spirit spoke, "Wait, old man. I am merely following orders. Please spare me, and I promise not to obstruct anyone again." I was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. It was truly a spirit that could speak. Grandfather hesitated for a moment, then plunged the dagger, and with a final wail, the weasel spirit was no more. Grandfather stood up and said to me, "Shaoan, do not easily trust the words of spirits. They are deceitful and may seek revenge afterward." "Understood, Grandfather," I replied, my tone resolute. Just then, the previously quiet surroundings erupted into a cacophony of rustling sounds. Grandfather gravely stated, "That must be the weasel spirit's dying cry attracting its kin. We must hurry." We quickened our pace up the mountain, a horde of weasels pursuing us from behind. We reached the midpoint of the mountain before they ceased their chase, seemingly deterred by something. Grandfather, as if aware of this, said to me, "The day is waning. Let us rest briefly and then continue our journey." We sat upon a large rock, consuming a small meal as dusk descended, enveloping the mountain path in darkness. Just as we prepared to rise and continue, a chilling wind swept through, and I vaguely saw several shadows drifting around us. Those shadows flickered in the night, resembling ghosts from the forest, elusive and unpredictable. Grandfather's voice was steady and reassuring. "Oh, not fear, Shaolin. These are merely lost souls, nothing to be afraid of." He produced a yellow talisman, chanting softly before igniting it. The flames danced in the night. Seemingly scaring the shadows away, we pressed on. The night deepening and the mountain path growing ever more treacherous, I followed closely behind Grandfather, wary of any misstep. Suddenly, I felt a chill creeping up my back. I turned abruptly to see a white figure gliding past me. I screamed, and Grandfather immediately turned, reigniting the talisman in his hand. The white figure let out a piercing wail before vanishing into the night. Grandfather reassured me, "It's all right, Shaolin. That was merely a restless spirit." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, carrying a flurry of leaves. As they settled, I realized it was a dark specter clad in black armor. Reminiscent of an ancient warrior, with a stern expression, it spoke. "Fu Lei Oi, considering your arduous practice, I shall not pursue today's matter. Depart swiftly." Grandfather scoffed. "I thought you were something significant. You are merely a gatekeeper, akin to a watchdog. Even if your superior were here, you would not prevent us from ascending the mountain." Chapter 8. The crystal coffin in the cave. Humph. Even in old age, your words remain harsh. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. As soon as the words left my lips, the black-armored ghost general charged forth with a ferocity akin to a swirling tempest of darkness, imbued with boundless murderous intent and malevolence. Sensing this ominous aura, my body began to tremble involuntarily. He was evidently far more formidable than the female ghost encountered earlier. I observed my grandfather draw forth a copper-coin sword from his satchel, its blade glimmering faintly as it clashed with the ghost general in fierce combat. I stood helplessly to the side, my fists clenched tightly, unable to intervene. My anxious gaze fixated on the duel between my grandfather and the ghostly foe. My heart lodged firmly in my throat. The battle between my grandfather and the black-armored ghost general was exceedingly intense. The sound of the copper sword colliding with the ghost general's long blade reverberated through the night sky, each impact producing a sharp, metallic clang that echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Despite his advanced age, my grandfather exhibited remarkable agility, each move infused with strength and skill, his form shifting like a wraith. Evading capture with uncanny grace, I found myself puzzled. How had my grandfather suddenly become so powerful? The more I pondered, the more my brow furrowed in confusion, my heart laden with uncertainty. After a particularly fierce exchange, both my grandfather and the black-armored ghost general staggered back several paces, and my grandfather turned to me, urging, "Shaolin, I will hold him off. You must swiftly ascend that cliff. There is a cave within, and inside it lies a crystal coffin. Upon seeing the coffin, retrieve the pouch around your neck, and you shall be safe." The realization struck me that the village rumors were indeed true. Was it possible that I had unwittingly married a ghostly bride? The black-armored ghost general coldly interjected, "Old Fu, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You shall not succeed." With a wave of his hand, several malevolent spirits emerged behind him, their twisted visages and rancid auras sending a chill down my spine. "Grandfather, no. I wish to stay with you," I cried, my voice quaking with emotion. And my grandfather roared in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. "You foolish boy, you dare disregard my words? Quickly ascend the mountain. Do not." Before he could finish, the black-armored ghost general commanded his minions to charge at you. My grandfather, seeing the imminent danger, pushed me forcefully, shouting, "Run, Shaolin! This is an order." Though my heart was heavy with reluctance, I understood that he was protecting me in his own way. Gritting my teeth, tears welling in my eyes, I turned and sprinted toward the mountain. Suddenly, a vengeful spirit appeared before me, hurtling towards me with lightning speed. As if intent on tearing me apart, I raised my peachwood sword in a frantic attempt to defend myself, my hands trembling uncontrollably from fear. Just as the spirit was about to reach me, a beam of golden light surged forth, scattering it into nothingness. I turned to see my grandfather had come to my aid. The sounds of battle faded into the distance. Yet my heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, each step becoming an arduous task. I dared not look back, fleeing desperately, the wind whistling past my ears, my breaths heavy with panic. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, The stench of decay overwhelmed me, causing my stomach to churn. I fought to suppress my nausea, grasping a tree on the cliffside, cautiously climbing upward. Just as I neared the cave, a vengeful spirit suddenly struck, sending me hurtling through the air. I plummeted from the cliff, my heart sinking. Surely, this was the end. The branches snagged my tattered clothing, and I shut my eyes, awaiting death. Fortunately, I landed upon the thick trunk of a tree. And though my insides felt as if they had been rearranged, the pain was excruciating, nearly leading me to faint. Regrettably, the spirit had also spotted me. "You little brat, let's see how far you can run today." It screeched, charging at me with malicious glee. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, a commanding voice echoed from the cave, "Halt!" This voice was deafening, imbued with an invisible authority that made the very air tremble. The vengeful spirit froze in place, its expression morphing into one of terror, eyes wide with fear. A brilliant light emanated from the cave, striking the spirit, which writhed in agony before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. Moments later, an unseen force lifted me directly to the cave's entrance. Struggling to rise, my legs felt weak, and I could barely maintain my balance. Leaning against the cave wall, I cautiously ventured inside, each step fraught with trepidation and anticipation. Deep within the cavern, I beheld a spacious chamber housing a crystal coffin, radiating a soft blue glow, ethereal and serene. I approached with trepidation, my heart racing, filled with both curiosity and anxiety. The coffin's transparency allowed me to glimpse its contents, a young woman. Her beauty akin to a painting, seemingly in slumber. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisitely sculpted. Her hands were gracefully folded over her chest, delicately clutching an ornate jade flute. Her hair flowed like silk, shimmering with a dark luster, and her visage bore a tranquil smile, as if lost in a delightful dream. I was momentarily awestruck. Who was this woman? Why was she here? Countless questions surged through my mind. Plunging me into confusion at that moment, I felt the pouch around my neck grow warm. Instinctively, I grasped it, its temperature rising, as though responding to the presence of the woman in the coffin. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. Slowly rising to gaze at me, it was her. The very woman from my dreams. Our eyes locked, and her ethereal beauty made my face flush, compelling me to lower my gaze. My heart raced, pounding as if it might burst from my chest. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet no sound emerged. She reclined once more, closing her eyes, resembling a slumbering beauty. Her elegant demeanor captivated me, leaving me entranced. After what felt like an eternity, I heard a gentle voice beckon, "You, come in." Perplexed, I stood frozen, wondering where the voice had originated, my gaze darting around in a panic. Suddenly, an unseen force yanked me into the coffin. With a resounding thud, the lid slammed shut, plunging me into darkness. Terrified, I thrashed about inside the coffin, my hands desperately searching for an escape. After a while, I became too fatigued to continue my struggles, yet the presence of a female corpse nearby filled me with dread. I braced myself for her to awaken suddenly and unleash some horrific fate upon me. Each passing second felt like an eternity, my heart pounding with trepidation. Yet, she lay there silently, without any movement. I attempted to calm myself, taking deep breaths, convincing myself that this was merely a dream, a bizarre dream. However, the tangible sensations and enveloping darkness made it difficult to convince myself otherwise. Yet, my body insisted that this was all too real. To my astonishment, the woman's form was not rigid but instead emanated a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of orchid and musk, intoxicatingly delightful. As I fumbled about in the coffin, my hand brushed against something soft, and I squeezed it inadvertently. A stern voice reprimanded me, "You little rascal, at such a tender age, you ought to behave. If you continue to fumble about, I shall cast you out." The voice was laced with indignation and embarrassment. Upon hearing this, I froze in place, my heart entwined with fear and shame. My cheeks burning as if engulfed in flames, I cautiously withdrew my hand, stammering an apology. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to." The atmosphere within the coffin shifted, and I sensed a light laughter emanating from the woman beside me. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped me, easing my fear and alleviating my discomfort. I succumbed to slumber, unaware of how long I had been asleep. Eventually, I awoke, finding myself in an unfamiliar room. A figure lay on the bed, wrapped in soft blankets adorned with exquisite patterns, exuding a subtle fragrance. I sat up, scanning the surroundings. The room was elegantly furnished, imbued with an air of mystery. Adorning the walls were ancient paintings, and bookshelves overflowed with tomes of antiquity. Just as I was lost in thought, the door creaked open, and in walked the very woman from the crystal coffin. She carried a steaming bowl of porridge, approaching the bedside with a smile, her voice gentle as flowing water. "Husband, you're awake? Have some porridge." They seemed unable to perceive my presence as I slowly approached, eager to discern the visage of the man. Just as I drew near, the scene shifted. Chapter 9. The betrothal. A scene of carnage unfolded before me. A dismal tableau of death and despair. Countless corpses lay heaped like mountains, the ground stained crimson with blood. Amidst this gruesome sight, a lone silhouette slumped on the ground, clutching a man tightly. Her garments were soaked in blood, her hair a chaotic mess. The man's white robe was now tainted red, and the azure attire of the woman bore the marks of unspeakable violence. She held him close, her jade flute shattered in two. Weeping for an eternity, her cries were heart-wrenching, piercing the very soul. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze locking onto mine, and in that moment, I was jolted awake, realizing it was but a dream. Yet it felt so vividly real. My clothes were drenched with sweat as I gasped for breath. I glanced around, enveloped in darkness, pondering. Who was that man? What connection does this woman have with me? These questions tangled in my mind like a chaotic web, leaving me in a state of confusion. At that moment, I felt a sharp pain in my ear, as if someone had twisted it, followed by the voice of a rascal. "Have you had enough sleep? Get down here." I was filled with bewilderment, mumbling in confusion. "What have I done to you?" Then, I suddenly sprang up, realizing I had been sleeping on an exceptionally soft surface, having drooled profusely. The wetness embarrassed me greatly. Though I could not see, I sincerely apologized. "I am terribly sorry. I slept far too soundly. Please forgive me." Just as I contemplated how to exit, the coffin lid creaked open with a loud sound that echoed starkly in the stillness. I beheld my grandfather, holding a torch, his clothing tattered and stained, revealing the hardships he had endured. The weariness etched on his face tugged at my heartstrings, my nose tinged with emotion as I rushed forward. Embracing him tightly, tears flooding my eyes like a burst dam, and my grandfather pushed me away, exclaiming, "You rascal! I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? As long as you are safe, everything I do is worthwhile." "Grandfather, what happened to the ghost? You weren't hurt, were you?" I gazed at him, my eyes filled with worry and confusion. He looked at the crystal coffin and, with a hint of pride and confidence, replied, "Of course not. Do you not see who I am? That mere little ghost is nothing to be concerned about." I inquired, "What are we to do next?" My gaze was filled with uncertainty and hope. He directed his attention to the crystal coffin, stating, "We shall carry this coffin back home." Without further questioning, I understood he had his reasons. Thus, my grandfather and I lifted the crystal coffin and made our way home. Strangely enough, despite its seemingly heavy appearance, it felt as though it weighed only 50 or 60 pounds. Along the way, I pondered the oddity of it all. To my astonishment, our journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon our arrival, my grandfather, with a solemn expression, led me to an empty room in our house, carefully placing the crystal coffin in the center of the floor. He then turned to me, his demeanor serious, and stated, "Shawan, this shall be your room from now on. However, for the next couple of days, do not disturb this coffin. In 2 days, I shall tell you what to do." Observing his earnest countenance, I nodded in agreement, though my mind was flooded with countless questions, each stirring with anticipation. That night, as I lay in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The events of the day replayed in my mind like a film, the gruesome scenes, the mysterious man, each image so vivid it was etched in my memory. The haunting dream lingered, filling me with confusion and curiosity, especially the sorrowful gaze of that beautiful woman, which unsettled me deeply, leaving me restless. Ultimately, my curiosity triumphed over fear, and I resolved to investigate the enigmatic crystal coffin once more. As I cautiously pushed open the door, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted through the room. Enchanting and ethereal, As if it could ensnare the very soul, I tiptoed toward the chamber housing the coffin, a chill enveloping me like icy waves. I shivered involuntarily yet pressed onward, each step heightening my anxiety. However, to my astonishment, upon reaching the coffin, I discovered that the lid, which should have been securely closed, was slightly ajar. A mysterious aura seeped through the gap, quickening my heartbeat. With wide eyes, I was filled with trepidation and confusion. What was happening? Had someone tampered with this coffin? I approached cautiously, my trembling fingers brushing against the lid, feeling a coldness emanate from it. The chill spread through me, causing me to shudder. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage and slowly pushed the lid open a crack, peering inside. There lay the woman, serene in her slumber, dressed in azure, her beauty undiminished, resembling a sleeping fairy. Her garments flowed like clouds, exuding an air of mystery. The fragrance enveloped me, intoxicating my senses. I gazed at her, an inexplicable wave of compassion washing over me. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. In that instant, my heart seemed to halt, her gaze, clear as water, locked onto mine, as if piercing into the depths of my soul. I staggered back, my complexion paling, my heart racing uncontrollably. I turned to flee from this terrifying place, only to find my legs heavy as lead. Immobilized, fear clutched me like invisible chains, binding me tightly. Yet, amidst my panic, her voice drifted to me, soothing and gentle. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." That I halted, turning back to face the woman in the coffin. After much contemplation, uncertain of her true nature, I decided to await my grandfather's guidance. In a sudden burst, I dashed out of the room, faintly hearing a soft sigh behind me, filled with resignation and loss. 2 fleeting days passed, and I found my grandfather arranging a plethora of wedding items around the house, vibrant and resplendent in red. Curiosity compelled me to ask, "Grandfather, what is all this?" My voice was laced with questions. "Preparing for your wedding, of course," he replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Wedding? Whose bride?" "I am only 12, I exclaimed in astonishment, my mouth agape, and my grandfather looked at me and said, "Why, to that female corpse, of course. She saved your life once. Do you not wish to marry her?" My cheeks flushed as I recalled the woman's exquisite face and the enchanting figure from my dream. Surely I would be willing. Such a beautiful bride was a treasure. Yet, I still questioned, she saved me? When did she do that? How could I marry a corpse? She cannot move. My voice held a hint of shyness and confusion. My grandfather playfully tapped the back of my head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal?" After a moment's thought, he said earnestly, "Do you not realize you are unlike others? You were born after 12 months of gestation, barely clinging to life. I sought her aid in the mountains, and she agreed to suppress the pure young energy within you, on the condition of a betrothal. That pouch is a token of our agreement. However, as you have grown, the pouch can no longer serve its purpose. So it is imperative that you marry her by your 12th year to ensure your safety. Upon reaching the age of 18, you should seek out Zhang Daozhang to learn a skill for your own protection. Furthermore, when the time comes, your bride shall awaken, and you need not worry about anything." I nodded silently, yet my heart was still laden with doubts and concerns. Although my grandfather assured me that the woman would awaken, I could scarcely fathom what it would be like to coexist with the corpse. As the date of the wedding drew nearer, an inexplicable tension began to grip me, a tension akin to an invisible net tightly ensnaring me. Despite my gratitude towards the woman, this union felt profoundly peculiar. Each time this thought crossed my mind, my heart would involuntarily tremble. On the eve of the wedding, I found myself alone in the chamber containing the crystal coffin. Chapter 10. The Wedding, the Jade Pendant. I stood quietly beside the coffin, gazing at the woman within. My eyes were filled with a whirlwind of emotions, anticipation, fear, and an indescribable tenderness. The following day, as the sun ascended, its golden rays pierced through the darkened sky like a sword, heralding the dawn of a new day. My grandfather and parents had prepared everything, and the wedding proceeded as scheduled, and no other guests were invited, for they understood that such an unusual ceremony was not meant for public scrutiny. It was a secret ritual belonging to our family. The atmosphere felt somewhat desolate, the surroundings so quiet that I could almost hear the gentle whisper of the breeze. May the 5th generation of Rui prosper, auspiciously opening the transformation of the southern lands. united in heart and spirit. May we forever harmonize like fish and water, assisting each other sincerely, pledging our vows as mandarin ducks. The ceremony commenced. Following my grandfather's instructions, I meticulously performed each rite. Clad in the attire of the groom, my red ceremonial robe adorned with exquisite patterns, I held a bouquet of fresh flowers. I walked slowly towards the crystal coffin. Each step heavy yet resolute. Before the coffin, I gently lifted the lid, gazing upon the woman inside, recalling the enigmatic figure from my dreams. Who was that mysterious man? This question surged within me yet again. But I reassured myself that this was for my own sake. Finally, I carefully lifted the bride, her stature taller than mine, yet her form was surprisingly light, allowing me to carry her effortlessly into the new chamber, which was adorned with warmth and celebration. After placing her gently upon the bed, I quietly sat beside her, gazing at her countenance. Her face seemed to bear a hint of a smile, akin to flowers blooming in spring. Beautiful and enchanting, as if she were content with this extraordinary wedding, I silently vowed that I would take good care of her, regardless of the fact that this was merely a formal union. I would strive to fulfill my responsibilities, even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. After dinner, with a heart full of trepidation, I entered the room where my grandfather had instructed me to sleep beside the corpse in the crystal coffin. The coffin, positioned at the center of the room, emanated a mysterious and chilling aura. I cautiously opened the lid, a wave of cold air assaulting me, icy and penetrating, causing me to shudder involuntarily. I placed her within the coffin, scrutinizing the lifeless form, clad in a striking red robe that resembled flames, vibrant and eye-catching. Embroidered at the hem was a lifelike phoenix, as if it might take flight at any moment. Her features were exquisite, her brows resembling distant mountains, gracefully arching like the undulating hills in the distance, imbued with poetic charm and tenderness. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, clear and bright. Her long, willow-leaf brows gently curved, revealing a hint of softness and grace. Her nose was elegant, the tip slightly upturned, adding a touch of playfulness. Her face was as radiant as a silver plate, her skin fairer than snow, delicate and translucent, revealing a faint blush. Her lips, slightly parted, were as vibrant as cherries, and her hair, piled high in a classical style, cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal beauty, embodying both gentleness and an enchanting liveliness. Taking a deep breath to summon my courage, I lay down within the coffin. The space was exceedingly confined, leaving me feeling somewhat suffocated. Yet, I endeavored to remain calm, striving to suppress the fear and unease within me as I attempted to acclimate to this unfamiliar and daunting environment. I closed my eyes, working to relax, silently reciting comforting words to myself. However, the fear buried deep within me gripped my heart like an invisible hand, rendering sleep elusive. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma enveloped the coffin, imbued with an enchanting power that gradually calmed my restless heart, and I soon drifted into slumber in the dead of night. I felt a peculiar tingling sensation at my neck, as if something were gently sucking at it. This strange sensation unsettled me. It was soft and subtle, yet sent a jolt of tension through my nerves. Memories of childhood tales about zombies and vampires flooded my mind, intensifying my fear as terrifying scenes played out in my imagination. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable, casting the world into utter blackness. Dreams flowed like water, ethereal and elusive, transporting me to a hazy realm where I beheld her, the woman in the red robe. I found myself in a festive bridal chamber, the decorations vibrant, with the auspicious red characters prominently displayed on the walls. She sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her figure as elegant as a beautiful painting. I approached her, my steps light yet anxious, as if each movement was taken on a cloud. Lifting her red veil, her visage, delicate as a water lily, left me momentarily breathless, so breathtakingly beautiful that I was entranced. Her eyes opened, locking onto mine with a gaze filled with warmth and anticipation. "Gentle husband, come closer," she spoke softly, her voice as melodious as a mountain stream. Crystal clear and enchanting, I gazed at her stunning face. Stepping closer, my heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension, each beat echoing within my chest like a rapid drum, I sat beside her, feeling her chill yet fragrant presence. Her coldness, paradoxically, enveloped me in an unexpected warmth. Her eyes brimmed with profound affection, as deep as the ocean, pulling me into their depths. Unable to resist, I clasped her hand, the icy touch startling me, yet her smile brought me comfort. I had many questions to ask her. Who are you? Why did you save me? Just as I was about to voice my inquiries, she placed her right index finger upon my lips, gazing at me with an intensity that urged me to remain silent. Her captivating look sent a shiver through me, compelling me to lower my gaze. My cheeks flushed. Husband, the night is deep. It is time to rest, she said gently. With a wave of her hand, the room was instantly shrouded in darkness. As if the entire world had succumbed to shadow, an unseen force pulled me onto the bed beside her, the scent of her presence enveloping me as layers of fabric slipped away. At that tender age, I was naive and knew not what to do. She guided me through each moment, her whispers soft and soothing, like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, bringing both coolness and reassurance. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, her features strikingly beautiful, resembling a figure from a painting. Under the moon's glow, her countenance appeared even more ethereal and divine. Her fingers glided across my forehead, soothing away my worries, and soon, the tranquil night cradled me into slumber, that dreamlike state resembling a serene harbor, granting me immense peace and comfort. The next day, blinding sunlight pierced through the window, like golden spears, penetrating the dark corners of the room and rousing me from sleep. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and discovered her still lying in the crystal coffin, while I lay on the bed. Everything in the room was orderly, as though the events of the previous night had been naught but a dream. Contemplating whether last night's occurrences had indeed been a figment of my imagination, I sighed deeply, my heart burdened with confusion and disappointment. Approaching the coffin, I inquired, "My bride, what is your name?" After a long silence, the room remained still, with no reply, and my mother called from outside, "Shaun, hurry up and get ready for breakfast." "All right, I'll be right there," I hurriedly responded as I dashed out the door. After freshening up, I joined my family at the dining table, where my mother had prepared a lavish feast, the aroma of the dishes tantalizing and mouth-watering. I dove into the meal with fervor. During breakfast, my parents admonished me, "Regardless of who she is, now that you are wed, you must treat her well. If we find out otherwise, you shall face the consequences." I nodded in agreement, then turned to glance at my grandfather, who smiled and nodded back at me. "Grandfather, do you know her name?" I asked, perplexed. He patted my head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I do not know, but I am aware of one character in her name. You can simply take out the pouch and see for yourself." My eyes brightened as I hastily retrieved the exquisite silk pouch from my pocket. With utmost care, I opened it, fearing the damage of this precious item. Inside lay an ancient jade pendant, quietly resting, inscribed with a character whose twisted strokes resembled an archaic script. I leaned in closer, straining to decipher it, and at last, I recognized it, the character Tong. After finishing my meal, I could hardly contain my excitement as I clutched the jade pendant and made my way back to the room where the crystal coffin was kept. I gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, my heart racing with anticipation. Approaching the crystal coffin, I gazed at the girl within, filled with curiosity and reverence. Her visage remained beautiful and serene, as if she were merely awaiting something in her slumber. I delicately caressed the jade pendant and murmured, "Tong," as if calling forth her name. Addressing the crystal coffin, I declared, "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Tong." Upon uttering these words, a warm aura enveloped the air, as if Xiao Tong had heard me and was responding in kind. Chapter 11. Possessed. For years slipped by like fleeting shadows, and Xiao Tong lay undisturbed in her coffin, unchanged. Throughout these years, on the 15th of each month, I would apply my blood from the middle finger to her lips, filled with hope for signs of her awakening. However, repeated disappointments weighed heavily on my heart. I entered high school and, through diligent effort, gained admission to the best institution in the county, an achievement that should have filled me with pride and joy. Yet the distance from home proved daunting, requiring several hours of travel to return. Moreover, the school enforced a strict closed management system, allowing only weekend visits home. Given the inconveniences of travel, I opted to reside on campus on the day of summer vacation. I, burdened with my heavy backpack, prepared to head home. Upon reaching the school gate, I encountered a girl from the adjacent class, Li Louis. Fu Shuren. "Are you going home? Shall we go together?" Her voice was melodious and bright. Tinged with anticipation, Li Louis was the daughter of Aunt Lier, and we had shared a close bond since childhood. She was quite lovely, her smile revealing charming dimples, and was widely regarded as the belle of our school. "No, I'll manage on my own. Accompanying you would be quite the ordeal," I replied, hastening toward the bus stop, unwilling to look back. Fu Shiren. "What do you mean? Others would gladly join me," she retorted, her tone filled with indignation as she stormed off. Her retreat marked by stubbornness and annoyance. I paid her no heed, especially since my wedding with Xiao Tong. Any time a girl approached me, the jade pendant around my neck would grow warm. Accompanied by a series of unfortunate events, I recalled one instance when a female classmate asked me a question. After I answered, I inexplicably stumbled, landing in an embarrassing heap, which prompted uproarious laughter from my classmates, shattering my dashing image. Such incidents had taught me the importance of maintaining distance from girls. Upon arriving at the bus station, I unexpectedly encountered Li Louis once more. Her expression was somewhat strained, revealing traces of embarrassment and hesitation, yet she summoned the courage to approach me. Lowering her gaze, her voice quivered as she said, "Fu Shiren, I was too impulsive. I'm sorry, I was taken aback. I hadn't anticipated this proud girl would come to apologize." I smiled gently and replied, "No worries, I've already forgotten," and my tone was calm and soothing, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness between us. We walked side by side toward the bus station, the atmosphere still tinged with unease. Suddenly, Li Louis broke the silence. "Fu Shiren, that jade pendant around your neck is quite unique." Her gaze was fixed upon the pendant, filled with curiosity. Instinctively, I touched the jade pendant, a cherished gift from Xiao Tong that I had worn constantly without parting from it. I hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was given to me by my wife." The flicker of surprise crossed Li Louis's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Wife? How old are you, to have a wife already? Are you jesting?" I chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. I found it difficult to articulate the beauty and elusiveness of my connection with Xiao Tong. It was a secret that belonged solely to me. Once aboard the bus, we found a seat. Li Louis continued to observe me with a gaze full of curiosity, making me feel somewhat uneasy. I turned my attention to the window. Suddenly, I felt the jade pendant grow warm against my skin, an ominous sensation rising within me. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the pendant, silently praying that misfortune would not strike again. At that moment, the bus came to a sudden halt, and I lurched forward, nearly colliding with the seat in front of me. My body lost its balance, and my heart raced. "What is happening?" passengers exclaimed, their voices filled with discontent and panic. The driver apologized, explaining that a cat had dashed across the road, necessitating an emergency stop. I sighed in relief and glanced at Li Louis, who appeared equally shaken, her complexion pale and her eyes reflecting lingering fear. However, when I looked out the window again, I noticed a woman standing beneath a tree by the roadside, one I did not recognize, gazing at me with an indescribable intensity. I froze, my heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from my chest. Before I could gather my thoughts, the bus resumed its journey, slowly moving away from that place. I turned back urgently, wishing to glimpse her once more. But her figure had vanished. A sense of disorientation washed over me, filled with confusion and unease. It had been 4 years since anything so strange had transpired, and the long-forgotten fear and uncertainty enveloped me anew. Li Louis noticed my distress and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Her voice was laced with worry. I managed a weak smile and shook my head. After approximately 2.5 hours, the bus finally stopped. I leaped off and sprinted toward home, my pace swift, as if something were pursuing me. "Fu Shiren, are you even a man? Wait for me." Li Louis's voice echoed behind me, filled with indignation. I paid her no mind, consumed by the singular thought of reaching home swiftly. Upon opening the door, I discovered the house empty. My parents must have gone out to work, I mused, as I entered. My gaze fell upon the crystal coffin. I sat beside it, recounting amusing tales from school, my voice echoing in the stillness of the room. Every now and then, I heard soft laughter, surely from Xiao Tong. My heart surged with joy, believing she was on the verge of awakening. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Fu Eryi, are you home?" came a voice from outside, filled with urgency and panicked. I rushed to open the door, surprised to find Aunt Lier standing there, her face etched with anxiety and unease. "Aunt Lier, usually warm-hearted, now bore an expression that sent a chill down my spine. "What has happened?" I asked hastily, my voice tinged with concern. "Little Lin, is your grandfather home? Your second uncle is in serious trouble. It seems he has become possessed." "What? My grandfather isn't at home," I exclaimed, dread surging within me like a tidal wave. The news of my uncle's possession left me stunned. "Aunt, please, take a moment to explain. What exactly transpired?" I urged, striving to maintain my composure while inquiring about the specifics. Aunt Lier took a deep breath, attempting to steady herself before continuing. "This morning, your second uncle went to the back mountain to gather firewood, and upon returning home, he suddenly went mad. He babbled incoherently and acted strangely. The villagers say he is possessed. I hurried here to find your grandfather, hoping he might have a solution." Hearing this only heightened my anxiety. In our village, possession was no trivial matter, often necessitating the intervention of a priest or sorcerer for exorcism. My grandfather was the only one knowledgeable in such matters, and with him absent, I felt lost. "Aunt, perhaps I should accompany you to investigate. Though my grandfather hasn't taught me much, I have learned some basic skills," I suggested. Aunt Lier regarded me thoughtfully for a moment before conceding. "Very well, little, and you go see what is happening. We will find a solution when your grandfather returns." "Aunt, let us hurry," I stated firmly, and then hurriedly made my way to my uncle's house with my second aunt. Upon arriving at my uncle's residence, I noticed that a group of villagers had already gathered at the entrance. As they saw me approaching, they instinctively parted to make way. Chapter 12. The eve of struggle, I stepped into the courtyard and was met with a chaotic scene littered with scattered feathers. My uncle was voraciously devouring a chicken. The spectacle was gruesome and revolting, with bits of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. His face and clothes were smeared with blood and feathers. Eli Louis was cowering in a corner, her face as pale as a blank sheet of paper, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Upon seeing me, she rushed to my side, clutching the hem of my garment tightly. I paid her no heed, my gaze fixed intently on my uncle as I scrutinized him. His complexion was ashen, devoid of color, and his eyes glimmered with an unsettling green hue. He emitted a series of high-pitched, grating sounds that sent shivers down my spine. And as I observed his pointed chin, a sense of foreboding gripped my heart. He had clearly attracted the ire of a weasel spirit. In that moment, I found myself at a loss as to what to do. Weasels are notoriously vengeful and cunning in folklore. If the matter isn't resolved thoroughly, it would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles in the future. After much contemplation, I turned to my second aunt and said, "Aunt, this situation is rather complicated. We must first restrain my uncle and devise a plan once my grandfather arrives." She acquiesced with a tremulous voice laced with anxiety and summoned several robust men from the village to bind my uncle. These men, typically strong and vigorous, appeared somewhat cautious in facing my uncle, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Before long, my grandfather hurriedly arrived, his footsteps quick and his face glistening with sweat, though he paid no mind to wiping it away. Upon seeing me, he spoke with a hint of pride and satisfaction. "Well done, my boy. You truly are a worthy descendant of the Fu family." With that, he affectionately ruffled my hair and approached my uncle. My grandfather, a man of vast experience, always seemed adept at handling such matters. He examined my uncle closely, then retrieved several talismans from a cloth bag he carried. Turning to me and my second aunt, he declared, "Indeed, this is a case of weasel possession, but you need not worry. I possess the means to resolve it." His voice was steady and authoritative. He instructed Li Louis and me to stand aside, forbidding us to approach, his tone serious and resolute. He began to chant incantations while gesturing in the air with his fingers, tracing symbols that I could not comprehend, as he recited his spell. My uncle's body began to convulse violently, emitting strange sounds that resembled both human cries and bestial roars, as if he were locked in a fierce struggle against the weasel spirit within him. After a tumultuous battle, my grandfather suddenly bellowed, and the talismans in his hand ignited, their flames illuminating the surroundings. He pressed the burning talisman against my uncle's forehead, prompting a piercing scream from him. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him, causing his body to convulse one last time before falling eerily still. My grandfather stepped forward to assess my uncle's condition and then reassured us. "All is well. The weasel spirit has been exorcised." My second aunt and I rushed forward, relieved to see my uncle had returned to normal. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his eyes regained clarity. Devoid of the previous madness and confusion, we exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at my grandfather. "Grandfather, you are truly remarkable," I exclaimed sincerely. He smiled and patted my shoulder before addressing the villagers. "You may all return home. There is nothing to fear." Once Uncle Lee regained consciousness, he recounted the events leading up to his possession. He had encountered the weasel seeking vengeance, and in his ignorance, he had thrown a stone at it, injuring it gravely and inciting its wrath. After the ordeal, my grandfather and I returned home. His brow was furrowed in deep thought, an expression of concern etched upon his face, as if an invisible lock had sealed away his worries. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" I inquired, my voice tinged with curiosity. He pondered for a long moment before replying in a somber tone. "Shao-un, this weasel may merely be a harbinger." Confused, I questioned, "But hasn't the situation been resolved? Could there be further complications?" My tone was laced with urgency and unease as I pressed him for answers. My grandfather said nothing more, simply instructing me to rest well in the days that followed. I trained diligently under his watchful eye. Though he refrained from imparting the esoteric knowledge of feng shui, fearing it might adversely affect my future cultivation, he focused on strengthening my fundamental skills to enhance my physical prowess. At first, I struggled even to endure an hour of training, which earned me my grandfather's disapproval and reprimands. His expression was stern, his voice severe, as if I had committed an unforgivable offense. My father had often implored him not to be so harsh with me, considering my tender age, but each time, my grandfather had dismissed him without mercy. As time elapsed, my physical condition improved markedly, allowing me to sustain rigorous training for several days with ease. Meanwhile, I began to sense a mysterious force within me, seemingly transforming my very essence. Yet, I remained oblivious to its nature and unable to wield it. I pressed my grandfather for answers, but he remained resolutely silent. On a stormy night a week later, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, resembling a vast black curtain that enveloped the world in darkness. The weighty clouds loomed, threatening to descend and crush the earth beneath them. The thunder rumbled like a distant roar from the depths of hell, instilling an instinctive fear within me. The bamboo grove in the courtyard creaked in the wind, producing a sound sharp and mournful, reminiscent of countless souls lamenting. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the courtyard, as if something unseen were lurking, observing us with malevolent intent. Chilling me to the bone, a wave of unease washed over me, the sensation eerily akin to the atmosphere when my uncle had been possessed, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping my heart. Rendering me breathless, my grandfather seemed to sense the disturbance as well. He approached me with a serious demeanor and said, "Shao-un, something significant may transpire tonight. You must be prepared." Suddenly, the courtyard gate swung open with a gust of wind, as if someone had entered. The wind howled, carrying an icy breath. A bolt of lightning illuminated the courtyard, the brilliance revealing everything in its path. I felt an inexplicable familiarity with this person, yet I could not articulate it. Another flash of lightning struck, and it dawned on me that this was the woman I had seen on the day of my return home. Could she be a spirit? Her eyes were dark, resembling two bottomless voids, and she was surrounded by swirling shadows that coiled around her like venomous serpents. Drops of blood fell from her fingertips, forming grotesque patterns upon the ground. Later, I would learn that this was malevolent energy. If it were to enter one's body inadvertently, it could lead to severe illness or even threaten one's life. As the woman drew nearer, a chill coursed down my spine, spreading throughout my body and causing me to tremble involuntarily. My grandfather gripped my hand tightly, his strength providing a modicum of comfort against my fear. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Vile creature, cease your approach at once, or I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds." "You cannot protect them," she rasped, her voice grating and piercing, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, sending painful echoes into my ears. Furrowing my brow in confusion, I murmured, "Protect what?" Taking a deep breath, my grandfather straightened his posture and solemnly demanded, "Who are you? If you have come, why do you not reveal yourself?" His gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate the darkness itself. The female specter erupted into laughter, her mirth chilling, reminiscent of nails scraping across a chalkboard. sending shivers down my spine. Slowly, she raised a finger and pointed at us. Blood dripped from her fingertip onto the ground, producing a nauseating sound. "Hand her over," she commanded. As the words fell, the female ghost surged forward with lightning speed. Seemingly intent on tearing us apart, my grandfather drew his copper-coin sword, confronting her head-on. The sword carved a brilliant arc through the air, emitting a resonant hum. The ghost appeared to be wary of the blade. Her movements growing distinctly more cautious, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Each breath felt heavy and hurried, the sound of our heartbeats resonating like the relentless beat of a drum in our ears. After a brief scuffle, it became evident that the ghost was no match for my grandfather. He recited an incantation, and the copper-coin sword radiated a golden light, striking the ghost directly. She let out a piercing scream, a sound both chilling and tragic, before being sent hurtling out of the courtyard, disappearing into the rainy night. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps echoed. Ta-ta-ta. The old man Fu's prowess remained undiminished. A figure clad in black stood at the courtyard entrance. His voice low and sinister. Chapter 13. A tense standoff. My grandfather's brow furrowed slightly, the wrinkles deepening like two profound ravines, indicating his surprise at this unexpected visitor. He sheathed the copper-coin sword with swift decisiveness, gripping it firmly as he fixed a vigilant gaze upon the figure outside. "Who are you?" My grandfather's voice was deep and authoritative. The black-clad man chuckled softly, his laughter resonating ominously in the stillness of the night. Under the moonlight, his face appeared dark and enigmatic, shrouded in shadow. "Old Master Fu, I have long admired your reputation. I am merely a passerby who happened to witness that earlier spectacle." His voice was elusive, making his true intentions difficult to discern. A flicker of suspicion crossed my grandfather's eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword, unwavering in its scrutiny of the stranger. "A passerby? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you consider yourself clever?" My grandfather's words dripped with skepticism, his tone icy and serious. The man in black smiled slightly, a grin that seemed particularly eerie in the darkness. He produced an envelope from his cloak, which exuded an air of mystery, and slowly extended it toward my grandfather. "I come bearing a message. This is for you, old Master Fu." His voice remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. My grandfather accepted the envelope. Casting a puzzled glance at the figure, he hastily tore it open, the urgency of his movements betraying his anxiety. The contents of the letter caused his expression to shift dramatically, his face blanching to the color of parchment. He raised his gaze, his eyes burning with fury and confusion as he demanded, "What does this mean?" The black-clad man shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. "I am merely the messenger. The contents of the letter are beyond my knowledge." His expression was indifferent, as if the entire affair bore no consequence to him. After a scrutinizing glance, my grandfather's tone turned resolute as he declared, "You return and tell him that it is impossible. If he has the capability, let him come and seize it. I shall be waiting." The man in black responded nonchalantly, "I shall convey your words. I am merely a messenger. My associates outside have been waiting for quite some time. So I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the rain-soaked night. After just a few steps, I stood in astonishment, momentarily questioning my own vision, and rushed to the door. Braving the downpour, the rain instantly soaked my clothes. Not looking was one thing, but peering out sent a chill down my spine. In the rainy night, a multitude of green, glistening objects emerged, resembling countless eyes fixed upon me. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings, revealing a horde of weasels, their eyes gleaming with an uncanny light. The largest among them stood upright, resembling a human, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with several tufts of white fur swaying in the wind. With a wave of its paw, the swarm of weasels charged forward. Their movements were swift and agile, encircling our courtyard, leaving no room to escape. I recoiled in terror, an unprecedented fear surging within me. The lead weasel advanced slowly into the courtyard, and with each successive clap of thunder, I discerned that its lower half was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, while its upper half retained its weasel-like form. It spoke with a voice as hoarse as a worn-out bellows, "Old Master Fu, long time no see." My heart skipped a beat. The weasel could speak human language. my grandfather's demeanor remained largely unchanged. As though such occurrences no longer astonished him, he turned to the upright weasel, asserting firmly, "Old Huang Ju, it has been years. You remain unchanged." The weasel let out a cold laugh, its eyes flickering with cunning, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, as it said, "Old Master Fu, times have changed. You should surrender without resistance. Today, if you willingly hand over that crystal coffin, I shall refrain from pursuing past grievances. Otherwise, we shall settle both new and old accounts." Its tone was laced with menace and avarice, so they were here for Zhao Xiaotong. Faced with the weasel's threats, my grandfather displayed no hint of trepidation. Responding, "Brother Huang, are you attempting to threaten me? I, Fu, have lived for many years without fear of anyone. If you have the capability, come and seize it today." Upon hearing this, the weasel's eyes flared with anger. It emitted a shrill laugh, akin to the wailing of a night owl, and declared, Good, old Fu. You remain as stubborn as ever. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." As the words left its mouth, the largest weasel's body suddenly began to swell. Its once smooth fur transformed into something as hard as steel needles, sharp and formidable, reminiscent of a hedgehog. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, akin to two burning emeralds, at the same time. A powerful and malevolent aura surged forth from its body, sweeping through the courtyard like an invisible tempest. This malevolent energy carried the force of a devastating storm. Momentarily halting our breath, the other smaller weasels seemed invigorated by their leader's display. They unleashed a chorus of sharp howls, their eyes filled with ferocity and greed, much like a pack of ravenous beasts spotting a delectable prey. Their claws scraped against the ground, ready to pounce upon us at any moment. Suddenly, these small weasels charged at us frantically, disregarding the imminent danger. Faced with this sudden onslaught, I felt a wave of panic, but quickly regained my composure. Without time for further contemplation, I hastily grabbed a hoe from the courtyard, gripping it tightly as its handle trembled slightly under my force. When the first small weasel lunged at me, I did not hesitate to swing the hoe down viciously. My movement was swift and resolute, as though I poured all my strength into that single strike. The hoe collided with the weasel's body, producing a dull thud. The creature let out a pained yelp, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath. Yet, an unending stream of weasels continued to surge forth, undeterred by death. Their figures ebbed and flowed in the darkness like a relentless tide. I swung the hoe with all my might, each strike accompanied by the weasels' agonized cries and splashes of blood. My arms ached from the exertion, but I pressed on, unwavering. The courtyard was permeated with a pungent metallic scent, the odor nauseating. Rainwater fell incessantly, washing the blood into pools that glistened a vivid crimson under the lightning's illumination, casting an eerie glow upon the scene. The battle raged on, and my strength gradually waned. Yet I remained resolute. My breath grew labored, sweat mingling with rainwater as it streamed down my cheeks. The number of weasels seemed limitless, surging toward me in a relentless wave, driving me into a corner of despair. Despite the overwhelming hopelessness, I refused to yield. Meanwhile, the largest weasel was locked in a fierce struggle with my grandfather. The copper coin sword in his hand occasionally blazed with golden light, its brilliance dazzling as it pressed against the weasel. While smaller weasels darted in to harass him, the night deepened, the darkness threatening to engulf everything. The scene felt as though we were trapped in the depths of hell, with no escape in sight. I sensed the hoe in my hands growing heavier, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each swing was accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue, and my muscles screamed in protest, feeling as though they no longer belonged to me. The weasel's attacks intensified, seemingly embodying their loyalty to the large weasel with every strike. Suddenly, a flash of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating the fierce battle between my grandfather and the large weasel. My grandfather's figure appeared resolute yet aged in the electric light, his body slightly stooped, but each movement was imbued with strength. The copper coin sword in his hand whistled through the air with every swing, its tip shimmering with golden radiance, each clash with the weasel resonating with a thunderous roar. A pang of urgency gripped my heart. I knew I could not falter. My grandfather needed my assistance. I inhaled deeply, channeling every ounce of strength I possessed to swing the hoe, repelling several small weasels. Then, I turned my gaze toward my grandfather. As time passed, I observed him being pressured back by the large weasel. The situation perilous. Disregarding my injuries, I shouted and rushed toward my grandfather. "Shaoan, do not come closer," my grandfather commanded urgently. Chapter 14. Unrelenting troubles at that moment, the enormous yellow weasel let out a thunderous roar, its voice brimming with boundless fury and ferocity. Its body swelled once more, exuding a malevolent aura as thick as substance, enveloping the entire courtyard in its sinister presence. The potency of this aura was so overwhelming that it left me gasping for breath, the weight pressing upon my chest like the crushing force of Mount Tai, rendering my breathing labored and difficult. Faced with such a formidable adversary, I did not falter. Wielding the hoe in my hands, I swung it with a whoosh, striking fiercely at the yellow weasel. However, the creature merely waved its hand lightly, effortlessly deflecting my assault. Witnessing this, I could not help but draw in a sharp breath, the shock and fear surging within me like a tidal wave. "Humph! You seek to drink fine wine, but instead shall taste bitter liquor. 4 years ago, you slaughtered so many of my kin. Since you wish to play today, let us settle both old and new scores." The yellow weasel sneered at my grandfather and me. A look of disdain etched across its face. It seemed utterly confident in its own strength, believing we were incapable of contending with it, its arrogance burning like an unquenchable flame, unbearable to behold. Upon hearing these words, anger surged within me. Simultaneously, my grandfather bellowed, "Am I to fear you?" He then thrust the copper coin sword into the ground, forming a seal with his hands, and recited loudly, "Boundless as heaven and earth, law of the universe, thunder of the 9 heavens, by my name, I decree." My grandfather's voice reverberated through the night sky, imbued with a sanctity that demanded respect. As his incantation resounded, a sudden clap of thunder echoed above. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the courtyard as if it were day, rendering everything in sharp relief. As my grandfather's words fell, streaks of lightning cascaded from the heavens like silver serpents, rushing towards the yellow weasel. The creature's expression shifted dramatically, its visage contorting as its earlier confidence was swiftly supplanted by terror. It emitted a piercing shriek before turning to flee, its movements frantic and clumsy. Yet, it had scarcely taken a few steps when a bolt of lightning struck it, resulting in a heart-wrenching cry. Its body was hurled backward as if it were a leaf caught in a tempest. It staggered to its feet, blood spilling from its mouth, its right side charred in multiple places. Wiping the blood from the corner of its lips, it glared at us with eyes filled with venomous hatred and despair. "You will pay for this!" The yellow weasel howled. It expelled a jade-green orb from its mouth, radiating an eerie green light that seemed to warp the surrounding air. My grandfather's expression turned grave, his brows knitting together like deep furrows. With urgency and tension, he urged me, "That is its demon core. We must stop it." Before he could finish, I leapt towards the yellow weasel, my figure darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Driven by a reckless determination, upon seeing my charge, a flicker of panic crossed the weasel's eyes, quickly replaced by a venomous rage that sent shivers down my spine. It snapped its jaws, swallowing the demon core back into its mouth with swift decisiveness. "This is disastrous," my grandfather exclaimed, his voice laden with worry, echoing a desperate cry. Just then, the yellow weasel's eyes turned crimson, burning like raging flames, its aura growing increasingly malevolent. It unleashed a deafening roar, akin to thunder, that reverberated in our ears, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Then, it lunged at us with lightning speed. My grandfather, wielding the copper coin sword, engaged in fierce combat with it. Each clash produced sharp metallic sounds, sparks flying in every direction. In mere moments, my grandfather was forced to retreat repeatedly, his steps faltering, revealing his struggle against the overwhelming force. The golden light emanating from the copper coin sword began to dim, as if being consumed by darkness. When the light finally extinguished, my grandfather was sent sprawling by a single blow, his body crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. I cried out, "Grandfather!" My voice was laced with boundless worry and fear. Rushing forward, I helped him to his feet, tears welling in my eyes, and my grandfather struggled to stand, addressing me, "Shaoan, Today you shall witness your grandfather's true prowess." Though his voice was weak, it resonated with determination. With a bite to his own flesh, he spat blood onto the copper-coin sword in an instant. Its golden light flared brilliantly, blinding to behold. My grandfather raised the sword, chanting, "Boundless as heaven and earth, law of the universe, decree." The copper-coin sword soared towards the yellow weasel, piercing its heart with the swiftness of lightning, too rapid for the creature to react. Its eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment and despair, before it collapsed to the ground, its form deflating to that of a normal yellow weasel. With the fall of the yellow weasel, the remaining smaller weasels instantly lost their will to fight, scattering in all directions, their figures vanishing into the night as if they had never existed. The courtyard fell silent once more, the torrential rain gradually subsiding, leaving only my grandfather and me amidst the wreckage. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, evoking a sense of desolation. I was so exhausted that I could barely stand, my legs heavy as if filled with lead, my body swaying unsteadily. My grandfather, weary, approached and patted my shoulder. Though he spoke not a word, I could sense his hair had grown considerably grayer, his vitality diminished further as he guided me toward the house, his silhouette appearing somewhat stooped. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed behind us, piercing the stillness of the night with unsettling clarity. A chill ran down my spine, every hair on my body standing on end. My grandfather and I turned to look, only to find the space behind us empty. Could it be a mistake? I questioned, my voice trembling with uncertainty. My grandfather shook his head, a hint of worry gleaming in his eyes, that anxiety casting a shadow across his face. "Truly, misfortune comes in waves. Let us tidy up." My grandfather's voice was low and heavy, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. We entered the house to begin clearing the aftermath of the battle. Just as I reached for a broom, my peripheral vision caught sight of a trail of damp footprints on the ground leading outside. A vague figure emerged slowly from the shadows, moving like a specter. Inscrutable in its presence, the figure stooped, leaning on a cane, each step resonating with a dull thud against the ground, echoing like the tolling of a death knell in the still courtyard. As the figure drew nearer, I finally discerned its visage, a wrinkled old man, his face etched with deep lines resembling a landscape of ravines, his eyes hollow as though devoid of spirit, appearing as if he might breathe his last at any moment. A chill crept up my spine, and I looked anxiously at my grandfather, whose expression had grown serious. He murmured to himself, "It seems the matter is far from over," as the old man approached. The atmosphere around us grew increasingly tense. My grandfather, having just survived a fierce battle, stood tall, eyes sharp and focused on the old man, his gaze filled with vigilance and resolve. "Who are you?" my grandfather inquired, his voice low and commanding. The old man slowly lifted his head, a flicker of something sinister flashing in his sunken eyes, sending chills down my spine. His voice was hoarse as he replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is this. If you hand over what lies within the coffin, I might spare this young one a life." My grandfather's expression darkened. "Who are you truly? Why do you seek what lies in the coffin?" The old man sneered. "You need not concern yourself with who I am. As for what lies in the coffin, that is an item I must possess." My grandfather stepped forward, shielding me behind him. "No matter who you are, do not think to lay a hand on the coffin." A glint of malice flashed in the old man's eyes. "Then do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he raised his cane, a formidable aura emanating from him like a tempest, sweeping toward you. My grandfather stood undaunted, brandishing the copper-coin sword to confront him in the blink of an eye. The two were locked in fierce combat, each clash resonating with thunderous force. Suddenly, the old man unleashed a fierce attack. My grandfather sidestepped to evade, yet was still sent flying, his figure tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 15. Awakening. Seeing my grandfather injured sent my heart racing. "Grandfather, I'm coming to help you." I seized a nearby wooden stick and charged recklessly at the old man. Predictably, the old man merely waved his hand, and a gust of wind hurled me away effortlessly, the force overwhelming and leaving me utterly defenseless. I crashed against the courtyard wall, the impact resonating with a dull thud that sent shockwaves through me. A warm sensation surged up from my throat, and I spat blood. I watched as the old man approached me step by step, his movements slow and deliberate, a pure young body, such a coveted tonic. He mused with greed and longing, if I could consume you, perhaps my thunder tribulation would be much more stable. You seek death. As my grandfather gazed upon me, a fierce anger erupted from within him. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of me. Although his body bore the signs of age, slightly bent and frail, at that moment he radiated an aura that demanded respect and defiance against intrusion. With unwavering resolve, he instructed, "Shaolin, step back." His gaze remained fixed on the elder, while the copper coin sword in his hand emanated a faint golden glow. Though the radiance was subtle, it brimmed with hope. Struggling to rise, I felt the searing pain coursing through my body, yet I understood that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating agony, as if my very form were on the verge of disintegration. Observing this, the elder's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smirk, a grotesque expression accentuated by the deep lines etched into his face. With a graceful leap, he evaded my grandfather's assault, his movements light and agile. Simultaneously, a long black whip materialized behind him, resembling a massive serpent, which he lashed out toward my grandfather with ferocity. My grandfather sidestepped just in time, thrusting the copper coin sword forward, clashing with the whip in a sharp, resounding echo that pierced the stillness of the night. I then discerned the truth. It was not merely a whip, but a serpent's tail. The elder was, in fact, a serpent spirit, far more powerful than the yellow-skinned creature we had encountered earlier. A wave of despair surged within me, plunging me into an abyss of darkness. My grandfather's hand trembled slightly, a subtle indication of his exhaustion. His expression remained stoic, though his complexion grew paler, resembling a blank canvas. Yet, the serpent spirit's tail remained unscathed. Its onslaught intensified with each strike of the whip, producing a shrill whistling sound that seemed to tear through the air, eliciting a sense of dread. Meanwhile, my grandfather's swordplay grew increasingly fierce, each move precise and aimed at the serpent spirit's vital points. However, the spirit appeared to have anticipated my grandfather's intentions, evading every attack by a hair's breadth. Its eyes gleamed with cunning and mockery. As the battle raged on, my grandfather's garments became drenched in sweat, the perspiration cascading down like rain, clinging to his form. His breaths grew labored, each inhalation resembling a desperate struggle. In that moment, the serpent spirit abruptly shifted tactics. Its tail sweeping across the ground like a flash of lightning, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured our vision. The dust enveloped us, plunging us into a fog of confusion. My grandfather and I were instantly shrouded, the world before us becoming a blur. Fear and unease gripped my heart as I realized the peril my grandfather faced. Amidst my panic, I heard a low, sonorous chant, "He yang yang," as the sun rises in the east. I decree this talisman to purge all malevolence, spitting forth the essence of purity, eyes ablaze like the sun's light, subdue the demons and vanquish the evil, swiftly as the law commands. As the dust began to settle, an astonishing sight unfolded. My grandfather's copper coin sword was enveloped in a faint halo, shimmering with a spectrum of colors that seemed almost ethereal. The serpent spirit, too, sensed the shift, its expression betraying a flicker of astonishment. However, that surprise was fleeting, replaced by an even more ferocious glare. Seizing the opportunity, my grandfather strode forward, raising the copper coin sword high and bringing it down with tremendous force upon the serpent spirit. The blade carved a radiant arc through the air, propelled by a fierce energy that bore down upon the spirit. The sword's aura blazed like a flash of lightning, illuminating the dark night sky. The serpent spirit, in a state of panic, attempted to evade, yet was struck by the sword's energy, leaving a deep gash upon its tail from which green blood gushed forth, exuding a noxious scent. The serpent spirit howled in agony, its tail thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to retaliate. Yet, my grandfather offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each imbued with potent force, compelling the spirit to retreat repeatedly. Finally, the spirit stabilized itself after several steps, hissing in irritation. "I wonder how long this old fool can endure." With that, it charged forward, its fists glowing with a green luminescence, as if shrouded in some sinister force. I watched in growing anxiety, feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, the serpent spirit unleashed a torrent of dark green flames, surging toward my grandfather with the ferocity of a demon's breath, intent on annihilation. My grandfather dodged swiftly, but the flames singed the edge of his garment. Just as he reached to tear away the burning fabric, the serpent spirit lunged, propelling him through the air. My grandfather's body fell like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing to the ground, "Grandfather!" I cried out, my voice laced with despair and terror. Rushing to his side, I was engulfed by a wave of panic and unease. My steps faltered, as though the very world were crumbling around me. I knelt beside him, gently shaking his form, desperately calling his name. His face, streaked with dirt and sweat, bore a faint, labored breath, each exhalation echoing the ticking clock of his life. "Grandfather, please awaken." My tears blurred my vision. The fear within me threatening to drown me, I scanned the darkness around, yearning for assistance, my helpless gaze seeming so insignificant amidst the shadows. A burning hatred ignited within me, a singular desire to eliminate the serpent's spirit. A fury that blazed like wildfire in my heart. In an instant, the serpent spirit seized me by the throat, its fingers akin to iron clamps, rendering me breathless. Its foul breath loomed close, threatening to drain the very life from me. Just as I believed my end was nigh, a warmth coursed through my body, as if some latent energy were coalescing within me, accompanied by an echo from the depths of my mind calling out to me. The serpent spirit, startled by my sudden surge, quickly regained its sinister grin. "With your meager abilities, what can you possibly do against me?" it sneered. Lunging once more, I roared defiantly, a wave of pure young energy enveloping me, radiating warmth and strength. Though the serpent spirit was formidable, it recoiled in fear from this celestial force, casting me aside with a violent motion. Regaining my footing, I felt an invigorating power surge through me. In that moment, my eyes fell upon the copper coin sword that had fallen beside my grandfather. I grasped it, and with a swift motion, I drew it across my palm, invoking a chant that surfaced in my mind. Heaven and earth, dark and bright, I with my blood, summon the deities, swiftly as the law commands. As I recited the incantation, the sword began to radiate warmth, the energy enveloping my entire being. Rising to my feet, I clutched the sword tightly, locking my gaze onto the serpent spirit with unwavering resolve. My eyes ablaze with intent to slay, I hurled the copper coin sword, which spun rapidly through the air, emitting a resonant hum. The halo upon the blade grew ever more brilliant until it transformed into a colossal beam of light, hurtling directly toward the serpent's spirit. Upon witnessing this, the serpent's expression shifted to one of horror, as it stammered, "Impossible. How can this be?" Its voice was filled with trepidation and despair as it turned to flee. The serpent spirit was too late to evade. The beam of light struck it squarely. In an instant, it became engulfed in a radiant glow, emitting a shriek of anguish as it was flung backward. I rushed forward, finding the serpent spirit lying motionless on the ground, transformed into a serpent of considerable girth. Sighing in relief, I approached my grandfather, who had begun to stir. "Grandfather, are you all right?" I inquired, my voice a blend of joy and concern. He shook his head gently, replying, "I am fine, Shaoan, thanks to you. I never imagined you would awaken your pure young form." Ha ha ha. At that moment, I was overcome with a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing, prompting my grandfather to rush to my side. "What is it, Shaoan? Are you all right?" he asked anxiously. "What is happening to me, grandfather? What has transpired?" I murmured weakly, as though everything I had just experienced were but a fleeting dream. Chapter 16. Xiaotong is the Valley Master. A flicker of concern crossed my grandfather's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, speaking softly, "Do not fret, Shaoan, you merely exerted your pure young form too intensely. You require rest." I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. Yet an undercurrent of confusion lingered in my heart. Pure young form. Was this what Zhang Daoist referred to as my unique trait? My grandfather, seemingly reading my thoughts, smiled and explained, "This is the latent potential within you, which has always existed but has now been awakened. The pure young form is an exceedingly rare gift, capable of exorcising evil and subduing demons, a true nemesis to malevolent beings." I was left speechless, astounded by the magnitude of my pure young form's power. Yet, my mind wandered back to the serpent spirit's last words, Impossible. How can this be? It had appeared taken aback by my strength, prompting me to ponder whether there lay hidden secrets I had yet to uncover. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground, when suddenly a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, one that had gone unnoticed in the previous tense atmosphere. My grandfather's brow furrowed as he dashed toward my room. Upon opening the door, the scent intensified. "Something's amiss," he exclaimed. "Grandfather, what is it?" I asked, curiosity mingling with concern. I hastily inquired, but before I could finish my sentence, Grandfather entered the room, opened the crystal coffin, and grasped my hand. With a swift motion of his copper-coin sword, he made a cut. I gasped softly as I watched him feed my blood to Xiao Tong, her complexion seemingly enriched with a hint of rosy hue. The fragrant aroma in the room gradually dissipated as Grandfather murmured quietly, "I hope it's not too late," followed by a deep sigh. Before I could pose any questions, he pushed me into the room, instructing me to rest well. I glanced back, and suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my brain, causing me to faint instantly. When I regained consciousness, I found myself once again in the scene from my previous dreams, where Xiao Tong was tightly embracing a man, weeping deeply. The battlefield around us remained a gruesome sight, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The figure of the man appeared hazy, yet a sense of familiarity washed over me. As before, Xiao Tong lifted her head and locked eyes with me, jolting me awake. The sheets were drenched in cold sweat. When I awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. I glanced at the crystal coffin and noticed a small fox perched atop it. After the events of the previous night, I was no longer as surprised by such occurrences. The fox was pure white, devoid of any blemish, and its large, watery eyes blinked at me. I swiftly pulled it down from the coffin, and it landed on the ground, baring its teeth at me before turning to leave. Exuding an air of arrogance as I opened the door, pondering how to tidy the yard, I was greeted by a scene of immaculate cleanliness. As if nothing had transpired, I inquired with my parents. And my mother, touching my forehead, said, "Xiaoan, you're not unwell, are you? The yard is spotless. What have we cleaned?" I hurried to Grandfather's door just as he emerged from the house. Looking sprightly, I was about to ask him something when Grandfather seemed to anticipate my thoughts. Pointing at the small fox that had wandered into my room, which was now strutting towards me, suddenly enlightened, I realized this little fox had assisted us. Grandfather pulled me back into the house, and the fox followed suit. A wisp of white smoke enveloped the room, and a girl of my age emerged from it. I was captivated. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman I had seen aside from Xiao Tong. Dressed like an ancient noble lady, she approached Grandfather, stamped her foot in indignation, and pointed at me, saying, "Fu, Grandfather, he bullied me." Grandfather cast a glance my way, and I immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you." Afterward, she made a face at me, her demeanor dripping with haughtiness, and declared, "Humph, I shall forgive you this time. If it weren't for Fu Grandfather saving me before, I wouldn't bother with you at all." Grandfather then informed me that the little fox was one he had rescued years ago when she had been caught in a trap, injuring her bones, and now she had come to repay her debt of gratitude. A few moments later, she introduced herself. "I am Hu Wanwan. What is your name?" "I am Fu Shiren," I replied, scratching my nose. "All right, let us get down to business," Grandfather interjected. "I caught a whiff of that fragrance last night on the back mountain. It won't be long before people arrive." Being mentally prepared, Hu Wanwan said seriously. I was utterly bewildered, looking at her. "Who is coming?" Grandfather sighed deeply, saying nothing, and my anxiety grew as I saw him lost in thought. Eventually, Grandfather spoke. "Xiaoan, take this opportunity to spend more time with your wife, if fate permits." He trailed off, pulling me out of the room. I stood frozen in place, as if time had stopped. Returning to my room, I reflected on my experiences over the years, gently caressing the crystal coffin, declaring, "Unless they tread over my corpse, no one shall take you away." The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a beautiful glow over the back mountain. Just then, dark clouds gathered, and the wind picked up. I abruptly turned my gaze towards the mountain. A terrifying pressure descended upon me like a violent storm, leaving me devoid of any will to resist. Grandfather hurriedly called my parents back inside, while the little fox used a mysterious veil to shield us from the outside world. Hu Wanwan looked towards the back mountain, her voice trembling. "They ve come. They are here." No sooner had she spoken than a plume of green smoke rose from the distant mountain, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a phoenix, its wings flapping as it rushed towards us. The green smoke moved with astonishing speed, reaching our yard in the blink of an eye, and as it dissipated, several figures emerged, led by an elderly man clad in green robes, his garments flowing gracefully, adorned with intricate patterns woven into the fabric, and a jade-inlaid belt accentuating his noble stature. His expression was grave, and his deep-set eyes conveyed wisdom and authority born from experience. Beside him stood a tall young man, his green robe billowing in the wind, its hem embroidered with cloud patterns, seemingly merging with the heavens. He carried himself with an air of confidence, a hint of a smile dancing on his lips. Exuding an enigmatic charm, on the other side stood a strikingly beautiful woman in a long green dress, embellished with exquisite floral designs, her flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with elegant jade hairpins, radiating allure. Lastly, there was a slightly gaunt middle-aged man, impeccably attired in a green robe trimmed with silver threads, holding a folding fan painted with mountain and water scenes, moving with an effortless grace. Their arrival enveloped the yard in an aura of mystery. The man in green turned to my grandfather, coldly inquiring, "Where is the Valley Master?" A jolt of alarm surged through me as I asked, "What Valley Master?" The enchanting woman directed her gaze at Hu Wanwan, exclaiming, "Sister, you tell this boy." This woman was actually Hu Wanwan's sister. Could she also be a fox? What about the others with her? And where was Xiao Tong? Hu Wanwan, unable to lift her head, murmured, "Yes, sister." She stepped closer to me, tugging at my sleeve. "Shuren, they are here to take your wife from the coffin back." Grandfather remained silent. Observing them quietly, a flicker of suspicion ignited within me. Seeing my hesitation, Hu Wanwan, puzzled, urged me, "Shuren, you are still no match for them. You must recognize the reality. If you do not comply, none of your family will survive." Reality is indeed cruel. Chapter 17. The 5-year agreement. Feeling somewhat helpless, I shook my head, a blend of bitterness and resignation swirling within me. To protect my family, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Hu Wanwan accompanied me as we walked into the house, her soft voice echoing in my ears, soothingly saying, "Shuren, don't overthink it. One day, when you are strong enough, you can burst in and reclaim your wife." I clenched my fists, my palms slick with sweat, yet I remained silent, my thoughts tumultuous and raging within me, vowing that one day, I would make them pay. I would personally bring her back. Inside the room, my gaze fell once more upon the still figure of the woman lying quietly in the crystal coffin. They had claimed that I would have to step over my own corpse to hand her over. Yet now, they needed only a single thought, and I would likely perish on the spot. I forced a bitter smile, one filled with self-mockery and resentment. Hu Wanwan, perceiving my distress, gently patted my back, her touch tender and warm, saying, "Shuren, I'll wait at the door. If you have anything to say it quickly." Grandfather remained silent, not daring to utter a word in front of those strange individuals. This was the harsh reality. After standing in a daze for a few seconds, I took a deep breath, seemingly exhaling all the pent-up frustration within me. I called for Hu Wanwan, and together we summoned all our strength to lift the coffin and carry it outside. The group of individuals clad in green knelt in unison as we emerged, collectively proclaiming, "We welcome the Valley Master." Their voices thundered, echoing as if they could pierce the heavens. What exactly was Xiao Tong's identity to command such formidable subordinates? How powerful must she be? My mind was a jumble of questions, yet no answers came. After the kneeling, the robust young man in green gradually took the coffin from my hands, his gaze filled with disdain, as if to say, "You, so weak, are unworthy of the Valley Master." That moment, I felt an emptiness within, akin to being struck by a colossal force, rendering me incapable of thought or action, merely wishing to hasten the conclusion of this painful and powerless predicament. Seeing my inaction, he coldly remarked, "Why are you still standing in the way?" Just then, an overwhelming and terrifying force bore down upon me like a tidal wave, causing me to half kneel on the ground. My knees colliding with the earth, producing a muffled thud, my body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a loud thud emanated from within the coffin, causing the young man's expression to shift dramatically, and the others turned their fearful gazes towards it. As they stood in shock, the coffin lid slowly lifted, and a beam of light shot forth from within. Amidst the radiance, a figure gradually became discernible. It was Xiao Tong. She remained as beautiful as ever. Her exquisite visage and graceful figure seemed to embody all the beauty in the world, yet her gaze was no longer tender but filled with an imposing authority and sharpness. She cast a glance at the crowd, finally fixing her eyes upon me. "Shi-Un, remember the suffering of today. When you have grown strong enough, come seek me." Xiaodong's voice echoed in the air, tinged with a sense of helplessness and resolution. I gazed at her, my eyes brimming with tears, desperately calling out, "Xiaotong, don't go. Don't leave me." My voice trembled with emotion, laden with a plea. Xiaotong hesitated for a moment. A flicker of compassion crossed her beautiful face, but it quickly returned to its cold and resolute demeanor. "Shi-Un, you are still far too weak. I cannot stay by your side. To do so would be to endanger you." Though her words were frigid, her eyes betrayed a profound concern. I stepped forward, my stride resolute and powerful, locking my gaze onto hers as if to etch her image into my heart, never to be erased. "Xiaotong, I fear nothing. I only want you by my side," Xiaodong replied. "Even if you and grandfather could previously fend off the serpent spirit and intimidate the men in black, there may still be wolf spirits, tiger spirits, and a myriad of others awaiting you. What will you do then?" Her tone was laden with worry. The man in the azure robe, holding a folding fan, slowly spoke. "Young man, I shall grant you 5 years. If, after 5 years, you possess sufficient strength to stand before me, with the power to stand alongside me, perhaps you and the Valley Master may have a future together. If not, your fates will be severed, and you shall part ways, becoming strangers henceforth." Xiaotong nodded silently, acquiescing to this decree. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white from the pressure, the sound of my joints cracking like the ringing of iron. "Very well, 5 years it is. When the time comes, I shall trample you beneath my feet." My eyes blazed with fury and determination. Upon finishing my declaration, the man in azure waved his fan, and a jade token fell into my hand, inscribed with the character Xian. The token felt heavy, as if burdened with boundless expectations and pressures. Xiaotong nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "All right, Shi-Un, I will wait for you in these 5 years. Take care of yourself." Her voice quivered with emotion. With a gentle wave, the oppressive aura that had weighed upon me dissipated instantly. She turned to the azure-clad figures, her voice icy as she commanded, "Let us depart." One of the azure-clad women bowed and asked, "Valley Master, what about my sister?" Xiaodong's gaze sharpened as she replied, "Let her stay by Shi-An's side for now." Subsequently, Xiaotong lay back in her coffin, and the elder with the cane summoned a wisp of azure smoke that engulfed them. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the horizon. The azure smoke curled upwards, disappearing into the vast expanse of the sky. As they took their leave, the azure-clad elder cast a penetrating glance at grandfather, an expression laced with an unsettling ferocity, yet he refrained from acting due to Xiaodong's presence. I stood gazing in the direction of their departure, lost in thought, as if I could still perceive Xiaodong's silhouette. Her words echoing in my mind, Hu Huan approached me, softly saying, "Shi-Un, do not lose heart. I believe you will become strong." I gradually rose to my feet, my legs numb from kneeling for so long. Yet my gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Yes, 5 years. I will achieve it. Although I thought this, a profound sense of reluctance lingered within me. After all, we had shared so many moments together, and those cherished memories played like vivid paintings in my mind. Grandfather, who had been silent until now, remained so, his weathered face etched with worry and helplessness, quietly gazing into the distance, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 18. Embarking on a journey as night descended, the sky adorned with twinkling stars resembled a tapestry of dazzling gemstones against the dark canvas above. I remained transfixed, staring at the direction once veiled in azure smoke, my mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Hu Huan gently patted my shoulder, her voice soft and filled with concern. "Shi-Un, don't be dazed. Do you have any plans moving forward?" I slowly regained my composure, inhaling deeply, the breath heavy with an overwhelming weight as I spoke. What plans can there be? Life must continue. Yet, I refused to accept this outcome. My eyes sparkled with stubborn determination. What good is stubbornness? Hu Huan frowned, her brow furrowed with worry. Those people are not ones we can provoke. I clenched my teeth, the sound echoing in the stillness. A glimmer of defiance in my eyes as I replied firmly, what if we cannot provoke them? One day, I shall uncover the truth, and I will grow strong. At that moment, grandfather finally spoke, his voice hoarse and imbued with the weight of years. Sure, some matters are not as simple as you perceive. However, I know you are a child of integrity. Just remember, one must act within their capacity. I nodded silently, yet a vow ignited within me to become powerful. In the following days, life seemed to restore its tranquility, but I was acutely aware that some things had subtly shifted. The carefree spirit of yesteryears had been shattered, replaced by a blend of confusion and determination regarding the future. I often took out the jade token left by the azure-clad figures, scrutinizing it closely. The character inscribed upon it seemed to harbor endless secrets within each stroke. One night, I dreamt of Xiaotong once more. In my dream, she stood quietly amidst a fog, her figure flickering in and out of sight, her face obscured. I attempted to approach her, but found myself unable to draw near, as if my feet were ensnared in an endless quagmire. Wait for me, her voice echoed from afar, ethereal and haunting, piercing my heart deeply. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, my nightclothes soaked through. This dream only solidified my resolve to seek her out. The depths of those mountains loomed like a vast enigma, pulling me ever closer. The allure of the unknown both terrified and ignited my innate desire for exploration. That summer became the most unforgettable chapter of my life, marking a turning point in my journey. In the days following Xiaotong's departure, I experienced the most tranquil existence of my life. Yet, I frequently dreamt of her, her voice repeating, "Wait for me," like an incantation, haunting my heart and refusing to fade. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the new school year. Hu Huan returned to the mountains temporarily, and as I made my way to school, my heart felt unbearably heavy. I encountered Li Lui, who rushed towards me, her face radiant with joy and gratitude. Thank you, Sure. If it weren't for you and your grandfather, my father would not have been saved, she exclaimed, her voice melodious and bright. There is no need for thanks. We are neighbors and helping each other is only natural, I replied coldly. Li Lui, noticing my somber demeanor, expressed her concern. Sure, what's wrong? You don't seem happy, I did not answer. Continuing towards the car with heavy steps, she, sensing my mood, refrained from further inquiries, quietly following behind. I leaned silently against the car window, my gaze fixed on the familiar scenery flashing by. The fields and mountains carried my memories, stirring a gentle wave of sadness within me, like smoke permeating my heart. As my eyes fell upon a large tree, memories surged forth, as if Xiaotong were still by my side, her laughter echoing in my ears. I let out a resigned laugh, one that revealed an abundance of bitterness and sorrow. The sound reverberated in the empty car, striking a particularly melancholic chord. Upon returning to school, I became increasingly withdrawn and silent. The laughter and chatter in the classroom felt distant, as I immersed myself in my own world. Aside from focusing intently on my studies during class, I spent the rest of my time fervently pursuing my training, seldom engaging with others. Initially, Li Lui frequently sought me out to play, but I repeatedly chose to ignore her, and gradually, she ceased her attempts to engage, becoming notably quieter. Days passed, and I ultimately abandoned my training. The once palpable energy I could sense had vanished completely. No matter how hard I tried, I could not recapture its essence. Faced with this predicament, grandfather merely brushed it off with a casual remark. The timing has yet to mature. This left me in a state of deep confusion and frustration. 5 years. Would I truly accomplish nothing? Whenever I think of Xiaotong, the sense of loss in my heart grows ever stronger, as if a 1,000-pound weight bears down upon me, suffocating in its intensity. 2 years have swiftly passed, and I hurried home clutching the acceptance letter from a prestigious university. As I stepped through the door, my grandfather and parents beamed with joy upon seeing the letter in my hand. Erupting into hearty laughter, in the afternoon, my grandfather, seemingly deep in thought, called me into his room and presented me with an old letter. The paper had yellowed with age, carrying the weight of time's passage. The letter contained but a few words. You have reached 18, hasten to the Qingqing Temple. Upon reading the letter, I could not help but feel elated. Now that I had turned 18, I was determined to embark on my journey of cultivation, to grow stronger, and to find Xiaotong. Why joy was palpable, why grandfather urged me to consider carefully, now that I had been accepted into university, suggesting that I could lead a good life in the future. His eyes were filled with concern and reluctance. I immediately shook my head and resolutely declared, "No, I must go find Xiaotong." My tone was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. After hearing my words, my grandfather affectionately patted my head. His gaze filled with approval and encouragement as he said, "Good, this is the spirit a young man should possess." He assured me that I should go to Qingqing Temple to cultivate, and that he would find a way to handle my school matters. In the end, my grandfather took a leave of absence for 2 years, citing my severe illness as the reason why. Parents helped me pack my belongings, and my grandfather handed me a cloth bundle, earnestly saying, "Xiaoan, do not blame grandfather. I truly have nothing to teach you. Grandfather, how could I ever blame you? If not for you, I might not even be alive today." With that, I bid farewell to my parents and prepared to embark on my journey to Qingqing Temple. My silhouette resolute and determined, as I reached the village entrance, Hu Qianqian came running up from behind, breathless and with her hair slightly disheveled. A look of concern crossed her face as she said, "Xian, we don't know what will happen on this journey. Are you truly prepared?" I met her gaze with determination, replying, "Qianqian, my mind is made up. I must go." She bit her lip, her delicate pink lips leaving a faint mark, and said, "Then I will accompany you." "Grandpa Fu told me to look after you." "And why grandfather?" I asked, a hint of disbelief furrowing my brow. She anxiously responded, "Of course, would I lie to you?" Her voice trembled slightly. Seeing her expression, I knew she was trying to deceive me, so I insisted she return. However, she trailed closely behind me, matching my every step. Finally, unable to withstand her persistence, I relented and allowed her to accompany me. "You must not cause trouble, or I will send you back home," I warned, my tone tinged with irritation. All right, I understand," she nodded, bouncing beside me with a joyful expression. I took out my phone and opened the map, fortuitously discovering that Qingqing Temple and the university I had been accepted to were both located in Sujiang Province, Jinghe City. Yet, the distance from my home remained a daunting 1,000 miles. I hailed a taxi and headed toward the airport. Throughout the journey, my emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation and anxiety, eager for the forthcoming cultivation journey, yet apprehensive of the unknown challenges ahead. Upon arriving at the airport, I retrieved my ticket and passed through security, where Hu Qianqian had cleverly hidden herself in my backpack, evading detection with her stealth. Once on the plane, I noticed a burly man staring intently at me. Confused and reluctant to draw attention, I tried to avoid his gaze. 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely. I made my way to the baggage claim, retrieved my belongings, and headed toward the exit. There, the imposing man awaited me. As if he had been standing there for quite some time, he wore sunglasses, his voice low and authoritative, exuding an air of intimidation as he stated, "Kid, paths of men and demons diverge. Do you not understand?" Startled, I regarded him warily and replied, "What do you mean by that?" The man sneered, "You know well what I mean. Do you not let me catch you doing anything foolish with that?" He turned and departed. At that moment, Hu Qianqian peeked out from my backpack, saying, "Xian, that man noticed me. He is quite powerful." I furrowed my brow, a grave expression overtaking my features as I replied, "Qianqian, it seems our journey will not be peaceful. Regardless, we must proceed with caution." She nodded, her determination unwavering as she assured me, "Yes, Xian, do not worry. I will take care of myself and not cause you any trouble." We exited the airport and hailed a taxi directly to Qingqing Temple. As the scenery outside the window whizzed by, my heart had already soared to that enigmatic place. Chapter 19. Entering the temple, seeking a master. As the car continued its journey, we drew ever closer to Qingqing Temple. Both Hu Qianqian and I remained on high alert, our eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Inside the taxi, a tense silence enveloped us. Outside the window, the distant mountains undulated, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Hu Qianqian peered out from my backpack, her voice soft yet laced with anxiety as she transmitted, "Xian, what do you think that burly man is all about?" I shook my head, my brow furrowed. "I am uncertain, but I sense ill intentions from him. His eyes and words clearly convey a deep-seated animosity toward us." The driver glanced at me, muttering to himself, nearly mistaking me for a lunatic. Hu Qianqian bit her lip, leaving a faint mark, and said, "Regardless, we must be cautious in our approach." The car came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and I stepped out, my feet touching the unfamiliar yet mystifying ground. After settling the fare, I began to ascend the winding mountain path, which was rugged and uneven. Lush greenery flanked either side, with towering trees intertwining their branches. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a sound akin to a delicate melody performed by nature itself. Wildflowers of various hues dotted the roadside, blooming vibrantly like a beautiful tapestry. Occasionally, the sweet notes of birdsong pierced the tranquil forest, rendering the atmosphere even more enchanting. I gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Qianqian, this mountain path is truly arduous." At this moment, Hu Qianqian had transformed into her human form. She smiled, her expression radiant like flowers blooming in spring, warm and bright, and said, "Xian, you must keep your spirits high. We have come this far. We cannot give up now." As we continued, a melodious chime resonated from the temple atop the mountain, clear and resounding, echoing through the valley as if summoning us to long last. We arrived at the grand entrance of Qingcheng Temple. The heavy wooden doors, painted in a vibrant crimson, bore the marks of time, their weathered surfaces telling tales of the temple's rich history. Above the doors hung a black plaque, inscribed in golden characters, "Qingcheng Temple." The strokes were bold and powerful, each line seemingly imbued with boundless Taoist essence, instilling a sense of reverence within me. A young Taoist, around 15 or 16 years of age, emerged with a beaming smile and asked, "Are you Master Fu Xian?" I replied promptly, "Indeed, I am." The young Taoist bowed respectfully, his smile widening as he said, "We have been expecting you. Please, follow me." His gaze swept over me and Hu Qianqian, upon noticing her. A look of surprise flickered across his face, though it quickly vanished, replaced by a tranquil demeanor. We followed him into the temple, where the buildings were arranged harmoniously, and the stone-paved pathways were pristine and tidy. Each stone slab was polished to perfection, as if capable of reflecting one's image. The main hall stood majestically, adorned with eaves and brackets, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. The eaves resembled birds poised to take flight, embodying a beauty of vitality. The intricate carvings on the beams and pillars were exquisite beyond compare. In the courtyard, several ancient ginkgo trees towered, their golden leaves swirling gently in the wind, resembling golden butterflies dancing gracefully. The leaves that fell to the ground formed a thick golden carpet. The spacious courtyard appeared quite desolate yet impeccably clean, as if isolated from the world, imparting a sense of tranquility and harmony. Under the guidance of the young Taoist, we traversed the courtyard and arrived at a side hall. The side hall was simply furnished, with a few tables and chairs. Although the furniture was old, it was meticulously clean. The young Taoist invited us to take a seat, saying, "Master Fu, please wait a moment. The temple master will arrive shortly." With that, he turned and left, his figure swiftly disappearing down the corridor. Hu Qianqian and I exchanged anxious glances, both feeling a sense of trepidation about what lay ahead. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and an elderly man clad in a gray Taoist robe, his hair grizzled, entered the room. "Zhang Daozhang has arrived," he said, his sharp gaze fixed upon me as he slowly spoke. "Xian, you have finally come." I quickly rose, respectfully responding, "Master." He hastily shook his head, saying, "Do not overpraise me. I cannot accept such a title." "Then who is my master?" I asked, my face a mixture of confusion and surprise, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Zhang Daozhang, with an air of mystery, replied, "You will know in due time." "Ha ha ha ha." He then turned to Hu Qianqian, inquiring, "And who is this young lady?" As I was about to respond, Hu Huanhuan interjected, saying, "I am a friend of Shiren, and my name is Hu Huanhuan. I have accompanied him here." Zhang Daoshang furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from speaking further. Yet, his gaze seemed to harbor unutterable thoughts. He stroked his beard and said, "Since you have arrived, you may as well settle in. In the coming days, you can familiarize yourselves with the surroundings of the temple." I nodded eagerly, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Daozhang." Zhang Daoshang continued, "Xiaoyang, lead Shiren and Miss Hu downstairs to rest." With that, he turned and departed. Hu Huanhuan and I arrived at the designated room, which, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy. The white bed linens and neatly arranged bedding exuded warmth and comfort. After a night of silence, I was awakened the next morning by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, I found the little priest from the previous night. He said, "Young Master Fu, the temple master requests your presence." After a brief wash, Hu Huan and I followed the priest to the main hall. Inside the hall stood a towering statue of a female deity, her visage serene and her gaze profound. The statue appeared so lifelike, as if she were observing the world around her, evoking a sense of familiarity within me. I found it peculiar. Typically, one would expect to find the three pure ones as the object of veneration, yet here stood a woman. Zhang Daoshang was seated within the hall, and upon our entrance, he inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" I smiled and replied, "It was fine, thank you for your concern, Dao Zhang." He nodded and said, "Today, we shall commence your apprenticeship ceremony. Are you curious as to why our temple venerates a woman rather than the three pure ones?" Zhang Daoshang said slowly, his gaze fixed reverently upon the statue. "Why?" I hastily asked, my curiosity intensifying. Zhang Daoshang proudly proclaimed, "Our lineage differs from other sects. We worship the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady." His tone brimmed with pride and reverence. "The Nine Heavens' mysterious lady?" Hu Huan and I exclaimed in unison, our faces reflecting astonishment and disbelief. Zhang Daoshang smiled gently, a flicker of reverence in his eyes, affirming, "Indeed, the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady is our ancestral master. She possesses supreme magical powers and wisdom, revered as a goddess in Taoism. For centuries, we of Qingsheng Temple have upheld the teachings of the mysterious lady, aiding and saving the world." I listened intently, filled with awe towards the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady, as though I could sense her immense power and compassionate heart. Zhang Daoshang stood and, holding a stick of incense, approached the statue, bowing 3 times before inserting the incense into the burner. He recited, "O mysterious lady of the Nine Heavens, today Fu Shiren sincerely seeks to become your disciple in the name of the 32nd generation master of Qingsheng Temple. May the mysterious lady bestow her blessings upon him, imparting the essence of the Tao and protecting all beings." Zhang Daoshang then instructed, "Shiren, come forth, kneel, and pay your respects to the mysterious lady with 3 bows and 9 kowtows." I complied, kneeling sincerely before the statue and bowing my head 3 times with utmost devotion. Zhang Daoshang declared solemnly, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Qingsheng Temple. I hope you will diligently adhere to the teachings of your master and carry forward the Tao of our sect." Spreading the mysterious lady's grace, I bowed in gratitude, assuring him, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, master." At that moment, the statue of the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady radiated a brilliant golden light, so dazzling that Hu Huan was forced to retreat to the entrance, while the blinding glow made it difficult for me to open my eyes. After a few seconds, the golden light dissipated, revealing an ancient tome before me. The Nine Heavens' secret manual. I picked it up and, upon examining it, realized that much of the text was incomprehensible to me. The characters were archaic and mysterious, seemingly concealing boundless secrets. Zhang Daoshang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The mysterious lady has manifested. Shiren, hurry and express your gratitude to her." I knelt again, offering several more bows. "Thank you, master, for bestowing this knowledge." Once the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, a young woman clad in a white dress fortuitously entered the main hall. Chapter 20. Entering the Tao, she bore brows like distant mountains, their graceful contours undulating softly, and when slightly furrowed, seemed to harbor myriad sorrows. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, imbued with vivacity and wisdom. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, straight and refined, with every subtle curve perfectly proportioned. Zhang Daoshang smiled and said, "Mu Jin, you've arrived at just the right moment. Come and meet your junior, Shiren." His expression imbued with warmth and kindness. I was momentarily entranced, murmuring, "Hello, senior sister." She met my gaze, her face flushing like the evening glow, and with a slight tilt of her head, offered a sweet smile. "Hello, junior brother." Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a zither. Hu Huan, standing nearby, pinched me playfully, remarking, "Indeed, senior sister is as beautiful as a celestial being." Some people are utterly mesmerized, her tone laced with teasing and mirth. Senior sister lowered her gaze, her cheeks reddening further. After exchanging pleasantries with senior sister, Zhang Daoshang, at my earnest request, agreed to allow Hu Huan to remain at the temple. In the following days, Senior Sister guided us on a tour of the temple. At each location, she patiently explained its significance. As days passed, Hu Huan became well acquainted with Senior Sister, who showed her the ins and outs of the temple. Their laughter echoed through the halls like silver bells, filling the air with joy and warmth. Upon returning to our quarters, I eagerly began to delve into the enigmatic Nine Heavens secret manual. As I gently opened the book, an ancient aura wafted forth. As if I had traversed a millennium, this essence carried the weight of time and mysterious power, enveloping me in an immersive experience. Taking a deep breath, I felt invigorated, all fatigue vanishing. I slowly turned to the first page, where dense text filled the space. Human cultivators practice the Tao, ghosts cultivate the Yin energy, and demons possess innate abilities yet struggle to achieve mastery. The Tao itself knows no right or wrong, but the heart distinguishes between righteousness and malevolence. These opening words shone like a beacon, illuminating my understanding of the path of cultivation. Human practitioners are divided into 8 stages: inquiry into the Tao, Qi transformation, essence condensation, spirit transition, spirit void, mysterious spirit, azure spirit, and celestial peering. The inquiry into the Tao stage is the entry point, requiring comprehension of the true essence of the Tao. The Qi transformation stage allows for the condensation of true Qi for personal use. The essence condensation stage enables the refining of true Qi into true essence. The spirit transition stage transforms true essence into spiritual energy. The spirit void stage communicates with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, merging with nature. The mysterious spirit stage grants control over primordial energy, allowing for the manifestation of supernatural powers. The azure spirit stage brings one to the threshold of the celestial path, glimpsing the mysteries of the immortal realm. And the celestial peering stage transcends mortal limits, holding the potential for immortality. Conversely, ghost practitioners primarily manipulate in energy, classified into 7 levels: Wild Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost Commander, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor, and Ghost Sovereign. Wild ghosts exist at the lowest tier. Acting solely on instinct, fierce ghosts possess some wisdom and power, able to employ in energy to harm. Ghost generals command lesser ghosts. Ghost commanders possess even greater strength, commanding hundreds of ghosts. Ghost kings are formidable beings in the ghostly realm, wielding terrifying power. Ghost emperors dominate their territories, ruling multitudes of ghosts, and ghost sovereigns represent the pinnacle of the ghostly path, standing shoulder to shoulder with immortals. Demon practitioners, endowed with inherently strong physiques, are divided into 7 stages: Demon Beast Realm, Awakening Spirit Realm, Shape-Shifting Realm, Origin Core Realm, Demon King, Demon Sovereign, and Demon Emperor. Demon beasts in their initial stage lack awakened intelligence, surviving solely by instinct. Those in the Awakening Spirit Realm have begun to develop intelligence and can learn spells. The Shape-Shifting Realm allows them to transform into human form, integrating into human society. The Origin Core Realm involves further refinement of their inner cores to enhance strength. The Demon Kings are the rulers of their kind, governing their territories. The Demon Sovereigns are unparalleled powerhouses among demons, striking fear across the realm. And the Demon Emperor stands as the ultimate existence among demons, on par with immortals. Each stage further comprises 3 minor realms of early, middle, and late stages, with each advancement resulting in a qualitative leap in power. All things coexist in mutual creation and restraint. By leveraging external resources, one may transcend boundaries to eliminate foes. The final lines bore a distinctive marking, stating, "Those who practice demonic arts, driven by an innate thirst for bloodshed, are to be exterminated without mercy." Reading these specially marked lines sent a chill down my spine. Why are human practitioners divided into 8 realms while others have only 7? Is there perhaps another realm beyond celestial peering? As I continued to peruse the text, I found that the further I delved, the more obscure and difficult it became to comprehend. Perhaps it is my limited understanding that hinders me, for I have yet to reach the realm of inquiry, and my only distinction lies in a physique slightly more robust than that of the average person. With this thought, a wave of despondency and unwillingness surged within me. The vast expanse of information rendered me restless, and I swiftly reined in my excitement. Settling into a meditative state to cultivate my inner peace, I endeavored to calm my mind, akin to the still surface of a tranquil lake. Gradually, my heart achieved a serene state, as if I had entered a realm of sudden enlightenment. Everything around me grew hazy, leaving only the tranquility within and my unwavering focus on cultivation. Time seemed to elapse without notice. Until a soft thud roused me from my meditation, I felt rejuvenated, and the energy within me had become more refined and concentrated, as if I had undergone a baptism that greatly elevated both my body and spirit. As I sensed the changes within, a warm current flowed in my dantian, akin to a gentle stream, bringing forth a sense of fulfillment and strength. A flicker of joy ignited within me. It seemed I had entered the realm of inquiry. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door, shattering my elation. I opened the door to find my senior sister standing there, her expression fraught with urgency and anxiety. As though something grave had transpired. "Junior brother, it's terrible. Wanwan has disappeared," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with worry and alarm. Startled, I quickly joined my senior sister in searching for Hu Wanwan. We scoured the entire temple. Yet her whereabouts remained elusive. "Could something have happened to her?" my sister said, her eyes reflecting fear and unease. I furrowed my brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Do not panic. Let us search the back mountain." Upon reaching the back mountain, we discovered some peculiar traces. Following these clues, we ultimately halted before a cave. How did I not notice this cave before? My sister pointed at it, her voice trembling with uncertainty and dread. As I approached, I scrutinized the cave. It indeed bore an eerie aura, exuding a chilling and oppressive atmosphere that sent shivers down my spine. Taking a deep breath, I turned to my sister and said, "Let us proceed cautiously." She nodded, closely trailing behind me, her hand gripping the hem of my robe as her body trembled slightly. We stepped gingerly into the cave, where a cold, sinister atmosphere enveloped us. The air was thick with a nauseating stench that made one feel queasy. "My junior brother, I am feeling frightened," my sister whispered, her voice quaking. "Fear not, for I am here," I reassured her as we ventured deeper. An unsettling wailing echoed from within, reminiscent of something weeping. A sound so sorrowful it sent chills down our spines, and my sister clutched my arm in terror. "Do not be afraid. It may be Wanwan," I urged, encouraging her to remain steadfast. We pressed forward and discovered Hu Wanwan curled up in a corner, her body trembling, her eyes wide with fear. We rushed to her side, and my sister, filled with concern, asked Wanwan, "How did you end up here?" Her voice was laced with care and compassion. Hu Wanwan looked up, her face etched with terror, stammering, I do not know. I merely came to explore the back mountain, and suddenly felt a force pulling me here." My sister comforted her, "Do not fear. We shall take you back at once." Just then, a powerful aura emanated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a chilling laugh. "Ha ha. You've finally arrived," I shouted. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." A shadow emerged from the darkness, revealing a ghastly specter, its visage grotesque and its body decomposing. The sight of the specter was utterly horrifying, making it difficult to look directly at it. The specter hissed ominously, "Little ones, today marks your demise." Clenching my teeth, I turned to my sister and asked, "Are you all right?" She shook her head frantically. The temple master forbids me from practicing, and the goddess has not bestowed any powers upon me. I am so sorry to have burdened you, junior brother." With that, she lowered her head, tears spilling from her eyes. I stood before my sister, asserting, "Do not speak of burdens. You take Wanwan and leave at once to find the temple master." I then summoned my inner energy, preparing to confront the specter. My sister raised her head, her voice trembling, "Junior brother, be careful. We will await your return." With that, she grasped Hu Wanwan's hand and prepared to leave. However, Hu Wanwan broke free from my sister's grasp, declaring, "I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you." I shouted urgently, "Wanwan, obey me and flee." My tone was stern and desperate, hoping she would vacate this perilous place. At that moment, the specter lunged at us, and I charged forward to engage in a fierce battle. As the specter attacked, it sneered, "Foolish mortals, none shall escape today," I retorted. "How can one know without trying?" My sister called out from a distance, "Junior brother, hold on." Gritting my teeth, I formed a seal, invoking the flames of the heavens, and a blazing fireball erupted from my hand, illuminating the dark cave. The specter easily dodged my attack, countering with a wave of dark energy that rushed towards me, cold and malevolent. Instilling a sense of despair, I grunted, retreating several steps until my back struck the stone wall, pain radiating through my body. "Junior brother!" my sister exclaimed in alarm. I steadied myself and charged forward once more. However, the specter's strength exceeded my expectations, and I soon found my inner energy dwindling. Each strike left me increasingly fatigued. As if my vitality were being siphoned away, I bore numerous wounds, each more gruesome than the last, blood seeping from my body and staining my garments. Just as I felt that my life was nearing its end, a strange light suddenly flashed within the cave, illuminating the darkness and striking the specter directly. The specter let out a harrowing scream, flying backward, its form dimming. The echo of its wail reverberated throughout the cave, sending chills down my spine. In my astonishment, I looked around, bewildered, searching for the source of this mysterious light. "Junior brother, are you all right?" My sister rushed over, her voice trembling with concern and fear. I gazed upward towards the cave entrance, where the temple master had approached. "Humph, a mere specter dares to cause trouble under my nose. You must truly wish for death. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice," the temple master declared, his voice resonating with anger and authority. He produced a copper coin, bit his middle finger, and smeared his blood upon it, chanting incantations. "Heaven and earth, the profound and the yellow, all laws return to one. In the name of the 9 heavens, I banish evil here. Command." His voice was deep and powerful, as though conversing with the very fabric of existence. The coin shot forth, transforming into a beam of golden light that struck the specter. With a final anguished cry, the specter was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. The temple master approached me, nodding in approval, saying, "Well done. You possess the qualities of a true man." His gaze held a hint of admiration and satisfaction. Just as I was about to express my gratitude, my head grew heavy, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. Why consciousness descended into darkness, as though sinking into an endless abyss. In my dream, I found myself in an ancient room, elegantly adorned and imbued with a sense of antiquity. A graceful figure stood by the window, draped in flowing traditional attire, her silhouette enchanting. She held a jade flute, and the melodious sound resonated, enchanting and ethereal, reminiscent of heavenly music that I felt an inexplicable familiarity with, drawing me into its embrace. Before long, the flute melody softened, and Xiaotong turned to me, speaking gently, "Husband, congratulations on officially embarking on the path of cultivation. It won't be long before we meet again." Her eyes sparkled with warmth and anticipation. Just as I yearned to rush forward and embrace her, the scene shifted, and I awoke with a start. "Xiaotong!" I called out, my voice tinged with panic and longing as I surveyed my surroundings. I realized I was lying in my room, with my senior sister tending to me, which startled me greatly. "Junior brother, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? You have been in a coma for 3 days, and it is all my fault. If only I could cultivate, I would be better," my senior sister said, her eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. "Senior sister, I'm fine. How could this possibly be blamed on you? Everything is about fate. When the time comes, you might just become a master," I said with a cheerful smile, attempting to lighten her mood. "Thank you, junior brother," she replied, her face flushed as she lowered her head, resembling a bashful flower. By the way, where is Qianqian? Is she all right?" I inquired, a hint of urgency in my voice. "She is fine, but she has decided to descend the mountain. She said she didn't want to burden you, and will first seek a job in the city, so there will be a place for you to stay when you come down," she explained. "That is for the best. Staying too long in the temple isn't good for her either. The city isn't very safe, so I hope you can take care of her when you have the time," I said somewhat dejectedly. After all these years, I had come to regard Hu Qianqian as my own sister. My senior sister hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Of course. Just focus on your cultivation for now. And in the future." A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. "Oh, the master wants you to wake up and visit him on the back mountain," my senior sister added, her voice pulling my thoughts back to the present. Just as I was about to rise, my stomach let out a loud grumble. The sound resonated conspicuously in the quiet room. My senior sister smiled slightly and said, "Just wait. I will go make you some food." With that, She turned and walked toward the door, her figure exuding warmth and care. Watching her leave, I felt incredibly fortunate to have someone like her to look after me, my heart brimming with warmth and gratitude. I then thought of Xiaotong, a pang of bitterness striking my heart. Soon, only 3 years would remain until our 5-year agreement, and my thoughts became a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. After a while, my senior sister returned with a meal, and I devoured it hungrily. I must say, her culinary skills are truly exceptional. After I was full, I rose and made my way to the back mountain. Upon arriving, I found the master standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. His figure appeared particularly solitary and profound against the backdrop of the setting sun. I approached respectfully and said, "Master, I have arrived." The master turned and looked at me with a smile of approval, saying, "Tianan, I didn't expect you to enter the Tao so quickly. The pure yang body is indeed remarkable." His eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. "Master, I read in books that the pure yang body not only enhances cultivation speed but also has other powerful effects. But why have I not felt them?" I asked in confusion. The master chuckled and replied, "That is because you have yet to fully awaken the potential of the pure yang body. As your cultivation progresses, you will gradually notice its other wondrous aspects." I nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Master, how can I better awaken the potential of the pure yang body?" The master pondered for a moment and said, "That is why I called you here. Pay close attention. Has the true energy within you increased?" I sat down to meditate, carefully sensing the additional true energy in my dantian, and I couldn't help but feel elated. That joy surged through my heart like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming me. The master nodded slightly, his tone serious as he said, "Tianan, the potential of the pure yang body can only be activated in specific circumstances. For instance, in the face of extreme danger from malevolent forces, it can unleash tremendous energy, which you have already experienced. Additionally, it can also be stimulated through special cultivation methods, though the effects are somewhat lesser." I responded thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. Master, what are the specifics of these special cultivation methods?" The master smiled mysteriously and said, "This special method involves absorbing the purest and most yang energy at sunrise on the mountain peak at dawn, while simultaneously circulating the 9 heavens secret talisman through your meridians. By doing so, you can gradually awaken the potential of your pure yang body. However, remember, do not rush. It must be approached step by step." I committed the master's words to memory, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. However, before that, I will personally train you for a while longer," he added. "Thank you, Master," I said hurriedly, my heart filled with appreciation and anticipation. "Master, I have one more question. Why senior sister joined the sect before me, yet she has not been able to cultivate? Why is that?" I asked curiously, my eyes filled with confusion. The master sighed and said, "Tianan, you must understand that those who cultivate the Tao must face 5 afflictions and 3 deficiencies. The 5 afflictions are widowhood, being childless, loneliness, isolation, and disability. The 3 deficiencies are money, life, and power. Yunjin is quite a good child. I cannot bear to see her suffer. That's fine. I will protect my senior sister in the future," I said firmly. The master replied earnestly, "Good lad. I hope you can fulfill that promise. That will be all for today. You should return and consolidate your cultivation. Starting tomorrow, we will begin special training." I agreed, and then left the back mountain, my steps light and resolute, as if filled with strength. Upon returning to the temple, I found my senior sister sweeping the fallen leaves from the courtyard. The broom danced in her hands, producing a gentle rustling sound. I approached her slowly, curious, and asked, "Senior sister, do you clean such a large courtyard all by yourself?" She replied while sweeping, "I have gotten used to it. Before, Xiaoyang helped me, but now that you are here, the master has sent him down the mountain to gain experience." I smiled and said, "Senior sister, I will help you from now on, trying to lighten the atmosphere." She shook her head and said, No, junior brother. Your most important task now is to enhance your strength. I can manage on my own." I wanted to argue with her, but the words caught in my throat, as if something were blocking my voice. My senior sister said nothing further, so I shared everything the master had told me, except for matters regarding her cultivation. After dinner, I opened the 9 heavens secret talisman to continue my studies. As I began to enter the Tao, I was able to learn more profound techniques. Throughout the night, I grasped the basics of opening the yin-yang eye, several fundamental exorcism talismans, and protective spells in the days that followed. Under the master's guidance, I practiced diligently and made rapid progress. Each day was filled with challenges and breakthroughs, with every session of cultivation bringing me closer to my goals. My senior sister remained by my side, offering me support and encouragement. Chapter 22. Breakthrough. Descending the mountain after a year of the Master's intensive training. Time flew by, and I soon broke through to the Qi transformation stage, the once ethereal true energy within me gradually solidifying. I felt the changes within my body, my heart overflowing with joy. That elation surged like a tide, crashing over my inner being wave after wave. During this time, I had learned more than half of the Tao techniques from the Nine Heavens secret talisman, the most powerful of which was undoubtedly the Nine Heavens divine thunder spell. Unlike the thunder techniques of Maoshan and Long Hushan, the Nine Heavens divine thunder spell can be invoked through talismans, wielding immense power. It can also be utilized by transforming one's own blood into the Nine Heavens divine thunder seal. Though this is slightly less effective, it remains the most practical. The master looked at me with pride in his eyes and said, "Tianan, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. However, this Qi transformation stage is merely a beginning. Do not become complacent, for your journey is still long." I nodded solemnly and replied, "Master, I understand. I will continue to strive in my cultivation." My voice was firm and resolute, filled with determination. The master nodded slightly and continued, "From now on, I will no longer train you. You need to focus more on comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth, using the true energy within you more exquisitely to awaken your pure young body." His words were profound and meaningful, illuminating my future path. Thereafter, every morning at dawn, I would arrive punctually at the mountain peak, sitting quietly on the ground, patiently awaiting the precious purple energy that accompanied the sunrise. When that hint of purple energy appeared, I would channel my techniques with all my might, greedily drawing the energy into my body and guiding it through my meridians. With each breath and each guiding motion, I felt my connection with the world around me grow stronger. In the days that followed, I practiced even more diligently, for the 2-year mark was fast approaching, and I was increasingly eager to reunite with my family and friends. As the days passed, I distinctly sensed subtle changes in my pure young body. The true energy within me now shimmered with a faint purple hue, becoming increasingly robust and solid. Each cycle of true energy brought with it a palpable enhancement of strength. My cultivation reached the late Qi transformation stage, just a step away from the condensation yuan stage. However, just as I was preparing to break through to the condensation yuan stage, I encountered unforeseen difficulties, and no matter how hard I tried, that barrier remained unyielding. It felt as though an invisible shield was obstructing my path forward. My heart raced with anxiety. Upon learning of my plight, the master contemplated for a moment and said, "Tianan, do not be anxious. Breakthroughs require opportunities. Perhaps you need some special experiences. Recently, I have heard from the villagers below that there are malevolent beings causing disturbances. You should descend the mountain to resolve this." A great joy filled my heart, for this was the first time in 2 years that the master had permitted me to descend the mountain. Usually, aside from my senior sister bringing me meals, I had been diligently cultivating in the back mountains. I understood that this was a trial set forth by the master. Elated, I exclaimed, "Thank you, master. I shall resolve this matter splendidly." With that, I made my way towards the temple, eager to share this delightful news with my senior sister. "Senior sister, I am back. I have wonderful news to tell you." I hurried into the temple, my voice brimming with joy and excitement. There, I found 2 women chatting and laughing in the courtyard, my senior sister and Hu Qianqian. Their laughter rang like delicate silver bells, filled with mirth. "Brother Shuren, I've missed you terribly. It's been almost 2 years. That stubborn old bull Wanti let me see you. If only I could defeat him, I would." Hu Qianqian's voice grew more agitated, her face reflecting discontent and grievance, resembling a child who had been wronged. I gently patted her head and replied, all right, I'm here now, aren't I? Look at you. You've become even more beautiful." Upon hearing my words, a blush crept onto Hu Qianqian's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "You do have a sweet tongue." A glimmer of shyness and joy sparkled in her eyes. My senior sister, observing our playful banter, Couldn't he help but smile? I then prepared to inform my senior sister about my mission to eradicate the evil spirits. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she softly said, "Junior brother, I already know. Qianqian has told me. The master sent her to assist you, so you must be cautious. The evil spirits are not easily dealt with." With a confident smile, I reassured her, "Do not worry, senior sister, that I am no longer the same person I was 2 years ago. I will certainly protect myself well. And what about me? Will you not protect me?" Hu Qianqian huffed, her eyes reflecting a mix of dissatisfaction and anticipation. I chose to ignore her and turned to my senior sister, smiling as I said, "Senior sister, rest assured, we will return swiftly." Upon hearing my words, her eyes brightened, and she softly replied, "Very well, junior brother. I shall await your return." Noticing my indifference to her, Hu Qianqian pouted, "Humph. You only care about making senior sister happy, not a thought for me." Her lips pursed in displeasure. I glanced at her helplessly, thinking how troublesome this little girl was. Yet I still smiled and said, "Qianqian, of course, I will protect you." Satisfied, she nodded and resumed her chatter about other matters. My senior sister watched us with a gentle smile, clearly enjoying this warm atmosphere. The following morning, I and Hu Qianqian packed our belongings in preparation for our descent. Hu Qianqian bounced ahead, excitedly exclaiming, "At last, we can descend the mountain and have some fun." I furrowed my brow and replied, "Qianqian, we are going to exorcise evil spirits, not for leisure." Hu Qianqian pouted, "I know, you are such a bore." After walking a while, we arrived at a small village. A sign at the entrance read Qingshan Village. Swaying gently in the breeze, as if recounting the village's tale, the village was eerily quiet, nearly devoid of people. Moreover, upon seeing us, the villagers displayed wary expressions, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion. I stepped forward and announced, "Dear villagers, we have come to exorcise the evil spirits." My voice was loud and resolute, aiming to alleviate their doubts. One responded, and the oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. Just then, an elderly man emerged, trembling as he said, "Young brother, the evil spirit is quite formidable. You should leave quickly. Several Taoists have already perished." I was taken aback. Was the evil spirit truly that powerful? Maintaining my composure, I replied, "Elder, rest assured. We are Taoists from Qingqing Temple, sent here by our master." "Ah, so it was Master Qingshan who summoned you. My apologies." "Young Taoist," the elder said, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of reverence. I inquired, "Elder, could you please share the specifics of the situation?" My tone was sincere and urgent, eager to grasp the details. The elder led Hu Qianqian and me to his home. He was the village chief, Mr. Li. "The tale begins a week ago," he recounted. One night, a young man from the village, having imbibed too much, was staggering home when he passed through the woods behind the village. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Being rather bold, he ventured towards the source of the noise and never returned. The next morning, villagers found him lying at the edge of the woods, his face a ghastly shade of purple, lifeless. His body was cold and stiff, as though his soul had been forcibly extracted. Since then, the village has been plagued with unrest. Every night, eerie laughter reverberates through the air, and some villagers have reported seeing a red figure flitting about. The village had previously summoned other Taoists to subdue the evil spirit. Yet those Taoists had failed and lost their lives instead. After listening to the chief's account, Hu Qianqian and I exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the evil spirit would not be easily vanquished. I gravely asked, "Do you know what this evil spirit is?" Chief Li sighed, "No one knows. Those who have seen it have not returned." Hu Qianqian furrowed her brow and said, "Brother Shuren, this spirit is shrouded in mystery. We must devise a careful plan." I nodded, saying, "Chief, please take us to the site where the young man met his fate." My voice was firm and resolute, ready to face the challenge. The chief hesitated but ultimately led us to the woods behind the village. The air was thick with mist, creating an ominously eerie atmosphere. A strange aura lingered, and remnants of dried blood were still visible on the ground. Chilling to the bone, I scrutinized the surroundings, searching for any clues. Each leaf and stone might conceal vital evidence. After a thorough inspection yielded no results, we returned to the chief's home. Was the evil spirit truly so clever, leaving behind no trace? I furrowed my brow. Lost in deep contemplation, the chief regarded us with a worried expression, his eyes filled with helplessness and concern. He slowly approached the table and poured us a glass of water, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Could it be that we overlooked something crucial? I pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps we should shift our perspective and inquire among the villagers to see if anyone knows of hidden truths. Hu Qianqian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us visit each household and ask around. We might uncover some useful information. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside, chaotic and frantic. Suddenly, a villager burst into the room. Panting heavily, his face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes wide with terror. "Chief, it's terrible. Li Erniu at the village end is dead." The news stunned us all into silence. As if time itself had halted in that instant. We exchanged looks filled with shock and disbelief. An ominous premonition swelling within Yue. Hu Qianqian and I locked eyes, and without hesitation, we sprang into action. Swift and decisive. Upon arriving at the village end, the sight before us drew a sharp gasp from my lips. Li Erniu's lifeless body hung from a towering locust tree, its twisted branches resembling malevolent claws gripping his form. His eyes bulged as if they would pop from their sockets, his skin pale as parchment, as though he had been submerged in water for far too long. Drained of vitality, I inhaled deeply, striving to steady my nerves, and began to chant an incantation as the words flowed from my lips. My vision blurred momentarily. When I opened my eyes again, I had activated my yin-yang vision, perceiving the ethereal energies and spirits invisible to ordinary eyes. I focused intently, seeing dense black energy coiling around the rope that hung Li Erniu. A jolt of realization struck me. Such a heavy concentration of dark energy indicated that this was no mere accident, but rather the work of a malevolent spirit. From the density of the dark energy, it was clear that this ghost was formidable, potentially at the level of a ghost general. Recalling the red figure the chief had mentioned earlier, I surmised that a vengeful spirit clad in red had indeed manifested here. Turning to Hu Qianqian and the chief, I declared, "Let us go. I have found a lead." My tone was urgent. They exchanged puzzled glances but followed me without hesitation. Their footsteps quickening. Upon our return to the chief's home, Hu Qianqian was the first to speak. "Why the rush? What have you discovered?" I furrowed my brow and replied, "If my suspicions hold true, it is indeed a ghostly disturbance. And a red-clad spirit at that." "A red-clad spirit?" The chief and Hu Qianqian gasped in shock, their voices laced with fear and astonishment. I turned to the chief and inquired, "Have there been any recent disappearances or mysterious deaths in your village? Particularly regarding the younger women, I must confess I am not well acquainted." "Please hold on. I will inquire through a contact and inform you as soon as I have any news," the village chief responded solemnly. I replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Should there be no news, I shall meet her tonight to ascertain her true nature." I settled down in the village chief's home to meditate and maintain my optimal condition. While Hu Wangquan busied herself with her phone, as evening fell, still no news had arrived. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. "Gentlemen, please finish your meal." The village chief beckoned to us. After dining, we waited until 10 o'clock, yet news remained elusive. The tranquility of the night enveloped the village like a vast web. "Let us venture out," I urged, taking Hu Wangquan by the hand as we strolled through the village. The nighttime village was exceptionally quiet, illuminated only by the faint moonlight that bathed the ground like a delicate veil of silver, imparting an air of mystery. Hu Wangquan and I treaded lightly, each step as soft as a cat's, ever vigilant for any unusual disturbances. A sudden chill wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves. Hu Wangquan gasped. "Ah!" Her sharp, fearful cry shattered the night's stillness. I retorted with a hint of disdain. "Why are you so skittish? You are but a transformed fox demon. Why such timidity?" "Humph! I did not achieve my form through my own cultivation. It was your whatever that helped me transform. My strength is certainly not formidable," she mumbled, her voice diminishing as if she had uttered a forbidden truth. A flicker of panic and unease crossed her eyes. I pressed further. "What? How did I assist you?" "It's nothing," she averted her gaze, seemingly evading my scrutiny. Just as I was about to pursue my line of questioning, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed in the silence of the night, each step resonating like a heartbeat against my own. I turned, grasping my peachwood sword, my gaze fixed on the darkness behind us. bracing for battle. The footsteps drew nearer. I held my breath, my heart racing, palms slick with cold sweat. Daoist, a voice emerged from the shadows. And I immediately relaxed. The village chief hurriedly approached from the dark, exclaiming, "This is bad, young Daoist. Trouble has arisen again. What has happened?" I wiped the perspiration from my brow. The village chief quickly explained, "Lu Guangguan from the village has been possessed. He is uncontrollably attempting to leap into a well, and we could not restrain him. The villagers have already knocked him unconscious and brought him back. He is now foaming at the mouth and delirious." I urged the village chief to lead the way, and shortly we arrived at Lu Guangguan's home. An eerie atmosphere permeated the room, and I observed his condition, clearly symptomatic of having been invaded by malevolent energy. His complexion was pallid, his gaze vacant, and his body trembled incessantly. I formed a seal with my hands and intoned, "Heaven and earth, righteous energy, protect me from the 9 heavens. Evil spirits, retreat." A hand seal struck Lu Guangguan's chest, and he retched, expelling a foul, viscous black substance. The stench filled the air, inducing nausea. Hu Wangquan quickly pinched her nose, exclaiming, "How disgusting!" Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Guangguan quivered. "Who are you?" The village chief promptly stepped forward to introduce us. Lu Guangguan hastily knelt, bowing repeatedly as he implored, "Master, please save me." I instructed him to recount the events that transpired, and he glanced nervously at the villagers outside. I instructed the village chief to disperse the villagers. It was unsafe at night. Once the crowd was gone, Lu Guangguan lamented, "It is all my fault. I am a beast." He wept. That day, I was drinking with Li Erniu at the village's edge. We encountered a beautiful female university student who had come to aid the village. In our drunken state, Li Erniu and I violated her. Afterwards, she threatened to report us, and in our panic, we decided to eliminate her. My eyes widened in fury as I rebuked, "You are utterly inhuman." Hu Wangquan, equally incensed, declared, "Tenin, let it be. Let him die. He deserves it." Lu Guangguan slumped to the ground, murmuring, "It is all our fault. The vengeful spirit of that female university student will not let us go. I beg you, master, save me." At that moment, a chill wind swept through, sending a shiver down my spine, prompting Hu Wangquan to retreat behind me. In the darkness, a red figure flickered in and out of view, accompanied by piercing cries that echoed with endless grievances and hatred. Chapter 24. The deep well. In an instant, the crimson figure darted past, reappearing before us with lightning speed, akin to a wraith, leaving us no time to react. Clad in a flowing scarlet robe that billowed ominously, it exuded an aura of dread, each movement imbued with the scent of blood. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, while her hollow eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light, resembling a vortex from the abyss that dared not be gazed upon. Her disheveled black hair cascaded wildly, akin to flames flickering in the wind. Lu Guangguan's eyes widened in terror, nearly popping from their sockets as he stammered, "She has come. She is here." His voice trembled, laden with despair and fear. The voice of the vengeful spirit echoed, "You shall all die. Those who obstruct me will perish, accompanying me in my grave." Facing the spirit, I proclaimed, "The paths of the living and the dead are distinct. The realm of the living has its laws, while there is still time. I advise you to seek rebirth. I will ensure he receives his just punishment, but should you continue your malevolence, I shall show no mercy. Ha ha ha. Where were you when I suffered torment? Today, all who hinder me shall die." With that, the vengeful spirit lunged at us. Shrieking in anguish, I drew my peachwood sword, chanting an incantation, and the sword radiated with a divine light. The spirit was momentarily repelled but charged at me with renewed ferocity. I bit my middle finger, drawing blood on the sword, and intoned, "Heavenly decree, 5 stars illuminate, all gods and saints, banish the dead, swiftly as the law commands." The sword blazed with brilliant light, and I hurled it at the spirit. Piercing her, the spirit transformed into a cloud of black smoke, attempting to flee, exuding a sinister aura. Hu Wangquan hastily cast her spell, her hands weaving intricate seals as she chanted incantations in hopes of thwarting the spirit's escape. The red spirit's figure flickered, evading Hu Wangquan's attack, vanishing into the night with lightning speed. At that moment, Lu Guangguan approached, trembling. "Masters, Will this red spirit return? I cast him a sidelong glance. Of course she will. She has merely retreated for the time being. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangguan's face drained of color, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. His voice quivered. Master, what should I do? I do not wish to die. I implore you to save me. I furrowed my brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, the only solution now is to locate her remains and bury them properly. It may alleviate her resentment. I will devise a means to guide her to peace. Hu Wangquan nodded in agreement. Tinin is correct. We must urgently find her remains. Lu Guangguan scrambled to his feet, his voice quaking with tears. I know where her body is. I will take you there, I replied coolly. Let us go tomorrow. For now, we shall leave it at that. Lu Guangguan trembled. Master, she will not return tonight, will she? I responded with a hint of anger. If she does, it will be your own doing. With that, we turned and returned to the village chief's home, spending the night in silence. The following morning, as usual, I engaged in meditation to absorb the auspicious energy of the early hours. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon me. A knock at the door interrupted my contemplation. The village chief, anxious, called from outside. Young Taoist, we have news. I roused Hu Wangquan, quickly washing up before joining him in the living room. The village chief handed me a document, his tone grave. 3 years ago, a group indeed came to our village to offer assistance, which I personally received. Among them were several young and beautiful girls. However, when they were about to leave, one girl mysteriously vanished. We immediately reported it to the authorities, yet to this day, her whereabouts remain unknown. This document contains detailed information about that girl. I accepted the document and examined it closely. The first thing that caught my eye was a photograph of a lovely girl, her smile warm and radiant. Next, I noted her name, Su Yao, hailing from Jinghe City, Sujiang Province. Finally, I focused on her date of birth. As I expected, in the mere span of 3 years, she had attained the strength of a ghost general, for she was born in a year, month, and day of pure Yin, embodying a holy Yin constitution. This extraordinary birthday rendered her spirit more susceptible to accumulating negative energy after her demise, transforming her into a formidable, vengeful spirit. After perusing the materials, I gleaned a general understanding. The scene shifted as we followed the village chief to the home of Lu Guangguan. Lu Guangguan approached, his countenance haggard, exclaiming, Master, you have finally arrived. I was reluctant to engage with him, merely nodding to indicate he should lead the way. Before long, we arrived at a desolate area behind the village. Overrun with weeds and seemingly forgotten by the world, in the clearing stood a deep well. Lu Guangguan pointed towards it, saying, Taoist, it is right here. Approaching the well, a chilling draft emanated from its depths. I leaned over to peer into the abyss, where darkness prevailed, obscuring the bottom. Prepare the rope. I shall descend to investigate, I instructed Lu Guangguan. He hurriedly fetched a thick rope and secured it to a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, I said, Qianqian, remain vigilant above. I will descend alone. Hu Qianqian anxiously grasped my arm, imploring, Brother Shuren, it is too perilous. Shall we not consider an alternative approach? I patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall be fine, for you are here. Lu Guangguan murmured nearby, Master, please exercise utmost caution. Securing the rope, I slowly descended into the well. The atmosphere within was dark and damp, the walls adorned with moss that emitted a putrid odor. The slick walls and the biting cold mist rose incessantly, and as I descended further, light diminished and the chill intensified. After descending approximately 20 meters, I finally glimpsed the water's surface. The water lay still as a mirror, yet exuded an aura of mystery. Peering into the depths, I discerned nothing. The tranquility of the surface bred unease, concealing unknown dangers. Just as I prepared to descend further for a closer examination, my foot inadvertently brushed against a protrusion. With a creak, a hole suddenly appeared in the well's wall, the sound jarringly resonating in the silence. Cautiously, I approached the opening, from which a frigid breeze emanated, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Hu Qianqian called from above. Brother Shuren, how fare you? Her voice was filled with concern and urgency. I replied, Qianqian, do not fret. There is a hole below, and I shall investigate it. I untied the rope from my waist and followed the passage into a spacious stone chamber. The air was thick with an ancient odor, as if the room had been forsaken by time. The chamber's walls were etched with peculiar patterns, twisted and enigmatic. In the center lay a red coffin, radiating an eerie aura that deterred any approach. Furrowing my brow, I muttered, "What manner of place is this?" Moving closer to the wall, I scrutinized the strange designs, realizing they seemed to follow a specific order. Forming intricate runes, a sense of alarm surged within me. These markings were clearly deliberate, not the result of natural formation. A colossal secret surely lay hidden within this place. In each corner of the chamber rested four black stones, emitting a faint black light, inscribed with bizarre runes that continuously absorbed the surrounding negative energy. On the ground, vermilion powder traced complex lines, intertwining to create a vast octagonal pattern, each tip harboring a small blood channel, faintly exuding a pungent scent of blood. The stench permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Atop the chamber, 9 crystals glimmered with a chilling light, resembling the watchful eyes of demons. The red coffin occupied the heart of this array, emanating an enigmatic presence. Chapter 25. The Nine Gathering of Evil Spirits. This is the Nine Gathering of Evil Spirits, I recalled from my readings, murmuring to myself. As the words left my lips, a profound sense of foreboding washed over me, akin to an invisible hand gripping my heart. The Nine Gathering of Evil Spirits, as the name implies, constitutes an exceedingly malevolent arrangement aimed at accumulating malevolence, transforming ordinary spirits into merciless, bloodthirsty phantoms. The octagonal design possesses terrifying capabilities to ensnare souls. Clearly, this locale was meticulously arranged, every detail betraying a calculated intent, undoubtedly designed to maximize the gathering of malevolence. The vengeful spirit Su Yao must surely be a product of this malevolent configuration. Her corpse likely lay within that coffin, and it had undoubtedly undergone a transformation. Contemplating this, my heart sank further. To unravel this perilous arrangement, thorough preparation was essential. I swiftly produced a corpse-restraining talisman, affixing it carefully to the red coffin before hastily departing the chamber. Reattaching the rope to myself, I signaled to those above to hoist me out. Emerging from the depths of the well, I basked in the sun's warm embrace, its rays soothing my once tense nerves. Hu Qianqian rushed over, her expression fraught with anxiety as she inquired, "Brother Shuren, what transpired? I called for you, yet you did not respond. If you did not return soon, I would have descended to find you. What lies below?" My demeanor grave, I recounted my findings in detail. The village chief's face flushed with rage upon hearing my account. "What? Is someone conspiring to doom the entire village?" Hu Qianqian furrowed her brow, addressing me, "Brother Shuren, how shall we dismantle the Nine Evil Gathering?" I replied slowly, "This Nine Nether Evil formation harnesses black stones to accumulate negative energy, vermilion powder to summon blood, and crystals to lock souls, nurturing malevolent entities. To dismantle it, we must first destroy the black stones, severing the source of negative energy. Next, eliminate the vermilion blood channels to disrupt its blood-summoning power. Finally, shatter the crystals to break the soul-locking force." Although it appeared straightforward, the crux lay in the source of negative energy in Su Yao. Should she manage to escape, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to withstand her onslaught given the current circumstances. Lu Guangguan's face reflected concern, his voice trembling. "Master, what shall we do?" I reassured him, "Do not panic. Solutions will present themselves in time," then instructed the village chief and Lu Guangguan to procure vermilion powder, yellow paper, black dog blood, peachwood nails, and other necessary items, primarily as a precaution, for I had never encountered a zombie and was uncertain of the level of the corpse within the coffin. Meanwhile, I took Hu Qianqian to seek the source of negative energy. Guided by the memory in my mind, I traced the direction of the well's opening. Along the way, Hu Qianqian inquired anxiously, "Brother Shuren, will we succeed this time?" My expression serious, I replied resolutely, "We can only try our utmost." After walking approximately a mile, a tall and robust locust tree came into view, its branches sprawling like a colossal claw reaching towards the heavens. The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, yet the sound was devoid of vitality, instead emanating an eerie chill. I halted, focusing intently on the tree. In geomancy, locust trees are inherently associated with the Yin, and this particular tree radiated an exceptionally potent negative energy. I crouched down, extending my hand to gently touch the roots, and faint wisps of black energy surged forth, an icy sensation coursing through my body like electricity. Qianqian, it appears we have found the right place, I whispered. Hu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. What shall we do now? Shall we simply cut down the tree? I waved my hand, responding earnestly, no, if we were to fell the tree outright, it would unleash a torrent of negative energy, severely impacting the surrounding villagers. I picked up a stone and meticulously inscribed a Big Dipper formation upon the locust tree. Hu Qianqian gazed at me in disbelief. Brother Shuren, is this truly sufficient? I shot her an exasperated glance, replying, of course not. Do you think this stone is a treasure? I am merely marking the spot. Once the village chief gathers the necessary items, we will use peachwood nails soaked in black dog blood to secure them according to this layout, harnessing the power of the Big Dipper to contain this negative energy. Turning to her, I said, all right, let us return. Upon returning to the village chief's home, I found that he and Lu Guangguan had gathered all the required items. I soaked several peachwood nails in black dog blood, and the village chief did the same. Then, I instructed him and the others to drive the nails into the locust tree according to the positions of the Big Dipper. Before we set off, I reiterated my warnings, urging them not to fear regardless of what might happen, and simply to proceed with the task. Once the village chief departed, I began to draw talismans. This marked my first genuine attempt at talisman crafting, and I felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Soon, I completed 5 Sixting and 6 Jia protective talismans and 5 ghost-repelling talismans, feeling a twinge of pride. Hu Qianqian regarded me with disdain, saying, Brother Shuren, perhaps you should take a look at the ground. I glanced down and was met with a litter of discarded yellow paper. Sheepishly rubbing my nose, I replied, it is merely my first attempt. I am still unpracticed. Hu Wanwan gazed at me, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, is it your first time feeling awkward? Are all men clumsy during their first attempt? A jolt of surprise coursed through me, and I thought to myself, I suspect you are driving, yet I possess no evidence. I gently patted her head and inquired, where did you learn such things? She made a playful face at me and retorted, hee, even Brother Xian feels shy. Then she dashed into the courtyard, yelling at the top of her lungs, first time, feeling awkward, first time, feeling awkward. I sighed deeply, then prepared to draw a 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. The individuals lurking behind the 9 in Gathering Malevolence formation had yet to reveal themselves, and I had to be on guard. Should I find myself outmatched, this talisman would be my last line of defense. The process of crafting the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman was exceedingly intricate and drained a significant amount of my vital energy. After several unsuccessful attempts, I found myself down to the final yellow talisman. I calmed my mind, quietly attuning to the vital energy within me, as though entering a state of profound enlightenment, and began to draw. This time, I succeeded brilliantly, completing the work in one fluid motion. However, just as the final stroke was completed, I felt a sudden emptiness in my mind, my body swaying slightly, and I nearly fainted. Observing my condition, Hu Wanwan hurried over to support me, clearly worried as she asked, Brother Xian, what has happened to you? I massaged my temples and weakly replied, it's nothing. Drawing the talisman has depleted my vital energy. A moment's rest will suffice. With that, I settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. After a while, the village chief and Lu Guangguan returned, joyfully exclaiming, Little Taoist, you truly possess remarkable abilities. While we were nailing the peachwood stakes, that locust tree gushed blood. Had it not been for your earlier warnings, we would have never dared to proceed. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that everything had gone smoothly, at least for the time being, halting the spread of malevolent energy. By evening, my vital energy had largely recovered, and I sensed a hint of impending breakthrough. My heart soared with joy. My strength was poised to advance further. Next, I needed to dismantle the Feng Shui formation and resolve the matter of Su Yao's corpse. As night deepened, the village lay in stillness, silence enveloping all, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog. We approached the deep well once more, this time instructing Hu Wanwan to descend with me while the village chief and Lu Guangguan remained above. Ready for action. Chapter 26. Breaking the formation. With the experience of our previous endeavor, we swiftly arrived at the cave's entrance. This time, the initial trepidation had dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. Armed with flashlights, We ventured into the cave, the feeble glow appearing insignificant amidst the darkness, yet undeniably precious. We proceeded cautiously along the uneven ground, every step taken with care, our anxious silhouettes flickering against the walls in the dim light. "Fear not, Wan Wan," I whispered soothingly. "We will surely resolve the matters here." Wan Wan clutched my garment tightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Her hands trembled slightly, betraying her inner trepidation. As we entered the stone chamber, the ominous aura lingered, albeit significantly diminished. The previous arrangements had successfully suppressed the malevolent energy to some extent. I meticulously surveyed the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. It appeared the Big Dipper formation was in effect. We needed to swiftly destroy the black stone, the vermilion blood trough, and the crystals. I produced several talisman papers, tossing them upward, where they adhered firmly to the 9 crystals. Then, I hastened toward the black stone, raising my peachwood sword high and striking it forcefully. The stone shattered instantly, releasing a surge of black mist, akin to a gushing fountain. Without hesitation, I hurled a ghost-repelling talisman, which transformed into a radiant beam, swiftly dispersing the black mist. Next, I approached the vermilion blood trough, slashing it open with my sword. Vivid crimson liquid flowed forth, emitting a nauseating stench. Finally, I arrived beneath the crystal's 9 heavens above, with flames ablaze. I intoned. The 9 yellow talismans ignited simultaneously, incinerating the surrounding malevolent energy. I exhaled a long breath. Well, the 9 gathering malevolence formation has been dismantled. Wan Wan also relaxed. Her previously tense body finally eased. However, I furrowed my brow, sensing that everything was proceeding too smoothly. According to my expectations, Su Yao should have emerged immediately upon the formation's collapse. I shouted, "Oh no! We've fallen into a trap." My voice echoed within the stone chamber. Thick with regret and caution, a pang of anxiety gripped my heart, and I wore a look of dismay. "Wan Wan, we must flee," I exclaimed, grasping Wan Wan's hand and sprinting towards the cave's exit. We dashed to the entrance, only to find the rope had vanished. The lifeline that should have been there had inexplicably disappeared. I instructed Wan Wan to revert to her original form. Holding her tightly in an instant, she transformed into a petite fox. I then channeled my vital energy, utilizing my free hand to strike the stone wall with force, gradually ascending through the reactionary force. Just as I reached the cave's mouth, I suddenly sensed a powerful force surging towards me from the side. Akin to a tumultuous wave, unstoppable in its advance, I clutched Wan Wan tightly, my right hand releasing a 6 Jia protective talisman. Golden light surrounds me, invisible to the eye, unheard by the ear. Within lies thunder, concealed in the 9 heavens, the cave's wisdom revealed, the quintessence surging forth, golden light appearing swiftly to shield the true being. Hastily as the law commands, I took a step back, my body gracefully landing on the ground like a feather, light yet stable. Simultaneously, Wan Wan resumed her original form, quietly standing beside me. Our gazes fell upon the figure sprawled on the ground, the village chief. He lay there motionless, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Guangguan had vanished without a trace, as if he had simply ceased to exist. An eerie silence enveloped us, broken only by the faint whispers of the wind, instilling a sense of inexplicable tension and unease. Wan Wan inhaled deeply. "Brother Xian, I believe I can locate Lu Guangguan." "Why didn't I realize you possessed such a skill before?" I remarked, a hint of surprise in my tone. "You never inquired." Wan Wan pouted slightly, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction and grievance. Following her lead, I furrowed my brow. This direction seemed to lead towards the locust tree. A foreboding feeling surged within me. Before long, we arrived beside the locust tree, where Lu Guangguan was being held in a vice-like grip around his neck by Su Yao, his voice weak as he pleaded, "Master, save me." Upon witnessing this, I urgently called out, "Su Yao, stop, you are being manipulated. Do not persist in your delusion." Hearing my cry, Su Yao turned, her gaze rife with resentment. Her eyes seemed capable of piercing one's soul, sending chills down my spine. She sneered, "Deluded? They deserve their fate." As I cautiously approached, I implored, "Su Yao, you are a victim as well, ensnared by this malevolent feng shui formation. If you can relinquish your hatred, I can help you find peace and lessen your suffering." With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Let go? The torment I have endured cannot be alleviated by mere words." Her voice dripped with mockery and disdain. With that, her grip tightened further, and Lu Guangguan's complexion grew increasingly ashen. His eyes almost bulging as his breath became faint. Hu Wanwan, anxious, urged, "Brother Xian, think of a way." I inhaled deeply, drawing forth my peachwood sword, and resolutely declared, "Su Yao, if you do not release him, do not blame me for being merciless." Yet Su Yao remained unfazed, and as Lu Guangguan teetered on the brink of death, I resolved without hesitation. Infusing my vital energy into the peachwood sword, I leaped forward to strike at Su Yao. She flung Lu Guangguan aside and engaged me in combat, her movements ethereal and elusive, as swift as a specter. I did not wish to harm her fatally, for she too was a victim. And a flicker of compassion lingered in my heart. Gradually, I began to feel the strain. "Brother Xian, be careful." Hu Wanwan cried out in alarm. I evaded one of Su Yao's strikes, gasping for breath as I urged, "Su Yao, when will this cycle of vengeance end? I can feel your pain, yet such descent into darkness will only prevent your rebirth." Wielding my peachwood sword, I traced sharp arcs through the air, attempting to counter her ghostly assaults. The clash of malevolent energy against the sword produced sizzling sounds, echoing the fierce struggle between good and evil. Su Yao's furious voice rang out, "Feel? How can you possibly understand? My hatred, my grievances, can they be easily resolved by you?" Her hands danced, lunging towards my chest with swift, piercing strikes. The air around us filled with sharp whistling sounds. I panted and replied, "Though I cannot fully comprehend, I assure you that those responsible for your suffering will face their due punishment." I sidestepped, deflecting her hands with a swift sweep of my sword. Su Yao shouted in rage, "Punishment? Ha! Only if those who harmed me pay the price." Her eyes widened with fury as she chanted incantations, the surrounding malevolent energy thickening and pressing down upon me. Accompanied by the howling winds, with resignation, I declared, "If that is the case, then I must exert every ounce of my strength to prevent you from continuing your wickedness." I abruptly turned around, thrusting the peachwood sword upwards, and with a resounding clash, it collided with the ominous hand, producing a tremendous noise that reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble and crackle. Su Yao let out a chilling laugh, tauntingly remarking, "Come on, let us see if you possess the ability." Her voice was laced with provocation and disdain. With renewed vigor, she unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged towards me, creating a cacophony that I felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain of stone were bearing down upon me, nearly suffocating me at that moment. Hu Wanwan exhaled a puff of green mist and said to me, "Brother Shur-un, I can't hold her for long. Don't hold back. Subdue her first." Without hesitation, I produced a talisman and hurled it forward. The talisman soared through the air, glowing brightly as it sped towards Su Yao. She sensed the danger and attempted to evade, but found herself immobilized. The talisman adhered to her body with a sizzling sound, reminiscent of flames igniting. Imbued with destructive power, Su Yao was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, her body trembling upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed forward, retrieving a yellow talisman and reciting the sealing incantation. "Heaven and earth, vast and profound, grant me power, and let the demons and monsters be bound." In an instant, Su Yao's figure flickered and became ensnared within the yellow talisman. Just as I believed the ordeal was concluded, the sound of applause echoed from the darkness. Subsequently, two silhouettes emerged slowly. Chapter 27. This wave I am in the atmosphere. As the figures became clearer, I discerned a man and a woman. The male figure gradually came into focus, and I strained my memory, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him. The woman, however, was none other than Su Yao's corpse, now transformed into a zombie, her limbs darkened as if stained with ink. Her visage grotesque and terrifying, with fangs glinting ominously. Zombies can be categorized into various types: walking corpses, white zombies, black zombies, blood zombies, flying zombies, and the formidable Quaiba, as well as the unparalleled Hound. Walking corpses are newly transformed, sluggish, devoid of intelligence, and weak in combat. White zombies exhibit a layer of white fur, moving slightly faster with rudimentary awareness, but still rather slow. Black zombies possess skin as hard as iron, enhanced strength, and the ability to follow simple commands. Blood zombies can leap and move with greater agility, exhibiting basic cognitive abilities and the capacity to attack. Flying zombies can briefly take to the air with remarkable speed and intelligence. Employing strategies in their assaults, Quiba wields immense power, unafraid of sunlight, and can even manipulate the weather, making it exceedingly rare. Hound is the pinnacle of zombies, nearly invincible, capable of apocalyptic destruction, a legendary existence. Su Yao's corpse had evidently reached the black zombie level. Hu Wanwan approached me, pointing at the man and whispering, "Brother Shur-un, isn't that the village chief's assistant?" A realization struck me. The mastermind behind this was indeed him. I glared at the man and coldly stated, "So it was you who orchestrated this?" He chuckled darkly, responding, "And what of it? Do you think your shabby array can ensnare me? I have long since taken Yao Yao away. I intend for the entire village to accompany her in death." I regarded him calmly, replying, "Oh, is it not possible that my true intention was to draw you out? You believe your scheme is flawless, yet in reality, I am already in the atmosphere. Such a vast stone chamber could only have been prepared by someone with prior knowledge of the terrain. Who else but someone from outside the village could it be?" The man's expression shifted, as he seemed to grasp something. Furiously, he shouted, "You tricked me." I fixed my gaze upon him, my eyes resolute. "Now that you have revealed yourself, there is no escape. Tell me, who are you?" He scoffed disdainfully. "You? After enduring a fierce battle, how much strength do you have left? When you perish, I shall reveal my identity." With that, he commanded Su Yao's corpse to lunge towards us with lightning speed. I gripped the peachwood sword tightly and thrust it towards her. My movements were decisive and swift, devoid of hesitation. Her iron-like arm swung, nearly dislodging my sword from my grasp, the force sending tingles through my arm. I swiftly dodged her claws while chanting, "Heaven and earth, mysterious and profound. The root of all energies, vast and enduring, manifest my powers, command." The talisman in my hand ignited instantly, propelling towards the zombie Su Yao. Ablaze with fervent flames and formidable strength, Su Yao let out a furious howl, emitting a torrent of dark energy that engulfed the talisman in an instant, as if a colossal vortex had swallowed it whole. The man beside us chuckled malevolently. "Is that all you've got?" His laughter echoed ominously in the air, sending chills down my spine. I retorted with a snort, "If you're so capable, why hide in the shadows?" Without delay, I swung my sword again, the blade slicing through the air to collide with Su Yao's claws, sparking a burst of flames akin to shooting stars in the night sky. Hu Wanwan, anxiously watching from the side, called out, "Brother Shur-un, be careful." Beads of sweat trickled down my forehead, and suddenly struck with inspiration, I shouted, "Wanwan, I will hold Su Yao off, you go subdue him." I swiftly bit my finger, smearing the blood upon the sword, which then glowed a brilliant red. "Above the 9 heavens, grant me divine power, vanquish demons and eliminate evil, hasten as I command." With renewed vigor, I charged at the zombie Su Yao. My figure akin to an arrow released from its bow, imbued with an indomitable spirit. Seizing the moment, Hu Wanwan stealthily maneuvered behind the man. He sensed her presence and roared, "Little girl, how dare you?" Unfazed, Hu Wanwan swiftly acted, "Humph, what is there to fear?" Her movements were graceful and agile. With her hands forming seals, she recited an incantation. A beam of light striking towards the man, he attempted to evade, but found himself hindered, unable to escape. With a fierce command, Hu Wanwan exclaimed, "Down you go!" The man screamed in agony as he was propelled backward, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, I exclaimed joyfully, "Wanwan, splendid work." She replied with a proud smile, "Brother Shur-un, this villain is far too fragile." Subsequently, I formed another seal, invoking, "Divine thunder from the skies, justice descends." My palm wields thunder, shaking all things. "Command!" I struck down upon Su Yao. She emitted a deafening roar and fell heavily to the ground, her body crashing with a force that stirred up a cloud of dust. The man, witnessing this, cried out in anguish, "Yao Yao." His voice was filled with despair and fury. He glared at us, demanding, "Why do you obstruct me?" I merely seek vengeance for Yao Yao. What have I done wrong? I narrowed my eyes, asking, who are you, truly? The man looked up to the heavens with a bitter laugh, clutching his chest, and declared, ha ha ha, my name is Chen Lin, Su Yao's boyfriend. 3 years ago, Yao Yao selflessly went to the countryside to help them. Yet these brutes not only failed to show gratitude but cruelly took her life. Ungrateful wretches. I want them all dead. I questioned him, my tone filled with righteous anger. What of the innocent lives? Chen Lin coldly replied, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Sighing deeply, I empathized with his plight. Had it been Xiao Tong who was murdered, I would have descended into madness even more than he. With a hint of resignation, I remarked, you are not wrong, but resorting to such methods is unjust. There are laws of light and rules of darkness. Have you considered Su Yao's fate? If she kills, she shall be cast into the depths of hell, forever unable to reincarnate. Chen Lin's gaze suddenly grew vacant, and he fell silent, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. I spoke earnestly, you seem no more formidable than an ordinary person. How could you resort to such vile methods? After a long silence, he bitterly confessed. A middle-aged man told me he would help me seek revenge, and afterward, I was to hand over Su Yao's corpse to him. I urgently interjected, what was his name? Someone capable of crafting such a sinister array is likely a practitioner of dark arts, and I must eliminate him. Chen Lin replied, I don't know his name. All I know is he is a 7. Before he could finish, a hand pierced through his chest from behind. As Su Yao's corpse bit into his neck, in an instant, his body collapsed, reduced to a desiccated husk. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. I rushed to save him, but it was too late. After this, Su Yao's body emanated a surge of blood energy. This was dire. She had transformed into a blood zombie. My heart quaked. My heart was overwhelmed with shock and terror as Su Yao let out a piercing scream and lunged towards us. I swiftly sidestepped, brandishing my sword in an attempt to strike her. But the peachwood blade proved utterly ineffective against her. Hu Wanwan exhaled a stream of green gas, her hands reaching out towards Su Yao. Yet, with a mere flick of her wrists, Su Yao sent Hu Wanwan hurtling away. Hu Wanwan crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which arced through the air, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. Seeing this, I hastily threw out a corpse-restraining talisman, exclaiming, stop. However, the charm had no effect on Su Yao. She raised her hand to attack me, and I lifted the peachwood sword to defend myself. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered into 2 pieces, and her claw struck my chest, sending me flying backward. A copious amount of blood spilling from my lips, a fiery pain surged through my chest, as if my body were disassembling. Su Yao did not relent. She charged at me with ferocity, grasping my arm. She lifted me effortlessly, her mouth wide open, ready to sink her teeth into my neck. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, I suddenly felt Hu Wanwan's aura surge dramatically, radiating a brilliant green light. Chapter 28. Condensing Essence. Severe Injury. I understood the gravity of the situation. Hu Wanwan was utilizing her demon core, wagering her life in this battle. Wanwan? No, I shouted, my voice laced with fear and despair. In that moment, Hu Wanwan's eyes snapped open, filled with resolute determination. With a single strike, she aimed a palm at Su Yao. Su Yao took the blow head-on, the collision of their immense powers producing a deafening sound. Su Yao was forced back several meters, while I was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Struggling to rise, I embraced Hu Wanwan, my heart racing with anxiety as I implored, Wanwan, are you all right? Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Stark against her pallid complexion, she managed a weak smile and said, Tenin, you must live well. Her voice was barely audible, yet each word struck my heart like a hammer. After that, Hu Wanwan slowly closed her eyes, her breath growing fainter, her body reverting to its original form. The small figure in my arms began to lose warmth, and my heart felt as though it were being carved apart by countless blades. A sense of helplessness engulfed me, like a tidal wave threatening to drown me. Cradling Hu Wanwan, I let out a furious cry towards the heavens. Anger surged within me, as if the very essence of my being was boiling over. In the depths of my sorrow and rage, I sensed a formidable power stirring within me, a force gathering from all around. With a soft thud, I broke through to the condensing essence stage. At that moment, I felt enveloped in a radiant light, the air around me vibrating with energy. Clenching my fists tightly, my gaze hardened as I locked onto Su Yao. I will have you torn asunder. I roared that I retrieved the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talisman from my pocket, chanting, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, heed my call, vanquish demons and dispel evil, eradicate all malignancy. Upon completing the incantation, I hurled the talisman into the air. The paper glimmered with a dazzling brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talisman erupted in a resplendent display, dark clouds rapidly gathering overhead, accompanied by the crackle of thunder. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Su Yao. Resembling a dragon imbued with the power to obliterate all, Su Yao attempted to evade, but there was nowhere for her to hide. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. With a scream, she was engulfed by the lightning, which instantaneously shattered her form into a cloud of ash. The village chief hurriedly arrived with others, his face a mask of astonishment as he surveyed the scene. What on earth has transpired here? He asked. Cradling the unconscious Hu Wanwan, I replied in a low, emotionless tone, Chief, Su Yao has been eliminated by me. The mastermind behind this is Chen Lin, who has also perished. Killed by Su Yao. My voice was devoid of any feeling. As if my soul had been stripped away, I gazed at the weakening little fox. Unsure of what to do, lost in my thoughts, I suddenly remembered the master. Having roamed the martial world for many years, he must possess a solution. I rose, instructing the chief to incinerate the bodies of Su Yao and Chen Lin, and to report Lu Guangguan to the authorities. With that, I dashed up the mountain without a second thought. As I ran, gasping for breath, I called out, Wanwan, you must hold on. I had no idea how long I had been running, but soon my clothes were drenched in sweat. Finally, I reached the entrance of the temple, expending the last of my strength to pound on the door. Then, I collapsed against it, utterly drained. After a moment, I heard light footsteps approaching, and as the door swung open, my junior sister exclaimed, Shitty. Her voice was filled with surprise and concern. She gently supported me. I stammered, Save. Wanwan. Before I could finish, darkness overcame me, and I fell into unconsciousness. I had no idea how long I remained in that state, but I dreamt of a place devoid of sunlight, where two figures carried Hu Wanwan forward. I longed to grasp her hand. Yet my body remained immobile. A wave of anxiety and despair washed over me as Hu Wanwan turned to bid me farewell. Tenon, in the next life, I hope to meet you again. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness. I jolted awake, shouting, Wanwan, don't go. My junior sister rushed over, soothingly saying, Calm down, Shitty. Wanwan is still here. You're gravely injured and need to rest. Had you delayed any longer, the corpse poison would have infiltrated your heart. I paid no heed to my own condition, trembling as I asked, Sister, how is Wanwan now? Her expression turned grave as she replied, The master is still devising a plan. But the situation is not optimistic. He asked for you to awaken and seek him. I hastily descended from the bed and made my way to the main hall. The master sat in a chair, his expression somber. Tenon, I am sorry that I initially believed it to be merely a common malevolent spirit causing havoc, never anticipating the presence of such dark sorcery. I anxiously inquired, It's all right, master. How is Wanwan? The master regarded me with a pained expression. Miss Hu's demon core has shattered. Fortunately, the activation time was brief. There is a sacred healing place in the back mountains that can temporarily preserve her life. However, if no remedy is found within a year, she may face dire consequences. I felt a surge of desperation. I asked there truly no way to save her. The master shook his head. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Allow me to think. Since it arose because of me, I will surely provide you with a comprehensive solution. For now, focus on resting and purging the corpse poison from your body. I bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. Returning to my quarters, I attuned myself to the true energy within. To my astonishment, I found my previous energy had solidified, manifesting as spheres within my dantian. I directed the true essence through my meridians. Before long, I expelled a mouthful of black blood, cleansing my body of the poison. At that moment, my junior sister entered, carrying a bowl of noodles. Seeing my condition, she quickly set the bowl down and approached me. Shitty, how are you feeling? She asked, Concern etched on her face. I'm fine, I replied calmly. I was just purging some corpse poison. She continued to express her worry. Shitty, you must be starving. Have something to eat? We sat at the table, and as I ate, I recounted our experiences dealing with the village's troubles. Regret washed over me as I exclaimed, it's all my fault. If only I had used that divine thunder talisman sooner. My sister offered comfort, saying, Shitty, you did exceptionally well. Have you considered that had you not broken through to the condensing essence stage, the talisman might not have had such potency? In that case, both you and Wan could have perished. I paused, contemplating her words, and turned to her, saying, Sister, you are truly wonderful. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly replied, Shitty, I won't disturb you further. Please rest well with that. She hurriedly left the room. Days later, the master summoned me to his chamber, his demeanor serious. Point 10 on. I believe I have found a method to potentially save Miss Hu, but it requires a rare medicinal ingredient known as condensing form grass, which is exceedingly scarce. However, I've recently learned that the Zhang family in Jinghe City possesses a specimen. Would you be willing to seek it out? I responded eagerly, Master, no matter how difficult the journey, I am willing to try. The master nodded slowly. Very well, you shall descend the mountain in a few days. Take Mu Jin along. I hesitated, Master, but my heart was heavy with worry and uncertainty. After the events with Hu Wan, I feared for my ability to protect my sister. The master spoke calmly, Tinan, I understand your thoughts. To observe the world and refine one's heart is essential. Knowing oneself, transcending life and death, comprehending the cosmos and realizing the path, these are vital lessons. Do you understand? The master's intent was clear. I was to experience the world and grow through the mundane. For my pure young body, such trials would be the best form of growth. With a firm admonition, the master concluded, Tin-un, remember, the time is not yet ripe. One must not rashly seek the person who occupies their heart. Knowing too much now does you no good, Tian and understood. And I replied helplessly, after speaking. I departed from the main hall. As I walked back to my quarters, my spirits plummeted. I had thought that once I broke through to thee, I could seek out Xiao Tong. Yet the master had repeatedly cautioned me against it. Must I truly wait 5 more years? Is it indeed the case that lovers are forever denied their union? Chapter 29. Leaving the mountain. Uncle 2, I returned to my lodgings, spoke briefly with my senior sister, and after resting for a few days, set out to descend the mountain. During these days, I immersed myself in the arduous study of the 9 heavens' secret talismans. The deeper I delved, the more I discovered about the intricate knowledge of feng shui, a complexity that made me ponder whether the pinnacle of Taoist arts lies within it. One evening, my senior sister led me to a courtyard within the temple. Filled with blooming flowers of every hue, each vying for attention, their fragrances intoxicating. She moved gracefully among the blossoms, resembling a fairy among the flowers. Her figure was lithe, her steps light, with her skirt swaying gently in the breeze. Complementing the surrounding flora in a breathtaking display, I gazed at her, my worries dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Her beauty was like a spring breeze, warm and enchanting. Turning to me, she smiled and beckoned. Come and take a look here. Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark singing amidst verdant willows, crisp and delightful, with a playful, cheerful undertone. I hurried over to a corner of the courtyard where a small, artificial hill stood, beneath which lay a clear spring. Though modest in size, the hill was artfully crafted, resembling a miniature landscape of nature. The spring's waters were crystal clear, shimmering with golden flecks upon its surface. My senior sister reached out, gently stirring the water, droplets sparkling in the sunlight. I couldn't help but exclaim, this place is truly beautiful. She smiled in agreement. Indeed, this has always been my favorite spot. Her gaze held a hint of tenderness, as if reminiscing about cherished moments from the past. Looking into her eyes, I said, we can come here often in the future. It's not like we want to return. She murmured. In the future, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the courtyard, draping everything in a magnificent glow, as if adorning it with a splendid mantle. My senior sister sat quietly, gazing into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy in the fading light. She appeared both solitary and hauntingly beautiful. I approached her softly, asking, Sister, what troubles you? She snapped back to reality, smiled faintly, and replied, It's nothing. just some memories. Her smile carried a hint of bitterness, and a flicker of sadness danced in her eyes. I chose not to press further, simply remaining beside her in silence. At that moment, all I wished was to alleviate her solitude, to offer her warmth and solace through my presence. We shared a night devoid of words. And at the break of dawn, as the rooster crowed, I opened my eyes, having absorbed the auspicious energy of the morning. I gathered my belongings, preparing to leave the temple. Today, my senior sister donned a flowing light blue dress. Its fabric fluttering elegantly, the white silk ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The ribbon, as pure as the clouds, gently tied around her waist, enhancing her graceful silhouette. Her fitted top delicately outlined her enchanting curves, adorned with exquisite embroidery that added an air of elegance. The intricate patterns were refined and beautiful, akin to a work of art, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship and unique taste. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, a few strands dancing in the wind, amplifying her ethereal beauty. I found myself spellbound, saying, "Sister, you look truly radiant today." A blush crept onto her cheeks as she replied, "Thank you, junior brother." We proceeded to the main hall to bow thrice to our revered ancestor and light a stick of incense. Then slowly made our way out of the temple. At the entrance, the master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, holding the small cloth bag my grandfather had given me. He spoke slowly. "Inside is something left for you by your grandfather. Go down the mountain quickly. You have only 1 year." I took the bag, bowing deeply. "Thank you, master." With that, my senior sister and I began our gradual descent. I looked back, a wave of sadness washing over me, recalling the time when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and I had come in haste. The mountain breeze was wild and unyielding, the surrounding trees swaying frantically, as if bidding me farewell. The wind howled, rustling the leaves, branches thrashing about, as if desperately trying to retain our presence. For a long while, our figures, hurrying along the picturesque mountain path, appeared notably small and solitary, heading towards the road below. Our steps were resolute and hurried, our silhouettes gradually fading along the winding path. On the descent, I opened my grandfather's cloth bag. Inside, I found a stack of money, a letter, and the copper coin sword my grandfather had once possessed. I opened the letter, which read, "Shaoan, by the time you read this letter, you will likely have left the mountain. Do not worry about us. I have taken your parents to a safe place. When the time is right, we shall meet again. You are still inexperienced in the world. Be cautious and discerning. Do not let others take advantage of you. I have little to leave you, save for that copper coin sword. I hope you can use it to uphold justice. Additionally, your uncle too is doing well in Jinghe City. If you have nowhere to go after descending, you can find him at 21 Jianing Road, Donghe District. Lastly, remember not to venture deep into the mountains. If fate allows, you may yet rekindle your romance. Keep this in mind." Reading the letter, a myriad of emotions welled within me. I had thought that after cultivating, I could seek out Xiao Tong. Yet both the master and grandfather had cautioned me repeatedly against ideas. The depths of the mountains truly that terrifying? Xiao Tong lingered in my thoughts, and I often recalled her words, my heart brimming with anticipation and longing. That longing surged like a tide, crashing against my spirit. I knew that to reunite with her as soon as possible, I must continually strengthen myself. I would not give up. My relationship with Uncle Tu was tenuous at best. He had left home early and rarely returned. In my memory, his figure remained a blur. My senior sister and I arrived in town and boarded a bus in search of Uncle Tu. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, the bus pulled into the provincial station. The evening sun bathed the station in a golden glow, casting a radiant sheen upon everything. Having gone the whole day without food or drink, I felt both thirsty and hungry, while my senior sister remained uncharacteristically silent. Her expression bore signs of fatigue, and a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. Upon disembarking, a myriad of individuals leered at my senior sister with ill intentions, their gazes greedy and brazen, as if wishing to devour her whole. At that moment, I regretted bringing her along. We chose a random place to eat. After our meal, as we walked along the roadside, a young woman rushed up to me, asking me to scan a code for a keychain giveaway. I hurriedly stepped aside. Reaching the main road, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take us to 21 Jianing Road. Throughout the journey, the driver kept casting lecherous glances at my senior sister. I was keen to avoid trouble as we entered the city. Soon, The taxi arrived at the entrance of 21 Jianing Road. It was a shop selling money paper, adorned with an ancient-style sign, flanked by two lion statues. The sign had faded somewhat, yet the inscription remained legible. Fu's Inyang Shop. My brows furrowed slightly as I double-checked the address. My senior sister chuckled softly beside me. Indeed, it is 21 Jianing Road. Uncle Tu is engaged in such a business in the city? I pondered. To put it nicely, it's selling money paper. To put it less kindly, it's a business for the deceased. I had assumed Uncle Tu was merely working in the provincial city, not realizing. No wonder he never spoke of his work when grandfather inquired. Standing at the door, my heart raced with excitement. I was finally about to meet my family. I approached slowly and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Is Uncle Tu not home? I muttered softly, knocking again. Who is it? A loud voice from the second floor called down. Tinged with irritation, I looked up and saw a plump young man, around 18 or 19, holding a chicken leg and looking somewhat familiar. He glanced at me with evident annoyance and waved his hand dismissively, saying, We're closed. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, I felt irked and replied, We're not here to buy anything. The young man frowned, eyeing me before glancing at my senior sister. His demeanor shifted instantly. It turns out a beauty has come to visit. Please, come in and have a seat. I will be right down to entertain you. With that, he discarded the chicken leg and hurried inside. My senior sister and I entered, finding the place covered in dust, as if it hadn't been cleaned in years. We located a somewhat cleaner stool and sat down slowly. Chapter 30. Reunion with Heilong after a while. The plump young man hurried down from upstairs. When I saw him again, he had changed into clean clothes, looking entirely different from his previous disheveled appearance. He approached my senior sister, extending his hand, and said, Hello, beautiful. May I ask your name? I quickly rose to grasp his hand. Fu Xian. My movements were swift and decisive, as I wished to spare my senior sister from an awkward predicament. The stout fellow exclaimed, visibly excited, Xian, you don't recognize me anymore? I'm Heilong. Long ago, when I was merely 3 years old, Heilong's family had departed from our village, and I never anticipated that we would meet again now. Heilong smirked mischievously and remarked, Xian, this beauty cannot possibly be your girlfriend. Can she? His grin bore a hint of teasing and mockery. I shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, What are you talking about? You rascal? This is my senior sister. Heilong, still somewhat incredulous, replied, Oh, it seems you have taken quite a liking to cosplay. I kicked him lightly, thinking to myself how utterly foolish he was, and insisted, This is truly my senior sister. At that moment, she spoke softly and gently, Heilong, I am indeed his senior sister. Only then did Heilong realize his blunder, promptly apologizing with, I'm sorry, beautiful. Since you are Xian's senior sister, I shall address you as sister from now on, and you may call me Xiao Long. His face was full of contrition, as he bowed repeatedly. My senior sister quickly shook her head, saying, No, just call me Mu Jin. A smile adorned her face, polite yet distant. Heilong nodded eagerly. All right, Mu Jin Jia. He then scratched his head and continued, Xian, what have you been up to all these years? I often reminisce about our childhood days spent playing in the village. I smiled and replied, I have been honing my skills at Qingqing Temple. And what about you? How did you end up in my uncle's shop? Heilong sighed. Well, my parents have been out in the world, navigating the ups and downs of business. In recent years, they've finally made some money and have gone abroad. Not wanting to follow them, I decided to help your uncle at his shop. I patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, Don't be so pessimistic. Now that I'm here, you have my company. Heilong nodded and suddenly brightened. By the way, Xian, tonight I'll treat you all to a feast. Let us have a good time. My senior sister interjected. Oh, that's too much trouble. Heilong waved his hand dismissively. Mu Jinjia, don't be modest. It's settled. That evening, we arrived at a bustling restaurant, alive with light and the chatter of patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Heilong ordered a sumptuous array of dishes and opened several bottles of fine wine. After a few rounds of drinks, Heilong became quite loquacious, his cheeks flushed and his gaze somewhat unfocused. With drunken clarity, he said, Xian, to be honest, your uncle's shop is rather extraordinary. There are always peculiar individuals dropping by, intrigued and eager. I asked, such as whom? Please, do tell. He Long belched lightly and recounted. Just a few days ago, an old man clad in a black robe came in, all mysterious, insisting on finding some talisman to ward off evil spirits. There was also a flamboyantly dressed woman who claimed to be haunted by malevolent spirits, pleading for your uncle's help. I furrowed my brows. And how did your uncle handle that? He Long shook his head. Well, the old man spoke with your uncle for a while, but it seems he didn't sell him what he sought. The old man left in a huff. As for the woman, your uncle gave her a talisman and instructed her to place it above her bed. My senior sister chimed in. That sounds rather mystical. He Long continued. Indeed. There was also a man exuding a sinister aura, who entered the shop and fixated on a statue of Buddha with a particularly frightening gaze. I pressed further, and then He Long took another sip of wine and replied, Then your uncle kindly asked him to leave, stating that he was not welcome in the shop. I watched from the side. Feeling quite uneasy, I exclaimed in surprise, Your uncle actually asked someone to leave? That man must be formidable. He Long nodded, slightly intoxicated. Yes, as he departed, he glared at your uncle with malice, muttering something under his breath. My senior sister pondered aloud. It seems this shop harbors many secrets we are unaware of. I frowned. I must inquire more thoroughly with my uncle upon our return. He Long waved dismissively. Forget it. With your uncle's temperament, he may not divulge anything even if you asked him why senior sister suggested. Then we should observe discreetly. Perhaps we might uncover something. I concurred. Indeed. Let us proceed with that plan. He Long suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. Oh, and Xian. Yesterday a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old came in, claiming he could see ghosts, and was crying in fear. My eyes widened in astonishment. And what did your uncle do? He Long replied. Your uncle gave him a bowl of talisman water, and the child calmed down and left. My senior sister expressed her confusion. Is this talisman water really that miraculous? He Long shrugged. Who knows? All I can say is that the child left without a fuss. I was acutely aware that we were merely playing roles, while He Long was an ordinary person who should not be entangled in my affairs. I mused to myself that my uncle appeared to be far from simple. As midnight approached, we returned to the shop, and He Long pointed to a vacant room on the left upstairs. Swaying slightly as he said, Xian, that room is empty. You can sleep there tonight. With that, he staggered upstairs, turning back to add, Xian, remember to exercise moderation. Moderation? I thought to myself. My senior sister blushed. We entered the room together, where the bedding was neatly arranged. Although the room was small, it was tastefully decorated. Despite having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, the effects rendered me fixated on my senior sister. The more I stared, the more she resembled Xiao Tong. I slowly approached, cupping her face, intent on kissing her. My gaze grew hazy, and the desires within me flared to life. My senior sister hurriedly pushed me away, her face flushed to the roots of her hair. Exclaiming, Shitty, what are you doing? It was only then that I realized my mistake. Senior sister, I'm so sorry. I drank too much. My voice was laden with regret and self-reproach, yet I felt as though Xiao Tong was right before me. Perhaps I was merely overwhelmed with longing. After a moment, my senior sister had prepared the bed, then remarked, Shitty, there's only one bed here. How shall we sleep tonight? I'll take the floor, and you can have the bed. Senior sister, I said, my voice low and tinged with guilt, unable to meet her gaze. Subsequently, she set up a simple bed for me on the floor. Without uttering a word, I covered my head, utterly mortified. Wondering how my senior sister might perceive me, as the night wore on, I tossed and turned, unable to find rest, my heart heavy with anxiety and turmoil. My senior sister, unable to sleep as well? Softly inquired Shitty, do you have something on your mind? My heart raced in panic as I stammered, Senior sister, earlier, my words faltered, unsure how to explain. She gently reassured me, it's all right, Shitty. I'll just assume you were inebriated. There's no need to dwell on it. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior sister, my voice brimming with gratitude and relief. She then asked, Shitty, what are your plans moving forward? I replied nonchalantly. Next, I suppose I should gather information regarding the Zhang family. With that, I drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 31. The mysterious woman's silence enveloped the night. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, and I awoke early as usual to meditate and practice my cultivation. Surprisingly, My senior sister had risen even earlier. Upon completing my meditation and stepping outside, I found her diligently tidying up my uncle's shop, moving with the ease and familiarity of being at home. Just then, Xiao Long entered, carrying breakfast and wearing a mischievous grin, saying, "Xian, my friend, I've got your back. How was last night?" I retorted, somewhat annoyed. "What on earth are you thinking?" "I slept on the floor," Xiao Long continued. "Xian, with such a great opportunity, you didn't seize the moment? As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm." His expression conveyed a sense of disappointment. I replied, "Enough of that, let us just eat breakfast." I had no desire to prolong this topic. During breakfast, Xiao Long occasionally shot me glances, saying, "Mu Jinjia, you're truly hardworking. Since I came in, your uncle's shop has been like this, and I've been too lazy to help. Whoever marries Mu Jinjia will be a fortunate soul." He spoke while stuffing food into his mouth. Meanwhile, senior sister remained silent, a light blush creeping onto her cheeks. I shot Xiao Long a warning glance, urging him to cease his comments, and he lowered his head to focus on his meal. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the shop's entrance. The sound resonating sharply in the quiet space. A woman clad entirely in black, wearing a cap and a mask, stood at the door, her voice low and somber. "Is anyone here?" She emanated a faint aura of darkness, an unsettling presence that lingered in the air. Sensing this, I promptly stepped outside to greet her. I approached the door and inquired, "May I ask what business you have?" The woman spoke in a low voice. "May I ask if business is conducted here?" Typically, establishments like this cater to clients seeking items such as joss paper, and the term business is a colloquialism within the trade. Observing her inquiry, it was evident she must have encountered some trouble. I tentatively asked, "Could you please elaborate on the matter?" My gaze fixed intently upon her. She slowly began, "I am searching for someone, and regardless of whether I find them, I shall reward you handsomely." With that, she produced a black bag brimming with cash, seemingly around 100,000 yuan. After a moment's contemplation, realizing I had little money upon descending the mountain, I replied, "I shall take the job. Who is it you are looking for, and where might I find them?" She gradually handed me a photograph, stating, "This is my sister. Not long ago, she and her boyfriend returned to our hometown in Yangjiakan, Jinsha County, Jinghe City, and since then, I have lost contact with her. I have inquired through acquaintances, and they inform me that my sister and her boyfriend left long ago." I calmly responded, "I can attempt to find her, but I cannot guarantee whether I shall uncover a living person or merely a corpse." Not wishing to raise her hopes too high, the woman replied, "That will suffice. There is no time constraint. Once you locate her, please call this number." I responded, "Very well. Please provide me with her birth date and your hair." She handed me a note and plucked a strand of hair for me. I nodded in acknowledgement. After that, she turned and vanished into the crowd. My senior sister approached and inquired, "Junior brother, what happened?" I replied, "Nothing much, just a woman seeking her sister," and I agreed to take on the task. After all, with my second uncle away, I can simply share half of the reward with him later. I then shook the bag in my hand. Upon seeing it, my senior sister expressed concern. "With so much money involved, this matter may be more complicated than it seems. You must be cautious." I reassured her, attempting to ease her worries. "It's fine. She has not set a deadline. We can handle Qianqian's affairs first." Xiaolong approached, saying, "Tianan, isn't it strange? Look at how someone is bundled up so heavily on such a hot day." I replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." After breakfast, my senior sister resumed cleaning the shop, while I had nothing to do and went to assist her. Xiaolong was engrossed in a game, periodically exclaiming, "I play Ma Chao in the national server. What strength do you possess? What is your name?" I shook my head. Xiaolong was indeed a natural Ma Chao. Days passed, and we had not gleaned any news regarding the Zhang family. That moment, a mature man in his 30s strolled into the shop. I shouted, "Second uncle," my voice brimming with excitement and joy. He approached and patted my shoulder, saying, "Xiaowen, you've grown. Soon you'll be as tall as me." Upon entering the shop, he noticed my senior sister tidying up and smiled. "Xiaowen, you found yourself a good wife." She came in and cleaned the shop thoroughly. "You're quite fortunate." At this, my senior sister's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She didn't refute that. "What is going on?" I hurriedly clarified, "Second uncle, that is not the case. This is my senior sister. Her name is Yun Mujin Dai." Then recounted all the events at the temple. including my apprenticeship under the Nine Heavens Xian. My second uncle joyfully remarked, Shaoan, there's no need for concern. Your grandfather will surely be fine. Rest assured. However, you've truly accomplished something remarkable by becoming a disciple of the Nine Heavens Xian. That is a dream for many. That evening, my second uncle, Xiaolong, my senior sister, and I dined at a luxurious restaurant nearby, ordering an extravagant feast. Having never encountered such a spread, I could hardly resist the temptation, and I devoured my meal with fervor. My senior sister, however, ate delicately, exuding an air of elegance and composure. My second uncle, noticing this, inquired, Xiao Jin, is the food at your temple really that poor? Why does this lad seem as if he hasn't eaten in 800 years? My senior sister replied, not exactly. I usually prepare the meals its, just that Shaoan is excited since it's his first time descending the mountain. My second uncle burst into hearty laughter. He poured drinks for me, insisting that we toast to our reunion. Having rarely drunk before, I soon felt dizzy as my second uncle and Xiaolong continued to indulge. The following morning, I awoke in the hotel room to find my senior sister sleeping beside me. My heart raced, fearing I might have inadvertently crossed a line after drinking too much the previous night. I pulled back the blanket to discover my clothes intact. Thankfully, everything was as it should be. I got up to wash up, and upon returning, my senior sister was already awake. Senior sister, nothing happened last night, did it? I asked, my voice tinged with apprehension. She chuckled softly, assuring me, rest easy. Nothing occurred. I sighed in relief. Had anything truly happened, I might have feared for my life. We left the hotel, intending to head to my second uncle's shop. As we departed, I overheard someone remarking, Theske, this lad seems utterly unremarkable. How could he possibly attract such a beautiful girl? It's like a fresh flower planted in cow dung. I silently fumed, thinking, you are the cow dung, and your whole family too. Yet, I chose to ignore them. Upon arriving at my second uncle's shop, I noticed a woman in her 30s seated on a stool, wearing sunglasses and clutching a large set of keys. My second uncle and Xiaolong had yet to rise. Presumably still recovering from the previous night's revelry, I initiated the conversation. May I ask what brings you here? The woman removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing me before stating, I am the landlord of Fu Dequan. He owes me several months of rent. If it weren't for our previous acquaintance, I would have evicted him by now. Who are you? Realizing she was the landlord, I introduced myself. I am his nephew. You can call me Tianan. I'm unaware of how much he owes you, but I can settle it. The woman replied slowly, Ah, so you are Tianan, his nephew. I used to be classmates with your uncle. How about this? Since it's our first meeting, let us round it to a neat amount. 10,000 will suffice. How does that sound? What, 10,000? Chapter 32. The Zhang family's strange affairs. I gritted my teeth and transferred 10,000 yuan to the landlord from my mobile phone. At that moment, my heart felt as though it were bleeding, lamenting, what a misfortune. I've been duped by my second uncle right from the start. No wonder I couldn't find him here waiting. Upon receiving the payment, the woman beamed, saying, All right, I'll come back to see your uncle another day. You can call me Sister Huan. She turned to leave, her hips swaying exaggeratedly as she walked away with her large set of keys. Through gritted teeth, I muttered, Sister Huan, take care, my tone laden with resignation and frustration. My senior sister stifled a laugh nearby. Shortly after Sister Huan departed, my second uncle stealthily emerged from his room, his footsteps light as if trying not to be detected. I complained, Second uncle, you've truly taken advantage of your dear nephew, he sighed, replying, Shaoan, I haven't had a successful venture in quite a while. Besides, your senior sister informed me that you landed a significant deal yesterday at my shop. I don't need more than the rent. I glanced at my senior sister, who smirked and walked away, her eyes sparkling with mischief and satisfaction. I chose not to pursue the matter further. Shaking my head in resignation, my senior sister was clearly retaliating against me. I then shifted the conversation. Second uncle, are you familiar with Ningxing grass? He responded, No, why are you looking for that? Thus, I recounted Hu Qianqian's grave injury while attempting to save me and the possibility of Zhang family possessing Ningxing grass. My tone was heavy with guilt and concern for Hu Qianqian. My second uncle spoke. I've seen that girl, Qianqian, a few times. She has a kind heart. However, I do know a thing or two about the Zhang family. He then pulled out his phone and showed me a message that read, The Zhang family's daughter has been afflicted by a strange illness, remaining in a coma for 3 years and unresponsive to treatment. We seek the talents of the martial world and all temples. Those who can cure her will be generously rewarded. He continued. I've heard that the young lady from the Zhang family has lost her soul. Many masters who visited merely shook their heads, claiming it was beyond their capabilities. Others say her soul has been taken by the underworld. The truth of it remains uncertain. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul, while the 7 spirits represent vigilance, memory, reproduction, immunity, detoxification, excretion, and respiration. If indeed the soul and spirit have been lost, one must personally witness the situation to truly comprehend it. I fell into deep contemplation, my brow furrowed, and my fingers unconsciously stroked my chin. If what my second uncle has asserted is true, and should the soul of the Zhang family's young lady have been claimed by the underworld, then the situation would become quite precarious. Second uncle, what should we do now? I inquired. He pondered for a moment, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Let me make some inquiries. You should go to the Zhang family and assess the situation. I will gather information regarding the Ningxing herb. My second uncle, having navigated the city's social circles for many years, still possessed some connections. After a short while, he sent the address to my mobile phone. I nodded and replied, all right, second uncle, I shall head to the Zhang residence. I will inform you of any developments. After bidding farewell to my second uncle, I hailed a taxi and proceeded to the Zhang family's address. My senior sister insisted on accompanying me, but I explained that I was merely there to gather information, ultimately persuading her to stay behind and watch the shop. The Zhang family's villa was exceptionally grand, with 2 security guards stationed at the entrance. Upon noticing my arrival, they inquired about my purpose. Their expressions were stern, their gazes scrutinizing. I stated my identity, mentioning that I had come in response to an online gathering notice. The guards appraised me with disdain, one of them scoffing, "What sort of child are you? Be off with you. Don't make a fuss." Thus, I found myself arguing with them at the entrance. Soon, a butler-like figure emerged, irate, and exclaimed, "What's all this noise? If you two don't quiet down, you'll both be out of here." He then turned his attention to me, asking about my identity. I replied coolly, I was sent by my second uncle, Fu Dequan. The butler's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression turning cordial as he approached me. "So you are Master Fu's nephew. My apologies." You two quickly apologized to this young man. His attitude underwent a complete transformation, becoming respectful and ingratiating. The 2 guards bowed their heads in apology, and I waved them off. The butler then glanced around and asked, "Where is your second uncle? Why isn't he here?" I responded nonchalantly, "My second uncle did not come. I can handle this myself." The butler eyed me skeptically and said, "Very well, please come in." Upon entering the villa, I was struck by the spacious courtyard, where my gaze was immediately drawn to an elegantly designed artificial mountain standing proudly in the eastern part of the yard, like a sentinel guarding the residence against malevolent energies from the east. The mountain's peculiar shape and clear textures resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Surrounding the mountain was a serene pond, its waters shimmering as fish swam joyfully within. The pond was strategically located in the southeastern part of the courtyard, believed to attract wealth and prosperity. Such an arrangement of feng shui surely indicated that experts had been consulted. As I stepped into the living room, I noticed several individuals clad in peculiar attire, seemingly present to attend to the Zhang family's young lady. One elder, sporting a long beard and wearing a Taoist robe, cast a glance my way and disdainfully remarked, "I thought someone worthwhile had arrived. Just a young brat. What skills could you possibly possess to keep us waiting?" His tone dripped with contempt and dissatisfaction. Observing their cultivation levels, most were at the early stages of the inquiry phase, while the elder was at a more advanced stage. I disregarded his comment and turned to the butler, asking, "Could you take me to see Miss Zhang?" The elder scoffed, "What's your hurry? Can't you see the host hasn't even arrived yet? Moreover, do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the upper floor, and a weary-looking middle-aged man gradually descended. His heavy steps indicated he was the master of the house, Zhang Keash, and spoke gravely, "Thank you all for coming to attend to my daughter's illness. I will grant any condition if you can cure her." My heart stirred. Perhaps this was an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the Ningxing herb. After exchanging a few more words, He declared, "Everyone, please follow me." We followed Zhang Keosh and up the staircase, which displayed an unusually peculiar layout. The stairway was blocked by an 8 Immortals table, adorned with several talismans on its corners. This technique was known as sealing the ghost path. Generally, if a house were haunted, employing such a method would prevent spirits from ascending. The more floors there were, the more effective it became. However, it also had a drawback. It was ineffective against exceptionally malevolent spirits. At this moment, Su Yao flew to my side, informing me that a spirit equally potent as her own had previously lingered here. I was taken aback. One stronger than Su Yao? A ghost commander? Wasn't he this a bit too intense right off the bat? A new entity? This is not good. Since Chen Lin's demise, Su Yao's resentment had dissipated, allowing her to regain her composure. She later confided that she did not wish to reincarnate just yet, desiring to accumulate more merits, so I allowed her to stay by my side, temporarily residing within that jade pendant. Arriving before a door, Zhang Keosh and halted, stating, "This is my daughter's room. You may enter and take a look." The elder in the yellow robe obstructed me, saying, "Young man, it's first come, first served. You wait outside. Once I have cured Miss Zhang and am in a better mood, I may reward you," I retorted coldly. "I fear you may find yourself with a life to earn but no life to spend. Though be frank, I could release Su Yao now, and she would frighten them into a panic. Let alone that spirit stronger than her." After saying this, the elder and his companions entered the room. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed, and the elder in the yellow robe scrambled out, his face as pale as a sheet. His eyes wide with terror. "Mr. Zhang, I can't take this money anymore," he stammered, trembling as though he had endured a severe fright. Without further ado, he and his disciples hastily departed. As they left, he kindly advised me, "Young man, heed my warning. This matter is beyond your capability. Leave now while you still have a chance to survive." Before Mr. Zhang could inquire further, he bolted out the door. Zhang Keosh turned to me, a sense of desperation evident in his demeanor, and sighed deeply, "Young brother, please proceed." I pushed open the door and stepped into the room. A faint scent of herbs permeated the air, its fragrance both refreshing and bitter. The young lady lay there, resembling a slumbering princess, beautiful yet heart-wrenching. Approaching her bedside, I closely examined her symptoms, silently contemplating how to ascertain whether she had truly lost her soul. Gently, I placed my fingers on Miss Zhang's wrist, closing my eyes to feel her pulse. The pulse was weak and erratic, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. After a moment, I opened my eyes. My brow furrowed as I formed a conjecture. Indeed, her soul had been lost, which explained Miss Zhang's comatose state. However, if the soul had been separated from the body for an extended period, it might be irretrievable. I cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhang, to be frank, I have heard that your ancestors possessed a Ningxing herb. Might you be aware of this medicinal plant?" My voice was low and cautious, my gaze fixed intently on his reaction. Should he respond negatively, I would promptly take my leave, for this was not a matter to be taken lightly. Zhang Keosh furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with hesitation as he replied, "The Ningxing herb? My ancestors indeed passed down a specimen, but it is exceedingly rare. However, if you can save Junia, I would be willing to offer it to you." I nodded and said, "Mr. Zhang, I will do my utmost. Yet, I require some time to prepare." Zhang Keosh eagerly replied, "Certainly, just let me know what you need." Turning to him, I specified, "I require yellow paper, vermilion, and incense candles. Additionally, I need a quiet environment without any disturbances." Zhang Keosh nodded repeatedly, assuring me, "No problem. I will arrange for it." After leaving the room, I immediately called my second uncle to update him on the situation. He cautioned me to proceed with care. As night fell, I lit the incense candles, their flickering flames casting shadows in the darkness, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Reciting incantations, I commenced the soul-calling ritual. Heaven and earth, yin and yang. Spirits of all things, I heed the decree of the 9 heavens, using talismans as my proof and incense as my guide. I summon the soul to return swiftly, as commanded. Upon completing the incantation, silence enveloped the room, devoid of any response. The stillness was akin to a deathly hush, exerting an invisible pressure. Taking a deep breath, I refocused my energy and recited the soul-calling spell once more. My voice echoed in the silent room, infused with urgency and anticipation, yet still, there was no reaction. Beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. It seemed that Miss Zhang's soul had either been taken to the underworld or was imprisoned elsewhere. Consequently, I folded the yellow paper into a paper crane, requesting Zhang Kaiash in to provide a drop of Zhang Junia's blood to mix with the vermilion, applying it to the paper crane while silently reciting additional incantations before releasing it. This was a commonly employed Taoist method for locating individuals. If the paper crane fell to the ground, it would indicate that Zhang Junia's soul had indeed been taken to the underworld. If that were the case, it would be quite troublesome. With my current abilities, this would be akin to searching for death in a toilet with a lantern. Conversely, if not, everything still holds a possibility. The 1,000 origami cranes spiraled in the air for a few moments before gliding downward. Their silhouettes stood out starkly against the darkness. I hurriedly followed, fervently hoping to uncover some clues, and my footsteps were brisk and urgent, as if I were chasing the last vestiges of hope. Zhang Kaiash, upon witnessing the flying cranes, was left agape and exclaimed, "Young brother, no, little Taoist priest, is this some form of celestial magic?" I replied nonchalantly. "What celestial magic? Merely a few trivial tricks." We followed the cranes into the living room, where they finally settled against a wall. Upon activating my yin-yang eye, I discerned a faint trace of yin energy lingering on the surface. This ethereal energy was elusive yet sent a chill down my spine. I pointed at the wall and inquired, my voice low and serious, imbued with curiosity, "Was anything ever placed here before?" Zhang Kaiash glanced at the butler, gesturing for him to respond, likely uncertain himself. The butler approached and pondered. "It seems there was something here." "Ah, indeed. There used to be a painting, purchased by the mistress during her lifetime at an auction." His tone carried a hint of nostalgia and uncertainty. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon me. The painting likely contained a malevolent spirit that had taken Zhang Junia's soul, though its purpose remained shrouded in mystery. I solemnly asked, "And where is that painting now?" The butler's expression faltered as he replied, "That painting was taken away a few days ago by the mistress's elder brother." Zhang Kaiash interjected, "Little Taoist priest? It is indeed my wife's brother who took it, claiming that our elderly father dreamt of her and wished to burn her cherished possessions." I was taken aback. Do the wealthy truly indulge in such whims? If I were to guess, that painting must be worth at least a few 100,000. Yet, I quickly dismissed that notion and conveyed my suspicions to Zhang Kaiash. His voice trembled as he asked, "Little Taoist priest, do spirits truly exist in this world?" I firmly stated, "Where belief exists, so too does reality. If you wish to save your daughter, you must retrieve that painting without delay." I preferred not to elaborate further. Eager to resolve the matter swiftly, it would not do to directly inform him of the existence of spirits and risk frightening him half to death with the revelation of Su Yao. Zhang Kaiash comprehended the gravity of the situation and swiftly dialed his elder brother Law. As we waited, I paced back and forth in the living room, contemplating the potential scenarios we might soon face. If the painting were retrieved, what would happen to the spirit? How could I compel it to return Su Yao's soul? After a considerable time had passed without an answer, a sense of foreboding welled up within me. I furrowed my brow and asked Zhang Kaiash, "What is going on? Why is there no response on the line?" My voice brimmed with anxiety and concern. Zhang Kaiash appeared equally distressed. "I do not know. My elder brother-in-law is typically not like this," I decisively stated. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must go to his location immediately." Zhang Kaiash nodded in agreement, and we hastily drove to his brother-in-law's residence. Throughout the journey, he was plagued with worry, urging the driver to accelerate. At last, we arrived at our destination, a multi-story apartment in an academic district. Upon reaching the place, Zhang Kaiash pounded on the door furiously, the sound echoing through the silent hallway, yet there was no response. We prepared to force the door open when, at that moment, the elevator doors opened with a ding, revealing a gaunt, pallid, middle-aged man. He caught sight of Zhang Kaiash beside me and bolted toward the staircase in a panic. His demeanor resembled that of a frightened rabbit, his eyes filled with terror and a desire to flee. Such a man, who indulged in vice, was swiftly apprehended by me, and I brought him back. Upon opening the door, Zhang Kaiash interrogated him, "Elder brother-in-law, why did you run? Where is the painting belonging to Junia's mother?" His voice was laced with fury and confusion, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The man trembled as he replied, I sold it. Zhang Kaosheng roared, What? Lin Zhengde, you scoundrel, have I not treated you well? You would part with the last remnant left by Junius' mother, yet deceive me with tales of our father needing it. Zhang Chaoshang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes ablaze with rage. Lin Zhengde stood quaking, Kaosheng. I am sorry I was framed and fell into drug addiction. I truly had no money and resorted to desperate measures. Zhang Chaoshang's anger intensified. You have succumbed to drug addiction? You heartless fiend! I shall call the police and have you incarcerated. He reached for his phone, ready to report the incident. I remained silent, recognizing this was a personal family matter and not my place to intervene. I stood there, my expression grave, yet my mind churned with thoughts of what might unfold next. Lin Zhengde fell to his knees, pleading, Kaosheng, please, I do not want to go to prison. I will tell you where the painting is. Tears streamed down his face as he begged. Zhang Kaosheng halted his actions, glaring at Lin Zhengde. Speak. Where has that painting gone? Lin Zhengde stammered. When I fell into addiction and borrowed a great deal of money. A man approached me, expressing a keen interest in my sister's painting and offering a high price. I foolishly sold it. I pressed on urgently. What man? Provide his details. Lin Zhengde wiped his tears, straining to remember. He has a long scar on his face, and his gaze was exceptionally fierce. He wore a hat, obscuring his features, and spoke in a strange voice, as if deliberately lowering it. A sense of foreboding settled in my chest. The situation had grown increasingly complicated. Zhang Kaosheng seethed with rage. You fool! Do you not realize your actions may endanger Junius' life? I began to search the room for any clues, my gaze sharp. Leaving no corner unchecked, suddenly, I stumbled upon a scrap of paper in the corner, inscribed with an address. What is this? Zhang Kaosheng inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity and anticipation. I regarded the note and declared resolutely, Perhaps this is the man's address. We must investigate. Lin Zhengde repeatedly bowed his head. I know I was wrong, Kaosheng. You must save me. I do not wish to go to jail. His forehead struck the ground with a thud. Zhang Kaosheng coldly retorted, Save you? Let the prison deal with you. With that, we exited. Upon reaching the ground floor, the wailing of police sirens echoed in the distance. Zhang Kaosheng, his expression pained, said, Little Taoist priest, I apologize for this embarrassment. May I ask how you are addressed? His voice carried a hint of awkwardness and regret. I replied nonchalantly, No need for concern. Every family has its own struggles. My name is Fu Xian. You may call me Fu Xiaoge. Now, let us meet this man. Subsequently, Zhang Kaosheng summoned the driver to take us to the address on the note. During the journey, I contacted my second uncle and senior sister, reassuring them not to worry. As I could handle the situation, my second uncle urged me not to be reckless, suggesting we consider other options if this failed. Meanwhile, my senior sister insisted on joining me, and after much persuasion, she finally relented, agreeing to accompany me under the condition we could go out together. Such is the nature of women. They require a gentle touch. I gazed at the distant mountains, reminiscing about Xiaotong. The vehicle soon arrived at the address on the note, which was an isolated ancient residence. Zhang Kaosheng hesitated. Fu Xiaoge, this place appears ominous. Could it truly be where we need to go? I inhaled deeply and responded, Since we are here, we shall enter and find out. Upon stepping into the ancient house, we beheld walls thickly coated with moss, resembling a lush green carpet. The dim light cast an eerie glow, as if countless eyes were watching us. The sagging beams seemed ready to collapse under their own weight at any moment. The decaying wood creaked ominously, as if issuing a final warning. The tattered window paper rustled in the breeze, producing a chilling sound reminiscent of lamenting spirits, sending shivers down our spines. A thick layer of dust blanketed the floor. Each step we took stirred up choking clouds of dust. Clearly, this place had been long abandoned. Zhang Kaosheng followed closely behind me, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard, his face pale as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He trembled as he spoke. Fu Xiaoge, this place is too terrifying. Can we truly find that man here? At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from the surroundings, reverberating through the vast, ancient abode. Sending chills down our spines, I called out warily, Who dares to show themselves? If you possess the courage, step forth and reveal yourself. My voice reverberated through the ancient mansion, imbued with resolve and fearlessness. At that moment, a chilly voice pierced the air. I didn't expect you to find this place so swiftly, but what can you, a mere child yet to fully mature, possibly achieve? My gaze unwavering, I boldly retorted to the enigmatic voice. Whoever you are, surrender the item, and I may consider sparing your life. My eyes betrayed no hint of trepidation, only determination and valor, as I clenched my fists, ready for battle at any moment. Ha ha ha, you? The voice dripped with disdain, and I scoffed. Humph, how will you know unless you try? In an instant, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the ancient abode. The long scar on his face appeared particularly grotesque in the dim light, resembling a twisted centipede coiling upon his visage. He donned a black cloak, its wide collar revealing a dark red lining, reminiscent of dried blood. The cloak fluttered gently in the wind, akin to the wings of a demon. His hands were clad in black leather gloves, each knuckle adorned with sharp metallic protrusions. With each step he took, an oppressive weight accompanied him, the thud of his footfalls echoing ominously. He slightly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that glimmered with a frosty light, coldly surveying us. Those eyes were like razor-sharp blades, instilling a chill within my very core. Zhang Chaoshan could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "What do you want?" The scarred face let out a cold chuckle. "This painting is not something you can simply take." I stepped forward, declaring, "Enough of your nonsense. We are taking that painting today." The scarred man crossed his arms, saying, "If you have the ability, then come and try." With that, he vanished in a flash, like a wraith. Lunging towards us, his fist, propelled by a rushing wind, aimed directly at my face. I sidestepped, simultaneously lifting my leg to kick at his abdomen. My movements were swift and agile, devoid of hesitation. He reacted with remarkable speed, retracting his fist to block my assault with his arm. Immediately afterward, he executed a spinning kick, his motion fierce and precise. I quickly crouched, supporting myself with my hands, and launched a sweeping kick toward his lower body. My actions flowed seamlessly, denying him any respite. The scarred man leapt high, evading my strike, and as he landed, he launched another offensive, his palm wind howling as it aimed for my chest. I hastily crossed my arms to defend myself, pushed back several steps by his overwhelming force. Yet, I remained steadfast, refusing to falter. Unyielding, I repositioned myself and surged forward like a bolt of lightning, my fists flying like a tempest. The shadowy figure dodged left and right, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, each of his strikes filled with lethal intent, as if he sought to end my life. Zhang Chaoshan watched anxiously from the sidelines, not daring to breathe. His gaze was fixated on our clash, his heart racing in his throat. After several exchanges, I discerned that he was merely at the initial stage of chi transformation. However, his martial prowess was formidable. Even with 30% of my strength, I found myself unable to best him. Thus, I intensified my assault, my techniques growing increasingly ferocious, leaving the shadowy figure somewhat overwhelmed. My speed escalated. Resembling an apparition, I raised my hand, delivering a palm strike that seemed to crackle with lightning. He barely had time to dodge before I sent him flying with a single blow. Chapter 35. For the sake of my grandfather? The scarred man struggled to rise, his face a mask of terror as he exclaimed, "Impossible! You can't be at the condensing essence stage." His voice trembled, saturated with disbelief and dread. And no sooner had he spoken than he abruptly turned and fled in the opposite direction, his movements frantic and hurried. Akin to a frightened beast, "Don't run," I shouted, propelling myself forward like an arrow released from its bow. My voice echoed through the ancient mansion, brimming with determination and decisiveness. The labyrinthine paths within the mansion twisted and turned, akin to a maze. The dim light rendered it difficult to discern the way ahead, and the decaying wooden boards creaked underfoot, stirring clouds of dust. I held my breath, keenly attuning myself to the sound of the scarred man's fleeing footsteps, pursuing him relentlessly, fearful of losing my quarry. At last, in a dark and damp chamber, the scarred man came to a halt. The room reeked of a nauseating stench of decay, with walls festooned with moss and mildew. He turned to face me, his voice dripping with malice. "You, boy, do not push your luck." The echo of his voice reverberated in the cramped space, laden with boundless ferocity and despair. I stood undeterred. My gaze locked onto him, resolutely stating, "Hand over the painting, and I shall spare your life." A foul odor filled the room, while droplets of water trickled down the walls, each plop resonating with poignant clarity in the silence. As if each drop struck at the very core of one's heart, at that moment, Su Yao's voice resonated within my mind. "Brother Tin?" I sensed the presence of the Ghost Commander. He must be here. The scarred man fell to his knees before a wall, pleading, "My lord, save me." His voice was rife with desperation, his body trembling uncontrollably. From behind the wall came a chilling, sinister chuckle. "Humph, worthless wretch." Subsequently, a powerful black mist surged forth from the wall, racing toward the scarred man, who collapsed instantly without a single cry, devoid of life. The black mist, like the tendrils of a demon, swiftly consumed the scarred man's essence. The wall shimmered with an eerie light, gradually revealing a shadowy figure. The flickering light dazzled the eyes, creating a disorienting effect. This figure was tall and imposing, exuding a potent aura of malevolence that sent shivers down my spine. The Ghost Commander was at the mid-stage. My heart sank. Faced with such formidable power, I dared not underestimate him. My heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat beaded on my brow. The Ghost Commander, arms crossed behind his back, regarded me coldly. "You, boy, dare to thwart my plans? With such youthful talent, reveal your name, or today shall mark your demise." I feigned calmness, knowing I had no significant backing. "My master, Zhou Tianzuan, had long passed," I retorted. "What does it matter who I am? Surrender Zhang Junia's soul, or I will ensure you pay dearly." The Ghost Commander threw his head back in laughter. "After all these years, it is the first time someone has dared to threaten me. You, a mere child, do not know your limits. Prepare to die." His laughter echoed throughout the chamber, filled with arrogance and contempt. With a wave of his hands, the black mist surged toward me like a tidal wave. The mist coalesced into countless sharp spikes, hurtling toward me with a menacing howl. I swiftly summoned my magic, forming seals with my hands as a faint glow enveloped me, manifesting a protective shield. This shield shimmered, akin to an impenetrable armor. The spikes struck against the shield, generating a cacophony of metallic clangs, sending sparks flying. A sound reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge, fierce and jarring. Observing this, the Ghost Commander snorted disdainfully and waved his hands once more, the mist coalescing into a massive black hand that came crashing toward me. I narrowly evaded, the hand smashing down to create a deep crater in the ground, debris scattering like bullets. Seizing the opportunity, I retaliated, my peachwood sword glowing brilliantly as I thrust it toward the Ghost Commander. Unfazed, he casually flicked his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous force that cleaved my sword in two, grinding my teeth. I charged forward again, engaging the Ghost Commander in close combat. My fists flew like the wind, each strike imbued with fierce momentum. His strength was overwhelming. Each retaliatory blow bore down upon me with immense pressure. The atmosphere in the room thickened, the clash of shadows and light producing a hissing sound. My clothing was torn by the mist, and several wounds appeared upon my body, yet my gaze remained resolute. Despite the blood flowing from my injuries, I exhibited no intent to retreat. The Ghost Commander, noticing my resolve, intensified his assault, muttering incantations that thickened the mist into black chains that sought to ensnare me. The chains slithered like venomous serpents, swift and lethal. Just as I felt I could no longer hold on, Su Yao's voice rang out in my mind. "Brother Tin, I am here to assist you." With graceful movements, Su Yao unleashed a radiant beam of light from her hands, striking the black chains. In an instant, the chains shattered, dissolving into black smoke. The brilliance of her light illuminated the dark room like a dazzling firework display. The Ghost Commander bellowed in fury. "A mere ghost general dares to thwart my plans." Su Yao coldly retorted, "You vile scoundrel, do not be so arrogant." Her voice was crisp and powerful, filled with courage. I gasped for breath, warning her, "Su Yao, be cautious of his techniques." Su Yao nodded, responding, "Brother Tin, you rest for now. Allow me to handle him." The Ghost Commander erupted into laughter. "You think you can challenge me? How foolish!" With that, he launched another assault, the mist coalescing into a colossal beast that lunged at Su Yao, claws bared, intent on tearing her apart. With a fierce cry, Su Yao conjured a jade scepter from the mist. Clashing with the beast, a resounding explosion echoed, the two mists intertwining, shaking the entire room. The ghost commander's expression darkened. A purine body? I did not expect you, little girl, to possess such skill. Su Yao took a few breaths, declaring, your prowess is hardly impressive. Though her voice bore a hint of fatigue, it remained imbued with a sense of provocation. The ghostly commander, incensed by Su Yao's words, swiftly brandished his hands, summoning an ever-thickening aura of malice that coalesced into a colossal black vortex. This vortex resembled a black hole, voraciously consuming all in its vicinity. The ghostly commander bellowed, let me demonstrate my might. As the black vortex surged towards us, his voice resonated like thunder, causing an unsettling buzz in our ears. Under the weight of the commander's formidable assault, Su Yao gradually found her strength waning, her form swaying and her spirit visibly dimming. Her complexion turned pale, and a glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes. Su Yao, I cried out anxiously. Hold on. Through gritted teeth, she replied, Tinin, I can hardly endure any longer. In that moment, I retrieved the copper coin sword that my grandfather had bequeathed to me. He had cautioned that it should only be used in dire circumstances. Yet now, I could afford no hesitation. Gripping the copper coin sword tightly, I intoned, Divine thunder of the nine heavens, sword pointed at the firmament, by the decree of the high heavens, vanquish evil here. The blade of the copper coin sword shimmered with a faint yet mysterious lightning glow. I declared loudly, Evil spirit, today you shall witness the power of this copper coin sword. Upon seeing the sword, a flicker of trepidation crossed the ghostly commander's eyes. Young man, wait a moment. What is your connection to Fu Kaisheng? My heart raced. How could this ghostly commander know my grandfather's name? Was it possible he had known my grandfather? I replied bluntly, he is my grandfather. What of it? The ghostly commander snorted and coldly remarked. Consider yourself fortunate. Out of respect for your grandfather, I shall not hold today's events against you. With unwavering resolve, I responded, then grant me Zhang Junia's soul. My gaze bore into the ghostly commander, leaving no room for retreat. His visage contorted into a grimace, his voice erupting like thunder as he roared, Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly think I would hesitate to take your life? Very well, I shall relent. After all, I can always seek another consort. A consort? This ghostly commander had set his sights on Zhang Junia. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of black light towards the wall. Whereupon a black hole materialized, from which emerged a translucent figure. Zhang Junia's soul. I hurried forward to catch it, subsequently sealing her spirit within a yellow talisman. Chapter 36. The auction. The ghostly commander coldly instructed. Take her and be gone. Do not let me see you again. Should we cross paths next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the darkness in an instant, his essence dissipating like a specter. Finally, I urged Su Yao to return to the jade pendant for healing before I made my way to the living room. Upon seeing me emerge, Zhang Chaoxing's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly asked, Fu Xiaoge, has everything been resolved? Junia's soul. His voice was thick with urgency and anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon me. I calmly replied, Rest assured, all has been taken care of. Let us return home. As we journeyed, my mind raced with questions. Why had the ghostly commander mentioned my grandfather? Wasn't he merely an ordinary geomancer? The commander had referred to himself as an elder. Which faction did he belong to? The mention of the Seven by Chen Lin still lingered in my mind, and Su Yao had claimed no knowledge of it. Contemplating this, I gently caressed the copper coin sword, feeling an overwhelming weariness wash over me. The myriad mysteries before me loomed like a dense fog, obscuring the truth. Upon returning to Zhang Chaoxing's villa, I released Zhang Junia's soul. She stood there, staring blankly at her physical form, having been separated from it for so long that she was beginning to lose her instincts. Had I delayed any longer, it would have been truly beyond salvation. I lit a candle at Zhang Junia's bedside and carefully guided her soul back into her body. The flickering flame cast a glimmer of hope in the darkness, akin to the light of life itself. Once her spirit was fully restored, Zhang Junia's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and a wave of joy surged within me. As the saying goes, to save a life is to build a pagoda for 7 generations. In this moment, successfully reviving her felt like a meritorious deed. Exiting Zhang Junia's room, Zhang Chaoxing poured me a glass of water, saying, "You have worked hard, Master Fu. She is my only daughter. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." I waved my hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Exorcising evil is my duty. Besides, our interests are aligned. However, I noticed a troubled expression on Zhang Chaoxing's face, his brow furrowed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I frowned, my tone darkening as I asked, "What is it, Mr. Zhang? You aren't having second thoughts, are you?" Zhang Chaoxing hesitated, saying, No, it's just that the Ningxing grass has already been sent to the auction." I leapt to my feet in anger, exclaiming, "What? Are you toying with me, Zhang Chaoxing?" He quickly bowed in apology. "It's not what you think, Fu Xiaoga. For some reason, our family's business has been declining in recent years, and with my daughter's illness costing me a fortune, I truly had no choice. But rest assured, the auction hasn't started yet. I will do my utmost to secure it for you." After listening to his explanation, my fury subsided slightly. I coldly retorted, "You had better secure it. Otherwise, I possess the means to save her as well as the means to destroy her." Zhang Chaoxing nodded fervently, saying, Yes, Fu Xiaoga. You needn't worry." With that, I stormed out. By the time I returned home, it was already 8 p.m. The lights in the shop were still aglow, and my senior sister, Xiaolong, and my second uncle were present. Upon seeing me, they rushed over, asking, "Xiaoan, has everything been resolved? Are you injured?" I wore an innocent expression, thinking to myself that I had merely been away for a day or two, not 10 years. Nevertheless, it felt wonderful to be cared for. I then recounted the events concerning the Zhang family in detail. Given Xiaolong's presence, I was somewhat less explicit about certain matters. My senior sister was the first to voice her indignation. The Zhang family truly has no sense of propriety. Her face flushed with anger, her eyes ablaze with fury. Typically gentle, it was clear she was genuinely enraged this time. Xiaolong, wide-eyed with surprise, exclaimed, "Xiaoan, I can't believe you've truly become a Taoist. Teach me a few tricks." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness. I replied coolly, "Not possible. This cannot be shared. I can, however, offer you a couple of protective talismans." My second uncle, frowning, said, "Xiaoan, don't worry too much. Whatever happens, your second uncle will bear the burden." Upon hearing these words, a warm current flowed through my heart. Where there is family, there is warmth and reassurance. As bedtime approached, Xiaolong headed upstairs, and I finally laid everything bare. My second uncle owned the shop and surely had some insights. My senior sister was undoubtedly knowledgeable too. My second uncle expressed some doubts. "I haven't heard that the old master had such a great reputation. The Ghostly Commander's faction, however, has several. I will send you the details on your phone later." My senior sister added with concern, "Junior brother, it's all my fault. I couldn't be of any help." That I smiled at her, saying, "Senior sister, what are you talking about? I still rely on you to take care of me." With that, we retired for the night, exhausted from the past 2 days' exertions. This life of fighting and killing was indeed tiresome, so I drifted off to sleep. Thoughts of Hu Wanwan surfaced. Life felt decidedly less enjoyable without her quirky spirit. The next morning, my second uncle pulled me aside, saying that Ghostly Commander is very likely a member of Ghost Valley. Those from Ghost Valley excel in manipulating evil arts and maintain a strict hierarchy, rarely meddling in the affairs of the living. Moreover, given your current cultivation level, they would likely flee upon seeing you, so there is no need for excessive worry. How did my second uncle know of my cultivation level, which I had never revealed? Afterward, he patted my shoulder. In the following days, my senior sister and I helped my second uncle tend to the shop, where customers occasionally came in to purchase talismans for warding off evil. He Long, on the other hand, was out playing every day, enjoying his freedom while we worked. Days later, a knock echoed through the door. "Is Master Fu residing here?" A voice rang out, clear and urgent. A middle-aged man and a young woman, around 18 or 19 years old, entered. It was Zhang Chaoxing, accompanied by Zhang Junia. Zhang Junia appeared to be in good spirits, her face radiant with gratitude and vitality. Her eyes sparkled with life, brimming with newfound hope. Zhang Chaoxing entered, laden with gifts, and exclaimed, "Fu Xiaoga, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of what might have happened to Junia." I quickly welcomed them inside, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you are being overly courteous. It is enough that Junya has recovered." Zhang Junya stepped forward, slightly bowing, and said, "Big Brotherin, I owe you my life, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Her voice was soft and melodic, filled with sincerity. I smiled, replying, "Do not mention it. It is merely my duty." Once seated, Zhang Chaoxing continued, "Fu Xiaoge, I am diligently working on the matter of the Ningxing grass. I have leveraged numerous connections for the auction, which is set for a week from now." I nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble Mr. Zhang. Please notify me when the time comes, and I will accompany you." Zhang Chaoshan repeatedly nodded and replied, "All right." At that moment, my senior sister approached, carrying a tray of tea, and said, "Here, everyone, please enjoy some tea." Her voice was gentle and warm, accompanied by a faint smile. Zhang Junya looked at her and praised, "Who is this sister? She is truly beautiful." The senior sister smiled slightly and responded, "You flatter me, dear sister. You are quite lovely yourself." Zhang Chaoshan, with a hint of hesitation, said, "Fu Xiaoge, I have an ungrateful request." I furrowed my brow and replied hesitantly, "Mr. Zhang, please feel free to speak." After all, I had not yet obtained the Ningyuan grass. It was truly a matter of being soft-hearted when one was in the debt of another. Zhang Chaoshan's expression changed, and he excitedly said, "Recently, my business has been declining, and I often dream of my late father." What could this mean? His eyes filled with anxiety and confusion, he stared intently at me, as if I were his last hope. After pondering for a moment, I replied, "Your family possesses a wealth-attracting feng shui arrangement. Judging by what you have said, it seems there is an issue with your ancestral grave." Zhang Chaoshan anxiously asked, "Then what should we do, Fu Xiaoge? You must help me." I contemplated for a moment and said, "Mr. Zhang, do not panic just yet. We must visit your ancestral grave to assess the situation accurately." Coincidentally, we had nothing pressing at the moment, so we set off immediately. After closing the shop, I brought my senior sister along, as there was no real danger, while Zhang Junya was called back by her father. Approximately an hour later, we arrived at the cemetery. The weeds surrounding the Zhang family ancestral grave had been meticulously cleared, suggesting regular maintenance. Zhang Chaoshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "When we buried my father, we specifically consulted a master, who claimed this site is an exceptional crouching dragon, coiling water formation, which would lead to prosperous business for future generations." That moment, I heard a commotion ahead. Looking up, I saw a man in his 50s standing by a nearby grave, bowing towards a Taoist priest. "Who is that?" I inquired of Zhang Chaoshan. He leaned closer and whispered, "That is Li Lianshan, the wealthiest man in Jinghe City. Their ancestral graves are situated together, so it is likely they are affected as well." Yet, I harbored doubts. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. What kind of feng shui master would dare arrange such a situation? If the feng shui were poorly managed, it could lead to fierce conflicts, even resulting in fatalities. Zhang Chaoshan continued, "Fu Xiaoge, what exactly is wrong with our ancestral grave?" His eyes brimmed with anticipation, eager for an answer. I examined the surroundings with keen interest. The site faced west and sat eastward, allowing a view of the entire graveyard below. On one side was a winding cliff, its curves resembling a dragon or serpent gliding through water. Behind it rose a rugged mountain peak, strewn with large white stones, which from a distance appeared as though a living creature had opened its eyes. A small stream flowed through the ancestral grave's main hall, indeed resembling the crouching dragon, coiling water formation. However, it seemed to be artificially constructed, and the stream exhibited some anomalies. I took out my compass, determined the directions, and pointed towards the stream, saying, "The issue likely lies with this small stream. Observe how clear the water is. However, there are no living creatures within it. Over time, this has accumulated a form of negative energy, adversely affecting the energy field of the ancestral grave." I endeavored to explain in simple, comprehensible terms so that he could grasp the situation. Zhang Chaoshan hurriedly asked, "How can we resolve this?" I suggested, "You should introduce some living creatures into the stream, preferably goldfish, to ensure it has vitality. Additionally, place a piece of Taishan stone in the main hall to stabilize and dispel negative energies." Zhang Chaoshan nodded repeatedly, indicating he would follow my advice. After addressing the ancestral grave's issues, we returned to the shop. By evening, my uncle returned, accompanied by Huanjia. I couldn't help but wonder if there was anything amiss. furrowing my brow. Huanjia approached with a smile, saying, Xian, I bought you a piece of clothing. Come see if it fits. Her face radiated warmth. She glanced at my senior sister and remarked, You must be Xian's girlfriend. You are truly beautiful. Here, I bought you a bracelet. Upon hearing this, my senior sister's lips curled into a slight smile, and her ears turned red. I quickly interjected, Huanjia, that is not the case. She is my senior sister, Yun Mujin. I rushed to clarify, fearing a misunderstanding. Huanjia then realized, my apologies, Mujin. I was unaware. She smiled, slightly embarrassed. My senior sister shook her head and replied, It's quite all right, Huanjia. My uncle nodded, signaling us to accept the gifts, and my senior sister and I, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted the presents and said in unison, Thank you, Huanjia. Huanjia merely shook her head. No need for thanks. Subsequently, my senior sister said, I will go prepare dinner. With that, she dashed to the kitchen. Thinking that Huanjia was quite affluent, I asked, By the way, Huanjia, do you know Li Lianshan? Huanjia's expression shifted slightly, and she said, He is my father. Her voice trembled as if reluctant to speak further. I was taken aback. I had assumed Huanjia merely came from a moderately wealthy family, but it was far more prosperous than I imagined. I remarked casually, This is astonishing. No, Huanjia. I saw your father at your family's ancestral grave today. It seems there might be an issue with it. Upon hearing this, Huanjia's face suddenly grew solemn, and she anxiously asked, Shaoan, what exactly is wrong? My father never allows me to involve myself in family matters. I then recounted everything I had observed at the cemetery. Curiously, I asked, Huanjia, why doesn't your father seek my uncle's help? After all, my uncle is quite knowledgeable about feng shui. Though my understanding, my uncle was already quite formidable, being at the mid-stage of energy transformation. Huanjia frowned and sighed. Alas, my father does not believe in such matters. And with me here, he likely does not want to come. She sighed helplessly. I nodded and said, Huanjia, I suspect this matter is not as simple as it appears. You should contact your father to resolve it thoroughly. I gazed at her earnestly, hoping she would take this matter seriously. My uncle, who had been listening in, chimed in, If he came to me, I would certainly help him. After all, there is money to be made. His tone was light-hearted, tinged with a hint of teasing. Just then, my senior sister emerged from the kitchen, announcing, Dinner is ready. Everyone, come and eat. At the dining table, while Huanjia appeared cheerful on the surface, her mind seemed elsewhere. My uncle remarked, Mujin's cooking is truly exceptional. My little one is fortunate. My senior sister's face flushed again. Why was I being dragged into this? I am a married man. After dinner, Huanjia took her leave, and my senior sister and I exchanged glances. I was the first to break the silence. Senior sister, once I obtain the Ningxing grass to save Wanjun, I will earn money to buy a small villa. And you can come cook for me. We can have Wanjun perform for us. What do you think? My senior sister chuckled softly. If Wanjun hears that, she will surely make a fuss. Her smile blossomed like spring flowers. Enchanting and delightful. The next day, Huanjia arrived early, waking both my senior sister and me. Huanjia said, I contacted my father. He said he would come today. Around noon, my senior sister and Huanjia prepared a lavish spread. At that moment, a man entered through the door. It was none other than Huanjia's father, Li Lianshan. I hurriedly rushed to greet him. He sat at the dining table, and the atmosphere grew heavy. No one spoke. After a while, Li Lianshan broke the silence, asking, You must be Shaoan? You were the one who examined Zhang Chaoshan's ancestral grave a few days ago. I nodded and replied, My uncle understands feng shui far better than I. He is well versed in the heavens and earth. Huanjia added softly, Dad, just speak. Trying won't hurt, Li Lianshan snorted, saying, All right, then quickly explain what is wrong with the ancestral grave. I cleared my throat and inquired, Mr. Li, have there been any unusual occurrences at home recently? Li Lianshan frowned, remaining silent for a moment before replying, There has been a sense of unrest at home lately. We have gone through several batches of servants, and I have consulted several Taoist priests. They all claim there is an issue with the ancestral grave, yet none have been able to resolve it. Have you offended anyone recently? I asked, my voice somewhat uncertain. Li Lianshan's expression reflected resignation. In our line of work, one inevitably offends many. That is why I do not let Xiao Huan involve herself in family matters. Li Lianshan's company is a leader in the real estate industry of Jinghe City. Who was the one who helped you choose this burial site? I continued my inquiry. Li Lianshan pondered for a moment and replied, "It was Master Zhao Tianshui from our city. He assisted in relocating the ancestral grave, and my business subsequently flourished. I suggest you look into Zhao Tianshui. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems." My voice heavy. I observed Li Lianshan silently nodding. After finishing our lunch, time was of the essence. My second uncle and sister Huan proceeded to the Li family's villa, while my senior sister, Li Lianshan, and I made our way to the cemetery. Upon arrival, we noticed various incense candles and yellow paper scattered on the ground, remnants evidently left by a previous Taoist priest. The feng shui arrangement appeared unchanged from our last visit. At that moment, my senior sister spoke. "Junior brother, take a look at this tombstone. Why is it so damp?" I slowly crouched down, pinching the soil, which indeed felt moist. I found a twig and continued to dig, discovering a narrow path through which water from the stream was entering. "Someone is causing your family's fortune to deplete," I remarked, furrowing my brows. Upon hearing this, Li Lianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What should we do? Who could be so ruthless? As the saying goes, when water flows before a grave, descendants will find themselves in dire straits." After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Mr. Li, do not panic. Given the current situation, this appears to be a meticulously orchestrated scheme. This hidden waterway disrupts the original feng shui configuration, leading to a loss of fortune." My senior sister interjected, "Moreover, this method is exceedingly sinister. If not addressed promptly, the consequences may be dire." Li Lianshan anxiously inquired, "How can we resolve this?" I stated, "Firstly, we must block this hidden path to prevent further loss of fortune. Then we need to redirect the stream according to the principles of feng shui to nourish the ancestral grave. Additionally, we should place some feng shui tools around the grave to enhance the energy field." Li Lianshan nodded vigorously, asserting, "Very well, I will follow your instructions." Tian and I further elaborated, "Mr. Li, while sealing the hidden path, it is crucial to use special materials, such as vermilion mixed with glutinous rice paste, to ensure a tight seal and prevent malevolent energies from infiltrating. When adjusting the stream's direction, we must adhere to the principle of water encircling the azure dragon, blessing the descendants, allowing the flow to pass by the left side of the ancestral grave." As for the feng shui tools, we can use an 8-diagram mirror or a piccio, with specific placements and angles being of utmost importance. My senior sister added, "Indeed, and during the operation, we must also be mindful of the timing and orientation. Even a slight mistake could affect the outcome." Li Lianshan, visibly tense, asked, "How do we determine the precise timing and orientation?" I glanced at the sky and replied, "Today during the Shen hour is suitable for sealing the hidden path, with the orientation towards the southeast. As for redirecting the stream and placing the feng shui tools, tomorrow during the Chen hour would be optimal, with orientations directly east and south of the ancestral grave." Li Lianshan agreed, "Very well. I shall heed your arrangements. My second uncle has all these items in his shop. Tomorrow he will come and surely resolve this matter at once," I said with a smile. However, Li Lianshan's expression darkened, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Just then, my phone rang. I answered it, and my second uncle's anxious voice came through. "Shao, hurry to the Li residence. Something feels amiss." My heart sank. And I quickly responded, "Mr. Li, we must first investigate your home. We can discuss this matter later." Li Lianshan also recognized the gravity of the situation and urged, "Let us go quickly." We hurried to the car, racing towards the Li family villa. The villa was not far from my second uncle's shop, and before long, we arrived at the entrance point. 2 stone statues of Qilin stood guard at the gate. Qilin are regarded as auspicious beasts. In ancient times, placing Qilin statues at the entrance served to ward off evil and protect the home, while also invoking blessings of prosperity and virtuous descendants. Typically, only the affluent or powerful would display Qilin statues, signifying their esteemed status. I scrutinized the 2 statues and noticed that one of them was holding a straw effigy in its mouth. Carefully, I extracted the effigy, and a wave of eerie energy washed over me. Upon closer inspection, I saw a yellow talisman affixed to it, inscribed with a set of birth characters. Alarmed, I asked, "Mr. Li, could you take a look at these birth characters? Do they belong to you?" Li Lianshan leaned in to examine, responding, "They are not mine. They belong to Sister Huan." My senior sister stepped forward, observing intently before declaring, "Junior brother, this appears to be a form of dark sorcery." Dark sorcery is a form of witchcraft prevalent in East and Southeast Asia, said to exert influence over others through curses, poisons, and other methods, aiming to control, harm, or gain certain benefits. This practice is typically considered exceedingly malevolent and perilous, often involving mysterious rituals, specific materials, and complex incantations. Legends tell of sorcerers who can manipulate a person's mind, emotions, and even their fate. Lianshan, now flustered, urgently asked, "What is the meaning of this?" I furrowed my brows. My expression grave. "It seems the individual behind this is targeting Sister Huan." Lianshan, distraught, exclaimed, "What can we do? We must save Sister Huan." At that moment, my heart raced with urgency, and I shouted, "This is bad." We rushed into the villa, scanning the surroundings for Sister Huan's presence. Just then, a faint yet anguished cry echoed, seemingly emanating from upstairs. Without hesitation, we sprinted towards the staircase, our footsteps swift, as we reached the second floor. The cries grew clearer. Arriving at the bedroom door, I pushed it open, and the sight before me left me astounded. There lay Sister Huan on the bed, her body trembling violently, her hands clenching the sheets tightly, her face contorted in agony. Her lips quivered as she emitted low, mournful groans. My second uncle stood by the bed, clutching a string of black prayer beads, muttering incantations. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, with heavy curtains drawn tight, allowing no sunlight to filter in. The bed was in disarray, as though it had just endured a fierce struggle. I motioned for Li Lianshan to refrain from disturbing my second uncle. The beads in my uncle's hands began to glow brighter, enveloping Sister Huan's body in radiant light. Chapter 39. The Wu family approaches. Sister Huan's tremors gradually subsided, her moans lessening in intensity. Seeing her condition stabilize momentarily, I exhaled deeply, my taut nerves easing slightly, though worry still etched on my face. Li Lianshan joined his hands in gratitude, his eyes glistening with tears of relief. My second uncle, panting heavily, remarked, "Since we entered the villa, Miss Li has been in this state. However, this is merely a temporary suppression. To completely dispel the dark sorcery, we must locate the sorcerer." My senior sister added, "From the nature of this spell, it appears to resemble an emotional curse." Furrowing my brows, I inquired, "Senior sister, what is the nature of this dark sorcery?" She responded gravely, "It is said that those afflicted by this curse become puppets to the sorcerer's will. Trapped in profound suffering, if not resolved, they risk losing their minds entirely." Anger surged within me as I declared, "Indeed, not a single one of these sorcerers is virtuous. My time in the mystical arts has been brief." Leaving me largely ignorant of this dark sorcery, my senior sister pondered for a moment before stating, "Typically, the sorcerer will have some connection to the afflicted, perhaps as an enemy or an unrequited admirer." Li Lianshan, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in realization. Not long ago, Wu Feng from the Wu family came to propose marriage to Sister Huan. This Wu Feng is of ill repute and given to debauchery. How could I possibly agree? I had them chased away at a tea that moment. Su Yao transmitted a message to me through the jade pendant. "Tian and Gu, there seems to be a little ghost here. Should I capture it?" Intrigued, I responded mentally, "Yes, bring it here for a closer look." A red shadow flitted by, and soon Su Yao presented a little ghost before me. I turned to Li Lianshan, saying, "Mr. Li, there may be a lead here. Are you certain you wish to see?" Li Lianshan hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded, then cast a manifestation talisman, causing the little ghost to materialize. My second uncle and senior sister remained unfazed. But Li Lianshan turned pale, exclaiming, "What is this?" The little ghost, caught by Su Yao, trembled in terror, its face a mask of fear. I commanded sternly, "Speak. What are you doing here?" The little ghost stammered, "I was sent by someone." "I know nothing," my second uncle warned. "If you do not speak the truth, beware of losing your very soul." Terrified, the little ghost pleaded, "No, no, I will talk. It was my master Zhao Tianshui who ordered me to monitor this place." My mind raced with curiosity, but a theory quickly formed. Zhao Tianshui had previously profited significantly from relocating the Li family's ancestral grave. Now, it seemed he had allied with the Wu family, perhaps lured by greater rewards or harboring some irreconcilable grudge against the Li family. Li Lianshan seethed. "What have I done to provoke that, Zhao? I even compensated him handsomely last time." Just then, Li Lianshan's phone rang. On the line, it was reported that Zhao Tianshui had been seen growing close to the Wu family, seemingly assisting them with some matters. Furious, Li Lianshan hurled his phone to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it. It truly is the Wu family's doing." With an expression of indifference, I remarked, "It is evident that M.Art.Li has declined the Wu family's proposal, leading them to harbor resentment and resort to employing sorcery to compel M.Art.Li into submission." Li Lianshan hastily interjected, "Now that we have a lead, we must swiftly devise a strategy to counter the Wu family. If you can assist me in rescuing Xiaohuan, I shall reward you handsomely." My second uncle spoke up, "We will undoubtedly rescue her. After all, Miss Li and I are classmates. That alone compels me to help." I nodded in agreement. If we aided the Li family this time, we would have their backing when the auction comes, alleviating any concerns regarding Zhang Zhaoshan. Subsequently, I raised my hand and threw a talisman at the ghost. Upon seeing it, the little ghost shrieked in terror, "Please spare me. I have already divulged everything I know." I snorted coldly and said, "Spare you? What of the lives that perished at your hands?" The little ghost's eyes darkened, clearly having caused many deaths. As the talisman struck it, the ghost let out a wretched scream before instantly turning to ash and vanishing. Li Lianshan was once again thoroughly frightened, his body trembling uncontrollably. He questioned in confusion, "But if we kill it, what will happen to us?" My second uncle calmly responded, "Do not worry. It won't be long before they come knocking." My senior sister added, "Typically, those who raise little ghosts will have a contract with them. If the ghost is harmed, the master will suffer a corresponding backlash." I must concede that although my senior sister does not practice cultivation, she possesses vast knowledge, while I only know about training. Li Lianshan nodded repeatedly, as if a new world had opened before him. After several hours, a cacophony erupted outside the villa, followed by a group of people storming in with great ferocity. At the forefront was Wu Feng, accompanied by a hunchbacked man in his 40s, whose pallid complexion suggested he was Zhao Tianshui, trailed by a gang of thugs. Seeing this, my suspicions were further confirmed. Wu Feng boisterously declared, "Li Lianshan, let's see how you refuse me this time. Hand over Li Huan to me, or you shall pay the price." Li Lianshan trembled with rage. "You despicable scoundrels! I will never give Xiaohuan to someone like you." I stepped forward, coldly regarding Zhao Tianshui. "Humph, you vile fiends, attempting to wreak havoc here without regard for your surroundings." Zhao Tianshui cast a disdainful glance my way, unaware that my cultivation level surpassed his. He mistook me for an ordinary person. Wu Feng glared at us menacingly, grinding his teeth. "Boy, you'd best mind your own business, or you'll regret it. However, if I can have this beauty spend a few nights with me, I might consider letting you off." His gaze shamelessly roamed over my senior sister's figure. A surge of fury welled within me, and I immediately shielded my senior sister, coldly retorting, "I suggest you contemplate your own mortality." Though this statement appeared directed at Wu Feng, it was, in truth, aimed at Zhao Tianshui, for he was the true puppet master behind this scheme. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Tianshui's expression shifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "Boy, knowing too much is not in your favor. If you are wise, hand over that little ghost to me, and perhaps I can grant you a swift demise." My second uncle scoffed, dismissively eyeing Zhao Tianshui. "You think you can intimidate me? You should reflect on your own capabilities." As he spoke, my second uncle exuded a formidable aura, causing Wu Feng and his minions to nearly falter. Zhao Tianshui's voice dripped with menace. "Humph. Don't think you're impressive just because you have some skills. None of you will leave here today." His tone was laced with threats and provocation, exuding absolute confidence in his power. Chapter 40. The fierce battle with the sorcerer. No sooner had Zhao Tianshui finished speaking than he swiftly formed seals with his hands. A dense, inky smoke erupted from his palms, thick enough to seem tangible, resembling a clawing black dragon that lunged towards us with ferocious speed. As if intent on devouring us whole, I widened my eyes in alarm, feeling as if flames were igniting within them, and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." My senior sister hastily retreated to a corner, desperately warning, "Tianan, be extremely careful." I shielded her as we quickly retreated into the villa, urgently instructing Su Yao. "Su Yao, protect her." Li Lian also appeared panic-stricken as he retreated into the villa, his body trembling slightly, eyes filled with dread. My second uncle swiftly produced several yellow talismans from his pocket, chanting incantations as the talismans emitted an otherworldly glow. In an instant, the talismans ignited, transforming into a blazing inferno, and my second uncle forcefully waved his hands, exclaiming, Go! The flames surged forth like a swift and agile serpent, colliding violently with the black smoke, producing a deafening hissing sound. The smoke dissipated significantly, and the previously dimly lit space gradually became clearer. Wu Feng, watching from the sidelines, stamped his feet in frustration, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed hysterically at his subordinates, "Charge! If anyone hesitates, they'll have hell to pay when we return." The thugs brandished their clubs, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Charge!" They resembled a frenzied mob, heedlessly rushing forward, their chaotic footsteps and cries blending into a deafening roar. I moved like the wind, evading their attacks with ease. Dispatching a group of ordinary folk was a simple task. Seizing the moment, I unleashed a powerful hook punch that struck one of the thugs squarely on the chin. He let out a scream and fell backward. Without missing a beat, I executed a swift, spinning kick, the force of my leg creating a fierce gust that sent two more thugs flying, their bodies tracing arcs in the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wu Feng's face turned ashen upon witnessing this. His features contorted in rage as he spat. "You useless fools! Fight with all your might!" I dashed forward, landing a fierce punch to his abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away, where he tumbled helplessly several times. Seeing this, the thugs turned pale with fear and scrambled to flee the villa in a panic. At that moment, Zhao Tianshui bellowed furiously, "A bunch of useless trash." His eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing within them as he produced a black bell that radiated an eerie, unsettling glow, shaking it vigorously. The bell emitted a piercing, shrill sound. As the bell rang, the atmosphere around us seemed to freeze, a colossal, invisible pressure crashing down upon us, making it difficult to breathe in. Why, second uncle shouted, "Tianan, beware of that bell. It is a cursed artifact." I snorted derisively, instantly unleashing the pressure of my late-stage cultivation, causing the air around us to surge, making the oppressive force vanish without a trace. Zhao Tianshui's expression shifted to one of disbelief, trembling as he stammered, "How is this possible? How can someone as young as you be at late-stage cultivation?" A slight smirk graced my lips as I replied with contempt, "Zhao Tianshui, today marks your end." Zhao Tianshui gritted his teeth, a hint of madness shining in his eyes. "Humph, even if you are at late-stage cultivation, I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." With that, he shook the black bell once more. Chanting an eerie incantation, in an instant, the bell emanated a strange black light that transformed into countless fine threads aimed at me. I swiftly dodged the threads and, in the same breath, formed seals with my hands. Reciting, "O heavens above, with flames ablaze, heed my command." A torrent of searing flames erupted, surging directly toward Zhao Tianshui. His countenance paled, and he hastily raised the bell above his head in a desperate attempt to withstand the oncoming fiery onslaught. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated as smoke billowed forth. When the haze cleared, Zhao Tianshui was kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth, and the bell in his hand bore cracks. "Impossible! How could your late-stage cultivation possibly destroy my treasured artifact?" Zhao Tianshui shouted in disbelief. I advanced steadily, coldly stating, "Those who commit injustices will ultimately meet their demise. Zhao Tianshui, prepare to face your doom." Just as I was about to deliver the final blow to Zhao Tianshui, he suddenly produced a black orb from his pocket, emanating a malevolent aura. This sensation felt eerily familiar, as though I had encountered it before. "This is my last trump card. Even in death, I will drag you down with me," Zhao Tianshui shouted frantically, and in the blink of an eye, he clenched his right hand, causing a black pearl to explode instantaneously. A dense black fog enveloped the surroundings, making me weep uncontrollably as the acrid smoke stung my eyes. I coughed several times, then produced a fire talisman and tossed it into the air, incinerating the black mist entirely as the fog gradually dissipated. The figures of Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng had vanished without a trace. My second uncle, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Damn it, he got away." I quickly reassured him. "Uncle, there's no need to fret. I've left a mark on him. He is gravely injured and cannot flee far. I will pursue him while you stay behind to protect Art, Li and the others." My uncle patted my shoulder and cautioned, "Shaoan, be careful. Although your cultivation level surpasses his, do not underestimate your opponent." My senior sister, recognizing that she could do little at that moment, softly urged, "Shitty, Do not overestimate your strength. I will wait for your return here. I nodded hastily, replying, I understand, senior sister, do not worry. With that, I summoned Su Yao, and together we departed the villa. Following the mark, I pursued into a dark forest. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the dense foliage, casting eerie shadows that heightened the forest's sinister atmosphere. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the dry branches and leaves crunched ominously beneath my feet. Finally, beside a colossal dead tree, I spotted Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng. Zhao Tianshui leaned against the trunk, his face as pale as paper, his tattered clothing revealing numerous gashes on his skin, from which blood seeped continuously. His formerly hunched figure now appeared even more disheveled. Wu Feng sat nearby, his expression one of terror and confusion, his hair disheveled, and his clothes in tatters from the branches. I crept closer, overhearing Zhao Tianshui weakly say to Wu Feng, this time, I've really messed up. Once I recover, I will seek revenge. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. One hand pressed tightly against his chest wound at Wu Feng, with fear etched on his face, replied, Master Zhao, perhaps it would be better to let this go. That kid is too formidable. Suddenly, I revealed myself with a cold smirk and declared, still thinking of revenge, you have no opportunity left. I crossed my arms, my gaze icy as I fixed them both with a stare. Zhao Tianshui struggled to his feet, glaring at me with fury. How is this possible? How did you find me? I shook my head and retorted, your foolishness does not imply my OWN in a frantic search. Zhao Tianshui finally located a piece of yellow paper on his shoulder. He glared at me malevolently, saying, Kid, show mercy when you can. Do not push me too far. If it weren't for the backlash that caused my cultivation to decline, do you think your mere late-stage chi transformation could threaten me? Ignoring his words, I turned to Wu Feng and warned, if you wish to live, steer clear of your so-called Master Zhao. Otherwise, you will be the first to perish. Before Wu Feng could react, Zhao Tianshui seized him with a firm grip. Wu Feng cried out in terror, Master Zhao, what are you doing? With a ferocious expression, Zhao Tianshui bellowed, let me tell you the truth. What that kid said is correct. My initial approach to your family was merely to obtain your blood to restore my true form. But now, this will suffice to aid my recovery. My previous suspicions were confirmed. Zhao Tianshui, forsaking his role as a feng shui master, had pursued the dark arts for his selfish desires. People are often preoccupied with their appearances. After years of hunching, Zhao Tianshui must have found a way to rectify his condition. I quietly observed this spectacle. The drama of dogs biting each other was indeed riveting. Zhao Tianshui's body erupted with a black vapor, ravenously siphoning Wu Feng's essence. Wu Feng screamed in agony. Ah, help me. Save me. His body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Once Zhao Tianshui had drained Wu Feng's vitality, an aura of malevolence enveloped him as he howled to the heavens, Ha ha, kid. Now I am your equal in strength. Let us settle this once and for all. My gaze sharpened, and a smirk graced my lips as I contemptuously replied, do you think regaining your late-stage chi transformation makes you my match? You are naive. Zhao Tianshui waved his hands, and the black vapor transformed into countless blades that hurtled toward me. The blades howled through the air, effortlessly slicing through thick trees, sending splinters flying. Unperturbed, I swiftly dodged the onslaught and chanted. With golden light enveloping my form, thunder within me, hidden names of the 9 skies, wisdom unbound, the 5 energies surge, golden light manifest, come forth as my command. With rapid hand seals, a radiant shield suddenly materialized before me. Observing this, Zhao Tianshui scoffed, you foolish boy, do you believe this is the end? He swiftly retrieved several black jade stones emanating an eerie glow from his robe and hurled them into the surroundings. Upon touching the ground, intricate patterns emerged, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. These patterns intertwined to form a colossal circular feng shui array, inscribed with mysterious runes, some contorted like serpents, others resembling grotesque faces, exuding a chilling aura. Next, Zhao Tianshui mumbled incantations, and a dense black fog began to rise from the array. Within the mist, anguished cries echoed, as if countless vengeful spirits struggled within. I shall make you wish you were never born. Zhao Tianshui cackled madly. Gradually, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Even with my yin-yang eyes activated, I could not penetrate the obscurity. Feeling a twinge of panic, I suddenly sensed a ghostly figure approaching from behind. I swiftly threw a talisman, and the specter let out a wail before dissipating. Soon, numerous ghostly figures surrounded me. I gasped. Realizing how many lives Zhao Tianshui had claimed, I stepped forward, invoking the 8 trigrams formation around me to temporarily ward off the apparitions. Now, I needed to find a way to dismantle this feng shui array. I discerned a rhythmic pulsing in the array's runes, suggesting a certain order. Focusing intently, I closely observed the fluctuations of each light. It was the heavenly stems and earthly branches. I quickly calculated the permutations in my mind and hurled talismans at the corresponding positions. With each throw, the black mist within the feng shui array began to tremble, resisting my force. Zhao Tianshui shouted from within the fog, "You will not break the array. You are courting death." Suddenly, a severed head soared out of the black mist, its blood-red eyes glaring as it crashed into the 8 trigrams formation. It was Zhao Tianshui's head. He had actually mastered the art of flying. I snorted disdainfully, "Arrogant fool." Undeterred, I continued to amplify my output. Finally, as the 8 trigrams formation began to shatter, I forcefully swept my hands, causing the runes within the array to disintegrate into specks of light that vanished into the air. The surrounding specters dissipated, and Zhao Tianshui's head returned to his body. It appeared that he too relied on this feng shui array to execute his flying technique. Thus, I resolved to reveal my true cultivation level of initial condensation stage. In an instant, my body radiated a dazzling brilliance, the energy surging like torrential tides within me, causing my skin to warm and glow with a faint golden hue. The energy around me formed visible ripples, spreading outward from my center, stirring up a tempest of wind and debris. Zhao Tianshui's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "How is this possible? You are actually at the initial condensation stage." I coldly retorted, "Now you know." It is too late. With a powerful sweep of my hands, a torrent of force surged toward Zhao Tianshui. Defenseless against this overwhelming power, he was instantly hurled back, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk, which splintered with a loud crack and collapsed. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly spent. I approached him step by step, and at that moment, his face reflected sheer terror and despair, his eyes filled with fear of death and regret for his actions. Zhao Tianshui, trembling, pleaded, "No, do not come any closer. You cannot kill me. I am one of the 7 Ghosts sect. If you dare, you will face retribution." The 7 Ghosts sect? Previously, before Chen Lin's death in Qingshan village. He spoke of the 7. Could it be the very same sect? With this realization, my anger intensified. Seeing me lost in thought, Zhao Tianshui sneered, "Are you stunned, kid? If you spare me, I promise we will not interfere with each other in the future." I planted my foot firmly on him, coldly demanding, "What nonsense is this 7 Ghosts sect? I have never heard of it. Tell me, did you set up the 9 gathering evil array beneath Qingshan village?" Zhao Tianshui's face flickered with alarm, but he soon hardened his resolve, retorting, "Humph, I know nothing. Do not expect to extract any information from me." Applying pressure beneath my foot, I scoffed, "You refuse to speak? Then you leave me no choice." Zhao Tianshui grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "I will talk. I will talk." The incident in Qingshan village was not orchestrated by me. I was unaware of it. I furrowed my brow and pressed on. "Then where is their headquarters? Who are the members?" Zhao Tianshui's eyes flickered as he stammered, "I am merely a small fry, truly unaware of such core secrets. All I know is that every time I receive a task, it is through special codes and contacts." I barked angrily, "Then what else do you know?" Zhao Tianshui hurriedly replied. The Kaiuman seemed to be searching for someone. Before he could finish, he suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. A jolt of alarm surged through me, realizing that Zhao Tianshui might possess some crucial clues. However, before I could press further, his body convulsed a few times, and he lost consciousness entirely. This method was identical to what transpired in Qingshan village. It could only be the work of the Kaiuman. They harmed Wang Quan, and I will not let them go unpunished. But what exactly is the Kaiuman searching for? What kind of conspiracy lies behind this? Chapter 42. The Strange Xiaolong. After a considerable time, I hurriedly emerged from the woods, the moonlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon me. I glanced back at the somewhat eerie forest, silently pondering that it was indeed not a place to linger, and quickened my pace towards the villa. Upon entering the villa, I found my senior sister, my second uncle, and Li Lianshan seated in the living room. Their expressions varied, clearly having waited for me for quite some time. My sister's beautiful face was etched with worry, her lovely eyes fixed intently on the doorway as soon as she saw me appear. She sprang to her feet and hurried towards me. Her face was filled with anxious concern as she urgently asked, "Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" As she spoke, her gaze swept over me. Seemingly searching for any signs of injury, I gently shook my head, smiling to reassure her, my expression warm. "Sister, please do not worry. I am fine. These bloodstains are not mine." I gestured for her to examine my body, indicating that I was indeed unscathed. Upon hearing this, my sister let out a long sigh of relief, her tense demeanor finally relaxing, and she patted her chest, saying, "That's good." At this moment, my second uncle also turned to me with concern, asking, "Tianan, what happened?" I slowly approached the sofa and sat down, appearing somewhat fatigued. I picked up a glass of water from the coffee table, took a sip to calm myself, and then recounted the events in detail, intentionally omitting the matter of the Kyomen. After all, it was far too complicated, and I did not wish for too many people to be aware of it. I needed to find time to investigate further. Li Lianshan erupted in anger, his eyes wide with rage as he exclaimed, "Zhao Tianxue is a beast. He actually set his sights on my daughter. He truly deserves death. The Wu family has brought this upon themselves." He then spoke anxiously, "Fu Xiaoga, what about my daughter's curse?" My second uncle unhurriedly interjected, "Mr. Li need not worry. Since the curse master is dead, Li Huan's curse will naturally be lifted." Upon hearing this, Li Lianshan nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with gratitude, sincerely stating, "Thank you all. If I, Li Lianshan, can be of assistance in the future, I will certainly keep my word." I thought to myself, what a perfect opportunity this is. Seizing the moment, I said, "Mr. Li, indeed there is something I need your help with. I am participating in an auction soon, and am concerned about insufficient funds." Without hesitation, Li Lianshan waved his hands, saying, "Fu Xiaoga need not worry. I may not have much else, but I, Li Lianshan, have plenty of money. When you need it, just give me a call." I quickly expressed my gratitude, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. With Li Lianshan's promise, the funding issue for the auction was resolved. Li Lianshan laughed heartily, saying, "What is this? Compared to you saving my daughter, this is insignificant." My sister smiled beside us, saying, "Mr. Li, we shall not disturb you any longer. We will take our leave." Li Lianshan nodded, warmly replying, "All right, I will personally visit you another day." Having said that, we departed from the Li family villa. Upon returning to my second uncle's shop, the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. The moonlight streaming through the windows and illuminating the floor with patches of light. My second uncle gazed at me seriously, his expression grave, and his tone turned somber. "Tianan, I see you are unsettled. There must be something more to this." I fell into a momentary contemplation, my mind racing through the encounters in the woods, connecting the events with the Kyomen and Qingshan village, and articulating my suspicions to them in detail. My second uncle pondered for a moment before speaking, stroking his chin. "Indeed, this matter is likely connected to them. I have not heard of the Kyomen before. I will inquire about it another day." My sister furrowed her brow, her expression filled with concern as she said, "Junior brother, we must be cautious during this time. It would be troublesome if the Kyomen came knocking." I nodded, deep in thought. What could the Kyomen's true intentions be? Who are they searching for? The next day, my second uncle went to the Li family ancestral grave with offerings. Over the next few days, I dedicated most of my time to training, striving to enhance my strength. With only a little over a year until the 5-year agreement, my abilities were still far from sufficient, and I seemed to have hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. Progress slowing considerably, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon only 2 days remained until the auction. During this time, I had not seen Xiaolong and wondered what he could be up to. Feeling somewhat puzzled, I inquired of my sister, "Sister, have you seen Xiaolong these past few days?" She replied slowly, "Yes, but he has been coming and going at odd hours, and he doesn't seem to be in good spirits." I shook my head helplessly, worried about Xiaolong's state. "All right, I will ask him once the auction is over." Just as I intended to turn and continue my training, a group of police officers burst into the shop, their expressions grave. Chapter 43. Clapped in chains, they surged in with a fierce demeanor, the lead officer declaring loudly, "Fu Tianan, you are suspected of murder. Come with us." My sister and second uncle were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. My sister rushed forward, exclaiming, "Officer, you must be mistaken. My junior brother could never commit murder." The officer, expressionless, replied, "Someone reported a crime, and the evidence is irrefutable. Any further discussion will occur at the precinct." His gaze was cold and resolute, as if he had already convicted me, his stern face showing no sign of wavering. I was bewildered, loudly protesting, "I did not kill anyone. This is certainly a misunderstanding." My second uncle anxiously added, "Officer, you must have it wrong. My nephew has always been honest." However, the police disregarded our pleas, forcefully placing handcuffs on me and leading me away. Upon arriving at the precinct, I was taken to an interrogation room where two officers entered, one around 40 years old and the other in his 20s. They showed me a segment of surveillance footage depicting me, Wu Feng, and Zhao Tianshui entering the woods, with only myself emerging alive. It dawned on me that this was the discovery of Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng's bodies. I had been so inexperienced as to forget this detail. The older officer scrutinized me sternly, stating, "The footage shows the three of you entering, yet only you came out alive. How do you explain this?" I frowned and replied, "Officer, the situation is not as simple as you see it." The younger officer scoffed, "Then do enlighten us." His eyes were filled with skepticism and disdain. Arms crossed, his demeanor impatient, I took a deep breath and responded, "Wu Feng and Zhao Tianshui were wicked geomancers. They committed numerous evils, and I went in to stop them." The younger officer derisively remarked, "You think we would believe such a tale? I've seen many like you dabbling in the supernatural. You need to accept reality and confess to alleviate your suffering." Su, the officer in charge, insisted, "This lad is certainly guilty. Let us convict him directly." His tone was urgent and resolute, his gaze towards me brimming with contempt. Su then stated, "Fu Tianan, what you speak of is all nonsense. The current emphasis is on science, and we have solid evidence. What more can you say?" Feeling helpless, I replied, "Officer, I swear it wasn't me. Wu Feng was killed by Zhao Tianshui, and Zhao Tianshui died of his own accord." This was indeed the truth, yet I had no way to explain it. The younger officer, dissatisfied, retorted, still arguing, "You won't know the pain until you experience it." His face reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might strike me at any moment. I thought to myself, why is he so hostile? Even his captain has not said anything, yet he seems so eager to condemn me. Su finally said slowly, "Young man, you have until tomorrow evening to consider your options." Though his tone softened slightly, his gaze remained serious, and after speaking, he and the younger officer exited the interrogation room. Left alone, I sat in the interrogation room, feeling heavy-hearted and my thoughts chaotic, pondering how I could convince them of my innocence. The auction was fast approaching. What should I do? Perhaps I could ask Su Yao to intimidate them a bit. Do they not believe in science? I implore you to trust in science. As night fell, aside from the young officer who delivered my meal, I had not encountered anyone else. He disdainfully tossed the food in front of me and remarked, "A murderer like you ought to be executed without hesitation." I cast a fleeting glance in his direction, choosing to ignore him as I began to eat, contemplating that he would face the consequences upon returning home. As the night deepened, the police station fell into a hushed stillness. I resolved to execute my plan to frighten them with Su Yao. Silently, I called for her, and soon after, Su Yao appeared in the interrogation room. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Brother Shuren, is it really necessary to proceed with this?" I sighed, "There's no other way. They refuse to listen to my explanations, and the auction is about to commence. We cannot afford any delays. By the way, be sure to pay special attention to the young one." Su Yao nodded, her figure flickering before she vanished into the shadows. By midnight, Su Yao returned, giving me an okay gesture before retreating back into the jade pendant. During this time, Su Yao's abilities had rapidly advanced, reaching the later stages of a ghost general, yet I had not had the chance to inquire about her training, for time was of the essence. The following day, Captain Su and the young officer arrived quite late. Captain Su's eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating a lack of sleep, while the young officer sported dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale, and his legs trembled slightly. Observing their state, I could not help but smirk inwardly, feigning ignorance as I asked, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter? Did you not sleep well last night?" Captain Su furrowed his brow. refraining from answering, merely casting a cold glance my way. The young officer, upon hearing my words, jolted and his gaze was filled with fear and unease. Clearing his throat, Captain Su stated, "Fu Shiren, we will be reinvestigating yesterday's incident. Please think carefully if there is anything more you wish to disclose." I shrugged, replying, "Captain Su, I have stated all that is necessary. It is you who refuse to believe." The young officer, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Captain, this rascal is definitely hiding something." Captain Su shot him a glare, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense." At that moment, I proclaimed loudly, "Captain Su, do you now believe what I said? This world cannot be explained solely by science." Su's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he stepped outside for a smoke. After a while, he returned to the interrogation room alone, looking at me as he said, "Even if strange occurrences do happen, it does not absolve you of the murder charge." I pleaded, "Captain Su, I am truly innocent. Zhao Tianshui and Wu Feng were malevolent, and their deaths have nothing to do with me." After a moment of silence, he replied, "Then please recount the events in detail once more." I hastily recounted the entire sequence of events with great care. Captain Su listened intently, falling into deep contemplation. I felt a surge of urgency. The auction was set for tomorrow, and I was determined to obtain the item at all costs. If I could not devise a means of escape, I would be in dire straits. Captain Su murmured, "Kid, do you truly believe in ghosts? In fact, I've encountered several cases like yours before. Had it not been for last night's experience, cough, cough. However, according to our investigations, the suspects are always linked to the victims, which complicates matters. We can only detain you and pass the case to higher authorities. So you..." Before he could finish, the young officer hurriedly entered, whispering something in Su's ear. They exited the interrogation room, the young officer casting me several menacing glances as they departed. Chapter 44. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The door to the interrogation room slammed shut, plunging me back into my thoughts. Before long, the door opened again, and Captain Su along with the young officer entered, accompanied by a burly man. Captain Su appeared to hold the man in high regard, his face adorned with a faint smile. As he regarded me with an inscrutable expression, a chill ran down my spine. This was the very individual I encountered 2 years ago on a flight to Jinghe City with Hu Huan. He had warned me not to cause any trouble back then. Could he be someone from a higher authority? Reluctantly, Captain Su announced, "Fu Shiren, you are free to go. This comrade has come to bail you out." I gazed at the burly man in astonishment, filled with questions, yet I stood up to stretch my stiff limbs. The young officer gritted his teeth, clearly displeased with this outcome, but could only fume silently at the side. The burly man smiled at me and said, "Fu Shiren, it's been a while." I nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, it has been quite some time. I did not expect to encounter you here." Following this, I accompanied the burly man out of the police station. Outside, a luxury car awaited, and the burly man gestured for me to enter. Once inside, he spoke slowly, "Fu Shiren, I previously warned you against getting caught doing anything foolish." My expression tightened, the thought crossing my mind. Is he truly looking for trouble? Noticing my unease, the burly man reassured, "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to create issues. I am merely here on orders from above to bring you out. This matter will be handled on your behalf." I questioned him skeptically, "Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to bail me out?" Having experienced this ordeal, I had grown more cautious. The burly man chuckled lightly, "No need for concern. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chun Hu, from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, dedicated to addressing various paranormal incidents. I am well aware of the situation, and it has no connection to you." A jolt of surprise coursed through me. I could not discern Chen Hu's true power. It seemed that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was not as simple as it appeared. "Also, you must have dealt with the incident in Qingshan Village, right? The formation there cost us dearly, yet you managed to resolve it. I must admit, I underestimated you before." Furrowing my brow, I asked, "How do you know about my affairs?" Chen Hu smiled, "The Supernatural Investigation Bureau has its channels. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. We only hope you will consider joining us." I pondered quietly, uncertain whether to accept. Chen Hu seemed to sense my hesitation, continuing, "As you know, many peculiar occurrences exist in this world, and our bureau specializes in handling them. Your abilities would greatly assist us." Taking a deep breath, I inquired, "If I agree to join you, What benefits would I receive? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Chun Hu's eyes as he replied. You would gain access to our bureau's resources to aid your cultivation, and we can help you resolve certain troubles, such as the one you are currently facing. After contemplating, I responded, joining you outright is not feasible, as I have my own reputation to uphold. However, I am open to considering collaboration. We can discuss specific terms later. Chun Hu appeared somewhat dissatisfied, and after a moment's thought, he conceded, very well. Let us agree on this for now. Should you decide to join us or find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call this number. With that, he handed me a business card. Oh, by the way, I hear you are attending the auction tomorrow. Do exercise caution. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau seemed to know everything about me. They had conducted a thorough investigation. I took the card Chun Hu offered, scrutinizing it before tucking it into my pocket. I regarded Chun Hu and said, since you are so well acquainted with my affairs, you must also be aware of my purpose for attending the auction. Given that you are privy to this information, perhaps it would be prudent to extend a favor. Chun Hu, seemingly picking up on my intentions, responded, naturally, I am aware. You seek that item to save the little fox, correct? I had initially thought you were under her spell. However, the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Do not expect us to provide assistance. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. I thought to myself that I would not be deterred. I was determined to succeed. Eager to glean more information, I pressed, what do you mean by that? Is there something dubious about the auction? Chun Hu chuckled. On the surface, the auction appears to be a standard transaction. Yet the underlying forces involved are complex. According to our intelligence, many powerful factions will participate, and certain dark forces will operate covertly. With a hint of confusion, I asked, will you not intervene? Are you not concerned about any potential incidents? Chun Hu maintained his calm demeanor, stating, we are responsible for maintaining order. Beyond that, we do not interfere. When you go to the auction, it is best to avoid provoking any factions. I scoffed, replying, I care not for their factions. As long as they do not provoke me, all is well. Should they choose to challenge me, one by one, I shall eliminate them. Chun Hu patted my shoulder, advising, do not be overly confident. Caution is the key to longevity. When you attend, keep your wits about you. I responded impatiently enough, I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chun Hu replied, very well. Do remember to call if you need anything. I exited the vehicle and hailed a taxi. Making my way to my uncle's shop. Upon my return, my sister and uncle hurried over to me. My sister, her face etched with concern, asked, Junior brother, you have finally returned. What transpired? I succinctly recounted the events surrounding Zhao Tianshui's arrest, Chun Hu's bail, and the affairs of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. My second uncle furrowed his brow and remarked, I have indeed heard of this Supernatural Investigation Bureau before. It is an official organization tasked with addressing unusual occurrences. While they outwardly profess a commitment to justice, who knows what clandestine matters they may be entangled in? Being targeted by them could very well be a double-edged sword. I pondered for a moment and responded. As it stands, they seem to harbor no ill intentions towards us. They merely wish for my participation or collaboration. My senior sister voiced her concerns. Have you acquiesced to their request? I shook my head. I have not fully consented. I merely indicated that I would contemplate the possibility of cooperation. That seems prudent. Let us proceed with caution, my second uncle advised. By the way, the auction is set to commence tomorrow. We should make our preparations. The following day, Zhang Chaoshan arrived early at my second uncle's shop, and together we made our way to the auction venue. This time, I ventured out alone, as bringing my senior sister felt unsafe. I sensed that this outing might not unfold smoothly. Upon arriving at the auction, we were greeted by a throng of luxury vehicles and numerous social luminaries flitting about. As Zhang Chaoshan and I stepped into the grand hall. A staff member clad in a suit approached us promptly. Chapter 45. I bid 100 million. He led us into the auction area, and I turned to Zhang Chaoshan, inquiring, which organization is hosting this auction? He whispered, this event is organized by the Shao family of Jinghe. The smooth operation of such an auction surely implies that they have formidable backing. My curiosity piqued. I asked, what is the Shao family's background? Zhang Chaoshan replied nervously, the Shao family ranks fifth among the families of Jinghe. Although they hold the fifth position, no one dares to covet their interests. I nodded. It seemed the Shao family indeed possessed considerable clout. Skillfully concealed. Following the attendant, we soon entered the auction venue. Upon entering, We were met with a magnificent and opulent structure, soaring 4 stories high. Several large screens hung in the center of the hall, with the auction platform situated at the front of the first floor. The first floor was bustling with elegantly dressed patrons, who, despite lacking the mysterious aura of cultivators, exuded an air of confidence and composure, indicative of their substantial wealth. Among them were a few practitioners, either keenly observing their surroundings or engaging in hushed conversations. The second floor featured 7 private boxes, each designated with a character from the Xin series. Each box was guarded, and at times, shadows could be seen moving within, suggesting that individuals of notable stature were present. Ascending to the third floor, we found 5 private boxes aptly named with numerical designations. These boxes were adorned with even greater elegance, and the guards stationed outside were notably more stern, igniting a curiosity about the esteemed guests within. The topmost fourth floor housed 3 enigmatic Tian boxes, shrouded in mystery, with scarcely a hint of movement, likely concealing the most distinguished and powerful individuals. I couldn't help but gasp in awe, pondering the immense cost to construct such a venue. I delicately inquired of the attendant, "Might you inform us which box we are permitted to occupy?" The attendant hesitated, stammering, "You too, you." Before he could finish, a lavishly dressed woman approached with a captivating demeanor, her face adorned with heavy makeup. She waved dismissively at the attendant, who hurriedly retreated. "My apologies, gentlemen. The new staff may be a bit inexperienced. I am the organizer of this auction, Xiao Lihua. You may take seats in box Xin 1. I scrutinized the woman before me, detecting a subtle fluctuation of genuine energy. She appeared to be a practitioner. Zhang Chaoshan promptly stepped forward. "Miss Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you," Xiao Lihua responded with a warm smile. "Mr. Zhang, your reputation precedes you. May I ask the name of this young gentleman?" She turned her gaze towards me. "Fu Shuren." I replied expressionlessly. Young Shuren, you seem rather unfamiliar. I presume this is your first visit to our auction?" She maintained her smile. Noticing my silence, she awkwardly continued, "It seems you are quite busy, so I shall attend to my duties. Please do not hesitate to summon assistance if needed." She then beckoned another attendant, imparting instructions, and the attendant nodded vigorously before escorting us upstairs. As we ascended, I felt several piercing gazes directed our way, accompanied by hushed whispers. Upon entering the private box, we found a screen that offered a clear view of the activities outside. Zhang Chaoshan, visibly astonished, remarked, "Fu Xiaoga, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I may never have had the chance to sit in such a box." I remained silent, a sense of unease gnawing at me. What sort of individuals might occupy the boxes above? The auction was soon to commence, and Xiao Lihua gracefully took the stage. The audience erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "To think Miss Xiao would personally host this event. Miss Xiao, you are my idol." She smiled, addressing the crowd. "Thank you for your patience. We shall now officially commence the auction. Our first item is a century-old peachwood sword, reputed to have once belonged to a master of Maoshan, possessing extraordinary power. Please take a look." The sword was long and straight, its blade tinged with red, its hilt embellished with gemstones, and intricate cloud patterns carved around it. The starting bid was set at 500,000. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, some exclaiming, "This sword appears exceptional. It must wield immense power." A young man with fervent eyes thought to himself, "If I could acquire this sword, my strength would surely soar." He was the first to bid. 800,000, 1 million. Came the urgent voice from box Xin 7 on the second floor. I gazed at the peachwood sword, feeling a twinge of desire. Yet my focus remained solely on securing the Ningxing grass. The bidding escalated rapidly. At this moment, a voice from box Xin 5 declared, 2 million. The room fell silent as I recognized that voice. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million thrice. Congratulations to box Xin 5 for acquiring the century-old peachwood sword. This auction had truly broadened my horizons. The first 9 items were exceedingly rare in the world, and the Xiao family was indeed remarkable. However, most of the items were claimed by patrons from the second and third floors. Did the occupants of the first floor also seek the Ningxing grass? Xiao Lihua's voice grew more animated. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the centerpiece of this auction, Ningxing grass. This herb is extraordinarily rare, possessing miraculous effects. It not only stabilizes one's cultivation and aids in breaking through bottlenecks, but can also repair demon cores, I examined the Ningxing grass. It was translucent, with slender, elongated leaves, the veins clearly visible. The stem stood upright and resilient, covered in fine down, its apex blossomed a petite, exquisite bud, pale purple and exuding an enchanting fragrance, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and power. The starting bid is set at 5 million. As her words faded, the audience erupted in commotion. 6 million. A seasoned elder from the first floor called out eagerly. 8 million, came the swift response from Box Xin 2. I inhaled deeply, raising my card to declare 20 million. The hall fell momentarily silent, followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. Who was this? So extravagant. It appeared they were determined to secure the prize. A cold voice emanated from Box Xin 3. 25 million. I clenched my teeth and raised my bid again. 30 million. At that moment, a voice from Box D2 chimed in. 35 million. My palms began to sweat as I pondered the fierce competition. Were there others who desperately required the Ningxing grass? The bidding continued to climb, the atmosphere thickening with tension. I resolutely declared, I must obtain this Ningxing grass. 40 million. Xiao Lihua's excitement peaked. 40 million once, 40 million twice. Is there a higher bid? Just then, a woman's voice from Box Tian 3 resonated. 50 million. I took a deep breath and called out, 60 million. Zhang Chaoshan, beside me, appeared anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, Fu Xiaoga, is this not too risky? My gaze was unwavering as I replied, Mr. Zhang, the Ningxing grass is of paramount importance to me. I must secure it. If you lack the funds, summon Li Lianshan to bring more. At this, Zhang Chaoshan breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the hall was so tense that one could hear the rapid breaths of the attendees, each heartbeat quickening in the charged ambience. Xiao Lihua enthusiastically announced, 60 million once, 60 million twice. Just then, Box Tian 2 reverberated with an authoritative voice. 80 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, whispers circulating among the audience. My face paled, a sense of indignation swelling within me as I gritted my teeth and declared, 100 million. Chapter 46. The Trapping Formation, the Blockade. Xiao Lihua's voice trembled slightly. 100 million once. 100 million twice. 100 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Box Xian for acquiring the Ningxing grass. The auction has concluded splendidly. We warmly welcome everyone to join us next time. A chorus of awe and chatter erupted throughout the venue. I slumped into my chair, exhaling deeply, while Zhang Chaoshan stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. Brother Fu, you truly have invested heavily. I forced a smile and replied, for this, it's worth it. That moment. The door to the VIP box 1 on the 4th floor slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. He looked kindly in my direction and said, Ha ha ha, truly remarkable for someone so young. Little one, do take care of yourself. I rose to my feet, unflinching, and responded, Thank you, sir. The old man let out a hearty laugh. From box 2 on the 2nd floor emerged a figure cloaked in black. His cold gaze fixated on me as if he intended to strike me down on the spot. Box 3 housed a woman dressed in Miao attire, her veiled face concealing a pair of piercing Danfeng eyes that regarded me with malice. Yet in this place, she dared not act. The 3 of them turned and departed together. After the auction, we prepared to head backstage to settle the payment, nearly causing a comical scene when Zhang Chaoshan realized he was short on funds. Fortunately, Li Lianshan promptly transferred the necessary amount. We completed the transaction and, clutching the Ningxing grass, made ready to depart. Along the way, we encountered Chun Hu, who bore a century-old peachwood sword on his back. I expressed my surprise. Chun Hu, it seems that Xuanzi Box 5 belongs to you. That peachwood sword is quite impressive. Chun Hu waved dismissively. Oh, come now, unlike you, Brother Fu, who casually tosses around a billion. With that, we exited the backstage area together. Just as we reached the entrance, a throng of individuals blocked our path. Leading them was the man from Xuanzi Box 3 on the 2nd floor. His smile a thin veneer over malice. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Ningxing grass and perhaps I shall spare your life. I clutched the box containing the Ningxing grass tightly, stating resolutely, not a chance. Zhang Chaoshan trembled beside me, while Chun Hu silently observed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. That moment, Xiao Lihua arrived with a retinue of guards, declaring, dare to cause a ruckus at my Shao family's auction? Have you lost your minds?" Upon seeing her, the assailants dispersed. Shao Lihua turned to me with a charming smile, saying, "Tinan, do be careful once you step outside. Would you like your sister to protect you?" I shook my head, replying, "Thank you, Miss Shao." She chuckled softly, turning away with a swish of her hips as she departed. Upon reaching the exit, Chanhu bid us farewell. I had hoped he might assist me, but it seemed our partnership was not as beneficial as I had imagined. I shook my head, pondering how to extricate myself from this place. While no one dared act within, I knew once I stepped beyond these doors, many would covet what I possessed. I mused to myself, considering how precarious the situation truly was. Glancing at the box containing the Ningxing grass, I recognized its value, yet it had also brought me considerable trouble. However, for Wang Quan, it was worth it. I cast another glance at Zhang Chaoshan. This fellow was of no assistance, and in critical moments, I could only rely on myself. My gaze returned to the departing figures. Knowing they would not relent easily, I needed to devise a means of escape. Zhang Chaoshan, trembling, asked, "Brother Fu, what shall we do now?" "We can't stay here indefinitely," I inhaled deeply, responding coolly, "Do not panic. Let us assess the situation first." After a brief wait, as the crowd thinned considerably, we cautiously stepped outside the auction house, ever vigilant of our surroundings. Upon reaching the parking area, we hastily entered Zhang Chaoshan's vehicle. I took the passenger seat, peering through the window to observe the activity outside. The sky had darkened considerably, likely around 5 in the afternoon. When we arrived, dawn had just broken, and now I could discern the external landscape of the auction venue. The auction hall was situated atop a hill on the outskirts, its contours reminiscent of a turtle's shell. Sensing something peculiar about the hill, I activated my Yin-Yang eye to scrutinize it further, and my eyes flashed with insight as I detected waves emanating from 8 directions. Alarm surged within me. The hill was likely ensconced within a geomantic formation, an 8-trigram killing formation. I had read about such formations. Centered around a hill and aligned with the 8 cardinal directions, with special artifacts buried at 8 critical nodes. These artifacts, intertwined with the hill's earth energy, formed a colossal 8-trigram pattern. Once activated, the formation would unleash an invisible aura, creating layered energy barriers that completely enveloped the hill. From the outside, the hill appeared shrouded in mist, obscuring the true situation within. Those who entered the formation would be entranced by its power, losing all sense of direction and finding themselves ensnared in an endless maze. Moreover, the formation would sporadically project illusory images and sounds, disorienting intruders. Hidden within the formation were numerous lethal traps, such as sudden gusts of wind blades and ground spikes, which would strike when least expected, inflicting severe injuries. Should anyone attempt to force their way through, the artifacts would retaliate with overwhelming force, potentially inflicting grave harm upon them. No wonder no one dared to act directly within the auction hall. They were clearly wary of this formation. The Shao family, capable of deploying such a formation, was indeed formidable. My expression turned grave as I declared, "There exists a geomantic formation here that is far from ordinary. However, it has yet to be activated. We must leave swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications." Zhang Chaoshan nodded, starting the engine and gradually pulling away. After driving a short distance, I noticed a black sedan trailing us. "Mr. Zhang, it seems we have a car following us," I said, my senses heightened. Zhang Chaoshan glanced nervously in the rearview mirror, asking, "What should we do? Are they after the Ningxing grass?" "Accelerate. We must find a way to lose them," I urged, clenching my fists tightly. Zhang Chaoshan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. However, the pursuing vehicle remained relentless. This approach was untenable. They would catch up eventually, and I felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, I spotted a fork in the road ahead. "Zhang, turn left," I commanded. The car veered sharply left, entering a rugged path that jolted us violently. "Let us hope we can shake them off," Zhang Chaoshan gasped for breath. Yet, it wasn't long before we heard the unmistakable roar of the pursuing engine. They caught up. Zhang Chaoshan's complexion paled. With no other options, I instructed him to stop the vehicle. "Get out," I declared. Retrieving the box containing the Ningxing grass, preparing to confront our pursuers. Chapter 47. The Spectre-S Pursuit. As Zhang Chaoshan and I alighted from the car, the black sedan screeched to a halt before us. The doors swung open violently, and a group of menacing figures emerged, led by the man from Schwanzi Box 3 on the second floor. Clad in a long black robe, he bore a significant scar across his face. His broad, resolute jaw and narrowed eyes fixed intently on me. "Hand over the Ningxing grass obediently, or today will mark your demise," he bellowed menacingly. I held the box containing the Ningxing grass firmly in my backpack, retorting with a cold laugh, "If you have the skill, come and take it. Furthermore, do you truly dare to cause a scene here? Are you not afraid of the Supernatural Bureau coming after you? As long as we keep our hands clean, what can the Supernatural Bureau do to us?" he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand, prompting his companions to charge at us like ravenous wolves. Instantly, the air was thick with an aura of violence. They brandished an array of weapons, gleaming daggers, heavy iron rods, charging towards Zhang Chaoshan and me. The leader was the most aggressive, striding forward with the weight of the world on his shoulders, wielding a sharp long knife aimed directly at me. I swiftly sidestepped, pulling Zhang Chaoshan behind me. In a flash, I darted behind one of the attackers, delivering a swift kick to his back, sending him stumbling forward. Another assailant swung his iron rod at me, and I raised my arm to block, countering with an elbow strike to his abdomen, causing him to double over. Seeing his subordinates falter, the leader's fury escalated, his aura surging dangerously. "You shall witness the might of the late-stage Inquiry Realm," he roared, his long knife glowing fiercely as he slashed towards me. I snorted dismissively. "Is that all you have? Just a mere late-stage Inquiry Realm?" I pinched the blade between my fingers, halting its advance entirely. The leader's expression darkened further, and he redoubled his efforts, swinging the long knife like a streak of light aimed at me. I vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful palm strike to his back. He let out a pained grunt, spinning around to retaliate, only to find my speed akin to a specter, utterly eluding his grasp. "This is impossible. How can you be in the essence transformation stage?" he exclaimed in disbelief. With that, I produced a yellow talisman, folding it into a small paper figure, and chanted incantations. "Go!" The little paper figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Colliding with his chest, he widened his eyes in terror, wishing to evade the impact, but it was too late. His entire being flew out like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. Spitting forth green blood, I was taken aback. Was this a demon? "Boss!" His subordinates cried out in panic. I cast a frigid glance at them and inquired, "Who else wishes to try?" The subordinates exchanged glances, their courage waning, and they dared not advance any further. They stood rooted in place, hesitating, their eyes betraying fear and confusion. I stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Speak. From whence do you demons hail? What do you seek with this Ningxing grass?" One of the subordinates hesitated, his lips quivering, torn between speaking or remaining silent. I shot him a piercing look and commanded, "If you do not divulge, none of you shall leave here alive today." The subordinate, intimidated by my presence, finally stammered, We are minor demons from a little mountain 1,000 miles away, sent by the mountain god to procure Ningxing grass." 1,000 miles away? The mountain god?" I furrowed my brow. "You cannot be referring to the mountain behind Qingshi village, can you?" I asked, testing the waters. The leader's expression faltered, and he hurriedly replied, "How do you know?" "Humph, so it is you lot. I hadn't even thought to trouble you yet." I snorted disdainfully. "And what do you require this Ningxing grass for?" The leader suddenly exclaimed, "It's you. You are the grandson of Fu Kaisheng." I was jolted back to that summer when I was 16, recalling the man in black who delivered a message to my grandfather, though he wore a mask then. "Why does he seem somewhat familiar?" I chuckled. "Ah, you remember me." The man's face paled, fear glimmering in his eyes. "I never expected it to be you. You are still haunted by that incident from years ago." He hesitated, seemingly unsure how to proceed. I fixed my gaze upon him, my tone icy as I stated, "I remember that incident clearly. Since you recognize me, you might as well disclose everything, or none of you shall leave this place alive." The subordinates glanced at their leader in terror, awaiting his decision. The leader gritted his teeth, as if summoning all his resolve, and slowly began, "Years ago, your grandfather Fu Kaisheng made a pact with our mountain god to hand over the woman in that coffin. Yet he has never fulfilled his promise." My brows knitted together, a flicker of anger igniting within me. So, the mountain god dares to covet my wife. It appears he has grown too bold, and the weasel and the snake spirit, were they also dispatched by your mountain god? The leader quickly denied. No, no. The weasel hails from the Huang family of the Northeast S5 immortals, who sought revenge after you and your grandfather slaughtered many of their kin. And the snake spirit? I pressed. The leader paused before continuing. The snake spirit's time is running out. The mountain god provided it with a hint that the woman in the coffin could help it transcend and transform into a dragon. Hence its desperate pursuit. We were merely following orders, I scoffed. Following orders, indeed. What then is the mountain god's true intention with this Ningxing grass? The leader hesitated before confessing. This Ningxing grass is vital for our mountain goddess cultivation. It pertains to his elevation in realm. I regarded them with icy scrutiny, my mind racing at the tangled web of intrigues behind this matter and that case. None of you shall live, I declared coldly, my aura surging ominously. The subordinates looked at me in terror, attempting a final struggle, yet their resistance felt utterly futile against my formidable strength. Like a specter, I weaved through their ranks, my hands unleashing torrents of spiritual energy. Each attack struck true, and the subordinates fell, screaming, blood pooling upon the ground. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to speak, but I granted him no opportunity, delivering a crushing blow that obliterated his skull. Soon, all were dispatched, their bodies sprawled across the ground. I gazed upon the carnage, gradually morphing into animal forms, feeling not a shred of compassion. This, Zhang Zhaoshan stammered, his face ashen. I turned my gaze skyward, scoffing, mountain god. Await your reckoning. One day, I shall come to confront you. With that, I turned, ushering Zhang Zhaoshan into the car, preparing to depart. As the vehicle sputtered to life, it abruptly stalled. He tried again, yet the engine faltered once more. I opened my yin-yang eye and looked behind the car, where a swarm of diminutive figures clung tightly to it. This is a ghostly car pull. Chapter 48. The 5 poisons feng shui array. A weight settled in my heart as I coldly commanded. Stay in the car and do not move. With that, I pushed open the door and stepped out. The little ghosts shrieked in eerie unison upon seeing me descend, their grip tightening around the vehicle. My brow furrowed as I swiftly retrieved several yellow talismans from my pocket. I brandished the talismans, reciting, heaven and earth, mystical teachings, root of all energies, cultivate for eons, certify my divine powers, urgent as the law commands. As the incantation flowed from my lips, I hurled the talismans towards the little ghosts. The talismans shimmered in midair, transforming into golden rays that struck the spirits. Their shrieks pierced the air as they dissipated into black smoke. Yet, some little ghosts remained, stubbornly circling around us. I returned to the car and assured Zhang Zhaoshan, "It's all right now. We can go." That he nodded, still shaken, and attempted to start the vehicle again, this time successfully. We sped away, the scenery outside the window swiftly receding. I contemplated silently, realizing that this journey would likely be fraught with more troubles, and vigilance was paramount. Before long, we found ourselves in a desolate, uninhabited outskirts. Suddenly, a thick fog materialized ahead, obscuring the road entirely. Zhang Zhaoshan was compelled to slow the car, cautiously maneuvering forward. I sensed that some malevolent force was at play. I quickly retrieved several fog-clearing yellow talismans. Chanting, "Radiant sun, rising from the east, break the fog, evil spirits retreat, urgent as the law commands." I then cast the talismans ahead. The fog did not dissipate. Instead, it surged towards us like a tide, enveloping us in an instant. An unsettling anxiety stirred within me. I gritted my teeth and resolutely pushed open the car door. Stepping outside, as soon as I did, the air was filled with faint rustling sounds, followed by hissing, and then a chorus of scuttling noises. As these sounds grew clearer, I beheld a multitude of insects surrounding me. Upon closer inspection, I saw centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, all arranged in a peculiar formation. This is the 5 poisons feng shui array. I murmured. In this array, the so-called 5 poisons, centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, are strategically arranged according to specific positions and layouts. Such a feng shui array is typically set by practitioners of dark arts, harnessing the properties of the five poisons and the power of feng shui to ensnare foes, inflict harm, or siphon certain energies. The five poisons feng shui array also amplifies its effects by utilizing the surrounding environment, mixing the toxins of the five poisons with the fog, leading intruders to their demise unbeknownst to them. Fortunately, the method to break this array is detailed within the 9 Heaven Secret Scriptures, and I possess the advantage of time, place, and pure young blood. As I observed the encroaching five poisons feng shui array, I recited a calming incantation to maintain my inner peace, lest the array affect my mind. Next, I swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman from my pocket and hurled it in various directions. The talismans glimmered, temporarily halting the advance of the poisons. I then drew blood from my fingertip, allowing pure young blood to flow forth. I dripped this blood onto several specific talismans, chanting, "True fire of 9 yang. Break evil and exorcise spirits, urgent as the law commands." I subsequently hurled these blood-stained talismans into the midst of the five poisons. Upon contact, the talismans ignited, flames imbued with pure yang energy rapidly spreading among the poisons, causing the centipedes and snakes to emit anguished cries as chaos ensued within their ranks. Seizing the opportunity, I produced more talismans, this time applying pure young blood to them before directly affixing them to various key acupoints on my body, enhancing my yang energy and defensive capabilities. Armed with a talisman, I charged into the heart of the five poisons array, wielding the talisman as a weapon. Stepping into combat against the poisons, I plunged into the midst of these repulsive insects, which feared fire above all else. With the flaming talisman in hand, I roamed through the fog, seeking the array's focal point. As I delved deeper, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The fog was toxic. The number of insects around me multiplied. Gritting my teeth, I arranged a bagua formation with the talismans around me, shouting, "Rise!" A sudden ring of flames ignited around me, temporarily thwarting the encroaching mist and the assault of the five poisons. The insects frantically burrowed into the flames, and without exception, they were reduced to ashes. I immediately settled into a cross-legged position, channeling my vital energy to counteract the toxins' invasion. These toxins mingled with the mist, stealthily poisoning those unaware. Had it not been for my innate sharpness, I would surely have perished here. Once the toxins were purged, I opened my eyes to find the number of insects around me multiplying. The flames barely holding back their relentless advance, I gathered my vital energy into my palms and struck out, creating a path for my escape. I dashed forward, pursued closely by the swarming insects. As I cleared the path ahead, I searched for the focal point of the formation. After a while, I noticed the swarm of insects increasing, indicating that I was nearing the heart of the formation. I unleashed a yellow talisman, which instantly transformed into a fire dragon, devouring the surrounding insects and filling the air with the scent of charred remains. Following closely behind the fire dragon, I advanced a few steps, only to be confronted by a bizarre platform. At the center of the platform lay a black-scaled serpent, thick as a human arm, surely the focal point of the formation. Upon seeing me, the serpent flicked its forked tongue, hissing menacingly as the surrounding insects converged towards me. Frowning deeply, I produced 8 yellow talismans, placing them on the ground before quickly dripping a drop of blood onto them. Then, I struck my palm against the ground, causing the talismans to rise into the air. 9th Heaven's true fire, heed my command, manifest. In an instant, flames erupted around me, sending ripples through the air. The insects were nearly incinerated. Subsequently, I channeled my vital energy to my feet, and with a flash, I affixed a bloodied yellow talisman to the serpent's 7-inch mark. The serpent writhed violently, attempting to free itself from the talisman's grip, but under the power of the pure young blood and the talisman, its struggles gradually waned. With a piercing shriek, the serpent collapsed, and the 5 poisons wind and water formation instantly crumbled. The surrounding mist began to dissipate, and the remaining poisons either fled or turned to ash. I exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow, and turned to return to my vehicle. However, at that moment, I suddenly heard the sound of clinking, rapidly approaching from a distance, as if silverware were clashing. Before I could react, a shadow appeared before me like a wraith. Chapter 49. The goo woman. I swiftly raised my arms, crossing them defensively in front of me as the shadow delivered a powerful kick that struck hard against my arms. A wave of force surged through me, causing me to involuntarily stagger backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath my feet. Once I managed to steady myself, I looked up and gasped. There she stood. My heart sank. It was the Meow Woman from box number 3 at the auction. Her youthful face was devoid of expression, and her cold eyes betrayed a hint of malice. She spoke slowly, her voice icy, surprised. Are we? Although she appeared to be of similar age, her strength was clearly far superior to mine, prompting a silent lament within me. I inhaled deeply, feigning calmness as I replied, So you too desire the Ningxing grass? She sneered, her laughter dripping with mockery. You know, then, if you hand it over to me, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall die. I straightened my posture, unflinching as I retorted, Humph. It remains to be seen who lives and who dies. A glint of menace flickered in her eyes as she began to dance her hands like butterflies, instantly summoning a multitude of vibrant goo insects, which slithered towards me like a surging tide. A chill ran down my spine at the sight of the encroaching insects, my stomach churning with unease. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. I gritted my teeth, channeling my vital energy once more. Humph, do you think these insects can subdue me? Not a chance, I bellowed, conjuring a blazing inferno in my hands and hurling it towards the swarm. However, the insects were remarkably agile, swiftly scattering like serpents to evade the fiery onslaught. The Meow Woman smirked derisively. Is that all you can do? Unfazed, I unleashed a barrage of talismans from my hands, attempting to halt the insects' advance. Yet, the sheer number of insects showed no fear of my attacks and continued their relentless approach. Not afraid of flames? Then let us see how you fare against this. I threw a talisman high into the air, chanting, Ninth Heaven's Divine Thunder, heed my command, banish demons and cleanse evil. In an instant, the talisman erupted into dazzling brilliance, the sky darkening as thunder roared and lightning flashed. Striking down like serpents, bolts of lightning reduced the insects to ashes. The Meow Woman gasped in astonishment. Thunder magic? Are you a disciple of Longhu Mountain? I scoffed, my gaze unwavering and fierce. What does it matter whether I am a disciple of Longhu Mountain? You shall not take the Ningxing grass from me today. With the threat of the insects removed, I felt emboldened. She furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought, before a glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes. Even if you are a disciple of Longhu Mountain, I will have that Ningxing grass. With that, she began to dance her hands rapidly, causing the air around us to shimmer with strange waves. Realizing the danger, I knew she was about to cast a powerful spell. A dark mist began to materialize before her. I quickly unleashed my thunder magic again, sending bolts of lightning towards the mist. However, the mist seemed to possess a peculiar power, absorbing the lightning and swelling in size. The Meow Woman laughed heartily. Your thunder magic is useless against my ultimate technique. Clenching my teeth, I rapidly devised a daring plan. I concentrated, channeling all my vital energy into my hands, then dashed towards the Meow Woman at breakneck speed. Unleashing my energy in one powerful strike. Clearly unprepared for my sudden assault, she could only hastily use the dark mist to shield herself. The impact of our clash sent us both flying. I felt as if my insides had been rearranged, a sharp pain coursing through me as a metallic taste filled my mouth. The Meow Woman fared no better, blood trickling from her lips as her expression darkened. Slowly, I rose to my feet, realizing her strength likely lay in the turning spirit realm. Otherwise, my previous attack would have overwhelmed her. Fortunately, my strike had disrupted her dark mist. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Suppressing my discomfort, I fixed my gaze on the Meow Woman, who also rose, her eyes now filled with malice. Humph, you have some skill, but it is far from sufficient, she declared coldly, her hands swirling once more as the dark mist coalesced anew. My heart raced, knowing I must not allow her to unleash that formidable spell again. I steeled myself and, like a specter, lunged towards her. Taken aback by my sudden speed, she hastily maneuvered the dark mist to defend herself. As I closed the distance, I unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, engaging her in close combat. Each collision echoed with a dull thud. While my strength paled in comparison, my agility and relentless spirit allowed me to hold my ground. The Meow Woman, visibly irritated, let out a furious roar, her aura surging and forcing me back several steps. You will regret this, she bellowed, the dark mist transforming into countless black tendrils that surged towards me. Fear gripped my heart, and I swiftly retreated while casting talismans, hoping to slow their advance. Yet, her onslaught intensified, the tendrils relentlessly pursuing me like a relentless plague, as I found myself cornered, sustaining multiple wounds. I braced for the impending strike of the myriad black tendrils. Just then, an immense power surged within me, breaking free from its constraints. I had achieved a breakthrough. Mid-level Ningyuan. The sudden surge of strength bolstered my confidence, and I roared, radiant energy enveloping me as my vital energy shot forth like blades, fiercely clashing with the black tendrils. The Meow Woman's expression darkened further as she hastened her movements, striving to intensify her attack. Yet, I was no longer the helpless individual I once was. I darted through the gaps between the tendrils, retaliating and severing them one by one. Impossible. How could you suddenly break through? The Meow Woman exclaimed in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, I accelerated my assault, relentlessly pressing forward against her. She began to falter, retreating step by step, and the dark mist grew increasingly unstable. I seized the moment, forming seals in my hands, and unleashed the ninth Heaven's Divine Thunder Seal, sending the Meow Woman hurtling away. She crashed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, and the dark mist dissipated. I approached her slowly, looking down from my elevated position. Now, do you still dare to contest me for the Ningxing grass? The Meow Woman wore a face of deep resentment, yet she was acutely aware that the tide had turned against her. With a fierce glare directed at me, she rasped, "If you have the audacity, kill me now. Otherwise, I shall not spare you in the future." It was now my turn, and I scoffed, "How brazen you are. Even when death looms." I intended to end her life right then and there, but suddenly, a wave of malevolence surged towards me, forcing me back. Seizing this opportunity, the woman transformed into a shadow and swiftly fled the scene. I roared in anger, "Who dares?" Chapter 50. The Ghostly Commander and the Saintess of Miaojiang. I scanned my surroundings, observing two figures slowly emerging from the shadows. At that moment, the night was as thick as ink, with a slender crescent moon hanging high, partially obscured by heavy clouds that cast down only a few faint, cold beams of moonlight. The two figures were enveloped in a dense aura of darkness, obscuring their features entirely. "Kid, you sure are ruthless," a voice echoed from the shadows, reverberating in the stillness of the night, laced with a chilling undertone. I regarded him with utmost vigilance, demanding, "Who are you? Why did you save her?" My condition was far from ideal, with several wounds still bleeding profusely. The night breeze caressed my skin, sending sharp pangs of pain through my wounds, as if countless tiny ice needles were piercing me. The figure in the shadows let out a cold laugh, saying, "Do you know who she is? We were just saving you." I furrowed my brow and retorted angrily, "Stop your cryptic nonsense and speak plainly." He continued, "She is the saintess of the Meow tribe. If you kill her, the entire Meow clan will not let you off, including everyone by your side." My heart sank. The woman was indeed the saintess of Meow. Yet I feigned composure, responding, "And what of it? She attempted to seize my first. Even if I were to kill her, what would it matter?" The other figure spoke darkly. "Kid, at such a young age, you have reached the mid-stage of, comparable to the elite of the younger generation. With such talent, it is your prideful asset. However, you surely do not wish to become a fallen genius." This voice was eerily familiar, igniting a spark of suspicion within me. Filled with doubt, I scrutinized them. "Who are you really? What do you want? If you hand over we can guarantee your safety." I laughed in rage. "You can't even dare to show yourselves, and yet you wish to claim my—" Upon hearing my words, the dark aura around them surged ominously. Slowly, they revealed themselves. It was the person I had seen at the auction, designated as 2, accompanied by the ghostly commander from before. Instantly, my senses heightened. Preparing for battle, the ghostly commander fixed his cold gaze upon me and said, "Kid, I didn't expect to run into you so soon. I warned you last time. I won't hold back next time. However, as long as you obediently hand over I might spare your life." I observed them closely. Their energies seemed comparable, both at the mid-stage of the ghostly commander. Yet in my current state, victory was beyond reach. I pretended to remain calm, snorting, "Was it you two who orchestrated that little trick? Hoping to catch me off guard?" I had refrained from settling the score with them at the auction, and now they dared to come for me again. The two figures sneered, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, you will hand it over, whether you like it or not. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy that surged toward me. I quickly sidestepped to evade it, simultaneously channeling my inner energy to prepare for a counterattack. The ghostly commander was not idle either. He flickered and appeared behind me, attempting a sneak attack. Reacting swiftly, I spun around and kicked at him. He staggered back a few steps, but soon charged at me again. The ghostly commander, his expression grim, remarked, "Kid, you've made quite a bit of progress in just a few days." I shot back defiantly, "Enough of your cryptic taunts. If you have the ability, come at me." As we spoke, the two-figure intensified his output of dark energy. I gritted my teeth, bracing against the immense pressure. Beads of sweat rolling down my forehead. Seizing the moment, the ghostly commander launched another assault, his moves growing increasingly vicious, each strike aimed directly at my vital points. I dodged left and right, weaving through the dark energy, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, I spotted a flaw in the ghostly commander's technique. I concentrated my strength and struck out with my palm. The ghostly commander staggered back several paces, and I hurled a yellow talisman at the other figure. A burst of flames forced him to retreat repeatedly. The two-figure, witnessing this, roared, "This kid indeed possesses some skill. Let us take him down together." The two immediately joined forces, their dark energies intertwining to form a massive net that descended upon me. My heart sank, yet my gaze remained resolute. The continuous battle had drained much of my inner energy. The recent skirmish had reopened my wounds, and as I pressed against the bleeding places, I pondered my next move. Just as the net was about to envelop me, it inexplicably dissipated. Confused, I inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The ghostly commander patted the other figure's shoulder, saying, "That's enough. Don't truly cripple him." The two figures scoffed, "Humph, I see he is still quite capable. I was only using 5% of my strength." With that, he crossed his arms and stood coldly to the side. 5%. No wonder he felt the pressure from the ghostly commander. It turned out he hadn't even unleashed his full power. The ghostly commander turned to me, saying, "Kid, don't be so nervous. We merely wanted to see if you were still alive. If you had died, we would have come to collect your body to ask for your. We were only toying with you. We have no intention of taking it." His words deepened my confusion. "Then why did you stop me from leaving?" The ghostly commander chuckled, "Just testing your strength. I suppose, I didn't expect that little Meow girl, despite being at a much higher realm, would not be your match. You truly are impressive." I furrowed my brow. "Questioning, testing me? What is your true purpose? And where has my grandfather gone?" The ghostly commander crossed his arms and replied, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Don't ask about your grandfather. Just be cautious. That Meow girl is notorious for her grudges. Don't fall into her hands." "What does your Ghost Valley intend to do?" I pressed. Their sudden appearance and claims of not wishing harm upon me felt like a weasel congratulating a chicken. The ghostly commander said slowly, "It seems you know more than you should, but knowing too much won't do you any good. At least you can rest assured. We won't do anything harmful to you for the time being." The two-figure, growing impatient, interjected, "Why waste time with him? Let us go." The ghostly commander added, "Kid, I hope next time we meet, you're not as weak as you are now." Before I could pose further questions, both figures flickered and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 51. A Whiff of Malice. Once they departed, the surroundings fell into a profound silence once more. I gazed in the direction they had vanished, my mind swirling with questions. Where had my grandfather gone? What schemes were afoot in Ghost Valley? And that Meow Saintus would undoubtedly seek me out for trouble in the future. Taking a deep breath, I stifled the pain from my wounds and gradually made my way out. Upon returning to the spot where Zhang Zhaoshan had parked, I found him unconscious. I pinched his philtrum, and he jolted awake. Seeing my bloodied state, he exclaimed anxiously, "Fu Xiaoga, what happened to you? Should we go to the hospital?" I shook my head, signaling him to continue driving in the car. I tore off a bit of my jacket to staunch my bleeding and retrieved it from my backpack to inspect it. Seeing it unharmed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, we reached the highway entrance, where I spotted Chin, whose vehicle as he approached. He slowly exited his car. I lowered the window, and he handed me some bandages and disinfectants. saying, "You truly are a hidden gem. You managed to escape from such peril." I replied curtly, "You arrived a bit too early, didn't you? Why not wait until I got home?" He responded awkwardly, "Fu Laudi. Don't say that. I was merely following orders from above, not allowed to intervene in this matter. Besides, with my strength, I would hardly measure up against those people." I chuckled wryly and accepted the supplies from him, instructing Zhang Zhaoshan to drive away. This supernatural affair surely harbored ill intentions, I muttered to myself, contemplating the partnership that would require careful consideration. On the way back, I urged Zhang Zhaoshan to bury this incident deep within his heart, for otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. He nodded repeatedly, assuring me he knew nothing. By around 2 or 3 in the morning, we entered the city. Once in town, I had Zhang Zhaoshan drop me off at a hotel near my uncle's shop, as it was too late to return home. After Zhang Zhaoshan departed, I booked a single room and lay on the bed, fatigue washing over me as I reflected on the events that had transpired. The amount of information was simply overwhelming. A myriad of inexplicable forces has emerged, as if they possess all knowledge, leaving me as the sole figure shrouded in ignorance. Lost in contemplation, I nearly succumbed to slumber. A vibration from my phone jolted me awake. There had been no signal at the auction house these past few days, and I had refrained from using my device. Numerous messages awaited me, from my second uncle and my senior sister. Among them was a recent request for friendship. "I am Zhang Junya." Hesitantly, I accepted the request. Zhang Junya promptly sent a message. "Tinin, you're still awake at this late hour? Have you returned?" "I hope nothing untoward has occurred," I replied briefly before surrendering to sleep once more. In this slumber, I found solace, awakening the next day to the sun already high in the sky. After a quick wash, I prepared to visit my second uncle's shop. As I approached the intersection, Xiaolong hurriedly emerged from the store, head bowed and walking in another direction. I called out to him, but whether he did not hear or chose to ignore me, he did not respond. This struck me as peculiar. My senior sister, whether having heard my call or not, rushed out of the shop. With an anxious expression, she reached me and exclaimed, "Junior brother, you have finally returned." Upon noticing the bloodstains and bandages adorning me, she swiftly pulled me inside to reapply the dressings. The pain caused me to grimace. Yet I remained silent. Once she finished, she inquired, "What on earth happened, junior brother? How did you acquire so many injuries?" Seeing her concern, I recounted my encounter with the holy maiden of Miaojiang. Aware that she could not take on my burdens, she advised, "Regardless of the circumstances, be cautious in your future endeavors. If it comes to the worst, we can always return to Qingqingguan." I nodded and retrieved the box containing the datim. My senior sister's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Now, Wanjiao can return to normal." She then asked about the auction, and I shared everything with her. Afterward, I asked, "Senior sister, what has happened to Xiaolong?" He did not respond when I called out to him. Just then, my second uncle emerged from the room, stating, "That lad has likely been bewitched by a fox spirit. However, for now, that fox will not harm him." Otherwise, I would have intervened by now. I prepared to recount my experiences to my second uncle. For the ghostly figure should possess knowledge of grandfather's whereabouts. My second uncle waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I overheard your conversation just now. You need not worry about grandfather's situation. I will take care of the investigation. The trouble you have attracted is significant, but fear not. We shall devise a plan together. The Miao Holy Maiden is vengeful. We must prepare ourselves, and as for this Guegu, we cannot ascertain its intentions." Furrowing my brow, I asked, "Second uncle, what shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do not act rashly. Let us observe the situation first. Your priority is to recuperate and enhance your abilities." With that, he departed. Turning to my senior sister, I suggested, "We should hasten back. Having acquired we must return to save Wanjiao." She remained silent for a moment before returning to her room, emerging with an envelope, which she handed to me. "This is a letter from the Guan master. Please read it." I tore open the envelope, revealing the message inside. "Tinin, by the time you read this letter, you have likely obtained the... However, you must not return just yet. First, Miss Hu requires time to recover from her previous injuries to ensure no complications arise. You may return in a year. Second, I foresee a calamity approaching you, one that is both a trial and an opportunity. You must seize it wisely. I cannot assist you further, but heed my words. Go with the flow, Act according to your heart and discern the true from the false. Upon finishing the letter, I fell into deep contemplation. My senior sister, observing my pensive demeanor, asked, "Junior brother, what did the Guan master say?" After a moment's reflection, I replied, "The Guan master advises against returning for the time being. Wanjiao requires more time for recovery." She nodded in agreement. "What shall we do next? We cannot simply remain here and wait. It has already been nearly 2 months since we descended the mountain, and a year is still far off. Senior sister, let us stay in the city for the time being. The Spiritual Anomaly Bureau is located here, and it should be safe. In a few days, we can rent a place," I responded. After all, it was not ideal to continue residing with my second uncle, and space was limited. It was hardly suitable for my senior sister and me to share a room indefinitely. After considering my words, my senior sister conceded, "It seems we have no other choice, but we must exercise caution in the city to avoid attracting further trouble." With that, I returned to my room, placing the in a secure vault, and retrieved the jade pendant Xiao Tong had left for me. Redonning it, previously locked away, I had no knowledge of Su Yao's well-being. Having completed these tasks, I resumed my cultivation. Following the recent battle, I had broken through to the mid-stage of, surpassing its limits. I took out the to continue my studies, discovering new insights with each advancement. As evening approached, I emerged from my room. The moment I stepped outside, I was met with an unusual aura, demonic energy. Chapter 52. Disappearance. The green garb. My heart tightened instantly, muscles tensing involuntarily as I became vigilant. "Senior sister, there's something amiss," I whispered urgently in her direction. Upon hearing my call, my senior sister swiftly exited her room, her face set in a serious expression as she replied quietly, "Be cautious." I tread cautiously toward the source of the demonic energy, my steps light and soundless. Yet, as I reached the shop in trance, the aura vanished without a trace. Furrowing my brow in confusion, I pondered, could this be the fox spirit that bewitched Xiao Long? Noticing my inaction at the doorway, my senior sister approached to assess the situation. She softly inquired, "Junior brother, have you discerned anything?" I shook my head, responding in a subdued tone, "It may have merely lingered momentarily. Yet we must remain vigilant. Caution is paramount. If the demon does not provoke me, I shall not provoke it." My senior sister nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, let us return indoors and remain alert." Once inside, I sat in a chair, my mind in turmoil. Observing my unease, my senior sister expressed concern. "Junior brother, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" I forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine, senior sister. I just sense something is off." Her gaze revealed deep worry as she continued, "When does Xiaolong usually return?" She reassured me, "He typically returns around 8 p.m. It has always been this way. Do not fret too much, junior brother." I acknowledged her words with a noncommittal sound, remaining silent. However, as minutes ticked by, the hour of 8 p.m. arrived, yet Xiaolong was still absent. Furrowing her brow, my senior sister remarked, "This doesn't feel right. Let me try calling him." I quickly retrieved my phone and dialed Xiaolong's number. All I heard was a continuous beeping. No one was answering. Frustrated, I attempted several more times, but the result remained unchanged. "Senior sister, Xiaolong isn't picking up. Something might have happened." My heart sank. The gravity of my senior sister's expression deepened. This could spell trouble. We must think of a solution quickly. In a moment of desperation, I had an idea. "Senior sister, I will search Xiaolong's room for any clues." I dashed to Xiaolong's room, rifling through drawers and cabinets, seeking anything useful. Eventually, beneath the bed, I discovered several strands of Xiaolong's hair. A surge of hope filled me as I hurriedly collected the hair and returned to the living room. My senior sister, noticing the hair in my hand, asked, "What is this?" I explained, "This is Xiaolong's hair. It might help us trace his whereabouts." I took out a yellow talisman, carefully wrapping the hair within before folding it into several paper cranes. Closing my eyes, I chanted an incantation to activate the spell. The paper cranes trembled slightly before ascending gracefully into the air, heading toward the exit. Watching them fly away, I hesitated. Leaving my senior sister alone in the shop felt unsafe. Thus, I returned to my room, slinging my backpack over my shoulder before rejoining her in the living room. "Senior sister, let us go." We stepped outside, following the paper cranes to the base of a cemetery hill. The cranes dove into the mountain, and an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. The night was devoid of moonlight, casting an eerie pall over the cemetery, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Junior brother, why have we come to the cemetery? My senior sister clutched my sleeve tightly that I reassured her. It's possible that Xiao Long has been taken. The spirit likely intended to lure me here. With determination, I replied, stay close to me, senior sister. The elder sister nodded vigorously, and soon we ascended the mountain together. The path upward was paved with cement, making it relatively easy to traverse, likely designed for convenience. The night breeze rustled through the surroundings. Producing a creaking sound, I focused on the direction of the 1,000 paper cranes and continued onward. Suddenly, the elder sister tugged at the corner of my garment, pointing at a tree ahead, exclaiming, Junior brother. What is that? I looked up to see a pair of emerald green eyes staring intently at me. Just as I prepared to pull out a talisman and throw it, the shadow darted away with a swift meow into the woods. I secretly let out a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, elder sister. It's just a cat. We continued our ascent, and soon graves began to appear around us. Some tombstones had toppled over, while others were overgrown with weeds, creating an exceptionally desolate atmosphere. A chilling gust of wind swept by, causing the elder sister to shiver involuntarily. Junior brother, I can't shake the feeling that this place is ominous, sending chills down my spine. She said, her voice trembling. I reassured her, elder sister, fear not, for I am here. Let us hasten to find Xiao Long and depart. Just then, a wisp of green smoke suddenly erupted from a nearby grave. Sensing something amiss, I shielded the elder sister with my hand. I fixed my gaze on the grave, and before long, the soil began to shift, as if something were trying to emerge from within. Not good, elder sister, retreat. I shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. A withered hand reached out from the grave. In quick succession, 4 or 5 graves around us began to extend similar withered hands, with a chilling crunching sound. One zombie after another clawed its way out of the earth. Some zombies were missing limbs, while others were draped in decaying rags, their joints emitting unsettling creaks. Each zombie bore a contorted face, their bodies rigid, exuding a putrid stench. They emitted low, guttural growls as they advanced toward us step by step. I observed the zombies closely. Their skin was pallid, mere newly risen corpses. Although I bore injuries, I was more than capable of dealing with these zombies. I produced 5 talismans and shouted, True fire of the 9 heavens, expel the evil and vanquish the demons, swiftly obey my command. The talismans shot forth with a whoosh. Heading straight for the zombies, upon contact, flames erupted from the zombies, and they were instantly reduced to ash. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the location of the 1,000 paper cranes. They had already halted at the mountain's peak. I urgently informed the elder sister, Xiao Long is likely at the summit. Let us go. She nodded, closely following my footsteps as we quickened our pace toward the peak. Before long, we arrived at the mountaintop. The summit was a relatively flat expanse, yet a solitary grave stood there, seemingly belonging to a prominent family. Junior brother, this place feels quite unsettling, almost sinister, the elder sister remarked timidly. I took a deep breath and reassured her. Fear not, elder sister. Let us search for clues. We cautiously scoured the flat ground. Suddenly, I noticed a shadow ahead. Elder sister, be careful. I alerted her immediately as we approached the shadow. We discovered that it was none other than the unconscious Xiao Long. Xiao Long! I called out anxiously, rushing over to check on his condition. Just then, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed around us. Ha ha ha, you finally arrived. A shadow gradually materialized. She wore a blue garment, as delicate as a cicada's wing, subtly outlining her graceful curves, her eyes glinting with mischief and allure, radiating an intoxicating charm. It is indeed you. I clenched my fists. Chapter 53. A familiar face. I had sensed this familiar aura of malice at the shop's entrance, but had chosen to remain silent. She let out a melodious laugh, her voice sweet yet filled with seduction. Little brother, there's no need to be so angry. I merely came to see you and my dear sister. Oh dear. I almost forgot. My dear sister is still lying there. Ha ha ha, a smug expression gracing her face. The elder sister quietly inquired, Junior brother, who is she? She's the sister of Wan Wan, I replied. The elder sister gasped, covering her mouth in shock. What do you intend to do? I demanded angrily, glaring at the blue-clad fox spirit. The blue-clad fox spirit smiled gently, her eyes shimmering. Little brother, do not be so irate. What could I possibly want? I merely came to enjoy the spectacle. I tightened my fists, glaring at her. Do not feign innocence here. If it weren't for you taking Xiao Tong away, would I be in this predicament? Would Wanwan be in this state? She chuckled, playfully scolding, Oh dear, do not unjustly accuse me, for I lack the power to affect your fate. You and the Valley Lord were fated to meet. Besides, Wang Wan's current condition is her destiny. I gritted my teeth. What is your purpose in coming here today? She strolled slowly, her movements graceful. I simply came to warn you that some matters are beyond your capacity to contend with. It would be wise to abandon your quest before trouble befalls you. Never, I declared loudly. No matter how difficult it is, I will find Xiao Tong. The blue-clad fox spirit chuckled. How naive, Dio, you truly believe your meager abilities can alter anything. I stared at her resolutely. How can I know without trying? The blue-clad fox spirit's expression darkened, foolish and obstinate. Since you are so resolute, I shall see what progress you have made these years. With that, she waved her hands, unleashing a powerful surge of demonic energy toward us. I snorted coldly, swiftly channeling my internal energy, a layer of golden protective light enveloping me as I shielded the elder sister behind me. The demonic energy collided with the light, emitting a sizzling sound. Merely a trick, the blue-clad fox spirit exclaimed, her figure flickering, suddenly appearing to my left, her delicate hand clawing toward my shoulder. I dodged to the side, simultaneously launching a fierce punch, slicing through the air. She reacted swiftly, retreating and then dashing forward once more. Her skirt billowed, resembling a blooming blue flower, each strike imbued with lethal intent. I was undeterred, employing the martial techniques I had learned to engage her in a fierce counterattack. Our fists clashed, producing a dull thud, as the surrounding air seemed to tremble with the impact. The elder sister watched anxiously from the side, unable to intervene. Suddenly, the blue-clad fox spirit let out a playful laugh. A glint of cunning in her eyes. She abruptly turned and launched an attack toward the elder sister. My heart raced with alarm as I leaped forward, positioning myself in front of her. Her strike landed squarely on my chest, causing me to grunt in pain and stagger backward, blood trickling from my mouth. Junior brother, the elder sister cried out. I'm fine. I wiped the blood from my lips. My gaze more resolute than ever. Tio still resort to such despicable tactics at the brink of the Yuan Dan realm. Humph. So what? I shall see how long you can endure. The blue-clad fox spirit pressed her advantage. Her hands weaving, demonic energy transforming into countless razor-sharp blades hurled toward me. I took a deep breath, pressed my palms together, and chanted the golden light incantation. A golden barrier materialized before me, blocking the onslaught of blades. However, the blue-clad fox spirit did not cease her assault. She intensified her demonic energy, causing the barrier to crack. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, I shifted my palm and unleashed a palm thunder. Shattering the demonic blades, the blue-clad fox spirit's expression shifted. I did not expect you to possess such skills. I gasped for breath, replying, This is not over yet. Her gaze turned icy. Then wait and see how long your injured body can withstand. With that, the blue-clad fox spirit formed a seal with her hands, chanting incantations as demonic energy rapidly gathered above her head, forming a colossal black vortex. An even more potent surge of demonic energy coalesced before her, creating an immense black maelstrom. The vortex emitted a terrifying pull, drawing everything nearby into its depths. My expression grew serious as I swiftly altered my hand seals, the golden light surrounding me growing ever more radiant. Attempting to resist this overwhelming force, the elder sister, frantic and helpless, could only shout, Junior brother, be careful. I gritted my teeth. Do not fear, elder sister. I will not allow her to succeed. The blue-clad fox spirit cried out, and the black vortex surged toward us. In that moment of peril, I drew my grandfather's copper coin sword, making a swift incision in my palm, and shouted, Heaven and earth, mystical yellow, universe primordial, I command the gods with my blood. Swiftly obey my command. This was something I had learned again from the Nine Heavens secret codex after my breakthrough, yet it felt eerily familiar. The copper coin sword glimmered with a crimson light. Charging straight toward the black vortex, boom! A tremendous impact sent all three of us flying. I crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though my internal organs had been displaced, my vision darkening, and my previous wounds reopening. "Junior brother!" The senior sister arduously crawled over and helped me to my feet. The green-clad fox also appeared somewhat disheveled, but she quickly steadied herself and approached us once more. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You little brat, I never imagined that in just a few short years you would achieve such mastery. Let us end this here for today. A year from now, I shall personally take your life." With that, she turned to leave, trying to escape. It won't be that easy. I gritted my teeth against the pain, struggling to stand upright. The senior sister anxiously grasped my arm, saying, "Junior, don't pursue her. Your injuries. I cannot allow her to leave." I wrenched free from her grasp, brandishing the coin sword as I chased after the green-clad fox. Hearing the commotion behind her, she halted and turned back with a cold smirk. "What? Do you wish to die?" I glared fiercely at her, declaring, "Even if it costs me my life today, I will not let you go." With that, I once again summoned my power, the coin sword radiating brilliantly as it lunged toward the green-clad fox. She sidestepped deftly, waving her hands to unleash a surge of malevolent energy toward me. I hastily swung my sword to defend, but was jolted back several steps. That moment, my wounds bled profusely from the exertion, and my strength began to wane. The green-clad fox seemed to be incensed by my persistence. No longer evading, she engaged me head-on. "Junior, stop fighting," the senior sister called anxiously from a distance. Yet, I could not heed her. My mind consumed by a singular thought: I must defeat her. As I lunged once more at the green-clad fox, she suddenly pressed her palms together. In an instant, a powerful black light erupted from her being. Enveloping me, I felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on me, as if my body were about to be crushed. I screamed in agony, struggling to break free from this force. The senior sister, witnessing my plight, dashed towards me recklessly in an attempt to assist. "Senior sister, don't come over," I shouted, but she did not halt, rushing into the light and wrapping her arms tightly around me. "Junior, I won't let anything happen to you." Her voice resonated with unwavering determination. Chapter 54. An encounter in a dream. At that moment, a swirl of azure smoke enveloped the black light, and when the smoke dissipated, the green-clad fox had vanished without a trace. Gazing at her absence, I was filled with confusion. Who had saved me? Was it those who had come before? At this moment, the senior sister's arms remained firmly around me. Realizing her embrace, she quickly released me. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears, stammering, "Junior, I didn't mean to." Drawing a deep breath, I reassured her, "Senior sister, it's all right. You did it to protect me. I will rest for a moment, and then we shall take Xiaolong back." She nodded, concern etched on her face as she gazed at me. "All right, Junior, you rest well. I will keep watch here." I leaned against a large tree, closing my eyes in an attempt to regulate my erratic breath. Yet, images of my fierce battle with the green-clad fox flashed incessantly through my mind, and my confusion deepened. After a while, I sensed my strength returning somewhat and stood up to address the senior sister. "Senior sister, let us depart," she replied affirmatively, and together we approached Xiaolong's side. He remained unconscious, and I hoisted him onto my back, slowly retracing our steps with the senior sister. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Senior sister, were you afraid when that fox attacked you?" Her expression shifted slightly as she responded, "Junior, I was indeed frightened, but with you here, I felt no fear." A warmth spread through my heart as I replied, "Senior sister, as long as I am here, I will ensure that fox does not harm you in the slightest." She smiled gently, I trust you, Junior." We continued forward in silence, the only sounds being our footsteps and the occasional whisper of the wind. Upon returning to our dwelling, I carefully laid Xiaolong on the bed. The senior sister fetched a basin of water, and I first cleaned my wounds before she helped me rebandage them. Once my injuries were tended to, she sighed softly, "Junior, you must rest well over the next few days. Do not strain your wounds." "All right, I promise I won't," I replied with a faint smile. "Junior, when do you think Xiaolong will awaken?" the senior sister asked. Her brow furrowed with concern. I furrowed my own brow, uncertain, but I hoped it would not be long. Given Xiaolong's condition, I was unsure of what Hu Huan's sister had done to him, and with my own injuries. He would have to rely on himself for now. I gathered my vital energy, forming a protective soul incantation over Xiaolong. As long as his spirit remained intact, there would be a way. Having completed this, it was already late into the night. I urged the senior sister to rest first, declaring that I would sleep in Xiaolong's room to watch over him. The senior sister seemed about to protest, but I preemptively ushered her out of the room. She had been too kind to me, and I feared that if this continued, I might develop feelings that were not meant to be. I settled down on a sofa in Xiaolong's room, utterly exhausted. As soon as I lay down, I fell into a deep sleep, drifting into a dream. In this dream, a decayed and ancient atmosphere enveloped me. The walls were adorned with dimly glowing night pearls, barely illuminating the eerie space. The ground was covered with stone slabs, some of which were damp with glistening droplets of water. Each step I took echoed with a soft patter. In the corner lay a few shattered pottery pieces and rusted bronze artifacts, and it dawned on me that I was in a tomb. I raised my gaze to the ceiling, where indistinct murals depicted mysterious ancient sacrificial scenes, though the colors had faded significantly, rendering them nearly indecipherable. The stone walls around me were etched with a myriad of unfamiliar symbols. Directly ahead stood a massive stone coffin, its lid adorned with strange runes and patterns. With a trepidatious heart, I approached the massive coffin step by step, each stride quickening my heartbeat, as if an invisible force was drawing me nearer. Finally, I stood before the coffin. I scrutinized the peculiar runes and designs on the lid, which seemed to narrate a ritual. Drawing a deep breath, I placed my hands gently on the lid and pushed with all my might. The coffin emitted a muffled scraping sound that resonated painfully in the stillness of the tomb. As the lid began to move, a chill and putrid aura rushed forth. I forced myself to endure the discomfort, peering into the coffin. When I finally discerned the scene within, my mind went blank. Lying inside was the person I yearned for day and night, Xiaotong. How could she be here? She lay there peacefully, like a slumbering fairy, her complexion pale as paper yet still remarkably beautiful. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long lashes fanned delicately over her eyelids. Trembling, I reached out to gently caress her face, only to find her skin cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Xiaotong, Xiaotong, how did you end up here? I murmured, my voice laden with anguish and confusion. I attempted to rouse her, but she remained unresponsive. That moment, a thin veil of mist rose around the coffin, enveloping Xiaotong and me. A chill of foreboding surged within me, and an ominous premonition took hold. From within the mist, I could faintly hear a sinister laughter. Ha 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 ha. I glanced warily around, raising my voice in a demand. Who is there? Show yourself. The laughter ceased abruptly, and a chilling voice echoed in my ear. You have finally arrived. This is the arrangement of fate. What fate? Who are you? I roared in fury. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that she shall never awaken. The voice spoke coldly. No, you lie. I will save her. I cried out in desperation. Save her? Do you believe you possess that capability? This is an unbreakable curse. The voice dripped with mockery. Gritting my teeth, I declared resolutely, no matter the cost. I will not give up. Then try your best. But with every attempt, you will only plunge her into deeper suffering. The voice gradually faded away, and the mist slowly dissipated. Restoring tranquility, I gazed at Xiaotong within the coffin, tears blurring my vision. Xiaotong, I won't let anything happen to you. I will find a way to rescue you. I vowed silently. I gently lifted Xiaotong, feeling her ethereal body in my arms, my heart heavy with pain and guilt. I paced back and forth in the tomb, hoping to uncover some clue. At that moment, I noticed a line of small characters etched at the bottom of the coffin. Leaning closer, I read, with blood as the guide, and soul as the offering. Only then can the curse be broken. Upon seeing this, my heart sank. Using blood as a guide and soul as an offering meant I would have to pay a tremendous price. Yet, for Xiaotong, I would not hesitate. I drew the dagger I always carried, slicing my wrist, blood gushing forth. I let my blood drip onto Xiaotong's lips, reciting the incantation. However, she remained utterly unresponsive. My heart raced in desperation. Was I performing the method incorrectly? Just as I found myself in a state of utter confusion, a violent tremor suddenly shook the tomb chamber. Chapter 55. Qianhu's visit. Rocks tumbled from above. and fissures began to appear in the ground. This is bad. The tomb is about to collapse. I clutched Xiao Tong tightly, desperately searching for an exit. Amidst the chaos, I glimpsed a glimmer of light. I sprinted towards it, the tomb behind me crumbling relentlessly, at last. I burst forth from the tomb. Before me lay a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled patterns upon the ground. I exhaled in relief and looked down at Xiao Tong in my arms. My heart swelling with hope, I found a safe spot and gently laid Xiao Tong down. Sitting beside her, I kept watch. Awaiting a miracle. Time slipped away, and suddenly, I noticed a slight movement in Xiao Tong's fingers. A surge of elation coursed through me. Xiao Tong, can you hear me? I asked eagerly. Xiao Tong slowly opened her eyes, and without warning, she raised the dagger in her hand and thrust it toward me with ferocity. Caught off guard, I felt the dagger pierce my chest, and I weakly uttered, "Xiao Tong, why? You truly are foolishly infatuated." She sneered, a fierce expression on her face. You are not Xiao Tong," I exclaimed, summoning all my strength to point at her. Without hesitation, she withdrew the dagger and lunged at me once more. At that moment, a shout echoed in my ears, jolting me awake from the dream. Drenched in cold sweat, my heart racing and gasping for breath, I sat on the sofa, unable to calm myself, replaying the vividly realistic dream in my mind. Could this truly have been just a dream? Why was it Xiao Tong? Her fierce gaze and resolute actions were indelibly etched in my memory. Refusing to fade, I began to ponder whether the events that transpired had caused my mind to become overly strained, or if this was some kind of omen. Perhaps at some point in the future, a similar scenario would indeed unfold. And what of the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Tong yet was heartless and ruthless? What could she possibly signify? I felt someone shake me, pulling me back to reality. "Shuren, what's wrong? Why are you drenched in sweat?" Xiao Long asked, concern etched on his face. I took a deep breath, somewhat astonished, and replied, "Xiao Long, you're awake." "What do you mean I'm awake? Where's my girlfriend? I remember we were watching a movie together. How did I end up back home?" His eyes reflected confusion as he questioned. "What girlfriend? You've been ensnared by a fox spirit." I attempted to poke him, but the slightest movement tugged at my wound. "Fox spirit? Shuren, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Long gazed at me incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing his skepticism, I recounted the entire sequence of events to him. "But what about the other person? Is she also a fox spirit?" Xiao Long asked, somewhat shocked. "What other person?" "I didn't see anyone else." I furrowed my brow, perplexed. "There was another woman, one even more beautiful." Xiao Long insisted. My heart tightened, and I quickly inquired, "A more beautiful woman? Xiao Long, please tell me more about her appearance." Xiao Long frowned in concentration. She wore a long green dress, but it appeared more elegant, and she had a veil, though her gaze was rather cold. My heart sank as I wondered if this person could indeed be Xiao Tong. But I refrained from voicing that thought. "Xiao Tong has recovered? Why hasn't she come to see me?" I then described Xiao Tong's figure and features, which matched Xiao Long's description closely enough. I was 90% certain it was indeed Xiao Tong. Yet, why wasn't she here to meet me? I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. I sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Xiao Long fell silent beside me, seemingly processing the bewildering events I had shared. After a while, Xiao Long broke the silence. "Shuren, what should we do next?" I took a deep breath and replied, "For now, let us not overthink it. You've just awakened. Your body is still weak. Rest well." Xiao Long nodded. Lying back down with his eyes closed, I rose and approached the window, gazing outside, my mind swirling with thoughts. The sudden appearance and disappearance of Xiao Tong left me feeling lost and confused. I had no idea what she was contemplating or why she had acted as she did. What could the dream possibly signify? At that moment, my senior sister knocked on the door. "Shirdi, it's time for dinner," she called from outside. Xiao Long and I quickly got up, washed up briefly, and sat down for a meal. Xiao Long praised my senior sister's culinary skills as he ate, and I had grown accustomed to his incessant chatter. After lunch, I moved a chair outside in my uncle's yard to bask in the sun, absorbing its energy as a form of my training. Albeit not as effective as during the morning hours, I sat there for the entire afternoon, occasionally glancing at the sky, lost in thought. As the sun dipped below the horizon, The afterglow painted the yard in shades of orange and red. I remained seated, staring blankly at the evening clouds, feeling a profound sense of loneliness. After tidying up the house, my senior sister stepped outside. Noticing my solitary figure, she approached me slowly. "Shirdi, I've seen you distracted all day. What troubles you?" she asked softly. I had never shared with her the 5-year agreement I made with Xiao Tong, and I presumed the master had kept it from her as well. I sighed softly. "Senior sister, if one day you were forced to part from the person you love, and she was powerful, only for you to discover that she was right beside you yet refused to see you, what would you do?" She paused, momentarily taken aback, before her gaze softened, and she spoke gently. "Shirdi, if that were truly the case, perhaps she has her own unspeakable difficulties, or maybe she is protecting you from afar." Not wishing to draw you into greater peril, I furrowed my brow, filled with confusion. But even so, why can't she be honest with me? Even if the path ahead is fraught with challenges, I would willingly face them with her. A gentle breeze brushed past us, carrying a hint of coolness, while senior sister lightly patted my shoulder. "Shirdi, matters of the heart are inherently complex. Her thoughts may only be understood by her alone. But as long as you grow stronger, won't everything eventually fall into place?" I turned to look into her warm eyes, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Senior sister, thank you for always being by my side." She reassured me. "Shirdi, don't be too anxious. What is meant to come will come. So much has happened recently, and you must be weary. Take the time to adjust your mindset." I nodded with a smile, a firm resolve to grow stronger blossoming within me. In the following days, I focused on healing while also honing my skills. My senior sister took care of all my needs. One day, I heard the sound of a vehicle approaching, drawing nearer until it abruptly halted at my uncle's shop. He had been busy investigating matters related to Gigo. I called out to the entrance, "Today we are not conducting business. You should leave early." A familiar voice responded from the vehicle. "Brother Fu, I haven't even entered yet, and you are so eager to send me away." The door opened slowly, revealing a familiar figure. Chan Hu, Chapter 56, Sufficient Sincerity. Chan Hu strode in, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on my senior sister. "Brother Fu, this must be your senior sister, Miss Yun." Chan Hu's eyes sparkled with admiration. My senior sister smiled gently as she poured him a glass of water. Chan Hu quickly accepted the cup, grinning. "Thank you, Miss Yun. Your beauty is truly rare in this world." My senior sister's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "Thank you for the compliment. I mused to myself. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau certainly does its homework. They even know about my senior sister." I cleared my throat. "Chan Hu, you didn't come just to admire my senior sister, did you? Speak of your purpose." Chan Hu finally withdrew his gaze and turned to me. "Brother Fu, please don't take offense. Miss Yun is simply too enchanting," and I was momentarily captivated. I rolled my eyes at him. "All right, enough of that. What brings you here today?" After taking a sip of water, Chan Hu spoke earnestly. "Brother Fu, I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration. The surrounding area has been quite unstable lately, with various bizarre occurrences. I am aware of your abilities and would like to invite you to investigate these matters with me. Of course, the compensation will be substantial." That I frowned, feeling irritable. "You helped me once, so I'll call you Brother Chen. But collaborating might be a bit challenging. During the last auction, when I was in trouble, they stood by and did nothing. Now that they are facing difficulties, they come seeking my assistance." Chan Hu seemed to have anticipated my reaction and hurriedly said, "Brother Fu, we truly mishandled the situation at the auction, and I sincerely apologize for that. However, this situation is urgent and complicated. We may struggle to handle it solely with the strength of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Rest assured, if you agree to assist us, we will make amends for the previous misunderstandings." I scoffed. "Make amends? You scoundrel only knows how to cough, cough. Sorry, I almost lost my composure. I nearly lost my life at the auction. And you didn't even think to help me, sister." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, gently tugged at my sleeve and suggested, "Junior, why don't we first hear what he has to say?" Chan Hu, his expression betraying his discomfort, interjected, "Fu, this time it's truly different. Orders from above have been issued with utmost severity. We must resolve these bizarre incidents swiftly, or the entire region will remain in turmoil. As long as you are willing to take action, we will strive to meet any conditions you propose." I exchanged a glance with my sister before turning my gaze back to Chan Hu. After a moment of silence, I replied, "All right, but I have conditions that I wonder if you can accommodate. Chunhu hastily responded, Fu, please state your requirements. As long as they fall within our capabilities, we will certainly comply. Taking a deep breath, I leaned back in my chair and stated, Brother Chen, can you act as the head of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? After all, I believe certain documents must be crucial. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fixated on me. Chunhu paused, momentarily taken aback, and then replied, Fu, I can make decisions on most matters, but if they exceed my authority, I must report to higher-ups. Please share your conditions, and we can discuss further. Sitting upright, I looked him in the eye with determination and articulated, First, I need someone from your team to ensure the safety of my family when I am not around. Second, I require detailed information regarding the Ghost Valley. Third, the remuneration after the fact must be substantial. Fourth, I need some insights into this particular force. Upon finishing, I slowly produced the mysterious talisman left by the man in the green attire. Seeing the talisman, Chunhu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. This, Fu, while I might be able to accommodate other requests, I truly cannot grant access to that information. I must report this immediately. Without further ado, he hurriedly moved to the side and began making a phone call, his demeanor tense as he spoke rapidly. After a while, Chunhu returned, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Fu, this is a serious matter. The Bureau has stated they will send someone over to discuss with you in detail shortly. Until then, I kindly ask for your patience. Chunhu concluded, hastily departing without a moment's delay. Watching his retreating figure, I was filled with further perplexity. What could be so formidable about this talisman that it caused such a reaction? My sister glanced at me and asked, Junior, what is the origin of this talisman? How could it make Chunhu so anxious? I shook my head, feigning ignorance, as I had no desire to disclose anything to her. Sister, if I knew, would I still be asking him? I maintained an air of calmness. Very well, she replied, slightly disheartened. Days passed without any developments. My uncle had yet to return. He had sent me a message saying not to worry and to focus on my own matters. I thought little of it. As long as he was safe, that was sufficient. One sunny afternoon, I was engrossed in studying the Nine Heavens secret talisman, while my sister quietly read a book beside me. She set her book down gently, her brow furrowing slightly as she voiced her concern. Junior, it's been quite some time without any news. Do you think they may not wish to cooperate with us anymore? I lifted my gaze to meet hers and shook my head. That seems unlikely. Perhaps they just need more time to deliberate or manage other affairs. Though I said this, uncertainty lingered in my heart, as it had indeed been a while since we received any communication from them. Just as we were mulling over this predicament, the sound of a car engine roared outside. Chunhu emerged from the driver's seat and quickly approached the back, respectfully opening the door. Stepping out was a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled. His sharp and deep-set eyes made it difficult to meet his gaze directly. He walked with a steady, powerful stride, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Chunhu and the middle-aged man entered the shop in succession. The man approached me directly, extending his right hand and stating expressionlessly, Greetings, I am Lin Feng, the director of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau in Jinghe City. I stood to shake his hand, feeling the robust grip of his palm. Hello, Director Lin. After taking his seat, Lin Feng casually remarked, It is impressive that a young man like you, Fu, has already achieved so much. You are destined to be a dragon among men. What are your thoughts on this cooperation? I felt a wave of apprehension wash over me. Was this what it meant to navigate human affairs? Furrowing my brow slightly, I replied, Director Lin, to be frank, as long as the sincerity is palpable, all cooperation is easily negotiated. Lin Feng nodded slightly and said, You are straightforward, Fu, I will not beat around the bush. Chunhu has already briefed me on your conditions. Ensuring your family's safety is feasible. As for the information about Ghost Valley, our grasp is also limited, but we can provide what we have. However, regarding your talisman, we cannot offer a response just yet. If you are willing to collaborate with our bureau, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you require assistance in the future, we will do our utmost to accommodate. I was taken aback, pondering the nature of this force, Xiaotong, that even the Paranormal Bureau dared not provoke. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, Director Lin, since you have expressed such intentions, I can consider this cooperation. However, I still hope to obtain more detailed information about Ghost Valley promptly. Lin Feng smiled, retrieving a document from his pocket and handing it to me. I knew you would be a candid person. Here is the information you requested regarding Ghost Valley.as for your family's safety. We will assign personnel for protection. I accepted the document and perused its contents, which were even more comprehensive than I had anticipated. My respect for the capabilities of the Paranormal Bureau deepened, alongside my curiosity about their underlying reasons for valuing this cooperation so highly. Closing the document, I looked at Lin Feng and inquired, "Director Lin, I am quite satisfied with the information. However, I would like to understand the severity of these bizarre occurrences that prompted such an urgent request for collaboration." Lin Feng's expression grew serious, and he glanced at my sister, appearing hesitant to speak. She, understanding his implication, discreetly returned to the room. He continued slowly, "Fu, I hope you do not take offense, as this matter is of great significance. Theo, be candid. The recent strange incidents, while seemingly unrelated, upon our thorough investigation, appear to lead back to a mysterious organization. This organization is deeply concealed and operates in peculiar ways, and our current understanding of them is exceedingly limited. The repercussions of these events are escalating, and if they are not resolved swiftly, the consequences could be unimaginable. At this moment, the first entity that came to my mind was the Seven Ghost Sect. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring Lin Feng, "Director, there is no need for concern. My sister won't mind." "So, what you imply is that there is a powerful hand orchestrating these events from behind the scenes?" Lin Feng nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Moreover, according to the leads we have gathered, this organization seems to be executing an exceedingly perilous scheme. If successful, the aftermath would be catastrophic." Furrowing my brow, I pressed, "Do you have any leads on the specifics of this dangerous plan?" Lin Feng sighed, his expression grave as he replied, "At present, we remain in the dark. They are exceedingly cautious, leaving behind almost no trace." His tone revealed a hint of helplessness and concern. Before he could finish, he turned to Chen Hu and instructed, "Go to the car and bring that stack of documents." Chen Hu nodded and promptly exited. In a short while, Chen Hu returned carrying a thick stack of documents, which he handed to me. As I opened the first page, I was met with a series of bizarre murder reports. The initial case detailed an incident in an ancient courtyard where the entire family perished overnight under gruesome circumstances. Following that was a case from a downtown office building where a promising young entrepreneur died mysteriously in his office. When found, his corpse was withered like dry wood, surrounded by scattered documents, some of which bore signs of burning that did not resemble ordinary flames. Further along, there was a collective disappearance case from a remote town where the entire population vanished overnight. I continued to peruse the documents, my mood growing increasingly heavy. There was also a murder case occurring in a school library, where a female student suddenly died in the reading area. Her eyes had turned blood red, clutching an ancient, yellowed tome filled with strange illustrations. I looked up at Lin Feng, my voice trembling slightly as I asked, "Director Lin, these murder cases seem rather unusual. How did you address them?" Lin Feng's expression darkened as he replied slowly, "After these incidents, we rushed to the scene for investigation, but only a few useful clues remained. To mitigate public panic, we had no choice but to report that they were the work of a single individual and sealed off the area, promising to apprehend the culprits swiftly. Yet, years have passed with no results. Now, external pressure is mounting, and our time is running short." Furrowing my brows, I remarked, "Director Lin, this matter seems rather intricate. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed to the light." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and replied, "I share the same sentiment, which is why I sought your collaboration. Although our supernatural bureau possesses certain capabilities, this situation indeed surpasses our expertise." Just as we were conversing, Chen Hu suddenly received a phone call. As he listened to the report on the other end, his expression grew increasingly grave. After hanging up, Chen Hu said urgently, "Director, I've just received news that another murder has occurred, this time in a village." Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he promptly inquired, "What are the specifics?" Chen Hu took a deep breath and explained, "It is said that the entire village suffered a calamity overnight. Some have died, while others lie unconscious, their fates uncertain. An eerie mist pervades the scene, and our personnel have yet to dare enter." Lin Feng decisively stated, "Time is of the essence. We must head to the scene immediately." Chen Hu nodded, saying, "All right, I have arranged for vehicles and personnel, ready to depart at any moment." Lin Feng turned to me and said, "Fu, you should accompany us. Perhaps you can uncover some clues at the scene. Without hesitation, I nodded in agreement, of course. I wished to grasp the truth of this case as soon as possible. I swiftly boarded the vehicle with them, leaving my senior sister at the shop. Throughout the journey, an oppressive silence enveloped us, the atmosphere charged with tension. As moments drifted by, we finally arrived at the outskirts of the village, where layers of caution tape had already been erected. Gazing toward the village, I beheld it shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the interior from view. As the vehicle came to a halt, the doors swung open, and Chen, who was the first to alight, followed closely by me, with Lin Feng bringing up the rear. At that moment, two familiar figures hurried toward us, and upon closer inspection, I realized they were old acquaintances. Their eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Lin Feng and me emerge from the same vehicle. Chapter 58. Mao Shiba. Director Lin, you have finally arrived, Su, the team leader, said, his face etched with anxiety and fatigue. Lin Feng inquired urgently, Su, what are the details? Su took a deep breath and replied, Director Lin, the situation is rather grim. Several villagers have already perished. I dispatched personnel for a preliminary investigation, and the mist enveloping the village seems rather peculiar. A few of our brothers ventured inside and have yet to return. Moreover, strange sounds intermittently echo from within the mist. Upon hearing Su's report, Lin Feng's countenance grew increasingly somber. He turned to me and said, it appears this case is far more complex than we anticipated. I nodded in agreement. Subsequently, we ventured into the village. Su discreetly approached me and said, my young friend, please do not hold a grudge regarding the previous incident. I apologize for my actions. No need for concern. Su, you were merely performing your duties. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating he should not take it to heart. As we reached the village entrance, the swirling mist resembled a heavy curtain, obscuring the view of the village's depths. Let us inspect the bodies, I proposed. The group voiced no objections and proceeded to the location where the bodies were being stored. Several individuals clad in white lab coats were busily attending to the corpses. Donning masks and gloves, their expressions serious and focused. Upon noticing our arrival, one of them approached us. As she reached us, she slowly removed her mask, and an aura of coldness enveloped us. Her narrow eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, held a depth akin to a frigid pool, her gaze both piercing and icy. Su was the first to speak. This is our forensic expert, Su Qing. Officer Su. After a brief introduction, Su Qing nodded slightly and stated in a cool tone, Director Lin, the condition of these bodies is quite intricate. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, Officer Su, what have you discovered? Su Qing, recalling her observations, replied, the wounds appear to be inflicted by some ferocious beast, yet there are peculiar marks that do not resemble those made by common animals. Additionally, the time of death seems somewhat irregular. I leaned in for a closer inspection and inquired, can you estimate the approximate time of death? Su Qing regarded me for a moment and said, preliminary estimates suggest the time of death was around midnight last night, but further examination is required. Chen Hu interjected, could this mist affect your assessment? Su Qing shook her head, it remains uncertain, but we cannot rule out that possibility. She led us to the area where the bodies were stored and unveiled the white cloth. As the corpses came into view, everyone gasped in horror. The bodies were mangled beyond recognition, with two bloody puncture wounds on their necks, as if torn by some extraordinarily fierce creature. The wounds were jagged, flesh torn, and in some places, bone was visible. What on earth could have done this? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. I crouched down to closely examine the wounds, my brow furrowed. The shape and force of the wounds do not resemble those made by ordinary beasts. Chen Hu remarked, could it be some form of malevolent spirit? Upon hearing this, Su Qing, and the young police officer accompanying Su cast peculiar glances at Chen Hu, but with Lin Feng present, they refrained from saying more. I donned gloves to inspect the wounds on the neck of one corpse and detected a faint odor of decay. My heart raced with alarm, though I kept my thoughts to myself. Rising to my feet, I solemnly addressed Lin Feng, Director Lin. I believe these bodies cannot remain here any longer. It would be prudent to incinerate them promptly. Lin Feng looked at me in confusion and asked, why the urgency? Have you discovered something? I hesitated before saying, there is something amiss here, but it is not the time to elaborate. Cremating the bodies is currently the safest course of action. Su Qing interjected. To handle the bodies so hastily is against protocol. I must take them back for more thorough examination. I looked at her and said, Officer Su, the circumstances are exceptional. We cannot apply conventional procedures to this situation. The mist is already eerie, and the wounds on the bodies are equally strange. We cannot take any risks, Su added, however, without a clear rationale. Incinerating the bodies will likely raise objections. I lowered my voice and said, I detected a faint odor of decay at the wounds. Although subtle, it is certainly unusual. Should this odor spread or incite any unforeseen consequences, the repercussions would be dire. Su Qing scoffed. What? Are you suggesting these corpses could turn into zombies? Have you been watching too many movies? She regarded me with disdain. I shot her an exasperated glance and reiterated my stance. Sensing the tension, Su quickly intervened to defuse the situation. That moment, a black SUV rolled to a stop before us, kicking up a slight cloud of dust. The door swung open, and a voice rang out, "No need for such trouble." We ceased our argument and turned our attention to the vehicle. The first to emerge was a young man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with a traditional dragon emblem. He carried himself with poise, striding confidently, a peachwood sword slung across his back. His appearance meticulously groomed, and a composed smile gracing his features, his gaze exuding a sense of superiority. Following closely behind was another young man dressed in ragged Taoist robes, his attire marred by numerous patches and dirt. Standing in stark contrast to the first young man frowned in disdain as he regarded him. Chan Hu leaned closer to me and whispered, "These are disciples from Longhu Mountain and Maoshan. Invited here by Director Lin." I mused inwardly. Director Lin truly possesses some influence to summon individuals from both Longhu Mountain and Maoshan. The first young man from Longhu Mountain crossed his arms and arrogantly proclaimed, "I am Zhang Yi from Longhu Mountain. I can discern the truth of this trivial matter with a mere glance." With that, he strode toward the bodies, casting a cursory glance before declaring, "Merely the work of common malevolent spirits. I shall perform a rite to subdue them." Meanwhile, the Maoshan disciple quietly approached the bodies, crouching to examine them closely before stating, "The matter is likely more complicated than it appears. The aura emanating from these wounds is exceedingly peculiar." Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively, "You, a mere Maoshan novice, understand nothing. The spells of Longhu Mountain are unparalleled. How could I not comprehend such a trivial matter?" The Maoshan disciple lifted his head, calmly responding, "Then you should come forward." After greeting Lin Feng, he turned to me and said, "I find this young friend quite appealing. I am Mao Shiba from Maoshan. May I ask for your name?" "Fu Shiren," I replied, offering him a respectful fist salute. Chapter 59. The misty feng shui array. As Zhang Yi overheard Mao Shiba conversing with me, he snorted derisively and turned away. He produced a vial of cinnabar from seemingly nowhere and sprinkled it over the wounds of the corpse, which immediately emitted a plume of black smoke. Then, he retrieved several talismans from his robe, reciting incantations as the talismans burst into golden flames, transforming into beams of light that penetrated the corpses. Moments later, the faint aura of decay dissipated entirely from the bodies. Zhang Yi, brimming with pride, addressed the onlookers, "It is nothing beyond this. Such trifling malevolent spirits dare to be so brazen before me." Su Qing and Team Su were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Subsequently, Zhang Yi approached Lin Feng and declared, "Uncle Lin, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Lin Feng, equally pleased, patted his shoulder and replied, "Little E, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time." Zhang Yi raised his chin, a proud expression adorning his face as he asserted, "Uncle Lin, this is merely my duty." Thereafter, Lin Feng instructed Team Su to transport the corpses back to the precinct for further examination as they saw fit. As they departed, Su Qing cast a furtive glance back at me. Lin Feng was the first to break the silence, saying, "Little E, you have rendered a significant service this time. However, we must remain vigilant. The eerie mist enveloping this village has yet to dissipate, and there may be other lurking dangers." Zhang Yi dismissively replied, "Uncle Lin, you need not worry. With me around, no malevolent spirit would dare to act recklessly. After all, I easily dealt with the evil presence on that corpse." With that, he shot me a disdainful look. I felt a surge of confusion within me. Who had I angered? Why did everyone seem to regard me with disdain? However, Mao Shiba furrowed his brow and remarked, "I fear the situation is far more complicated than it appears. The sudden emergence of this malevolent spirit suggests a greater conspiracy is at play." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Mao Shiba and retorted, "You are merely indulging in alarmism. Though you think the spells of my Longhu Mountain could possibly falter." I remained silent, a sense of unease gnawing at my heart. The occurrences within this village were undeniably strange, and the origins of the ominous mist remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Feng surveyed us and stated, "Let us not bicker. Our immediate priority is to continue investigating the village and uncover the root of these bizarre phenomena." Qianhu proposed, "Director, how about the four of us form a team to delve deeper into the village? I believe we might uncover crucial clues regarding the source of this eerie mist." Lin Feng nodded slightly, "Very well. Little E, Mao Shiba, and Fu Xiaodi, let us proceed together. Everyone must exercise caution. Our safety is paramount." Although Zhang Yi displayed some reluctance, he refrained from voicing further objections in deference to Lin Feng. Mao Shiba's expression was grave as he tightly gripped his peachwood sword. I too nodded in agreement, for if it were indeed the work of the Seven Hells sect, I would seek retribution against them. Next, Lin Feng laid out some instructions, primarily concerning our safety. After a brief preparation, we gathered provisions, uncertain of what lay within the mist. Once we completed our preparations, the four of us cautiously stepped into the fog. Though the sun valiantly attempted to pierce through, casting a modicum of light, the dense mist remained like a heavy veil, severely limiting our visibility. Qian, who led the way, followed closely by Zhang Yi. Mao Shiba's demeanor was serious as he firmly clutched his peachwood sword, seemingly poised to confront any imminent threat. I brought up the rear, attentively listening for sounds behind us while scrutinizing the changes in the surrounding mist. We advanced slowly, each footstep echoing conspicuously in the stillness of the fog. After traversing a considerable distance, we had yet to encounter any danger. Qian, who halted and whispered, "This mist is exceedingly peculiar. It is unnaturally thick even in broad daylight, and we have walked for quite a while without any sign of activity." Zhang Yi frowned, "Humph, perhaps those malevolent spirits are intimidated by us." Mao Shiba shook his head. "We must not let our guard down. The calmer it seems, the greater the potential for hidden peril." I remained silent, merely nodding slightly as I continued to observe the mist with keen interest. As we pressed forward, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Qianhu stopped and, with a tremor in his voice, announced, "Up ahead." "There is something amiss." We hurried to catch up and beheld several corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Zhang Yi stepped forward, poised to investigate, but Mao Shiba cautioned, "Be careful." Zhang Yi hesitated, for the wounds on these corpses mirrored those we had encountered earlier, blood holes in their necks, skin torn and grotesque. How could more of these corpses appear? These are members of Officer Su's team. Qianhu's face turned ashen. I crouched down, meticulously examining the traces surrounding the bodies, and remarked, "It appears they met their demise not long ago." The mist around them shows signs of disturbance. Mao Shiba's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that the malevolent spirit has been lurking nearby all along? Zhang Yi scoffed, "What is there to fear? With me here, I shall eradicate any malevolence that dares to approach." With that, he moved to inspect the corpses once more. Mao Shiba grasped his arm firmly, stating gravely, "We mustn't act recklessly. The appearance of these corpses is too suspicious and undoubtedly holds some mystery. We need to proceed with caution to avoid falling into the spirit's trap." Zhang Yi impatiently shrugged off Mao Shiba's grip, asserting, "You, a disciple of Mao Shan, are simply timid and overly cautious, though you think the spells of my Longhu Mountain fear these spirits." I rose to my feet and said, "Now is not the time for disputes. We must first ascertain how these individuals perished." Qianhu anxiously surveyed the area, saying, "This is far too eerie. We need to devise a way to escape this mist, lest we encounter further dangers." However, Zhang Yi remained undeterred, insisting, "Leave? It won't be that simple that I, Zhang Yi, shall not depart until this malevolence is vanquished." Mao Shiba regarded Zhang Yi with a resigned shake of his head. "Your temperament will inevitably lead to trouble. We should first observe our surroundings before making any plans." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the mist to surge violently. Qianhu shouted in alarm, "Be cautious. Something is approaching." We immediately heightened our awareness, Zhang Yi gripping his peachwood sword tightly, while Mao Shiba raised his sword, ready to confront any impending attack. In an instant, a shadow lunged forth from the mist with blinding speed. Before we could discern its true form, we were met with an overwhelming force. Zhang Yi bellowed as he swung his sword at the shadow, but it deftly evaded his strike. Mao Shiba hastily unleashed Mao Shan spells, sending talismans flying toward the shadow, yet they too fell short. The shadow darted through the mist, launching relentless assaults, leaving us with no choice but to evade, unable to glimpse its true visage. What on earth could this be? Qianhu exclaimed in terror. Zhang Yi, exasperated, declared, "Whatever it is, I will eliminate it today." Mao Shiba remained composed, advising, "Do not act impulsively. Let us first seek an opportunity to discern its appearance before devising a countermeasure." We huddled together and I suggested, "This may very well be a feng shui formation." As soon as I uttered those words, Zhang Yi scoffed, "Humph, a feng shui formation? I see nothing but malevolent spirits at work." Yet Mao Shiba pondered thoughtfully, responding, "Fu Xiaodi's words may possess some merit. The strange mist, the inexplicable corpses, and that mysterious shadow. All these elements are too peculiar. If it is indeed a feng shui formation, there must be a master orchestrating it from behind the scenes." Qianhu, anxiously scanning the vicinity, queried, "What should we do now?" "That shadow is still lurking, waiting to strike," I replied earnestly. "First, we must determine whether this truly is a feng shui formation. If so, identifying its focal point could perhaps allow us to dispel this mist." Zhang Yi scoffed again. "Even if it is a feng shui formation, what of it? The spells of Longhu Mountain do not fear such things." Mao Shiba shook his head, emphasizing, "We must not be careless. Feng shui formations are unpredictable. If we do not approach with caution, our lives may be at stake." As we debated, the shadow lunged at us once more. Zhang Yi roared and swung his sword, striking true against the shadow. The shadow crashed to the ground, and at that moment, the mist seemed to recede slightly. When we focused our gaze, we discovered that the shadow was, in fact, a black fox. Suddenly, the mist around us began to churn violently. Moments later, a horde of variously shaped spirits emerged from the fog, some as small as a palm while others stood half the height of a person. Though individually weak, their numbers surged like a tide towards us. Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he wielded his peachwood sword with fervor, yet he continued to boast defiantly, "Humph, these little spirits dare to act brazenly." Meanwhile, Mao Shiba's expression turned serious as he employed Mao Shan spells to fend off the spirit's onslaught. Warning, be careful, do not let them encircle us. Qianhu stayed close to us, wearing a ring on his hand. Striking down one spirit after another, it appeared that the three of them were at the transformation stage. If they had not concealed their power, it was indeed strange why we could not discern their true levels. Perhaps they had practiced some form of concealment technique. I felt a growing urgency within me. This situation was untenable, and we needed to swiftly devise a solution. I concentrated, carefully observing our surroundings, attempting to glean a clue from the seemingly chaotic mist and the spirit's attacks. I realized that when these spirits perished, the mist would thin slightly, only to quickly regain its density. An idea dawned on me, and I shouted, "This mist formation is based on the spiritual energy of these spirits." Zhang Yi, tirelessly swinging his peachwood sword, responded loudly, "Then let us swiftly eradicate these spirits." Mao Shiba, while repelling the spirits' attacks, replied, "Yet the spirits are relentless. If they continue to emerge, we may need to consider alternative strategies." At this moment, Qianhu was also panting heavily, exclaiming, "What shall we do?" Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I replied, "Let us concentrate our forces and drive the fairies in one direction, then eliminate them." Upon hearing this, the others deemed the plan worth attempting. Thus, the four of us coordinated our efforts, gradually herding the fairies towards the east. Through our endeavors, the malevolent aura in the eastern direction indeed thickened, while the mists in other areas began to dissipate. Mao Shiba exclaimed in delight, "This method proves effective. Let us persist." Just then, a massive fox demon emerged slowly from the depths of the mist, its gaze emanating a formidable pressure, with 5 tails swaying behind it. Zhang Yi gasped in shock but still feigned bravado, declaring, "A mere 5-tailed fox. Watch me slay it." He moved to charge forward. Mao Shiba hurriedly reached out to stop him, saying, "Do not act impulsively. This fox demon is no ordinary foe. We must deliberate." Qianhu clenched his fists, the ring on his finger faintly glowing, asserting, "Then let us confront it together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue it." I calmly observed the fox demon's movements. advising, "Let us not act rashly. We must first gauge its actions." The fox demon seemed to comprehend our words, throwing its head back to let out a long howl, causing the surrounding fairies to become even more frenzied. Their attacks intensifying. The four of us could only muster all our strength to resist, not daring to relax for a moment. The fox demon seized the opportunity, lunging towards Zhang Yi, caught off guard. Zhang Yi was scratched on the arm by its claws. "Damn it!" Zhang Yi shouted in anger, enduring the pain as he retaliated with his sword. The peachwood sword in his hand shimmered with brilliance. The sword energy slicing through the air directly at the fox demon. The fox demon deftly sidestepped, evading the blow, while its sharp claws once again lunged at Zhang. Witnessing this, Mao Shiba swiftly threw a talisman, transforming it into a beam of light that shot towards the fox demon. The talisman ignited in midair, emanating a powerful energy. The fox demon nimbly dodged, turning its attack towards Mao Shiba. Unfazed, Mao Shiba rapidly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as a golden barrier materialized before him in an instant. The fox demon collided with the barrier, being repelled backward. Seizing the moment, Chuanhu charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the fox demon, the light from his ring intensifying. The fox demon staggered from this sudden assault but quickly regained its footing, opening its gaping maw to bite at Chuanhu. Taking advantage of the moment, I unleashed several yellow talismans, which shot towards the fox demon. Although it attempted to evade, one of the yellow talismans struck its body. The fox demon let out an enraged roar, its malevolent aura erupting. Creating a powerful shockwave that pushed us back several steps, we steadied ourselves and charged at the fox demon once more. The fox demon, undeterred, let out a fierce roar, and the smaller demons around us surged forth again. We retaliated valiantly. Zhang Yi's peachwood sword gleamed brilliantly, each swing generating fierce sword energy that repelled the approaching small demons. Chuanhu's fists moved with a gale-like force, the light from his ring flashing as he fiercely battled the oncoming small demons. I continuously hurled yellow talismans, which transformed into streaks of light in midair, striking those small demons attempting to draw near. Mao Shiba's talismans flew incessantly, obstructing the fairies' advance. Yet, despite our valiant resistance, the fairies persisted in their relentless assault. Seemingly endless. "This cannot go on," Mao Shiba shouted. "We must hold the line. You find a way to break the formation." He then directed his gaze towards me. Upon hearing this, he, along with Zhang Yi and Chuanhu, exerted themselves even more to fend off the fairies, buying me precious time. The mingled stench of blood and mist thickened around us, gradually taking on a deep crimson hue. Taking a deep breath, I formed hand seals, a glimmer of resolve flashing in my eyes as I surveyed the surroundings. Amidst the dwindling numbers of small demons, I suddenly noticed a subtle movement in the mist to the southeast. I called out to them, "There is something unusual in the southeast. Let us break through in that direction." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi swept his peachwood sword, forcing back a few fairies in front of him, and shouted, "Stay close to me." Without hesitation, he charged towards the southeast. Chuanhu closely followed, swinging his fists to repel the nearby fairies. Mao Shiba, while running, continued to hurl talismans, clearing the path for us. The fox demon, sensing our newfound direction, let out a long howl, causing the surrounding fairies to attack us with even greater fervor, attempting to thwart our escape. Zhang Yi endured several new wounds but gritted his teeth. Maintaining his speed, we struggled through the throng of demons, finally breaking free from the encirclement. Racing towards the southeast, as we advanced, the mist gradually thinned, and the outline of a village began to emerge. "Look, a village! We are escaping the formation!" Chuanhu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 61. The man-eating mountain monster? We quickened our pace towards the village. Upon stepping into the village, the mist behind us vanished without a trace. And the fairies and the fox demon disappeared as well. At last, we are out. Chuanhu plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mao Shiba, looking somewhat pale, remarked that mist was truly formidable. Had we not escaped in time, the consequences would have been dire. After saying this, he patted me on the shoulder, adding, "I knew I did not misjudge you. You are indeed remarkable, Fu Daoyu." Zhang Yi maintained his usual arrogance, scoffing, "Humph, merely some clever tricks. What is there to boast about?" I shot him a glare and chose not to respond. All of us bore some scratches from our ordeal, so we took a moment to recuperate. After resting for a while, Chanhu stood up first, surveying the village before us. This village seems to exude an aura of strangeness. We should all proceed with caution. Strangely enough, we had entered around noon, and it felt like no time had passed. Yet it was now undeniably nighttime. Mao Shiba furrowed his brow, raising this very question. Strange, we entered at midday, yet it feels as if no time has passed, and now it has turned to night? There must be something amiss, Zhang Yi huffed, saying, perhaps it is due to that mist. What is so surprising about it? I pondered for a moment and replied, this situation is indeed unusual. Time should not be so disordered. Perhaps it is related to the geomantic formation we just experienced. Chanhu concurred, saying, regardless, we must all exercise extra caution. There may be further dangers awaiting us. We all nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the village. Not far ahead, the thatched roofs and earthen houses were interspersed, showing no significant difference from an ordinary village. The only peculiar aspect was that, despite it being night, the village remained as bright as day. Illuminating everything around the entrance of the village, stood a moderately sized pond, beside which grew a sturdy willow tree, appearing to have stood for many years, its branches gently swaying over the water's surface in the breeze. At that moment, several elderly men had set up a small table at the village's edge, engrossed in a game of chess. Their expressions were serious, seemingly completely absorbed in the match. Chanhu, is this truly the village? I inquired, slightly furrowing my brow. I do not know, he replied, his gaze filled with caution as he scrutinized the village. How peculiar. Who would still be playing chess at this hour? Mao Shiba remarked in disbelief. Zhang Yi stood with his arms crossed, silent. Just as we were discussing, a child of about 7 or 8 pointed at us, exclaiming, Grandpa! There are people. Upon seeing this, the elderly men turned to look at us, then hurriedly retreated into the village. What an odd reaction, I mused silently. Why are those old men so frightened? Do they not know about the mist outside? Outsiders. What brings you here? As we prepared to enter the village for clarification, a group of men approached from a distance, numbering over T and at the forefront was an elderly man with graying hair and a long beard, appearing to be around 60 years old. Observing this scene, Chanhu couldn't help but exclaim, why are the villagers so unfriendly? Mao Shiba whispered, do not act rashly. Let us assess the situation first. Zhang Yi remained aloof, his arms crossed in disdain. Noticing my prolonged silence, a young man beside the elder rolled up his sleeves, readying himself for a confrontation. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if this is Wangjia village? I asked, smiling and cupping my hands in greeting. Indeed it is. What brings you here? The elder responded, noticing my warm smile and gentle tone, which suggested I was not a malicious person. He exchanged a few hushed words with the young man beside him, prompting the other villagers to disperse. Leaving only the elder, I stepped forward and said to the elder, good sir, we have just endured a harrowing ordeal and inadvertently wandered into this place. We hope you might extend us some assistance. The elder scrutinized us for a moment and remarked, you appear quite disheveled. You do not seem like bad people. Come into the village, and we shall discuss further. We followed the elder into the village, our hearts still brimming with vigilance. Upon entering, we observed that the houses lining the roads were arranged in a haphazard yet charming manner, all doors and windows tightly shut, with not a glimmer of light seeping through. The entire village had reverted to the tranquility that night ought to possess. Chanhu could not help but whisper, why is this village so peculiar? It was bustling just a moment ago, and now it has suddenly fallen silent. Mao Shiba lowered his voice in response, do not speak recklessly. Be cautious. Zhang Yi, still wearing an indifferent expression, had a hint of wariness in his eyes. The elder led us to a particular house and said, this is my home. If you do not mind, please come in and rest. I quickly expressed my gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire your name? The elder sighed softly and replied, I am the village chief. You may call me Old Wang. I continued my inquiries. Chief Wang, why has this village become so eerily quiet? It seems rather unusual. The chief fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, alas, this village has been troubled in recent years, with many strange occurrences causing the villagers to be on edge. Then why did those elders hastily avoid us tonight? I pressed on. The chief wore a resigned expression. They are afraid. The recent upheavals have made everyone especially wary of strangers. Chief Wang, We truly stumbled upon this place by chance, with no ill intent, I reassured him. The chief scrutinized us and said, "You appear rather disheveled, and do not seem like malicious individuals. Let us step inside and speak further." We followed the chief into the house, where the furnishings were sparse. A worn wooden table occupied the center of the room. Upon the table sat a chipped porcelain bowl, containing a half-burnt oil lamp. Against the wall stood an old-fashioned wardrobe, its door ajar, revealing glimpses of tattered garments. In one corner lay a pile of assorted debris, including rusted farming tools, a broken bamboo basket, and tangled lengths of twine of indeterminate use. "Please, have a seat. I will fetch you some water," the chief said, turning to enter the inner room. After a brief moment, he returned, carrying several bowls of water and offering them to us. "Chief Wang, what exactly has transpired in this village? Could you elaborate? Perhaps we may be of assistance," I ventured to ask. The chief hesitated briefly before responding. "This tale begins a few months ago. Suddenly, villagers began to go missing. At first, no one paid much attention, assuming they had simply lost their way. However, as the disappearances increased, a few were found. Yet their bodies were utterly horrific, as if they had been devoured. Have you conducted any investigations?" Chen Hu finally interjected. The chief sighed. "Of course we investigated. The able-bodied men of the village searched, yet each time returned empty-handed, and a few more individuals went missing. Since then, no one dares to venture out after dark." I furrowed my brow. "Surely there must be some clues?" The chief shook his head. "None. Except that before each incident, it seems the villagers cannot recall anything." Hearing this, we exchanged uneasy glances, each harboring a foreboding sense. The chief's expression grew grim. "The villagers say there is a mountain monster that feasts upon humans." Chapter 62. Lost Souls. Have you sought any help to address this issue? I quickly inquired. The chief shook his head, his demeanor somber. "We've called upon several so-called capable shamans and sorcerers, but upon their arrival, they either claimed the matter was too complicated to handle or vanished without a trace, leaving us uncertain whether they were frightened away or met with misfortune." Chun Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "It seems our paranormal bureau also sent a few individuals, yet they too have disappeared without a trace." Mao Shiba pondered. "Chief Wang, do these missing individuals share any common traits or patterns?" The chief contemplated for a moment. "If there is a pattern, I have not discerned it. People of all ages and genders have vanished, leaving us with no leads." Zhang Yi scoffed. "I refuse to believe that anything could be so formidable." I observed the group and declared, "Chief Wang, let us rest here for the night. At dawn, we shall explore the village to see if we can uncover any clues." The chief nodded. "I entrust this task to you. If you can resolve this matter, the entire village will be eternally grateful." "Has anyone ever left the village?" I continued my inquiries. The chief frowned, considering before replying. "Almost no one. Since these strange events began, everyone has refrained from leaving, and no outsiders have ventured in. A few brave youths attempted to depart, yet invariably, none returned. However, one person did come back." Upon hearing this, we perked up, and Chen Hu eagerly asked, "Who was that? Please, tell us more." The chief spoke slowly. "That would be Wang Er, known affectionately as Er Guzi by the villagers. He has always been quite bold. Once, when his household ran out of rice, he ventured to a neighboring village to borrow some. He left in good spirits, but upon his return, he appeared dazed and mumbled strange phrases." "What did he say?" Mao Shiba pressed for details. The chief sighed. "It was hard to discern. It seemed he said something like 'do not approach' or 'there are monsters,' yet when asked for specifics, he could not articulate. Shortly after, he fell gravely ill and remains bedridden to this day." Zhang Yi dismissed the notion. "That man must have been scared out of his wits." I shook my head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps he truly witnessed something significant, but was too frightened to articulate it clearly." The chief nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment and have long hoped for someone capable to help us clarify this situation." I turned to the chief. "Chief Wang, could you take us to meet Er Guzi tomorrow?" The chief readily agreed. "Certainly, as long as it aids in resolving this matter." As the night deepened, the village grew even more silent. The chief offered us his home for rest, and we accepted graciously. After the chief retreated to the inner room, Zhang Yi coldly remarked, "Whatever the monster may be, we shall find it and slay it." Mao Shiba shot him a look. "Do not underestimate the situation. It is not so simple. Those who came before us were no novices, yet they too found no resolution." Chan Hu nodded. 18 is right. We must proceed with caution. I remained silent for a moment before suggesting. Let us rest for now. We will need our strength to face whatever lies ahead. Everyone found a place to sit, closed their eyes, and began to meditate. For us practitioners, meditation not only restores energy but also cultivates inner strength. Soon, the room fell into an unusual silence, punctuated only by the gentle rhythm of our breathing. However, I found myself unable to sleep, my mind consumed with the strange occurrences in the village. As it stood, Erguzi certainly bore some suspicion. First, his experience was exceedingly odd. If he was indeed as frightened as he claimed, how could he have remembered the way back? Secondly, the vagueness of his descriptions raised doubts about whether he was concealing something. Time passed slowly, and I lost track of how long it had been when the dawn light began to filter through the windows. We were roused by the crowing of roosters, and after a brief tidying, we followed the chief to Erguzi's home. The door to his house was tightly shut. The chief approached and knocked, calling, "Uncle Erguzi, open the door. Visitors have come to see him." After a considerable wait, the door creaked open, revealing a weary-looking middle-aged man. He stood at an average height, slightly hunched, dressed in a faded coarse cloth garment adorned with patches, his face gaunt with high cheekbones, sun-kissed skin from years of toil, and eyes that radiated warmth and kindness, exuding the simplicity and honesty of rural folk. Upon seeing us, a flicker of anxiety and confusion crossed his gaze, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Chief, this is..." The chief quickly stepped forward, reassuringly patting his shoulder. "Do not worry. They are not outsiders. These individuals have come to aid our village and wish to understand more about Erguzi's condition." Upon hearing the chief's explanation, the tension in Erguzi's uncle's expression eased slightly, though he still appeared unsettled. He hastily stepped aside to let us in, muttering, "Come in quickly." But the child remains as he was, so he may not be able to offer anything new. We entered the room to find Erguzi lying on the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. I approached the bedside and softly said, "Erguzi, we are here again. Please try to recall what happened during your ordeal." He showed no reaction, as if my words had not registered. Chan, who could not contain himself, "What are we to do?" Mao Shiba contemplated for a moment and addressed Erguzi's uncle. "Could you share with us the specific behaviors Erguzi exhibited upon his return?" The uncle sighed. When he came back, he was trembling all over, mumbling incessantly, refusing to eat or sleep, and not long after, he fell ill. Zhang Yi frowned. Is there truly no way to bring him back to his senses? At that moment, the previously silent Erguzi suddenly shrieked, "Don't come closer! Don't come closer!" We were all startled by his outburst, prompting Uncle Er to swiftly step forward to soothe him, saying, "Ergo, do not be afraid, do not be afraid." Yet, Erguzi continued to thrash about, seemingly engulfed in a profound terror. I glanced around at everyone and remarked, "This cannot continue. We must step outside and refrain from provoking him further." Reluctantly, we exited the house and found ourselves in the courtyard, our spirits increasingly weighed down. What are we to do? Could it be that our leads have come to an abrupt end? Chan, who spoke anxiously at this juncture, Mao Shiba interjected, "In my opinion, Erguzi has lost his soul." Chapter 63. 3 Humans and 4 Ghosts. Everyone turned their attention to Mao Shiba, with Zhang Yi inquiring, "How do you know?" Mao Shiba slightly raised his chin, speaking with a hint of pride. "You wouldn't understand. This is a secret technique from our Mao Shan." Zhang Yi shot him a disdainful look, retorting, "Humph, spare me the theatrics. What secret technique? It seems to me you are merely making wild guesses. Can you truly ascertain from this that he has lost his soul? Then why don't you retrieve it?" Mao Shiba, taken aback by Zhang Yi's jab, flushed and replied, "I never claimed I could retrieve his soul right now. I merely suggested a possibility. Moreover, calling his soul back is no simple task. It requires careful planning." I hastily interjected, "All right, enough bickering. This is not the time for disputes. Since Mao Shiba has presented this perspective, we cannot completely disregard it. However, for now, let us continue searching for other clues within the village." Chunhu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, let us not argue. We must remain calm and consider our next course of action." Mao Shiba and Zhang Yi fell silent, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped us. After a moment of tension, the village chief and Erguzi's uncle emerged from the house. The village chief looked at us with hopeful anticipation and inquired, Have you all come up with any solutions regarding Erguzi's condition? Erguzi's uncle urgently added, yes, this child cannot remain in this state. I implore you to save him. I glanced at the village chief and the uncle, shaking my head in resignation. We currently do not possess any particularly effective methods. But we will certainly do our utmost to devise a solution. The village chief sighed, his wrinkles deepening. Alas, what are we to do? Uncle Er anxiously rubbed his hands together. You are all capable individuals. Surely you can think of something, and my family is counting on you. Chanhu reassured, please do not be too anxious. We will continue our investigation. Perhaps we will uncover a crucial solution to this problem. Mao Shiba then proposed, village chief, uncle, please think carefully. Before the incident, did Erguzi interact with any peculiar individuals or visit any unusual places? The village chief and uncle exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Uncle furrowed his brow, straining to remember. There truly was nothing. Ever since he returned from the village, he has been like this. Having gone nowhere special, it seemed we could not glean any information from Erguzi at this time. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, let us divide into 4 groups and conduct a thorough investigation of the village. We will reconvene at the village chief's house in the evening to share our findings. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mao Shiba pulled out several talismans from his pocket, handing one to each of us, saying, this is a life-saving talisman. Should you encounter trouble, burn it, and we will all sense its activation. Zhang Yi accepted the talisman with a hint of disdain, muttering, humph, I would never resort to such things. If I encounter any malevolent spirits, I'll be the first to eliminate them. Mao Shiba glared at him. Take it or leave it. Just don't regret it when danger strikes. After this, Zhang Yi slowly placed the talisman in his pocket. Chanhu quickly interjected, all right, enough of the squabbling. Let us act swiftly. Thus, we began allocating tasks and discussing our plans. We decided that Chanhu would inquire with the other villagers to see if any useful clues could be gleaned from their accounts. Zhang Yi volunteered to investigate the back mountain of the village, while Mao Shiba accompanied the village chief to the homes of those who had previously encountered trouble. I made my way to the village entrance, the very spot where we had initially arrived. Upon reaching the entrance, I meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment. It appeared unchanged since our arrival, still shrouded in a faint mist, rendering visibility quite limited. The village entrance was rather unremarkable, featuring a small clearing partially obscured by an aged willow tree, with a small stone table and a few stone stools placed upon it. Nothing else stood out, save for the prominently situated willow tree. I slowly approached the tree, examining it closely in hopes of uncovering a clue. After all, willows are associated with the ethereal. Perhaps my instincts would prove correct. Its robust trunk required 2 individuals to encircle it, with bark cracked and gnarled. The branches hung low, swaying gently in the breeze like verdant ribbons. In the height of summer, I looked up to see the dense foliage intertwined, forming a green canopy overhead. I again meticulously caressed the trunk, even gently snapping off a small branch for inspection, yet found no anomalies. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart, though I could not pinpoint its source. Standing beneath the willow, I fell into deep thought. Could my intuition be faltering? Or was the peculiarity concealed too deeply for my abilities to detect? I resolved to broaden my search, meticulously examining the soil surrounding the willow for any potential clues. I crouched down, parting the grass with my hands as I scrutinized every inch of the ground. Suddenly, a crow took flight from the willow, cawing loudly. Startling me, I glanced in the direction the crow had flown, pondering if this might serve as some form of warning. That moment, I glanced outside the village and noticed that the mist seemed to thicken further. My brow furrowed slightly as unease bubbled within me. I circled around to the rear of the willow, inspecting a small pond located behind it. The pond appeared well-maintained, presumably serving as the village's water reservoir. Its depths were obscured, rendering it impossible to see the bottom. With no apparent anomalies, as time passed, the sun began its descent, and I had conducted a thorough patrol around the village entrance without discovering anything noteworthy. As dusk fell, I resolved to return to the village chief's residence, hoping they might have made some progress. Upon arriving, I found the house empty. I paced anxiously within, waiting for their return. After a while, Chanhu was the first to arrive, his expression one of resignation. The situation aligns with what the village chief mentioned. The villagers either refused to speak or claim ignorance, yielding no useful clues. Soon after, the village chief and Mao Shiba returned, both shaking their heads. The village chief sighed. There were no particularly noteworthy discoveries from those families. Alas, Mao Shiba concurred, indeed. Only a few traces of blood were left behind at their homes. Nothing else of significance. I recounted my own findings to them, and we all appeared rather dispirited. As night fell, Zhang Yi had yet to return. Where could Zhang Yi be? What if something has happened to him? Chen Hu muttered, his brow furrowed. I, too, felt a sense of unease. Yet I feigned calmness. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps he has uncovered vital clues and is delayed. As moments ticked by, each second heightened our anxiety. Unable to restrain himself, Mao Shiba suggested, shall we go search for him? Chen Hu hesitated. Zhang Yi is quite capable. He should be fine. Besides, your talisman has not sensed anything amiss, has it? Let us wait a while longer. Just as we were mired in our internal dilemmas. A sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. Thud, 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 thud. The village chief immediately stood to answer the door, but as he took a step, Mao Shiba grasped his arm tightly. Mao Shiba's expression was peculiar, revealing a hint of tension and vigilance. In a hushed tone, he cautioned the village chief, wait, do not rush to open the door. Listen closely. Doesn't this knocking sound peculiar? Typically, a person knocks 3 times, while a ghost knocks 4. Chapter 64. Ghostly Walls. Upon hearing this, the village chief's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thud, 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 again. For knocks resonated, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. I scoffed. Afraid we won't find any clues? Here they are, delivered right to our doorstep. With that, I swiftly crossed from the house to the courtyard gate. Grasping a ghost-slaying talisman in my right hand, I firmly turned the doorknob with my left and flung the door open. In an instant, I cast the talisman outside, anticipating a ghostly wail. However, to my astonishment, there was no anguished cry. Instead, the doorway revealed nothing. No one, not even a trace of a ghostly presence. Seeing me stand at the threshold in silence, the others crowded around, eager to know what had transpired. Chen Hu asked impatiently, what is it? Did something flee? Mao Shiba voiced his confusion. Could the knocking have been a deliberate attempt to lure us out? I furrowed my brow and shook my head. I cannot say. There is nothing outside. The village chief, trembling, stammered, what are we to do? Might there be something even more terrifying awaiting us? After pondering for a moment, I declared, we can no longer afford to wait idly. We must seek out Zhang Yi. The others were taken aback by my words. Chen Hu inquired, in this pitch darkness, where are we to search? I replied, Zhang Yi has gone to the back mountain. Let us head in that direction. Mao Shiba furrowed his brow. The back mountain is vast. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I cast a resolute glance at everyone. We must go nonetheless. It is preferable to lingering here aimlessly, and given that Zhang Yi has yet to return, he may indeed be in grave trouble. The village chief, displaying a hint of trepidation, said, then I shall not accompany you. I will wait for your return here in the village. I nodded. Very well, chief, you may remain here. If Zhang Yi returns, you will be in a better position to assist him. After making some arrangements, Mao Shiba handed the village chief a talisman, instructing him to affix it to his door at night to ward off danger. Once we had settled the matters, Chen Hu, Mao Shiba, and I ventured out, prepared to journey towards the back mountain. As we traversed the village paths, an unsettling silence enveloped us, broken only by the sound of our footsteps echoing in the desolate streets. Typically, this should be a time of vibrant light, yet the streets were shrouded in darkness. This unnatural ambience heightened our vigilance, as if some peril lay hidden in the shadows. Unconsciously, we quickened our pace. Yet the surroundings appeared unchanged, as though ensnared in an endless loop. Suddenly, Chen Hu came to a halt, exclaiming, this is a ghost wall. In folklore, a ghost wall is believed to result from malevolent forces or supernatural interference. Some claim it is the work of spirits or dark energies that distort one's perception and direction, leaving individuals lost within a designated area. The simplest remedy is to turn 90 degrees every 10 steps or utilize the urine of a young boy. My heart raced and I hastily reassured, do not panic. Mao Shiba frowned, his voice grave. I suspected it would not be so simple. It seems the malevolent spirit does not wish for us to reach the back mountain. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. Chen Hu anxiously paced back and forth, muttering, what shall we do? Are we to be trapped here? I inhaled deeply, maintaining my composure. A typical ghost wall cannot confine us. It seems the entity responsible for this phenomenon is formidable. After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to act, retrieving several yellow talismans from my pocket, swiftly folding them into little paper cranes. Chanting an incantation, I gestured with one hand and shouted, "Break!" The paper cranes emitted a faint glow, soaring in different directions. The scenery around us began to warp and sway, as if some force was being forcibly dispelled. Before long, the previously monotonous path began to shift, revealing a flicker of light. Mao Shiba smiled slightly. I knew Daoist Fu would have a solution. This spell is quite powerful. Just as his words fell, we three became instantly alert, gazing ahead. Before us, shrouded in dense malevolent energy, several vengeful spirits materialized. Clad in blood-red robes, they stood out starkly against the dim night. Their faces were grotesque and terrifying, pale skin marred by dark markings. Their eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Qianhu gasped. Where did all these vengeful spirits come from? I furrowed my brow, fixating on the specters. They must have been the ones who created the ghost wall. Mao Shiba scoffed. Regardless of where they originated, now that we VE encountered them, we cannot allow them to have it easy. Without hesitation, Mao Shiba drew forth a Bagua mirror from his cloak and directed its reflection towards the spirits. Not to be outdone, I brandished several talismans, proclaiming, "Heaven and Earth's righteous energy, all laws converge as one, malevolent spirits retreat, I command you." A beam of golden light shot from my hand, striking the vengeful spirits. Qianhu wielded his peachwood sword, its inscribed runes gleaming with brilliance. Under our united assault, the spirits emitted piercing wails. Their already contorted faces twisted further in agony as they struggled against our overwhelming force. In a matter of moments, several spirits began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the night sky. Qianhu exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, we VE dealt with those fiends. Brother Chen, how is it that you, at the peak of your prowess, still fear mere vengeful spirits? I queried, somewhat perplexed. Qianhu forced a smile, his imposing stature appearing rather awkward. Brother Fu, to be candid, I was terrified as a child, and that fear still haunts me. Exorcising spirits is not my forte. I chuckled helplessly. Brother Chun, we must be more cautious from here on. Do not allow yourself to be frightened again. Mao Shiba patted Qianhu on the shoulder, saying, Old Chun, do not dwell on past fears. Let us hasten towards the back mountain. There may be something even more formidable waiting for us. Qianhu nodded, gripping his peachwood sword tightly. Rest assured, I will not falter. As we continued toward the back mountain, an unsettling feeling gripped me, perhaps due to my heightened sensitivity since childhood. Before long, we arrived at the entrance to the ascent. Only one path led upward, winding and disappearing into the dense forest. I turned to Mao Shiba and inquired, Brother Mao, can you sense Zhang Yi's location through your talismans? Mao Shiba nodded, retrieving a talisman from his cloak and activating its power. A faint glow flickered from the talisman, but quickly dimmed. Mao Shiba's brow furrowed as he focused intently on the subtle vibrations emanating from the talisman. What is the verdict? Qianhu asked anxiously. Without answering, Mao Shiba made his way toward the grass at the path's edge. He crouched down, carefully parting the grass, and there lay a yellow talisman that should have been with Zhang Yi, quietly resting there. How could this be? A chill ran down my spine. Chapter 65, Blood Corpse. Mao Shiba picked up the yellow talisman, examining it closely. This talisman still bears Zhang Yi's residual energy. It appears he deliberately left it here. Qianhu frowned. Perhaps Zhang Yi thought it unnecessary and discarded it. Mao Shiba nodded in agreement. I know Zhang Yi well. It is highly likely he left it here. Brother Mao, do you know why Zhang Yi lives this way? I asked, somewhat puzzled. Mao Shiba did not hold back. I have heard tales. Zhang Yi's parents were harmed by a malevolent creature that had attained sentience. But he was saved just in time by the people of Longhu Mountain. Since then, he has taken refuge there, becoming a direct disciple of the second elder. I pondered, realizing Zhang Yi had such a past. I glanced at him. Brother Mao, knowing so much, you must hold a significant position in Mao Shan. Mao Shiba waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I am but an insignificant figure. Seeing he was reluctant to speak the truth, I refrained from pressing further. The three of us, armed with flashlights, prepared to ascend the mountain. After a while along the winding path, Qianhu suddenly shouted, "Look over here, something's amiss." Following the beam of his flashlight, we observed evident signs of disturbance among the grass and trees, alongside scattered footprints and deep gouges in the earth. It appeared as though a struggle had taken place. I knelt down, scrutinizing the traces. Mao Shiba approached, picking up an unburned yellow talisman nearby, observing it for a moment before stating, "This talisman is from Longhu Mountain. It seems Zhang Yi has engaged in a confrontation here." Qianhu nervously scanned the surroundings. But where is he? Could he have met with misfortune? I stood up, attempting to reassure him. "Let us not scare ourselves. With his abilities, he should be fine," Mao Shiba added. "However, judging by these signs, the adversary's strength cannot be underestimated. Zhang Yi likely left these clues to alert us." I surveyed the area, noting the absence of lingering malevolent energy. A frown crossed my brow as I said, "Do you think this could have been orchestrated by someone?" The moment we entered the village, it felt as if all our movements were being meticulously monitored. Qianhu's expression grew serious. "Are you suggesting we've been set up?" Mao Shiba contemplated for a moment before replying, "It is not impossible. Everything has been too coincidental since we entered the village. First, there were the eerie knocks at the door, then the ghost wall, and now these enigmatic clues left by Zhang Yi." I clenched my teeth. If this truly is a deliberate trap, the mastermind must possess considerable knowledge of us and be exceptionally cunning. Qianhu tightened his fists. "Brother Fu, who do you suspect?" I furrowed my brow, reflecting for a moment, as faces of various villagers flashed through my mind. The village chief, the old man, Er Guzi, and Er Guzi's uncle. The suspicion fell most heavily on Er Guzi. After all, he had managed to leave the village and return unscathed. After all, the village chief had been closely following Mao Shibashi throughout the day, while Er Guzi's uncle appeared to be an utterly honest man judging by his demeanor. Qianhu furrowed his brow, resting his chin on one hand, and asked in confusion, "But didn't Er Guzi lose his soul? How could he possibly have the capability to commit a crime?" Mao Shibashi, lost in thought as he gazed ahead, slowly replied, "If it were a master, one cannot rule out the possibility of him having sealed his own soul." I nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, Brother Mao shares the same thoughts as I." Mao Shibashi also nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute as he said, "That's right, but for now, we must first locate Zhang Yi to clarify what exactly is happening." Having said that, we continued our ascent along the mountain path, remaining on high alert. After traversing a considerable distance, we reached a relatively open area on the mountainside. As soon as we entered, a pungent odor of burning yellow paper assailed our nostrils. "What is that smell?" Qianhu twitched his nose, his brow furrowed. I, too, took a sniff, following the scent to its source, where I discovered a small pile of still smoking yellow paper ashes on the ground. I had just begun to speak when Mao Shibashi quickly approached. He crouched down, inspecting it closely, and his expression suddenly became grave. "This is human blood," Mao Shibashi declared with a heavy tone. "What? Human blood?" Qianhu exclaimed in shock. "Could it belong to Zhang Yi?" I shook my head, replying, "It's still uncertain, but this situation is dire." Mao Shibashi rose to his feet, surveying the surroundings. There must have been a fierce struggle here. "Everyone, be cautious." Upon hearing this, our anxiety heightened, prompting us to quicken our pace in hopes of locating Zhang Yi swiftly. The mountain path grew increasingly treacherous, yet we had little time to spare, nearly running forward. Not long after, Qianhu suddenly shouted, "Look, there's more blood here." We halted, observing a dark red stain on a stone by the roadside, the blood not yet fully dried and glaring under the moonlight. I crouched down, dipped my finger into the blood, and sniffed it, saying, "This blood is still quite fresh. It must have been left not long ago." Mao Shibashi, his expression tense, urged, "Quickly, we must move on." We pressed forward, discovering multiple bloodstains along the way, some in the grass, others on tree trunks, each sight more alarming than the last. "What kind of danger have we encountered?" Qianhu gasped between breaths as he ran. Just then, I noticed a piece of yellow robe fabric hanging from a tree branch. "Look," I pointed to the branch. Mao Shibashi approached, tearing down the fabric for a closer inspection. "This is the material of the Taoist robes from Longhu Mountain. It likely belongs to Zhang Yi." Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, crashing like thunder and causing leaves to tremble and fall around us. What is that sound? Chun-Hu's voice quivered, laced with fear. Forget it for now. Let's go see. I decisively quickened my pace. Mao Shibashi and Chen-Hu followed closely behind. Before long, we beheld several dark figures grappling with one another. Upon closer inspection, one of them clad in a yellow robe was indeed Zhang Yi. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, his robe torn in multiple places, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite disheveled. Surrounding him on the ground were several lifeless bodies. Their appearances grotesque, some with contorted faces, others with mutilated limbs, evoking a chilling sight. The clothing of these corpses bore a striking resemblance to that of the villagers from the settlement below. They were undoubtedly the deceased villagers. Gazing at the bodies, I expressed my shock, exclaiming, "These are blood zombies." Chapter 66, Corpse Spirits. I was all too familiar with these blood zombies, having encountered them previously in Qingshan village. At this moment, Zhang Yi was besieged by 3 blood zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged forward. Mao Shibashi and Chen-Hu followed suit. Mao Shibashi wielded a peachwood sword, forcing the blood zombies to retreat. Chen-Hu brandished the peachwood sword he had purchased at the Shao family's auction. Repelling the approaching blood zombies one by one, he pulled out several talismans, chanting, "Subdue." The talismans transformed into beams of golden light, striking the nearest blood zombie. The blood zombie faltered slightly, and seizing the opportunity, I swiftly closed the distance, kicking one of the blood zombies aside and pulling Zhang Yi to safety. At this point, Zhang Yi's breath was shallow, and he clutched his wound, seemingly about to speak. I shot him a glance admonishing, "Stop trying to be brave. Just stay here and remove the corpse poison. Otherwise, if you turn into a zombie, I'll be the first to deal with you." As I spoke, I tossed him a small bag of glutinous rice from my backpack. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes, but it quickly faded. The blood zombie let out a roar, and the talisman that had been affixed to him ignited, freeing him from his restraints, and he lunged forward once more and I dodged the blood zombie's attack, delivering a kick that sent it flying. Turning back to check on Mao Shibashi and Chen-Hu, I saw they were using the power of their peachwood swords to momentarily fend off the blood zombies' assault. However, the blood zombies were incredibly strong. Each attack bore a heavy sense of oppression, and they seemed to be struggling. The sound of the peachwood sword clashing against the blood zombies rang out sharply, while Mao Shibashi hurled several talismans, which transformed into radiant beams aimed at the blood zombies. Yet, the blood zombies' bodies were as hard as iron. The talismans merely caused them to momentarily pause, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Chen-Hu, wielding the peachwood sword he had acquired at the Shao family's auction, engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the blood zombies. I surveyed the unfolding situation, my heart racing. These blood zombies were even more formidable than those I had encountered in Qingshan village. Their strength and speed exceeded my expectations. I rummaged through my backpack for more talismans, reciting incantations and forming hand seals. Ignite! The talismans ignited instantly, transforming into powerful flames that surged towards the blood zombies. The flames spread through the air, creating a sea of fire that engulfed the blood zombies, who shrieked in agony as they were scorched. Yet, they did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied in their assault towards me. Just then, Mao Shibashi called out, "I have a way to deal with these creatures. Come closer to me." Chen-Hu and I quickly complied, watching as Mao Shibashi produced an ancient bell from his robe. Covered in intricate runes, I expressed my surprise, urgently asking, "Is that the corpse-controlling bell?" Mao Shibashi explained swiftly, "Indeed. This corpse-controlling bell is a treasured artifact of my Maoshan sect, possessing a formidable restraining effect on zombies." A thought flickered through my mind. Mao Shibashi's identity was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. He then gently shook the corpse-controlling bell, and a clear, melodious chime rang out, causing the blood zombies' movements to freeze momentarily. I exclaimed excitedly, "It works! Keep it up!" Chen-Hu's face lit up with hope as he swung his peachwood sword, seizing the moment to push back the nearest blood zombie. As Mao Shibashi continued to ring the corpse-controlling bell, the blood zombies grew increasingly sluggish. Eventually, they became rigid, standing still and unable to move. A sigh of relief escaped our lips. Chen-Hu remarked, "I never expected this corpse-controlling bell to be so powerful." Mao Shibashi wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "It only temporarily controls them. I cannot say how long it will last. I gazed at the immobilized blood zombies, a mix of awe and curiosity bubbling within me. These once fearsome creatures were now entirely at Mao Shibashi's command, appearing remarkably docile. Unable to resist, I jested, "Brother Mao, you truly possess remarkable skills. Even such formidable blood zombies can be subdued with ease. I wonder if I could borrow this corpse-controlling bell for a bit?" With that, I reached out, hoping to take the extraordinary bell from him. Mao Shibashi hastily stowed the bell away, saying, "Fu Dao Yu. This is a treasure of my Maoshan sect. I cannot lend it out so casually. Perhaps we could trade for something else?" I chuckled at his response, waving my hand dismissively. "Ha, I was merely jesting. Don't be so stingy." After temporarily resolving the blood zombies, we made our way towards Zhang Yi. That moment, Zhang Yi was seated on the ground, using glutinous rice to extract the corpse poison from his body. His complexion remained pale, yet there was a hint of defiance in his gaze. As we approached, Chen Hu inquired with concern, "Zhang Yi, how are you feeling?" Zhang Yi lifted his eyelids slightly, snorting, "Humph, I won't die." His tone bore an air of arrogance, as if he were unconcerned about his injuries. Observing Zhang Yi's demeanor, I felt a twinge of exasperation. This fellow was perpetually so haughty, refusing to lower his pride despite his serious injuries. I could only helplessly say, "Stop trying to be tough. You need to expel the corpse poison as soon as possible." Zhang Yi shot me a glance, retorting, "I can handle my own affairs. You needn't worry." Mao Shibashi furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Zhang Yi, your situation is perilous. If you do not recover quickly, your life may be at risk." Yet Zhang Yi remained unfazed, asserting, "This little corpse poison poses no threat to me." As he spoke, he continued to tend to his wound with glutinous rice. Observing Zhang Yi's haughty demeanor left me feeling somewhat helpless. Such was his nature, and it was unlikely to change anytime soon. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired, "What on earth happened? How did you end up in this state?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi slowly replied, "While ascending the mountain, I uncovered some clues. Upon reaching the midway point, I was suddenly confronted by blood zombies. It appears that these blood zombies were deliberately manipulated." Zhang Yi continued, "Could they be coming after us?" Chen Hu interjected, "It's possible." Mao Shiba mused thoughtfully, "It seems the adversary was well prepared." I pondered inwardly, who could be orchestrating these blood zombies from behind the scenes? What could their objective be? Just as we were engaged in conversation, an eerie chill suddenly enveloped us from all directions. "This is bad. A malevolent force is approaching." Mao Shiba was the first to sense it, his expression turning grave. We all rose to our feet, cautiously surveying our surroundings. The once tranquil forest began to shroud itself in a thin mist, through which faint, mournful wails and sinister laughter could be heard. "What is happening?" Chen Hu's face grew serious as he scanned the area, speaking in a low tone. "It seems likely that malevolent spirits are lurking about." I gripped the talisman tightly, bracing myself for whatever might come. As the mist thickened, several indistinct figures gradually materialized. These apparitions twisted and contorted, emanating a spine-chilling aura. Some of these spirits were missing limbs, while others bore grotesque and terrifying visages, yet their features bore a resemblance to the blood zombies. We braced ourselves for an assault from these malevolent spirits, only to be taken aback as they veered off in another direction. At that moment, a realization struck me, and I shouted, "Quickly! Their target is the blood zombies." Mao Shiba suddenly grasped it too, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, "Corpse spirits." Chapter 67. The Hand of the Seven Hells Gate? Upon hearing Mao Shiba utter the term corpse spirits, I was not overly astonished, for his conjecture aligned perfectly with my own. "What exactly are corpse spirits?" Chen Hu inquired eagerly. Mao Shiba, his expression grave, elucidated, "Corpse spirits are exceedingly malevolent entities, formed from the fusion of blood zombies and vengeful spirits, possessing terrifying strength. These vengeful spirits must be attempting to merge with the blood zombies to create corpse spirits. We cannot allow them to succeed," I declared through gritted teeth, charging towards the direction of the vengeful spirits. Mao Shiba followed closely behind, while Chen Hu remained to keep an eye on Zhang Yi. Lagging slightly, I reached the scene first, but the vengeful spirits had already begun entwining with the blood zombies, an eerie aura permeating the air. Sensing the urgency, I hurled a talisman and dashed forward. while the remaining vengeful spirits surged to counter the impending threat. "Stop them!" Mao Shiba shouted as he arrived, simultaneously brandishing his peachwood sword, sending a beam of light toward a pair of blood zombies and vengeful spirits on the verge of merging. Subsequently, Mao Shiba produced his controlling corpse bell and gently shook it. The clear sound of the bell echoed as the fusion of the blood zombies and vengeful spirits momentarily slowed, granting us precious time to counter their onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, I accelerated my attacks, launching talismans that transformed into streaks of light, obliterating the encroaching vengeful spirits. Mao Shiba continued to ring the bell, chanting incantations in an attempt to enhance his control over the blood zombies. However, despite his utmost efforts, one pair of blood zombies and vengeful spirits were accelerating their fusion process. "This cannot continue," I shouted. "We must find a way to thwart their merger. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." At that moment, Qian Hu and Zhang Yi finally arrived. Zhang Yi, still nursing his wounds, remained vigilant for any new dangers, while Qian Hu unsheathed his peachwood sword without hesitation, joining me in battling the vengeful spirits. The sheer number of vengeful spirits made it impossible for us to divert our attention to assist Mao Shiba. Gritting his teeth, Mao Shiba intensified his output of true energy, the ringing of the corpse-controlling bell growing increasingly frantic. Yet, the pair of blood zombies and vengeful spirits on the verge of merging had formed a black barrier around them, diminishing the bell's effect. Beads of sweat formed on Mao Shiba's forehead, his complexion paling from the excessive expenditure of true energy. "What are we to do?" Qian Hu exclaimed anxiously, wielding his peachwood sword with greater fervor, striving to repel the relentless vengeful spirits. Just as we were engulfed in despair, the fusion of the blood zombies and vengeful spirits was finally complete. A powerful and malevolent aura erupted, shattering the black barrier, and a terrifying corpse spirit appeared before us. Towering in stature, it radiated a dense stench of blood and malevolence. Its skin bore an eerie dark red hue, with eyes flickering a blood-red light, brimming with rage and insanity, its hands resembling sharp claws that sliced through the air, creating a shrill sound. Upon its emergence, the corpse spirit let out a thunderous roar, reverberating like a muffled thunderclap, leaving our ears ringing. The surrounding vengeful spirits seemed to respond to its call, gathering around the corpse spirit. "Everyone, be cautious," I shouted, as the talisman in my hand ignited, transforming into a powerful flame directed at the corpse spirit. However, with a mere swipe of its claw, the corpse spirit dispersed the flames effortlessly. The clash of claw against fire produced a sizzling sound, akin to water meeting fire. The corpse spirit moved with incredible speed, suddenly lunging towards me, its sharp claws slicing through the air. I hastily sidestepped. The claws grazing my side, the gust of wind stinging my face. Simultaneously, I hurled several talismans, which transformed into beams of light aimed at the corpse spirit's vital points. Yet, the corpse spirit's body was impervious. The talismans merely caused it a momentary pause, failing to inflict any substantial harm. I couldn't help but feel a pang of dismay. Mao Shiba, witnessing this, immediately shook the controlling corpse bell, attempting to exert control over the corpse spirit. The bell's clear chime rang out, but the corpse spirit seemed to have developed a resistance to its power, rendering the sound nearly ineffective against it. Gritting his teeth, Mao Shiba recited an even more potent incantation. While his peachwood sword glimmered with radiant light, he leaped forward, aimed at the corpse spirit, and swung the sword in a graceful arc, striking fiercely at its neck. The corpse spirit roared in response, raising its claw to meet the peachwood sword. The collision produced a thunderous sound, akin to a roaring thunderclap, as Mao Shiba was sent hurtling backward by the force, tumbling in the air before managing to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Qian Hu and Zhang Yi were also occupied. Qian Hu wielded his peachwood sword, engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding vengeful spirits, pushing back those that approached. Although Zhang Yi was still injured, he fought valiantly against the vengeful spirits with reckless abandon. Mao Shiba and I surged forward once more, positioning ourselves on either side. I took a deep breath, focusing my energy, as arcs of electricity began to flicker from my hands. The corpse spirit seemed to sense something and lunged at me once more. "As it closed in," I shouted, thrusting my palm forward to collide with its claws. Simultaneously, I threw a Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Commanding, 9 heavens divine thunder, heed my call, vanquish demons and eliminate evil, cleanse all malevolence, command. A powerful surge of lightning descended from the heavens, resembling a roaring thunder dragon that charged directly at the corpse spirit. With my other hand, I swiftly withdrew, escaping the range of the lightning attack. The lightning struck the corpse spirit with a deafening roar, incinerating several vengeful spirits caught in the blast. The corpse spirit was sent reeling by the force. Portions of its dark red skin charred and emitting billows of black smoke. It howled in agony, its eyes brimming with fury and defiance. It didn't die, I thought, my expression growing graver. Fu Xiong, could you at least give us a heads up before unleashing such a fierce lightning attack next time? Mao Shiba quipped, brushing off the dust. Zhang Yi and Chen, who looked on in astonishment, I anticipated their reaction. I had no intention of revealing my mastery of lightning techniques, particularly since this corpse spirit was formidable. Leaving little room for hesitation, before I could respond, the corpse spirit rose from the ground, smoke still curling from its body, yet its eyes remained filled with bloodlust and madness. I let out a roar and charged at us once more. I focused my true energy and declared, let's attack together. It's already severely injured and won't last much longer. I exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Shiba, and we charged once more towards the corpse demon. Mao Shiba chanted incantations, the corpse-controlling bell radiating with brilliant light, its chimes urgent and fierce, attempting to disrupt the corpse demon. The demon's form hesitated for a brief moment, and I seized the opportunity to leap into the air. Condensing a sphere of true energy in my hand, which I struck down fiercely upon the demon's head. The corpse demon roared in fury, swinging its claws to defend itself, yet my full force strike left its arm numbed. Taking advantage of this moment, Mao Shiba thrust his peachwood sword directly into the demon's chest. The demon sidestepped to evade, but still suffered a gash on its shoulder, black blood oozing forth. I offered no respite to the demon, casting several yellow talismans that ignited a ring of fire around it, ensnaring the demon tightly within. Mao Shiba grasped the peachwood sword with both hands, raising it high as he shouted, "Go!" The sword's brilliance surged, and he hurled it straight towards the demon's heart. The demon let out a despairing howl, its body trembling violently. At that moment, I intensified the output of my true energy, and the flames rapidly contracted. Enveloping the demon, with a resounding roar, the demon collapsed into ashes amidst the flames. Simultaneously, the other malevolent spirits were nearly dealt with. Finally rid of these nuisances, Qianhu said weakly. Zhang Yi groaned, 2 of you took so long to defeat a single corpse demon. Perhaps you should give up on cultivation. I shot him a glare and exhaled deeply. Regardless, we succeeded. Mao Shiba stood up, brushing off the dust from his garments. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should make haste. After a brief rest, we began our descent down the mountain. As we traversed the path, I reflected on the events that had transpired on the mountain. Malevolent spirits, blood zombies, corpse demons. Everything seemed reminiscent of the occurrences in Qingshan village. Could this truly be the handiwork of the 7 underworld gates? Chapter 68. The graveyard of the confused. After walking for some time, we finally caught sight of the village's outline. The mood among us lightened considerably, and our pace quickened as we stepped into the village. A familiar sense of tranquility washed over us. However, we understood that although the corpse demon and malevolent spirits had been vanquished, the ordeal was far from over. We arrived at the village chief's residence, where he greeted our safe return with a look of surprise. "You are finally back. I was so worried about you," he exclaimed excitedly. I smiled and replied, "Chief, there's no need to worry." The chief, noticing Zhang Yi's numerous injuries, immediately inquired, "What happened to this, Taoist?" I glanced at Zhang Yi and explained to the chief, "Chief, we encountered some wild beasts on the back mountain and sustained a few injuries. But it's nothing serious." Upon hearing this, the chief's expression shifted to one of concern. "What are we to do? Are there truly man-eating mountain monsters?" The 3 of them paused for a moment, their faces reflecting confusion. But they quickly regained their composure. Mao Shiba smiled at the chief. "There's no need for excessive worry, Chief. They were merely ordinary wild beasts. Dao Zhang's skills are profound. With some time to rest, he will recover completely." Chunhu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Chief." The chief quickly responded, "Very well. Then you all should rest." We each found a spot to sit inside the house, and the chief poured us each a cup of water. I lifted my cup, took a sip, and asked, "Chief, have you visited the back mountain?" The chief furrowed his brow in thought. The back mountain. Yes, in the past, people often went up to gather firewood or hunt. Alas, after the incidents in the village, no one dares to leave their homes. Who would still venture up the mountain? Mao Shiba reflected for a moment and remarked, "That doesn't add up. Why were there still people playing chess at the village entrance when we arrived?" We all looked at the chief with curiosity. It was indeed peculiar that amidst so many events, some would dare to be outside at night. The chief appeared somewhat guilty under our scrutiny, rubbing his hands and avoiding our gaze. "Well, you see, the villagers consider the willow tree at the village entrance to be our guardian deity, which is why the elders often go there to play chess." I felt a sense of doubt. This matter seemed far too simple. Guardian deity? That willow tree appears rather sinister to me, Chen Hu said with a serious expression. The chief's face turned pale. "You mustn't speak of it lightly. That willow tree has stood in the village for many years, passed down through generations," I interjected. "I examined it today. There was nothing unusual." Mao Shiba coughed a few times. "Perhaps there truly is something amiss. We should investigate further tomorrow." Everyone nodded in agreement, deciding to check it out the following day. After saying this, we settled down to rest. I quietly sensed the true energy within my dantian. Each battle seemed to add a little more. Though it was slight, it nonetheless brought me joy. This little accumulation seemed to whisper that every struggle and adventure held value. I exhaled deeply and slowly opened my eyes. To my surprise, I was met with Zhang Yi's unwavering gaze, sending a chill down my spine. Were it not for the absence of corpse energy emanating from him, I might have suspected he had become a zombie. I looked at him and whispered, "Are you unwell? Staring at me like that. Are you perhaps a gay?" Zhang Yi continued to stare, saying nothing. "Enough. I know what you want to ask. I have no connection to Longhu Mountain. Can't you see that?" I said, growing impatient. Zhang Yi snorted. "Of course, I can see that. Your thunder technique resembles ours from Longhu Mountain, yet there are subtle differences. I'm merely curious about where you learned it." I rolled my eyes at him. "Why do you care where I learned it? It has nothing to do with you. You're just a busybody." Zhang Yi would not relent. "Unless you clarify, I will always have a knot in my heart. Who knows, your dubious techniques might bring us greater trouble." I felt a surge of irritation. "I've told you it's none of your business. What if you don't accept it? Come at me, then." Just then, Mao Shiba and Chen Hu were awakened by our argument. Mao Shiba rubbed his eyes and said, "What are you two doing? It's the middle of the night. Why are you making such a racket?" Chen Hu echoed, "Exactly. Can't this wait until tomorrow?" I huffed and turned my head away from Zhang Yi. He fell silent, but his eyes still bore traces of doubt and resentment. The night passed in silence. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. I greedily absorbed a wisp of purple energy from the morning. Noting that my true energy now bore a hint of purple, I was uncertain how it compared to others. Just as I was still immersed in the afterglow of my cultivation, the chief approached us warmly. "Brothers, let's have some breakfast before heading out." We could not refuse, so we followed the chief to eat. After breakfast, we made our way to the willow tree at the village entrance. Zhang Yi's complexion appeared much improved, indicating he was no longer in serious trouble before long. We arrived at the willow tree. Mao Shiba walked around it slowly, occasionally looking up to observe the swaying branches and sometimes bending down to examine the roots. After a long while, he stood upright, his expression grave. The position of this willow tree is quite significant. It lies in the southeast corner of the village, a place that gathers energy according to feng shui. Moreover, the posture of this willow tree, with its sturdy branches leaning slightly towards the village, indeed suggests it is protecting the village. It seems this tree might have developed some consciousness. Chen Hu stepped forward to touch the trunk. "It is indeed peculiar. No wonder the mist cannot enter the village. It turns out the willow tree is here." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that it has become a spirit? The chief hurriedly waved his hands. "It has not become a spirit. It has not. This willow tree is our village's guardian deity, and must not be offended." Zhang Yi was undeterred, stating, "If it has become a spirit, it could harm us. I will strike it down now." I grabbed his arm. "Are you out of your mind? This willow tree has long protected the village. It has caused no harm." Zhang Yi shook off my hand. "Humph. Just because it hasn't harmed anyone now doesn't mean it won't in the future. Such an ominous entity is a hidden danger." Mao Shiba interjected, "Let's not be hasty. We have yet to determine the true nature of this willow tree. Even if it has gained consciousness, it might not necessarily be malevolent. Chun Hu agreed. Indeed, it's best to deliberate carefully. Zhang Yi scoffed. You are all simply timid. As we reached an impasse, the willow tree suddenly began to sway wildly, its branches striking the nearby pond. In an instant, the calm surface of the pond rippled with waves, and a dense aura of malevolence surged upward from the water. Not good. There's something wrong with this pond. Mao Shiba's expression changed drastically. The malevolent aura rapidly spread, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The chief involuntarily shivered and took a step back, muttering, "Why is it suddenly so cold in the middle of summer?" It is rather ordinary. The malevolent energy is invisible to the average person. Chun Hu vigilantly gazed at the pond and remarked, "The malevolent energy is so intense. Could there be a connection between this willow tree and the pond?" I furrowed my brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps this willow tree has been here all along to suppress the malevolent energy within the pond." The village chief steadied himself, contemplating for a long while before. With a trembling voice, he said, "The water from this pond flows along the small creek by the village and extends into the valley behind the village. I have heard from the elders that place is a chaotic burial ground." Upon hearing the village chief's words, we were all struck with shock and confusion. Mao Shiba stared intently at the pond, his brow furrowed, and said solemnly, "It seems likely that the source of this malevolent energy is indeed that chaotic burial ground. This willow tree, having suppressed the pond's malevolent energy for many years, must have encountered some disturbance to suddenly behave abnormally." Zhang Yi remained alert, stating, "Regardless, we must deal with the malevolent energy at hand first." After saying this, he prepared to cast a spell. I hurriedly stopped him, anxiously saying, "Wait. The malevolent energy is so potent that acting rashly might provoke even more severe consequences. We must first understand the situation before devising a solution." Chun Hu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we should investigate that chaotic burial ground. Perhaps we can find the key to resolving the malevolent energy." Although Zhang Yi was somewhat reluctant, he understood the validity of our reasoning and ultimately relented. I turned to the village chief and inquired, "Do you know the precise location of that chaotic burial ground?" The village chief trembled as he extended a shaking hand, pointing in a direction with a voice laden with fear and unease. "It lies just beneath the cliff of the mountain to the west of the village. That place is exceedingly sinister. You must exercise utmost caution." Having learned the general location of the burial ground, the four of us resolved to venture there while it was still daylight. We first returned to the village chief's home to gather our equipment. And then we decided to leave Zhang Yi to guard the village, as his injuries made it difficult for him to accompany us. Zhang Yi initially vehemently refused, but ultimately could not withstand our insistence and reluctantly conceded, grumbling, "Fine, but if you can't resolve this, don't expect me to rescue you." After departing from the village chief's residence, the three of us made our way along the village path towards the mountain to the west. Though the sunlight shone brightly, it did little to dispel the trepidation we felt towards the unknown dangers that awaited us. As we drew closer to the western mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The once verdant meadows gradually faded away, replaced by withered yellow grass and scattered stones. The trees on the mountain became sparser, their trunks twisted and gnarled. Before long, we arrived at the mountainside. We paused to gaze down at the chaotic burial ground below the cliff. The cliff stood approximately 10 meters high, shrouded in a faint mist, and from our vantage point, we could only discern vague outlines of the scene below. Tattered fabrics hung from the branches above. Below the cliff, we could make out a disordered array of graves. Some had collapsed, revealing the decayed edges of coffins and ghastly white bones. Amidst the graves, weeds grew thickly, their forms grotesque, some resembling twisted human hands, others appearing as sinister faces. Occasionally, a few black wildflowers swayed in the wind, their petals resembling congealed blood, exuding an eerie dark red hue. Scattered on the ground were numerous white bones, barely visible through the hazy mist. Some still maintaining the postures of struggle. We stared at this horrifying scene, involuntarily gasping in shock. "This place is exceedingly cursed." Chun Hu stammered. I turned to Mao Shiba, asking, "What do you think, Brother Shiba?" with a grave expression. Mao Shiba replied, "Regardless, since we are here, we must ascend and take a look." We surveyed our surroundings and noticed a winding, somewhat steep path on the side that seemed to lead down to the cliff. The path was littered with rubble and dry grass, with thorns reaching out with sharp barbs. Be cautious. This path is treacherous, I warned. Qianhu took a deep breath and nodded, understood. Mao Shiba took the lead. Each step deliberate and steady, tightly gripping his peachwood sword for protection. I followed closely behind, keeping my eyes fixed on the ground, fearful of slipping. Qianhu brought up the rear, his expression tense as he constantly scanned the surroundings for any signs of movement. After a few steps, my foot slipped, causing my body to lurch forward. Watch out! Mao Shiba swiftly reached out and caught me. Thank you, I said, still shaken. At long last, we reached the base of the cliff. Upon touching down, the stench of decay and the chill of malevolence assaulted us more intensely, nearly causing us to retch. We steeled ourselves and cautiously approached the chaotic burial ground, the soft, damp earth beneath our feet creaking with each step, as if we were treading upon the bones of the deceased. After only a short distance, we encountered several corpses, appearing to have died not long ago. As we examined them, we noted that their conditions were akin to those of the bodies we had discovered outside the village. Observing the corpses, I furrowed my brow. It seems the missing villagers are all here. Mao Shiba's expression darkened as he stated, regardless, we must incinerate these bodies first. Otherwise, we risk them undergoing a transformation in this place. Qianhu nodded, indeed. Let us hasten to dispose of these bodies before further complications arise. With that, Mao Shiba tossed several talismans, shouting, Ignite! The talismans ignited instantly, flames rapidly engulfing the corpses. As the fire blazed, a pungent odor filled the air. We covered our noses and stood back, watching as the remains were gradually reduced to ashes. Having completed this task, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and we decided to delve deeper into the chaotic burial ground. The further we ventured, the more intense the chill of malevolence became. Eventually, we arrived at the base of the cliff we had previously observed. Here, we indeed discovered the water that flowed from the village pond. Albeit now transformed into a gentle trickle, following the stream, we approached the face of the cliff, where the water had vanished entirely. Where has the water gone? Qianhu queried. Perplexed, I furrowed my brow in contemplation. Perhaps it has seeped underground. Mao Shiba looked up, his expression turning grave. Look, that tree between the cliffs. We followed his gaze to see a tree with scattered white bones hanging from its branches. Swaying gently in the breeze, Mao Shiba scrutinized the tree, stating, That tree seems somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, Qianhu exclaimed, Look, the branches of that tree appear to obscure a cave. I squinted, inspecting closely. Indeed. Let us go investigate. As soon as I finished speaking, I stepped forward, climbing onto the protrusions of the cliff and the tree branches to reach the tree. Mao Shiba and Qianhu followed suit. I pushed aside the branches and discovered that there indeed was a cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by an even more potent stench of decay. Mao Shiba glanced into the cave, then looked down at the cliff's descent, his face paling. He tremblingly produced a compass. Its needle spinning erratically. Swallowing hard, Mao Shiba gravely stated, This is likely a burial ground for preserving corpses. I was taken aback. A burial ground for preserving corpses? Could this be the very source of the malevolent energy? Qianhu, upon hearing the term, was equally astonished, and I began to doubt whether he was truly from the Supernatural Bureau, and why previous focus had been entirely on the cave and the tree. But now I surveyed our surroundings, meticulously observing the environment. The terrain beneath the cliff resembled a curved bow, with the stream flowing perfectly into it, forming what is referred to as reverse bow water. The cliff was smooth and even, as if cut with a blade, abruptly featuring a cave, commonly known as a dead end. More importantly, this location lay within a chaotic burial ground, thick with malevolent and resentful energy. Truly a natural burial ground for preserving corpses. I took a deep breath, furrowing my brow and asserting, This is indeed a burial ground for preserving corpses. Mao Shiba's expression grew serious. Regardless, we must venture inside and see if we can uncover a way to break this curse. Qianhu first illuminated the cave with a flashlight, revealing what seemed to be an endless abyss. We cautiously stepped into the cave, the cold, damp air enveloping us. Water droplets adorned the walls, occasionally falling onto our shoulders, sending shivers down our spines. The flashlight's beam appeared weak and insignificant in the darkness, illuminating only a small area ahead. The ground beneath us was uneven and rocky, forcing us to tread carefully. As we ventured deeper, the cave's appearance grew increasingly bizarre. Strange markings appeared on the walls, resembling ancient runes or the claw marks of unknown creatures. What could this be? Chunhu asked, his voice trembling. I leaned in closer for a better look, but could not decipher it. Let us not dwell on it. Caution is paramount. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the darkness. What was that noise? Chunhu, feeling a surge of anxiety, swung the flashlight around. To our astonishment, a swarm of black bats swooped down from the cavern ceiling, heading straight for us. Be careful, shouted Maoshiba, brandishing his peachwood sword to ward off the bats. In a flurry of chaotic movements, we managed to drive them away. We pressed onward, and the path within the cave began to narrow, forcing us to proceed sideways. Pale bones sporadically appeared on the ground. Some were embedded in the stone, while others lay scattered about. We stepped over these remains, continuing our journey as droplets of water trickled down the cave walls, producing a crisp sound that resonated with unusual clarity in the stillness. Ahead, a fork in the path emerged, with two winding passages veering off in different directions, shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern which route was correct. Chunhu stared at the bifurcation, anxiety etched across his face. What should we do? Which way should we go? Furrowing my brow, I pondered for a moment before responding, do not fret. I have a plan. With that, I retrieved several yellow talismans from my pocket and deftly folded them with my fingers. Before long, two delicate paper cranes manifested in my hands. Chanting an incantation, I infused them with a thread of true energy. The two paper cranes seemed to come alive in an instant, gently flapping their wings. Go, I whispered. The cranes soared towards the respective passages, our eyes fixed intently upon them. The crane that entered the left passage flew with relative ease, while the one that ventured down the right seemed to encounter obstacles. Its speed noticeably diminished. I waited patiently for the cranes to return with news. As seconds ticked by, the surrounding silence gnawed at my nerves. At last, the crane from the left passage returned, spiraling a few times before landing gracefully at my feet. I picked it up, carefully sensing the residual energy upon it. This passage appeared to harbor minimal danger, yet it also lacked any remarkable features. It seems this path is relatively safe, I remarked, after a while. The crane from the right passage remained still, devoid of any movement. It appears the right path is perilous, but perhaps it holds the clues we seek, Maoshiba suggested. Chunhu hesitated, voicing his uncertainty. So, which path shall we take?